Get ready for the show. We will go over many topics that matter in our everyday lives. Join us to discuss faith, entertainment, upliftment, opinions, confidence building, and encouragement. We will be honest and real as we explore different perspectives on situations in life. Grab your popcorn and let's get into it.
Afternoon Deep Dive. Hello, hello. This is your host, Fear No Mortals, and thank you for joining us for another episode of Afternoon Deep Dive. This is my co-host, Freezy. How are you, Freezy?
I am blessed. It's a wonderful day, and always honored to be in company of my sister, Fear No Mortals. Thank you.
Thank you
For
for
having me
showing up
on
and
being.
coming.
Thank you for having me once again. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. This is going to be a good show. Today we are going to be talking about challenges we face when trying to do the right thing in life and get closer to God versus the way we were moving and carrying on before we decided to make these changes. And also, again, a shout out to all the fathers and men because it is men's mental health awareness month, and it was just Father's Day. So I want to also touch on a lot of the challenges that men face trying to do the right thing in life. So that is what we are going to talk about today.
Mm-hmm.
And let's get right into it then, Freezy.
Let's do it. And once again, I want to say, well, I know Father's Day was yesterday, right? But happy belated Father's Day to all of the fathers, man, out there. Yeah, our heart goes out to you, and thank you for what you do.
Yes, that's very important. Let's see who's in the building then.
Okay.
Thank you, Clarice. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Love you. Hello, Dea. Thank you for stopping by. She says, hello, all. Please like. Thank you so much. And Kimberly is in the building. Thank you, Kimberly, for coming in.
What's
We
going on, y'all?
appreciate you. All right. So I wanted to start with 2 Corinthians 5 and 17. And it just goes on to say, therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone. The new is here. And this just suggests a departure from a former way of life and embracing a new identity and purpose centered on God's will. And I think a lot of people struggle with that.
Yeah. I think a lot of people struggle with it too. I think a lot of people struggle with it because what they've been used to in the world and how they used to live and the comfort zones that well, I'm gonna just include myself. Like the comfort zones that I had created in the world when I was living, when I was doing a bunch of worldly things, and when I was fulfilling the desires of my flesh, it could almost create an habitual addiction to it. That desire you want to keep fulfilling.
Right.
So yeah, it's once you do it for so long, it does become very difficult to separate yourself from that type of life, because it becomes like a vice. Shout out to World Class too in the building. It becomes
hey,
like
World Class, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, it becomes a vice,
Yeah.
So yeah.
I definitely think so too. I think, It's harder to walk upright. It's like, we think about the things that we used to do versus who we are trying to be now in this time, and it creates challenges because we know that if we're doing the right thing, there's some things that we just simply can no longer do. We have to set a better example for ourselves and those around us, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it can be a challenge because there's a lot of things that people go through in their mind. There's a lot of things that are just simply could make us feel like, are we really doing the right thing? If we're living right, what about all this over here that everybody else is doing, or the fun that they may be having, you know what I mean? Or am I missing out on something? You know what I mean? And especially people that are just coming into trying to do God's will. You know what I mean? I think that could be a big factor when trying to take steps, because it's a process. Everybody just takes their own time and their steps. Some it comes quicker than others, and they just like can leave everything behind, and some people don't. So I think especially when it's a new thing that you're coming into it right away, and you're like, okay, I want to live for God now. I want to do the right thing in God now. But well, last week or the week before, I was just doing this. So, it's the transition. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Mhm.
A lot of times when people make a decision to go on a different path for God, it's uncomfortable because you will kind of lose people, the people that used to be cool with you, the people that was the people that that rocked with you.
Yeah.
You could kind of see a difference in behavior when you make a decision to start pleasing God more. The people around you will start kind of disappearing a little bit. They don't want to rock with you the same way they used to rock with you before.
I agree with that.
Sometimes that walk could feel real lonely. It could get lonely. And so that's what makes it difficult too for a lot of people. That void, they can't handle it. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's what goes to show you how powerful the world is, and being accepted by the world. That's a big part of it, just being accepted and having people around you, and that validation, right? Validation is the world gives a lot of false sense of validation. Right. And people like it. I used to like it. I used to love that validation. When you come to the Lord, the only validation that you really should be dependent on, and this is why everybody can't do it, Fear No Mortals.
Yeah.
The only validation that we really should lean and depend on is the Most High God. But guess what? Now you got to have faith, right? Instead of you being able to see people smiling at you and say, "Oh, man, what's going on?" And people just, you can, a lot of things in the world you can touch and feel.
Right.
But when you come to God, it becomes more of a spiritual walk. So now you really have to have faith. And the only validation that we should seek, it should be from the Most High God. But the problem that a lot of people have with that is they can't see God. So now they'll try. A lot of people will try God for a season, but after so long, people will kind of like go back into the world because the validation in the world, it just seems realer. It just seems realer because you can see it, you can feel it and touch it and see it. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Really, it really does. And I think that is a big thing that people struggle with. Hey, let's learn something. Thank you
So
for
let's
coming
learn
in.
something.
Hey, Joseph
Joseph, what's up?
Gomez.
Joseph, what's going on?
He says New Mexico's here, silent in background, yet learning. Share the link and hit the like button. Thank you so much, Joseph. I really appreciate you.
Shout out to Joseph, man. We love Joseph over here.
Yes, Joseph, he'd be over on your channel. He'd be really supporting. He is a great chat person. He really is.
Yeah. Shout out to Joseph, man.
Shout out to Joseph. So that just made me think when you say that and we talk about validation.
Yeah.
When people see, because, walking in Christ is not popular in a lot of different instances,
No.
It's not the popular thing to do. And we witness that all the time, over and over, that, people will turn, like you said, I've had the same situations, where the conversations switch up now and, we want to talk about the goodness of God and talk about, how you've been lifted up and how you have changed and things of that nature. And a lot of people just simply do not want to hear that. People do not want to hear that because a lot of people are they feel like their validation comes from the world. They feel like their validation comes from, let's say, when they're out in the club or they're out in the street or when they're out doing this and that. And that's when they're the most popular. That's how they're the most known. You know what I mean? They're not known for living for God.
Yeah, that's good.
And so they can't hang out. They're not in the mix anymore. And that could cause a damper on someone's spirit if that's what you're used to.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Hey, boo. Kaya, love you. She says, I think that people want and need instant gratification. If it doesn't happen the moment, that means it didn't work. My opinion. Love y'all. Thank you.
Oh, that was a good comment. Shout out to Kaya.
That is. I agree. I totally agree. I think some people think that soon as they, are delivered and they come to Christ, that it's supposed to be snap, snap. You know what I mean? There's not supposed to be any more problems. There's not supposed to be this and that. Everything is just great and grand. And some people might even miss that feeling that they used to have from other stuff of the world. And they don't realize that they really need to tap in, really tap in with God and the Word of God to feel a certain type of way because, it's a different type of high, being high on the spirit, you know what I mean? And being high on other things of the world.
Yeah. Usually in the world, because of the hustle and bustle of how life goes in the world, people be trying to get where they're going as fast as possible. Mm-hmm. Everybody's looking for the quick rich scheme. Everybody's, everybody wants whatever they want now. It's like a microwave type of society. We play the lottery. We want to feel good right now. We want sex.
Right.
We want clout right now.
Right.
On social media, we'll do anything for clout. We'll stand on the top of our head and upload that video today, hoping that we go viral. We want to go viral today.
Right. Yeah, that's so true.
But when we go over to the Lord's side, you have to adjust your mentality. It don't work like that. Yeah, you got to wait on the Lord. Now you have to learn how to wait. You got to learn how to wait on the Lord. Look, all of that other good stuff like live in humility, wait on the Lord. Patience is a virtue. Yeah. Right? Have faith, strengthen your faith. That stuff does not sound appealing to a lot of people.
does
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, to us, and it's just like, oh Lord, you might be feeling a certain type of way. It's like, I really want to go off on somebody or something. That sometimes that's my problem. I won't even lie. But the Lord, convicts me like, you can't act like that anymore. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
a struggle.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is a process, because some of the things we've learned inherently, just innately to do, we don't even know we're doing it. We're still doing it at times, So it's
Right.
just like being mindful. Walking with God is like a mindfulness walk. Like we have to like learn how to police our thoughts, catch ourselves. Yeah. And
That is
so
true.
yeah, so because God understands, he understands the job that Satan did on us while we was in the world. He understand, like, think about it. I think I said this before. Realize how long we was in the world without that armor, without that whole armor on us, right?
Right.
We
Right.
was just naked, wide open. Um, we was just out there for Satan's for him to do with us as he pleased. You know what I'm saying? He can do
Mhm.
anything to us, and he's been doing it for a long time. Imagine how long Satan has been doing what he's been doing to us. How long has that been?
For a long time,
So
Freezy.
we gotta unwork what Satan did. That's
Right.
that's one of our tasks. That's one of the things that we're faced with. And I'm gonna tell you something. Satan is a powerful man. He's very powerful.
Yeah, you're
So
right about that.
so the things that he's able to do to you and your spirit, unless we have the power of God, it's going to be very difficult. We're not going to be able to get that stuff off of us without the power of God, because without God, Satan is more powerful than us. Like
Right.
just us being mere humans, mere being, like
Right.
if we're trying to leave this house, if we're trying to live this life without God, we don't stand a chance against Satan.
Yeah, you're right about that, Freezy. You
So
are
imagine
right.
how long he's been doing what he's been doing to us without us having that armor on.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Joy is real. Thank you for coming in. She said, "Good afternoon, Fear No Mortals and
What's going
Freezy."
on, Joy? Great to see you, Joy.
And Kaya said, "People can't wait on the Lord. They ready right now." And that's the truth. That comes about with that instant gratification.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, because like you just said, look at all the time that we were in the world.
Wide
I
open.
mean, I'm serious.
Wide open.
And it's just like, oh man, have you ever felt like, okay, well, what do I do now? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
when you're first coming, like, what do I do now?
Yeah.
Who do I talk to now? Like, how am I supposed to walk now? You know what I mean? Just being real about it, Okay, when situations come up, okay, so how do I handle this now? Now I know how I used to handle it, you know what I mean? I can't handle it that way. So, okay, so am I supposed to meet in between somewhere? Or, you know what I mean? Situations come up and you really have to think about how do you handle it now?
There's a scripture. I forgot exactly what scripture it is. It's about, I think it's Matthew. Let me look it up. Matthew. It's Matthew 12. It's Matthew 12, 43.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me see. I'm gonna share my screen. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay. You can share that for me, sis.
All right.
I like sharing screens because it gives like a PowerPoint presentation almost. Like, you know.
Right. I need to do that more, Freezy. At one point, I was trying to share my screen and do stuff, but hold on, let me take
So,
this off.
so this is Matthew 12:43, 43 through 45. It says, when the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and findeth none. So what is this saying? It's saying that when people make a decision to turn to God and they work those unclean spirits up out of them, a lot of the places that I mean, life is going to seem more dry now. It's not, a lot of people are going to like walk away from you. A lot of people are not going to be in, a lot of people that was in your life before, they might not be in your life after that.
Okay, yeah.
Right? He walketh through dry places, seeking rest, findeth none. So initially when we make a decision to come to God and we're trying to get rid of this sin and that sin and that sin, we don't do the same things we used to do. Shout out to CJ. What's going on, CJ?
Hey CJ, thank you for coming.
Yeah, we don't do the same things we used to do. Now the people that used to hang with us, they don't really want to hang with us no more because we on some different type of time, right? So, you know, that used to be our comfort. We used to, you know, chill with them, be able to call them, talk to them, and also we used to partake in different worldly activities that we don't do no more. Yeah. Life is going to start seeming dry, you know. We used to find rest in those worldly things. Now it's like we're going through withdrawal. It feel like now almost, you know. 44 says, then he saith, I will return into my house from whence I came out, and when he is come home, and when he is come, he findeth it empty, swept and garnished. So what does that mean? That means that your house empty. Like it just seemed like nobody is around no more. It's clean. Your house clean, but it's empty, and it just seemed like you ain't got no motion no more. Nobody is around to validate you no more, and you know, and it just seems you see it seems lonely. Your house is empty and it's lonely. You know that walk that you've took on is a lonely walk now. Before it was a lot of partying, and you know, you had a lot of homeboys, the homegirls, you know. Now it's you know, you're living life more on the straight and narrow. People don't think you cool no more. People kind of giving you the cold shoulder now, you know. So then it says 45 says, then goeth he and taketh with himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there, and the last state of the man is worse than the first state of the man. Even so shall it be also unto this wicked generation. So what is that saying? That's saying that most people aren't going to be able to weather the storm. They aren't going to be able to deal with people giving them the cold shoulder. So what are most people going to do? Even if they try to come to God, most people are going to go back into the world, and however they used to be in the world, they're going to be a worse version of themselves in the world than they used to be before. I'm gonna give you an analogy. Okay. You ever try to go on a diet and like not eat as much, you know, to lose some weight?
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Okay. You ever seen you ever seen people try to go on a diet and they don't eat the things that they used to eat? But it just sucks. These salads and you don't want to eat this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But then your cravings get the best of you. And you think about those bag of chips and the debit cakes that you used to eat.
Right.
And then you look around and you say, nobody gonna know.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go back into those chips and you go back into those debit cakes. But before, you used to only eat a napkin full of chips and one debit cake.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because you was craving it so much,
yeah, you're going in.
You're going in. The next time you going in. You might eat a whole family-sized bag of chips this time, and you might eat damn near 3 debit cakes. That's how it is when people go back into the world. It's like they can't take it. Like they want it so bad, the desire, they thought about the world so much when they craved and desired the world so much when they tried to leave it alone. Mm-hmm. When they go back, they indulge in it 10 times more just because they missed, like they you know, they just couldn't take they couldn't take that empty feeling.
That's a real good analogy too, Freezy.
Well, who are the people that actually successfully complete their diet and meet their goal? Those are the people that have an enormous amount of discipline. Even though they want those debit cakes, even though they want that you know, those chips and McDonald's and all that junk food and stuff, fast food, even though they want it, they don't do it. Why don't they do it? Because they're staying faithful to their purpose and what they set out to do.
Yes. Yeah.
So those are the people that usually are the more successful people. They end up losing the weight. They end up completing their goal. That's the same way it is when we come to God. We're gonna want those debit cakes. We're gonna want those chips at McDonald's and we're gonna want it.
Yeah.
But we got to maintain. We got to stay the course of the diet. We got to stay on that. We're on the diet. So there's a lot of good things that's going to come from being on this diet. We're going to lose weight. We're going to get healthier, but we're still going to think about those debit cakes. But guess what? The beautiful thing about it is, Fear No Motors, the longer we're on this diet, the less we're going to crave the potato chips and the debit cakes. We're just going through a withdrawal period. And what that scripture in Matthew was saying, most people don't make it through the withdrawal period. They don't. They just go back. They can't take it. They just go back. You know,
yeah,
and
right,
next time they go back, they get crazy with it because they missed it so much. Shout out to M Mills and Get Right. What's up, brother?
Yeah. Hey, M Mills. Thank you so much for coming. Hey, Get Right. Thank you so much for coming. Says hello, gorgeous brother Freezy and Mills. And hey, Coffee. I haven't seen you for a while.
What's going on, Coffee?
Fear No Mortals Parlay. I didn't know why your notifications didn't come on to me. Good to see you, Coffee Lino. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate y'all. And Joseph Gomez says, preparing myself for 48-hour fast. And he is starting on the 21st.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
That is good. And I need to get into that myself, fasting more.
48 hours.
That's a lot.
One time I did 72 hours, no food, no drink. Yep.
How did you feel, Freezy?
Man, I felt like I was finna pass out. But it really requires an immense amount of praying, fasting, meditating, because like you go through that strong hunger stage, and then you kind of start getting a little lightheaded. That second day you start getting a little lightheaded. That third day That third day is feel like you walking in a desert.
Really?
It feel like you walking in a desert, and you know, but that's the beauty of fasting, because you are purging yourself of like, you conditioning yourself to live without. You conditioning yourself for your spirit to be stronger. You know what I'm saying? It's like a spiritual workout. Yeah.
Right. The time I've never fasted for 72 hours. I've never gone that long. That is going to require a good bit of discipline, I know. But the times that I have fasted, you know, you start to feel those hunger pains. Like you said, oh man, I'm hungry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you got to even then go deeper into prayer and into, you know, the scripture and the word to sustain yourself so you don't mess up the fast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Coffee says, I am fine eating stir-fried vegetables homemade with teriyaki and burrito soup on the side and a glass of fresh filtered ice water on a diet too. Well, at least I'm not the only one.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, he said it's common for us during Ramadan, and I go on various fasts. Yeah, I think it's something. We have one coming up, don't we, Freezy?
Yeah, we're gonna fast for tyranny to get her. Well, for tyranny. Yeah.
And Kaya says, I had a 48-hour day prior to surgery. I went to a carnival and the corn in a stick was perfect. I didn't get it. I just went home. Right. Now, I don't suggest you be out and about around food while you're fasting.
Hey.
But that's something we're going to have to talk about, sis. We're going to have to do a show on dieting and stuff and our experiences. Yeah. That's a close friend of mine, Kaya. I love you.
Yeah, I know I need, see, that's the ministry I need for me, because I love food. Man.
Freezy, you be eating on every live on the week.
What?
You be getting it in.
I'm a 600-pound man in a smaller body. I love to eat, man. I love to eat. You know. So when people talk about like crabs and stuff, like, man, listen, do you know how much I used to love crabs? And I was like, I'm a food connoisseur.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a food connoisseur. Like, I love food. Like, when I go to bed at night, I be thinking about what I'm gonna eat tomorrow.
Already, Freezy.
Already. Like, we need, like, this sleep need to go by fast. I done thought like that plenty of times. Like, man, this sleep needs to just go ahead and go by fast because I need to eat.
So you can get up and eat. What's the Lord say? Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry about exactly. But you know, that's a challenge for me because that's not good. That's not good because I be wanting to get up in the middle of the night and just eat. But that's when you gain your most weight.
Yeah, it is. Know? It is.
Yeah.
Because you're not really supposed to eat right when you're getting ready to lay down or later on in the day. If you're dieting, you're supposed to eat earlier in the day. And sometimes that's a challenge for me.
But that's why I have to kind of discipline. I have to like show a lot of discipline because I will do it. Like I force myself to not go in the kitchen at night. Okay. Like I'm gonna say 2:00. I mean, let's say like when I get off of a live stream. Let's say if I get off of a live stream at 4:30 in the morning or something, 5 o'clock. Right. I force myself to go to bed because I be wanting to go to the kitchen before I get down.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. You be hungry. So is it for you? Is it mostly snacking, or do you be wanting a whole full course meal? Like,
I'll be wanting to kill the whole bag of chips, a family size.
Okay.
Listen. We got leftovers in the kitchen. I'll be wanting to fix me a whole plate again at 4:30 in the morning. I'm talking about if she got gravy in there, I want all the fixings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Mrs. Freezy because she be hooking it up. We've seen some of those plates.
She dangerous.
Freezy eating good around there.
Yeah, but she dangerous though, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes I be thinking she want me to be big as a house so nobody will want me.
So just sit on over there and eat.
Yeah. Come on, man. I'm telling you.
Coffee said I have been really trying to avoid the new Taco Bell chicken nuggets with the spicy honey mustard and the nacho cheese with queso dip. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Hey, Riaz.
What's going on, Riaz?
How you doing, Riaz? Thank you for coming in. Oh, my goodness. Let me see. Okay, there's Riaz. He said hi to both of us. And Kwafi also said, when I make my meatloaf, I'll be back to back at the pan, and I try not to go back.
I feel him. That's how I be. I'm telling you. I be feeling it, man.
Kwafi, I'm surprised you're not big if you eating like that. It's a challenge, though. I'm telling you what, like this weight loss. I realize now that I'm not like, do y'all remember back in the day when it was Tybo and it was out? When people used to do the Tybo with the dark-skinned man, Billy
Banks.
Yeah, back in the day, I used to be able to do that. No problem. Getting it in, you know what I mean?
No, for real, sis?
Mm-hmm. I used to be getting it in, man. So I popped it in. I looked it up on YouTube and popped it in. I want to say it was like last year sometime, right?
Yeah.
The end of last year. And I said, let me try this for old time's sake. I ain't did this in years. Boy, when I told you I was about to pass out, I was about to pass out. I was like, woo, this is a lot now.
It just kind of puts it in perspective of where you're at.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, I might want to take baby steps on into it.
Yeah.
But it's a good workout. I will say that. But I'm gonna go into let me see, where was I here? In Romans 12:2, it says, and be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. So that just goes on and tells us about the importance of renewing one's mind and aligning, one's thoughts and actions with God's will. And that's the challenge of what we are talking about today. You know, to align. And I think a lot of it is just in our thoughts, Freezy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's all in our thoughts. That's the spiritual process, you know. I want to believe that the mind that's your spirit. That's your spirit, right? Because the Bible talks about we are what we think. You know, we are how we think, you know. So mental, in the world they call it mental. With God calls it spiritual.
Yeah.
Right? You're never going to see the word mental health in the Bible. You're not going to see it.
You're right.
You're going to see mental health referred to as like spiritual warfare or like demons.
Yeah.
Right? That's the direct correlation. So it's all about the mind. It's all about our thoughts. The Bible says for us to cast down our imaginations. Where are our imaginations? In our mind. That's where the spiritual warfare is. It's in your mind.
It is. Right? It is. It definitely is. And that's the challenge for so many people too. You know, I know for me, myself, like you said, that's where it all is for everybody, because no matter what we do, it all starts in our mind. We all have to develop the thoughts of it first, or think what we want to do or how we want to move, whatever it is in life.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know for me, when I start seeing, it might be like, say, I used to be a drinker, right?
Yeah.
And it might be like, okay, well, well, it's a nice afternoon. You're not doing nothing. It's the weekend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why don't you go get your wine cooler? Why don't you just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This for old time's sakes or something like that, Even though we know, getting drunk is an actual sin. But for me, it's like, well, I don't even want to go down that path. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
what if one drink turns into two,
Yeah.
and two turns into four, you know what I mean? So it's stuff like that will come in, the thoughts that come into your mind that you try to clear out so you don't go backwards.
Yeah. And here's another thing. Yourself better than other people on this earth. The only person that might know you the only person that knows you better than yourself is the Most High.
Correct.
You know what your limitation is. You know what your threshold is. Yeah, I'm not one to believe it's a sin to drink, but it is a sin to gluttony is a sin. You shouldn't like overdo something or whatever. Whatever in moderation. Yeah, but here's the thing: do we have enough discipline to stay in moderation? Are we there yet? That's why we have to tell. You've heard me say this before. The worst person to lie to is yourself. You know who you are. Just tell yourself the truth. That's what you did with drinking, sis. Like you was like, no, I want me a wine cooler, but I'ma just not do it right now because you.
Yes.
You might go to drinking and then you go to talk. Drinking and talking go together.
Uh-huh.
When you go to drinking and you're talking, before you know it, you done grabbed another cold one, and you're still talking. You're talking.
Right.
I know drinking, y'all think I can talk now? Let me drink. Man, you will kick me out your house.
You be talking up a storm for you.
I'm telling you. I'll tell you, it's like I be talking and drinking at the same time,
Right. That's for like me. Like when I used to drink Freezy, I would have to, as long as there's some music, you know what I mean? If there's some music and I can just be around whoever I'm around and just be talking, man, I'm the same way, Freezy. I could talk for hours and just be talking and having a good time. But for me, the thing was, when I used to have to drink, I used to have to smoke cigarettes too.
Oh,
and
okay,
I stopped smoking cigarettes a long time.
because it's habitual,
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's just like, even after I quit cigarettes, but I was still drinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, oh, well, if I'm gonna be drinking, I might as well get me, a few Lucy's or something.
Might as well get me a drag,
You know what I mean? So because it just naturally went together. So when I decided to quit drinking, I had to, stop everything, and it just like killed two birds with one stone.
That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. It really did. So, and I see people like that. I know a lot of people like that they don't go back to one thing sets them on a spiral to want something else that's unhealthy, and want something else that's unhealthy.
It's like a chain effect. It's like a snowball effect, whatever.
Yep, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
And I think we just have to definitely be mindful of that. In Ephesians 4 and 22 and 24, it says, that ye put off concerning the former conversation the old man, which is corrupt according to the deceitful lust, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind, and that ye put on the new man, which after God is created in righteousness and true holiness. And this pretty much speaks of putting off the old self and embracing a new self created in God's image. Yeah. And Miss Mills said, exactly, I got so sick 30 years ago off drinking Tanqueray gin. I can't stand to see the green bottle. Oh, man, I have a story about Tanqueray. I know, Miss Mills. I
feel
know
you, Miss
exactly
Mia.
what you mean.
I don't know. I drank Tanqueray a couple times, but the gin that I used to drink all the time was Seagram's.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't want to smell Seagram's. I don't want to look at the bottle. Right? We used to call it in Florida. Well, where I'm from, we used to call it the blue top.
Oh,
Cause
really?
because Seagram's gin had a blue top. We used to
Uh-huh.
call. So when we send somebody at this liquor store to get a bottle of Seagram's gin, we'll be like, man, get one of them blue tops. That's what we call it.
Okay.
That's how much we was drinking Seagram's gin.
Y'all just called it the blue top. Everybody
Yeah.
knew what it was.
Yeah. Blue top with some grapefruit juice. You gotta have grapefruit juice with gin or cranberry
Really? Did
juice.
you mix it with grapefruit juice? I was like snooping them on
Orange
gin and
juice.
juice. Yep.
Nah, we always had grapefruit juice goes better with gin than orange juice.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see it though. Mm-hmm.
Because that tartness, from the grapefruit juice, it cuts that gin, because gin is strong.
It is.
Yeah. Orange juice, I could still I could still feel that strongness from the gin. But
yeah, you definitely you'd have to pour a whole thing of orange juice to try to drown it out.
But grapefruit juice is strong too. It's like a tartness. So it kind of fights that gin taste, grapefruit juice is, when I was drinking gin, grapefruit juice was my go-to, or either it was cranberry juice or one of the two. So yeah.
Now I've done that a lot, like cranberry. I used to mix cranberry with everything, and it's just like, oh man, yeah, that was the go-to. And Kwafi said, my real life is so quiet, there would be not much to tell. I have been married, now divorced. I have no baggage, and I may even get a dog. Oh, not the dog, Kwafi, but that would be good if you want a companion,
I ain't mad at you, Kwafi.
Mm-hmm. He says, I'm getting into wines and cheeses. I live by Napa wine country out here in the Bay. And he also said, I am mainly out filming daily since school is out. I know that's right, Kwafi, keeping yourself busy. That's what it's all about. And make sure y'all hit the like. Make sure y'all hit the like. Make sure y'all subscribe, share. And if you'd like to support my channel in this live, it's Parlay24 on Cash App. It's Parlay24 on Cash App.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Joseph Gomez said, Tanqueray gin and cranberry in a highball glass get me in trouble. Yeah, I can see that. That's why we got to be careful. Freezy said, what is a highball glass?
Yeah, I ain't never heard that one, Joseph.
Do you mean one of those tall glasses? Let's see what he says, so I can make sure I'm clear too. But yeah, these are all different things that go through our minds. He said yes. Okay.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about. You ever had one of those where you go to certain places and you have the real big glass? It could be plastic or glass, but it's really, really tall. It's like a foot long.
Yeah, I had those glasses usually have fruity drinks in them for women though.
Well, it depends on how you order it. Yeah.
Well, yeah. You're right about that. It
depends on how you order it. You got to be specific sometimes. But yeah, back then, that is something that I definitely have to be mindful of, But I'm to the point now where I can go somewhere. Like if somebody's celebrating or something, Freezy, and they're having a few drinks, some wine or whatever, I can drink now without going backwards. But when I first stopped drinking, it was a challenge. That's when it was really a challenge because it was all in my mind. You know what I mean? Like I really want to take a drink, but I'm not. But maybe I should. It was that type of thing.
Artifacts, what's up, bro?
Hey, Art. Thank you for coming in. Yeah. But yeah, so let me ask you this. What do you think the biggest challenges that men face overall when they are trying to do the right thing, when they are trying to walk with God? Just like one of the biggest things, I mean, you can go in general or just yourself, that you would face.
The biggest challenge is sex.
Okay.
The biggest challenge is like dudes just, this is just my opinion.
Okay.
Kind of like cutting off anything that would increase their desire to have sex, like just fornication. I think the biggest challenge is like abstaining from appearances, any appearance of fornication, or just indulging in fornication.
Okay.
Right? Even if it's just masturbation or something like that. I don't want to get too vivid or whatever, but
Right.
But we gotta keep it real, you know. But
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest challenge for men, because I don't think nothing sells more when it comes to me. I don't think nothing sells more to men than sex.
That's
I think
true.
sex is the biggest seller to men.
That is true.
Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest demons men face when they kind of make a decision to, you know, go down a righteous path. Cause you're still gonna get aroused. Your eyes still work.
Right. So do you think it's the challenge of all the different women around, you know, and just like saying, okay, well, I am doing the right thing now. I'm walking uprightly, so I can't indulge with all these different women. I shouldn't be, you know, thinking all these different lustful thoughts and things like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, because look, just in everyday life, even if you just on social media, you're gonna see images, very explicit sexual images.
Right.
When I go on Instagram and I'm just looking for stuff to talk about on my show, it just throw it at you. Like it's just so tight. Like you just be like
it's everywhere.
It's everywhere. It's nothing special. You know what I'm saying? So I think the reason why Instagram does things like that, I don't really be on Facebook no more. But even when I used to be on Facebook, just locally, if you look, you know, your stories, even the people locally that live closer to you, because that's what you're going to be seeing most of the time on Facebook, like a lot of local people, or you know, especially women, they you know how they do. I mean, they take that picture from the side to make their booty look bigger. You know,
Right.
you know how I go.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, it's just like you just, men are constantly seeing this every day.
Right.
And so to me, I think that's the biggest challenge men face, just cleaning up their lust, just the lust. I'm gonna boil it down to lust.
Okay.
Lust is a big challenge for men. Yeah.
Okay. Artifact says, from my understanding, the best way to abstain from sex is to have a schedule, work-life balance, work, gym, sleep.
Yeah. That's good, man. Shout out to Artifacts.
Right.
He know what I'm saying. You know, it's just, I don't care who it is. I'm gonna tell you something. What I'm saying, no man is absolved from what I'm saying. The Pope, Whoever the Pope is, he the same
That
way.
is a fact, Freezy. That's a
No,
fact.
see, everybody can be on their high horse and be and be good at. Listen, this is why I was saying I don't believe just because you have thoughts that's a sin. Like we just talked about, sis. We just talked about. I just read the scripture, the Matthew scripture, where once a man turns from his wicked ways, and his house feels empty now, right? People giving him the cold shoulder, but what was he doing? He was still thinking about the things in the world.
Yeah.
What happened was he couldn't stay disciplined. He couldn't stay strong enough to leave it alone for good. So he went back into the world and he collected 7 more demons worse than himself. Worse, his last self was worse than his first self. That's what the scriptures say.
Right.
So this is what we should be trying to avoid. We should try to avoid giving in to our thoughts. That's when it's going to hurt us, when we give in to our thoughts. But in the meantime, while you're having those challenging thoughts, you can work on your thoughts by fasting, praying, reading, staying occupied. Just like Artifact said. Artifact said he keeps himself occupied. He goes to the gym, right? He sleep, work schedule. That's awesome, right? But see, when I talk like this just real. Like, I like to keep it real. All it is.
Me too.
No, listen. This just the way it is, man. So, but the longer you walk with God, remember what we said before, sis. The longer you stay on your diet, the less you're gonna crave that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the beautiful part about walking with God. The longer you do it, the more reliable you're going to be for God, the stronger you're going to be for God, the more God can trust you. Because you're going through this long withdrawal period. It's just like rehab. In rehab, everybody knows when you go to rehab, you go through a withdrawal period.
That's right.
You might have the shakes.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna go to sweating. You're gonna have sleepless nights. You're gonna be tossing and turning, scratching. Why are you doing that stuff? Because you're still craving the drug. But the longer you stay in rehab and the longer you stay the course, the less you're gonna crave the drugs, and eventually you're going to successfully beat your habit.
Yeah.
That is our walk with God.
Yeah. I agree with that.
But the biggest challenge, in my opinion, for men is lust. That's what I think. I think that's the biggest challenge for men is lust. So
yeah. I think that's a good thing. I think although it affects women, it probably definitely affects men more.
I think it affects men 10 times more.
Right. Narrative said, man, people don't even hang around me in real life because I don't drink or get high, and they say my conversation will blow their high. Well, Kwafi, at least you're doing the right thing, and that's what the important part is. But that me and Freezy kind of touched on that earlier, when you change and then people are still doing the same thing and they're like, I don't know about this guy anymore. He can't, he can't hang like he used to. He said, my brother put away his stuff, all his beer and all when I come around. Sheesh. Do you think, well, that's good. And Get Right said, indeed. And do you think, Freezy, that's a lot of it happens a lot of times with a lot of people what they change, like when the people they used to hang around, when they're smoking or drinking or whatever, and then when they see you coming because they know you done changed and everything, they kind of, you know, want to put things away or be like, oh, here he comes, you know.
Yeah, that happen all the time, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
They happen all the time. They just feel they feel like you're making it awkward now.
Okay.
Or they might feel like you're going to judge them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
I
yeah.
can see that too. Or they might think they're about to start preaching or something.
Yeah, you need to put that down. Why are you doing that? Why are you smoking that? Why are you drinking that?
Do you be doing that, Freezy?
Nah, I don't do that. I don't do
I've
that
known
because
some people that do though.
no, I don't do that because I know how it is. Everybody's walk is different, you know. And here's another thing, even the Bible speaks on this. We're to use wisdom in certain everything isn't always expedient to do. Like so what, you know, God wants us to read the room and like to utilize wisdom in certain environments. Like Ecclesiastes says there's a time for everything.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I'm saying? Some people are just so they just have bad timing. But the way you win souls, the way you win people over is just knowing timing. You know what I'm saying? Everything ain't always meant to be said at every time or every occasion.
Right. Because it has to do with meeting people where they're at too.
Exactly.
You got to make people feel comfortable, I think, and not come across as, like we said, a goody two shoes or holier than thou, or I know everything type of thing. Because that's what will make people be like, I can't even talk to this person, you know?
When I just seen you 6 months ago smoking a big blunt.
Right.
Come on, bro.
Right. So why should I listen to you? Think, you know, I'm gonna touch on that in a minute, but let me see. Artifacts, that's a good scripture there, Romans 3:23, which says, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. It emphasizes that this condition of falling short is universal. It applies to all people regardless of their background, nationality, or social standing. Consequence. Yes, that's a good one.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. And Joseph Gomez says the book of David Ashbourne called The Last Pope has a few chapters of how women find men of the diocese very attractive. I recommend this book. Okay. Thank you for the recommendation.
Shout out to Joseph.
Artifact said, yes, Jesus had some wine.
Yeah, Jesus drank. Jesus was a wine bibber. That's what the Bible says.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Narrative says that is true about withdrawals. I often saw people in that type situation when I worked for Charlotte Mecklenburg County Substance Abuse Services. I had to quit it. Was such a wake-up call. Oh yeah, they're all around here. You can believe that. Yeah, and Narratives also said, I only had the education, not the experience of sponsorship. Yeah. I mean, you know, we can get a message. I believe we kind of touched on this before, Freezy, that people can get a message from anybody, you know? I think we was talking about it in Bible study. You can get a message from anybody. It doesn't matter who.
You can get a message
from. We just have to listen to the message. You know what I mean? And so when we come to people that are, you know, still in the world and we are trying to uplift them and encourage them to come to Christ, we really have to, like you said, read the room, meet people where they're at, because we just can't come in a certain spirit of, hey, I'm better than you. When you come to people like that, you know, people don't want to hear that. And especially, like you said, you could have been just smoking a blunt 6 months ago. and you just done changed and turned around, and those people are looking at you like, man, you're one
Yeah.
step away from being right back here with us. You know, like
Yeah. And
people
also,
don't. Go ahead.
no, I don't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, and another thing I try to take into consideration, a lot of people's family members are in the church already, like their mama, their daddy, aunties, and they've probably had bad experiences from their mama, auntie. They've probably already been judged enough from people in their immediate family. So why would they be okay with being judged by you?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They probably already had contentious moments and arguments with their mama, daddy, uncle, aunties, people in their at their home church. You know what I'm saying? They probably have already been rubbed the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we got to be careful how we approach people, because we don't know their experiences already with people, with quote unquote church people already, because they're going to look at you like a church person. They're going to categorize you. Oh, here go this with this church shit. You know, that's what they're going to do. Oh, and I wanted to comment on what not artifacts, but Joseph said too earlier on that comment, where he said about he said the book that he read, David Osborne, The Last Pope.
Let me move it back up. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm speaking for all the men. That is so true. If you have a problem with lust, when you come into faith and you make a decision to follow God, it's going to get harder for you. You know why? Because you become more attractive to women. Like women, like once they get wind of your change of lifestyle and you're a disciplined man, you become more appealing and attractive. I'm telling you. So, I mean, that what Joseph said in that comment was so on point. I'm telling you, very on point.
Okay, so let's elaborate on that a little bit, Freezy, because, okay, so do you think that more women is it that they are looking, or they find like God-fearing men more attracted because of your faith? Do you think that's what it is? Is like, kind of explain it to me, because I'm not a man, so I don't know what y'all experience.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily because of a man's faith. I think it's just attractive to a woman when she feels like she's finally in the presence of a man that's not a degenerate, and he's not he has discipline, and because so many women have been cheated on before and disrespected, physically abused, that type of disrespected sexually, you know what I'm saying? So many women have been objectified. So many women get tired of men approaching them when they know most of the time these men just want sex.
Right.
So when you see a man that's way more profound than that, and has way more qualities than what you normally see, it for women, most women don't usually encounter men that's disciplined, that disciplined.
Okay.
Right. So they be trying to figure out if you're single, or if you are in a relationship, how serious it is. Because I don't care what women say. I don't care what women say. I'm gonna say 90% of women want a good man. They just want a good man that they can have to themselves, and do everything they need, do everything they want to do to that man, and because he's theirs, he's
That's
hers.
right. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's attractive. That's attractive. You know what I'm saying? That's
Right.
attractive. But a man that's pushing up on you, trying to run game on you, talking about what's going on, Red? What's up? Ooh, damn, you got a fat ass. That's normal. Women, that don't
Right.
impress women. That does not impress women because women get that every day in their inbox, on social media,
Right.
in real life, at the grocery store.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But when you get a man that's polished and he has the fear of the Lord and he's disciplined and he respects you, he's not objectifying you, he's not treating you like a sex doll.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's very attractive to women.
I
And
agree.
and you have a level of intelligence too. Oh,
Right.
you like a lollipop. You know?
Do you think that gets a lot of men in trouble because all the different women that would be coming?
Have you ever heard of a lot of dudes that actually turn to God but end up having sex with a lot of women in the church or women?
Yep.
Just, it happens all the time because men, that goes back to what Joseph's comment said. When men turn to the faith, their biggest issue won't be food or drugs or even partying. The biggest challenge for men is going to be lust.
Hey, Smitty, thank you for coming in.
What's going on, Smitty? That's why we hear so many stories of the Pope or the Catholic Church messing with those little boys and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why we hear so many stories of preachers messing with women in their congregation, and preachers getting divorced, from their wives because they got caught cheating or something like that. Right. That's why we hear that's why we hear so many of these stories, because a lot of these stories be centered around lust. You don't hear a lot of stories where preachers backslide, where they actually go back to, doing drugs. You don't hear a lot of stories about that. But you do hear a lot of stories about sex and scandals and stuff.
Yeah. Coffee said men has been through the same thing, used for sex and money, especially in this day and time, especially with seriously independent women. I don't need a man types.
Yeah.
And he says also some women will wait on you to get divorced to be with you.
That's a
really
fact.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, because they know they wanted you when you was married.
Right.
But and they if they feel like you still a good man and it was her loss, they're gonna try to lock you down.
Do you think a lot of women are like, okay, do you guys think, and in the comments too, do y'all think a lot of women are just like waiting for people's marriages and stuff to fail?
I don't think a lot of women are waiting on people's marriages to fail, but I do think that I just think that a lot of women are attracted to taken men that's taken, because in a woman's mind, there has to be some kind of good qualities in this man for him to be married.
Right. Okay.
But I'm not saying that's always true.
Right.
I'm saying it's just the stereotype. Oh, if this man is married, he must be one of the good ones. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I see.
Think about. Okay, let's just take you for example. Since you've been single and stuff, I'm gonna respect you. Since you've been widowed, right? Because you're not single. You're widowed. That's the difference. Because you was respectful woman. You was married. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And in your mind, you probably still married to your husband. You that represent. But the point I'm trying to make is that since you know what, even when you was married,
right?
I'm pretty sure throughout your lifetime as a woman, because you're a beautiful woman. You're attractive. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure you've had your share of dudes just pushing up on you and having lustful eyes. How many
Right.
lustful eyes have you seen in your lifetime as a woman, as a attractive woman?
I can't count.
Okay, so it starts getting normal. Like you start kind of being like, damn, all these men want is sex. That's what they want. They just want sex.
Mm-hmm.
And women know that. Women know men want sex. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm.
So after some time, women start looking at these men as like this, as the majority. Like this is how the majority of men just are. They just horn dogs. They want sex.
Right.
They ain't trying to get married. They don't want a meaningful relationship. They just want to get their rocks out. And after a while, a lot of women start grouping most men in the same box. Like this is the average man. So when you run across a man that's not on that type of time, women put asterisks over his head. It's like you putting a check mark, like, wow, he's kind of different. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so women become more interested in you when you're a man that carries yourself a certain way. Especially in the church, when women look at you as a man of God and you're leading a congregation and they feel like you have a direct line of communication to the Most High.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Women value that. And they want that. I'm just in a weird way, it turns women on.
Well, Miss Mills just said, there's a lot of dirty women out there that sees taking someone else's husband away. And I think in her other comment, she said as a challenge.
Of course.
I can see it. I definitely see it. I've seen it. I have seen it.
Miss Mills, your new name is Keeping It Real Mills.
Right.
Keeping it real. Miss Mills just keeping it real. Yeah. That's just, right. But see, I like to have real conversations, That's just the way it is, man. This is where, because we're not going to be able to tackle a lot of these issues unless we just keep it real. Just keep it real,
Right.
And that's just the way it is, But yeah, I mean, I think what do you think? You know what? Now that you asked me the question, Fear No Mortals, what do you think as a woman is the biggest challenge when you're trying to grow in your faith or you turn away from the world? What's the biggest challenge you think you are faced with, or women in general are faced with?
Okay, let me think. I would say that my biggest challenge personally, because you have to look at it for me and not to get, go too personal. It's for me, it's not the lust part. Like I said, we know it's worse for a man, right? Yeah. It's not that for me because, I have been over 4 years without, you know what I mean? Or whatever, without dating, without whatever. So that's not a challenge for me so much anymore. Of course, I'm human. So, of course, you want to have somebody eventually at some point. And, we all have desires. But that's not that big up on my list. For me, it's just, conducting, and not as far as sexually, but just conducting myself in a manner that's pleasing to God. Like, like I'm pretty sure I told you before, like, thinking, okay, you have to talk to people in a certain way. You know what I mean? You have to represent God. You just can't be out here going off on people, this, and this.
The attitude.
When I feel like it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's a big thing for me. I think that is a lot of the times. I think so too. But I do think, because even just because it's not a big thing for me at the top of the list, the lust thing, but I think a lot of women do deal with that also, in the
Yeah.
sense of different men trying to come to them and talk to them and everything else. And as you know, because they think, I think maybe some men think because we are supposed to be, they think we're supposed to be so kind and maybe what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, there's a certain word I'm looking for, but I can't think of the word right now. But because we are,
Submissive.
but that's not where I'm going. Like, I don't know if men
Cooperative.
think, maybe they think kind of weak, kind of vulnerable,
Okay,
because
vulnerable.
and
Yeah, okay.
kind, because we're walking in, Christ-like, and we're trying to lift up the kingdom and everything, that
Yeah.
maybe we'll be overly friendly or nice, you know what I mean? When men are trying to talk to us, I don't, I feel like I know how to combat that, but I think it's a challenge for a lot of women, you know what I mean? When a
Yeah.
whole bunch of men are coming at them, and it may be to the part, okay, well, I'm supposed to be friendly, and then maybe some men are coming as if they want to talk about God, or they want to pray, or you know what I mean, Freezy, when really
Yeah.
they have other agendas or
Yeah.
whatever.
I get that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So
tell you what I think. Oh, go ahead, finish your thoughts here.
no, that I was ending it.
I think what you just said is a big challenge for a lot of women.
Mm-hmm.
I also think women like to feel special.
Mm-hmm.
Women like to feel special. They like to feel validated.
Mm-hmm.
I think another one of the biggest challenges women face when they turn to the Lord is letting that validation go that they used to get from the world. Like all of those, like how because sometimes a lot of like men coming at you, approaching you and all that, it gives women, it boosts your esteem. Like it gives you a kind of give you
Yeah,
a
who
high.
doesn't want a compliment or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like just that world that women live in the world with, like that reality TV show world. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I think a lot of women are attracted to that life, that type of life. And
Okay.
that's why so many women take certain type of pictures online. A lot of women take some worse than others, but a lot of women take salacious pictures and post them just to get attention or get likes,
Right.
and views and stuff. And I
Right.
think when a woman comes to the Lord, she's instructed to be more modest, more
Mm-hmm.
chaste. I think that's a big challenge too, because now you, depending on how your newfound way of dressing and how you carry yourself, you won't get as much attention as let's just say like Meg the Stallion or something, a woman that dresses
Right.
like
Right.
Meg the Stallion or something like that.
Right. Right.
And
Right. Right.
I do think some women kind of like miss that. They miss a lot of that type of validation, because women like to feel special. Women like to feel special
Right. That
on
is
Valentine's
definitely
Day,
true.
Mother's Day. Women like flowers. They like to feel validated. They like to feel special. So when
Right.
you come to the Lord now you're living a life of humility, and you're not supposed to really be craving all of that worldly validation and caring about how many people like your posts. You're not supposed to be caring
Right.
about that as a woman.
Right. And I think that's more of a challenge. Let me read this comment first.
Okay.
Joseph said in that book, there is a loose woman who attends a rally to hear a father of the diocese speak. She changed her life immediately around, yet found him attractive and fantasized sexually about him. So I
Hey,
guess that goes back to what y'all are saying.
hey, it goes on. That's all I'm trying to say. It happens.
And Coffee, go ahead, Crazy.
No, I was just saying it happens. It happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Coffee said, when I was free, I had a flock of women cooking for me. He's talking about after his divorce. Cooking for me, bringing me stuff. I was going out every day with a teacher friend who was single. She knew I was about to get divorced. She moved too fast. Well, you know what? I definitely think it's important for, you guys to be able to, discuss this and, the way that challenges that you all face even with women, when you're trying to live right and live upright and just the differences too. But what I was going to say was I think that whole validation thing, Freezy, and still wanting to get the attention and stuff, I guess it depends on how you was living before, because there's some people that were, not living Christ-like, but they were never presenting themselves as loose women anyways. And so maybe for them that wouldn't be such a challenge, but maybe for women that were wearing booty shorts and this, you know what I'm saying, and taking those type of pictures and whatever, or craving all this attention from different people, then that definitely would be a challenge, because you're looking at it like, well, dang, I'm fully clothed and this. I've only got 10 likes versus if I was, in a way of bending over in those shorts or whatever, like I used to do. I think some women would find that hard to go from, 500 likes to 10, 20, 30, I don't know. But I can definitely see what you're saying in that.
I just think that that's a big part of society today when it comes to social media. The sexual salacious element is like very huge, and women use that to a lot of women use that to their advantage. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying all women are like that, but I'm saying a vast majority of women use sex to their sex sales. You know what I'm saying? So even in church, you'll be surprised what they wear in the church.
Oh yeah, I've seen.
You feel what I'm saying? Like they doing that in church. This ain't just in the regular world. They wearing revealing stuff. They wearing very like form, like you can. They wearing this stuff in church. I'm talking about they got the cleavage in church. They doing that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by it's hard for them to let that go.
Yeah, I get that.
When they sit down, they doing this. They adjusting themselves and
Lord have mercy. That's the word, Miss Mill, I was looking for. Docile. That was it. I couldn't think of the word. She was right. And she said, I was very disappointed when I was single in the men using God to try to get close to me. That's a big thing. That is a big thing. So I definitely get that. Blaze, hi Blaze.
Blaze, what's up, Blaze?
Thank you for being here. He said, bending over in those shorts. Twin, I thought this was a faith-based channel. It is. We're just keeping it real, though, talking about the challenges that people face when they come into faith and they're trying to serve the Lord, versus how it used to be, and the challenges that people can go through trying to do the right thing, like the temptations and stuff like that. And Freezy says, make sure you support our sister, Fear No Mortals, by sending Cash App to Parlay24. That's Parlay24 on Cash App. So that's definitely true. You want to open the link, Freezy?
Yeah, could you read Kwafi's
okay,
like that's a great comment.
I'm missing which one, because I'm missing comments here. I'm moving fast.
Look at girls at their proms now.
Okay, hold on.
It's right above the comment you just highlighted, I think. Unless it's not showing
Oh,
on you.
okay. Yeah, look at girls at their proms now. I know. I saw lots of pictures
Right?
of these proms in the last couple of years,
I'm talking about they
and
dressing grown.
they look like they're in their 30s.
Yes. So this is what I mean by this is very prevalent with women. Like it's and I hate to say it, especially in the Black community, because you know a lot of the role models that these young girls look up to is the female rappers and stuff like Nicki Minaj and Glorilla, Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, and so they try to they feel like this is the way to get the attention. You know what I'm saying? And so when they come to the Most High, I just think that, see, clout is a drug. Clout is a drug. So when they come to the Most High, I do think it's a challenge to kind of get away from that mentality. It's a challenge because people giving you a lot of attention. People like liking your posts and all that stuff and trying to holler at you and your inbox, people getting at you in your inbox. That could be addictive to women. Women probably won't admit it, but I'm telling you, that's addictive to women. Women like
it is. I mean, because let me tell you something. I'll tell you the truth. When I was on Facebook before this whole YouTube, I came over here, but I used to be very popular on Facebook, right? Like I had thousands of followers, and you know, I wasn't, you know, showing my butt and dressing crazy, but I would say crazy stuff. I didn't care. You know what I mean? I had a lot of followers and my different affiliations and whatever. So I had a whole bunch of men on my page, and we'd be cutting up and having a real kiki. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when I changed and I started posting, you know, scripture and, you know, things to uplift people and everything. Do you know how fast you know what I'm saying? My likes went down crazy. Like people weren't trying to hear that. They were not trying to hear that.
That's how it is.
They was not. So I've seen it on real time. I mean, I could post a picture or a post just talking mess or something and get hundreds of likes and comments and whatever. Man, when I changed and I started posting stuff about God or whatever, man, that stuff went down. So I've already experienced that in real time some years back. So you know what I mean? But you got to get used to it. You're just like, okay, well, people aren't going to follow you or like you like they used to because you're not of the world anymore.
That's right. It's like you ain't fun no more.
Yep. And that's exactly what it is. Exactly what, because I'm telling you, we used to have a key. We used to be talking cash money mess. I'll just say it like that. We used to be on there cutting up. And then
don't nobody want to think about God. That's too much. That's too much like right. You know, you want me to be right. You want me to
right.
Ain't nobody trying to live right. You know, we trying to have fun.
That's right. And it went down dramatically. You know, it's to the point where, you know, after a while I stopped getting on Facebook. I was like, well, this is not the crowd.
Yep, exactly.
And Miss Mills said these prom pictures are just trashy now. I agree. They posted some, I saw some recently of prom, and I just was like, it looked like club. It just looked like the club, like the 30 and up club. And I was just like, wow, things have changed. Like we didn't dress like that back when I was in school, not for the prom and stuff. So it's a big difference.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put the link in the chat whenever you're ready, sis. I just wanted to say that.
All right. Let me see.
Blaze said, clout is absolutely a drug, and things have gotten substantially worse as time went on. Technology continues to advance, and that essentially makes everything easily accessible now. Shaking my head. That's a fact, Blaze.
That
technology. Yeah. And listen, that's a great point that Blaze made, because technology also has made it more difficult for believers to keep their faith strong.
Yeah.
Right? Easily accessible. That's a great comment, Blaze. I'm telling you. That will let you know the devil ain't just crafty. People don't understand the devil is very intelligent, very talented, intelligent. The devil made the iPhone and smartphones and smart TVs and laptops, social media.
Right.
You know?
And let me see, Coffee. You said you may be in Charlotte soon. You're going to House of Prayer to get some of that good old food and that other place on Betty's Ford who does soul food. Are you talking about Nikki's? You know Betty's Ford is the hood, right? But yeah. You might be talking about Nikki's. I'm not for sure. Yep, he said Met Gala style proms. That is true. Oh, yep. I know Nikki's. Yeah, that's right in the middle of Betty's Ford. I know exactly what you're talking about. I used to live around the corner.
Mm-hmm. What is Nikki's, a restaurant?
Yeah, a little hood spot on in Charlotte.
It must got good food.
Oh, yep, it has some good food. They get a lot of traction there. I could tell you about a couple more, Coffee. Blaze said when you decide to walk with God and change up for the better, that's when everything becomes even more difficult. I know because my connection with God is under attack as I speak. I know, Blaze, and that is hard. It is really hard. That's basically what we're going over today.
That's basically what we're talking about, Blaze.
Go ahead, Freezy.
No, I was just echoing you.
Okay.
I'm just following your lead right now.
Okay. Yeah, because we know that when we are trying to do the right thing, so many different things come against us, so many thoughts, so many situations where we are tempted to do what is not right. And we all go through it. It's not just one-sided person, and I don't care how far you have come in the faith. Sometimes we all face those challenges, because none of us are holier than thou. None of us are better. We are all human,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We all have a past.
Yep.
This is what we're talking about. We're talking about letting go of the past. That's what we're talking. We're talking about the things that we used to do. Is it possible? There's a scripture where it says, the things I used to do, I don't do no more. Right? So that's the biggest challenge. The things that we had grown to do in the world, it developed strongholds on us. And it almost took the type of effect where it made us feel like we're never gonna shake this monkey off of our back. It's just like smoking crack or something like that. Some people feel like they're never gonna kick the habit.
Right. That's true.
Right. It's a spiritual thing.
That's true.
So that's what Blaze is talking about. Blaze is saying, when you decide to walk with God and change up for the better, that's when everything becomes even more difficult. Yes, it's going to become more difficult because we have to remember everybody is going to go through that withdrawal period. Some addictions are worse than others. Some withdrawal periods are longer than others. So everybody's experience is different. But the whole goal is to stay the course.
Right.
To keep your faith strong and to strengthen your faith. Right? That's the whole goal, because what are we? We're supposed to be growing into being living examples for other people to be encouraged by. That's what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be like, we have a responsibility. Once we go to God, we're supposed to be what is it called? What did I just say? We're supposed to be examples. That's why God don't like hypocrites. One of the worst things God hates is a hypocrite. Because you're not going to be effective. Hypocrites don't help God's plan. They hinder God's plan, because when hypocrites try to talk to the people,
that is true, Crazy.
They're not effective. Because what is it easy for me to say to a hypocrite? Bro, you do the same thing.
Yeah.
You telling me not to do this, you do the same. How are you telling me what not to do? When I caught you doing this, you ain't think nobody seen you, but I seen you. I seen you doing that crap.
Yeah.
And so when you gonna tell me to stop, you gonna tell me you gonna tell me to stop messing with these whores. And I just seen you on the script picking up one.
Man.
No, bro, stop it. Get out of here with that. That's what people tell hypocrite. Man, get out of here with that. Man, about trying to hear that, man. Because I just seen you. So that's why God don't like hypocrites. Because hypocrites, they might be telling you the right thing to do, but you're not going to be effective. You're not helping God's kingdom. You're hurting God's kingdom.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, I feel like that if people are, if they're not walking it freezy and they're showing that, well, you can still do this and that and still sit over here and say you're praising the Lord, you know what I mean? That makes it even more confusing for the people that want to come to Christ.
Very confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Very confusing. Why you think a lot of people became atheists?
Yeah. Yeah.
So like you said, this walk got to be serious. If you're gonna make a decision to take that walk, if you ain't gonna be serious, just stay, you know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna be messing up people's lives. You're playing with people's lives. Yeah. But if you actually trying to go through that withdrawal stage, we're not saying that you're not going to get rid of your thoughts overnight. We're not saying you're going to kick certain habits overnight. We're saying that it should be obvious to see that you're making a valiant effort to alleviate things that you used to do, to stop doing the things that you used to do, or to rid this out of your life. Some things are going to take longer than others, but the longer you stay, remember, it's about the rehabilitation period, that withdrawal period, right? The longer you stay disciplined, the longer you stay disciplined, right? Mm-hmm. Even if, okay, listen, I understand some people might relapse. I'm not saying that. Some people might relapse. Right? But it's a process. It's a process. That's all I'm saying. It's a process. And if you stay the course long enough, you're going to be strong enough to not only kick the habit, but possibly be one of those counselors in rehab that's counseling, what do they call incoming patients or whatever? Intakes.
Yeah, the intake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you might become strong enough to be a counselor. That's what our goal is, to become counselors.
Right.
Because we used to be out there. We used to be out there in the world. We used to be doing the same things. I used to smoke that same stuff you smoke. You smoking. I used to shoot that same stuff in my arm that you shooting in your arm. But guess what? I am a living example now, right? I'm a living example now that you can kick the habit too.
That's right.
And I'm finna show you how to do it.
That's right. That is good. Because, I mean, I think it's more relatable when people can talk to people that have been through something similar. You know what I mean? And we can use our testimonies to talk to those people. You're exactly right. Because I found this myself, Freezy, in, walking with Christ. I didn't want to talk to people that's never been through anything. that I feel like they cannot relate to anything I've gone through at all.
That's a fact.
You know, that didn't make me feel comfortable.
Can I say something? Why? Think about, why do we think Jesus kind of needed those disciples with him? Because there were things, and I know I'm probably gonna get some pushback on this. There were experiences that some of his disciples had in their past life that even Jesus didn't have. That certain disciples probably could have related more to the people.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see that because they've been through some things. Like Jesus was made perfect. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So he didn't have to, he didn't experience, maybe he knew how it felt like, I guess, on the spiritual aspect because he was perfect, but he didn't like the guy that was over there, you know, fornicating or, you know what I'm saying, getting drunk or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
So this is why he had, this is part of the reason why he had these disciples with him. Because guess what? The more people you have that can relate to these, we ought to be fishers of men. So that's almost like a, what is it called? That's like a not a tactic, but it's like a what is it called? Like a
strategy.
Strategy. That's a strategy. Thank you, sis.
Okay.
Right? Jesus knew what he was doing.
Right.
He knew what he was doing. So, like what you just said.
I get what you're saying.
Believe it or not, you might have related more to Peter than you did to Jesus, but ultimately you ended up talking to Jesus because Peter led you to Jesus. Believe it or not, the disciples did their missionary work too, and they led people to the Messiah.
Well, of course, you know, like somebody who has, I get what you're saying, did the same thing that I did. Maybe, you know, Jesus would send that person to be relatable.
Yeah,
to be relatable.
See, Jesus had a lot of game. Jesus knew what he was doing. Jesus was sharp. You feel what I'm saying? Jesus was very sharp.
Right. He knew how to reach the people.
Yes.
I definitely do. And M. Mill said, I knew as a mother of a daughter, I had to live my life the way I was telling her to do. Right. That's a good point. She thanked me as an adult for walking it in front of her. Amen. That is so good.
That was good. Yes.
And then Narrative said, you will catch preachers in their most vulnerable state. And I hate to put bad word on men of God, but it happens. The problem is many has made their pastor their God. He too is man. I mean, that's a good point too.
Yeah.
That is a good point because we see it all the time. Like we've all seen mega pastors, and even if they're not mega pastors, people revere these people as if they are perfect, as if they have all the answers and they're all knowing and all being, they're above all.
Like they're
but they're really not. They're just human like us, and they will fall short of the glory just as well as any of us can. So we see it all the time. And sometimes it comes into like a cult, like, you know what I'm saying, following where people are praising the person and the pastor instead of God.
Yep. Putting out your trust in princes.
You said,
putting out your trust in princes. You know, it says putting out your trust in man, but there's another verse that say putting out your trust in princes. Why does it say princes? Because it stipulated princes, because a lot of times when we look at people that's almost on the level of royalty,
right,
we kind of give them more
like reverence or hold them to a higher,
or expect a certain type of perfection out of them or something like that. You know what I'm saying? We kind of put them on this pedestal, this godlike pedestal.
Right,
You know,
right.
and we forget that
Because-
these same people, they operate just like you.
Right, because we're all humans.
We're all
And Miss
human.
Mills says, don't play with God. He knows your thoughts and ways. Come to him sincerely with a repentant heart. Absolutely. Hello, Travis Allen. Thank you for coming in.
What's up,
Good
Trav?
evening. I'm going to go down the line on these. I think I'm backed up on comments. And Blaze says, and that's what I'm currently struggling with right now. Like, I need my faith and my actions to be on the same page. That's why we're talking about this, Blaze. We all go through it, and it's just definitely not just you. Hey, Mo Love, thank you for coming in. She said F&M and
What's up,
freezing.
Mo Love?
Hey, Bolo, thank you for coming in. He said blessings, F&M, Freezy, and chat.
Bolo, what's up, bro?
So if you guys are just tuning in, we are actually talking about challenges that people face when they come to Christ and versus the things that they were doing before they came to Christ. Like, what are the most challenging things? And especially for the men, because it was just Father's Day and it's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. So we're talking about challenges that are faced, like that people still deal with now when they're trying to walk uprightly. What are some of the things that are tempting that we have to work through and things of that nature? So, yeah, Miss Mill says exactly. The hospital is for the sick, not the well. Gomez says, okay, it's I don't know. Travis is laughing about something. Look, I am way behind on the comments. I am trying.
Why don't you just put the link in the chat? You just so they can just come up, whatever. So.
I think I did pin the link to the top.
Oh, you did? Oh, I missed it. Oh, my bad, sis.
I think I did it right. Not really for sure. Let me see. Because you said I had to go out of here and go to YouTube, and I thought that's what I did.
Oh, to pin the link. Did you put the, let me see. I'm trying to see the link in the chat. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I did. Hold on. But I thought I pinned it already.
Let me see if you pinned it. Let me see.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you pinned it. Yep, it's up there.
Did I pin it?
Yeah, you pinned it. Yeah.
Better, Freezy.
Yeah, you pinned it. I'm so proud of myself.
Thank you. Look, I'm getting better. Look, each live I get better. Each live I get better, Freezy. Travis Allen said experience is the best teacher. That could be true in a lot of ways. I think that I mean, we want to hope that sometimes you don't have to go through certain things to learn that lesson, you know what I mean? But sometimes you have to experience it for yourself. Sometimes, a lot of the times we have to, like a lot of the times we might be hard-headed, you know what I mean? Like I could be right here and I could be somebody telling Freezy, well, look, bro, don't do that because I did it. It didn't work out. You know, here's all the bad things that happened to me. But Freezy says, I got to figure this out for myself. Forget that. You know what I mean? And he goes ahead and does it against what I advise him not to do because I already been through it. So that happens a lot of the time with people. They are like, they got to figure it out for themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
So, you know, it definitely happens. Mo Love said, people judge you because you've made a choice to do better and some get angry. That is true as well. We touched on that a while ago.
We touched on that. We talked about that for real.
Yep, we sure did. That definitely happens. Mo Love said she's going to come up when she gets off. Blake says, I see F&M overcame the challenge of pinning the link at the top. Yes, Blaze, I did. Thank you for noticing that.
Blaze is crazy.
I'm telling you, Blaze be on my top, boy. Coffee said, sometimes we have to feel it to believe it or see it to believe it. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I agree. Sometimes experience is the best teacher. It just all depends on what it is.
Yeah, because I don't want to.
Thanks, Freezy.
I don't want to experience shooting up heroin, and I don't want to experience that.
Well, yeah.
I'm just not gonna do it. How about that right there? Yeah.
Right. But
I believe the heroin addict when they said don't do it, Freeze. It ain't good for you. I believe you. I ain't gonna do it.
Right. And that very well could be. I mean, it could be, of course, nothing to that extreme, Freezy, but it could.
I understood what he was saying as far as experience as the best teacher. You know, especially like when it's dealing with employment or on the like jobs and stuff. It's I like if I had a business, I would want to hire somebody that actually had experience in the field and has some and had some what is it called? Some feet in the ground. Versus somebody that's just read on it and studied it from a book or something like that. So yeah,
that's true. Or could we can take it back to maybe our parents try to tell us we need to leave that person alone, or somebody tried to tell us, but we was in love, child. So we wanted to keep on going through it. We had to learn out the hard way. So that definitely happens a lot of the time.
That's right. I know some experiences on YouTube taught me a lot. So I get what Travis is saying. Experience and like you said, sis, experience in some areas of life are the best teacher. Yeah. I agree.
It is.
Because without that experience, you wouldn't be able to actually dissect the whole thing properly the way it should be dissected, So
that's true. That's true. Travis said exactly 100. Freezy, heroin is fatal. And Narrative said, well, I do know the lady who quoted experience is the best teacher in her song Love Under New Management, Mickey Howard. That is my song, Kwafi. I'm all about 80s R&B. That is my song right there. Yeah, so I definitely get that. We just have to be mindful. And, a lot of these challenges that we go through, like I said, I don't want to talk to somebody that I feel like don't relate to me. Like if you've never been through anything. So when I come to you and I say, well, I've been through this, 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 and this, and then you're trying to give me a good advice, but yet you really can't relate to anything that I've been through. That's a challenge for me, Freezy. That's just a challenge to me talking to people like that. That's why I don't open up to a lot of people, because I don't feel like not everybody, I know everybody's experiences are different, but when something of my experience is maybe something that I'm frustrated about or I'm dealing with, and I know that you have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about, have never experienced that ever in life, or haven't even come close to that type of experience or anything, it makes it kind of hard to, take certain advice, because I feel like sometimes people just don't know how you feel.
Yeah, sometimes it can make you feel like they're just patronizing you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I get what you're saying. It does help when somebody can connect.
Right. That's the word I'm looking for.
Connect with you. Yeah,
Right. And like when somebody has a testimony, you know what I mean? They have a testimony. Well, I know how you feel because this happened to me, so I can relate to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do, because I do have a lot of different experiences. You know what I mean? So for me, when I hear different things, I might be able to connect with somebody or have something similar that I have experienced, so that I can tell them why I know it's hard. You know what I mean? Yeah. I know it's hard. I'm not just coming to you in a way of just trying to give you some good words, and I don't really even know how you feel at all because I've never been to nothing remotely like that. So to me, that's important, having that type of connection when
Yeah,
you're
very important.
walking in Christ. I don't look at, and not to say that they can't give a good encouragement or preach the word. That's not what I'm saying, but I tend to flock more towards people who have actually had a past, you know what I mean? Have
Hmm.
experienced different things versus people that haven't ever walked that journey. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Hmm.
I understand.
And Travis said, I was a daredevil as a child and young adult. So my dad would say to me, experience is the best teacher. Do you think a lot of parents said that, or a lot of older people told people that, Freezy?
Um,
Experience the best teacher?
well,
I know we've
my
all heard that.
my mom was they basically wanted me to avoid a lot of things in life. So they was trying to just tell us to just listen to them, to just to do as they say. And they didn't want us to have a lot of those experiences. My mom at one point in time, she was very overly protective, and she just didn't want us to have she didn't want us to experience hardships. She wanted us to avoid. I think a lot of parents want their kids, especially mothers, I think a lot of mothers want their boys and girls to avoid as many hardships as possible.
Yes.
But
Yeah, that's true.
I think when it comes to dads, like especially with their sons, I think dads are like that with their daughters, but with sons, I think dads, you know, kind of understand how important it is for boys to experience things so they can so they can know what to avoid in the future. Like I think dads think that that's almost like a rite of passage for boys to go through things and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But but I ain't gonna get too crazy with it now. Now even dads don't want their sons to do something that will get them, incarcerated or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, yeah, you definitely will. Yeah.
But as far as like falling down on the ground and scraping your knee and or getting into a fight, possibly getting stitches, that dads don't care about that. They don't give, they just, hey, you gotta go through it. And they'll tell the mother, let him go through it. He'll be all right.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's so true. Hey, Riaz, how are you?
I'm alright, though. I'm okay.
What's up, Riaz?
Hey, let me read these comments real quick, Riaz, and I'll let you say something. Just give me 1 second because I'm behind. Kwafi said, yeah, you can't go to other people with your personal problems who are not on your level. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, Kwafi. He says that be the problem with these panels. Yeah, I can see that too as well. Travis said mental health and religion got interesting twinned, but it's two different things. Like entwined, is that what you mean? Yeah, I can understand. I mean, it's definitely religion and faith are two different things. Fear no mortals, that's the story of my life. People can't relate to my life. Yeah, I experienced that a lot too. Ria says he had recovered mentally 14 times. I'm so glad you recovered, Riaz.
Shout out to Riaz.
Thank you.
And Travis says we live in a debatable world. Well, yeah, anything can be debatable these days. And Kwafi said, I hate when someone die and I see all those fake messages on Facebook timeline saying my condolences or I know how you feel, and they really don't mean it. At that point, it is just something to say. I can relate to what you're saying, because I have experienced some loss. And so I definitely get that. You know what I mean? When you know that people are just naturally, they want to be kind, or they want to say something. So I can understand them saying something in good intention. But, you do also know, well, you don't know how I feel. You know what I mean? That's why for
Right.
me, I never try to say I
Yeah.
know how you feel unless I really do. You know what I mean? But I will say my condolences, you know what I mean, or something like that. But I think people mean well, coffee, but and then some people may not. They just want something to say. Well, I see everybody else said something, so let me say something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It all depends. It all depends. But I
Yeah.
understand. I think I got frustrated like that before, where people were coming to me. I know how you feel. No, you don't. And after a while, I guess in your own mind, especially when you're going through, you're just like, oh please, So I understand. I understand. you know,
Yeah.
just being honest.
Yeah. No, I feel you.
Hey,
Mm.
Liberated. He said, much love, sis. And look out, bruh. Chat. Hope everybody is good.
Liberated. What's up, bro?
Liberated. I'm so glad you came in. Travis Allen said, I've been to college and prison. Hey, a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Everybody have different experience. I
Shout
know
out to Trav,
plenty
man.
of people that have been locked up. I'm telling you. To pray for yourself. My love said her parents were so strict. Oh my God. Get Right said my folks were strict too. Okay, I think I'm caught up now. But hey, Ria. Oh, well, hold on. I'm almost caught up. My parents were the same, but bullying was on the way to school. And Travis said Freezy nailed it. Let me see. Good afternoon, Lord ADS. Thanks for coming in.
ADS, what's up, bro?
Okay. And Liberated said you weren't on the panel at the time of me making that comment, Riaz, but salute to you as well. Okay. But yeah. What did you want to say, Riaz? Go ahead.
I mean, look, with the overprotection thing, I feel like it's the other way around. My dad's the overprotective one, and my mom's basically the one trying to push me to slowly get past that. So my mom's protective to a certain degree, but actually it's the other way around this time. My dad's the overprotective one, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's the one overprotective though, because he just understands what I go through, so can understand how he think and stuff like that. It's just that my mom's the one to actually push him or convince him to give me a chance.
Okay, so your dad is the strict one, and your
No,
mom
no,
has
no, no.
your mom
When I
was
was No, my mom was the strict one as a kid. When I was a kid, though, very long time ago, my mom was the strict one. My dad was the nice one, but he was balanced, though. My dad was basically nice, but he had his boundaries, though. So the strict one was my mom, but later over time, though, like she started to become more laid back because she's like 48 years old, though. So since she's older now, she's not got much energy, though. So she just basically, you know, she's just changed her approach now. She's more laid back, calm, and everything like that. I wouldn't say like my dad's strict though. When I say when he's overprotective, it's not out of strictness. He's just overprotective out of concern. He's overly concerned for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for certain stuff though, like basically I can't at my age though I can't leave the house alone. No, like I can stay in the home alone, but I cannot go outside in the public street alone because I have certain things I haven't possessed yet that everyone else has though. Like spatial awareness things that I got a problem with that. So I can understand why he's concerned with me over that. So
Oh, okay, okay. I understand. I understand. But is it so you said now it's a balance, Riaz?
yes.
Okay. And does that make you feel better?
Does though in a way, but sometimes though, look, I get his intent. It's just the way the tone is spoken to me. I just don't like the delivery of it sometimes. Like, look, he's nice though, and I get where his intent is though. It's just sometimes though, I just don't like the way the tone was delivered to me, man. I just wish though he could have just told me what he was thinking in a better way. Because look, you know what I have though and what I've got basically And I feel like sometimes that I wish, I mean, he knows how to deal with me, but I'm saying sometimes I just wish he could communicate better though. Like, find a way to deliver what he's saying to me some way better.
Oh, okay. So I understand what you're saying. And yes,
Yeah, that's
make
just,
sure y'all like. Hold on one second, Ria. Make sure y'all like and share this out if you think it'll help somebody else. And if you'd like to support my channel, it's Parlay24 on Cash App, Parlay24 on Cash App.
mm,
And let me see. Travis said my dad was balanced, and James Evans. Really? That is so funny.
mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad that they came to a balance now, Riaz.
Yeah,
I mean, I
they're older now.
good for
Again,
you. You're
thank
still
you.
really young, Riaz. So you still have, God willing, you still have a lot of time. You know what I
Of
mean?
course.
Time, and you and your parents are going to be able to relate on different levels as you get older. That's how it
Yeah.
happened to me. Mm-hmm.
Of course, but basically, I can't say head type finger depending on certain type of things that my dad, I just can relate. But I just probably feel like to me, I'm more closer to my mom than my dad though. My mom's the one to basically like with certain things though, basically everything. I'm pretty much willing to do almost in anything to please my mom. Not that I don't want to please my dad. I got love for him no matter what. But I'm always gonna, link to my mother more and more actually. Like I'm literally, I won't leave her alone sometimes.
I understand that. So the topic today, Riaz, was talking about challenges that um, people face as they are following a life of faith, a life pleasing to God versus how they used to be before. So let me ask you, were you always, like when you were born, were you always in faith and practice your religion with your parents and everything like
Yeah,
that? Or was it
yeah.
something you came to later?
I was always born and raised. I've always practiced faith, but the approach to it though was different. The way my understanding is though, I was just believing for the sake of believing. So just basically for the sake of it. Like I was just believing for it, and that's just the understanding. So no spiritual connection like that. And I just basically believe for the sake of it. And when I hit like 12 years old, I started to question. Like I questioned God. Though. I literally asked God so many questions. Though. And when I was 13, I basically went on a pilgrimage. Though, and I went to a pilgrimage. Though that's when I literally changed my life. Though, that my life literally changed. Though, that opened up more spiritually and stuff like that. Spiritually, I woke up and everything. My mom says that I'm naturally like that. Though actually, I'm naturally tapped in spiritually. It's just that I gotta practice more. And I've actually been working to. I've been practicing more. It's just I gotta keep consistently practicing now. So I'm naturally tapped in now.
Okay, so let me ask you one question, and then I'm gonna let Mo Love talk. To did you feel like, okay, when you said you were just, they were already in faith, your parents and your family, and so you said after pilgrimage, that's when you really started to believe. So before that, did you think you had a different viewpoint, or you had challenges, like you acted different before you came to that real belief, like you were just had blind faith before? Is that what you're saying? And then when you
Yeah,
went through,
yeah.
okay, go.
It's more like blind faith type of thing, Like I've always believed. I was born believer. I've always believed the way it was. There's just more like believing for the sake of believing only. I've always been that way. My entire family for generations though have actually lived the life of faith since, for generations. They remain that way. It's just that the way they approach it. My mom's much better than my dad though. My dad is spiritual and he does actually connect to the faith. It's just that he's just a bit different. My mom's more spiritually tapped in than him though.
Okay, I got it. Hey, my love, how are you?
Good. How are you? Hey,
Pretty.
y'all.
Mo, what's up, Mo?
Maria, you
Oh,
might want to put it on mute because I'm hearing a little feedback when other people say something, okay? Okay, you put it on mute. Yeah. Um, did you get the topic, Mo? Do you want to add to the topic of challenges that people face, like even after they come to their walk with Christ versus the things they used to do before and how it can be conflicting?
Um, you're saying like the challenges you face once you change.
Yeah, like the challenges or the temptations that people go through. Let's say if I was a drug addict and I decided to give my life to Christ and I changed, I stopped, but maybe being around other people who are still in the attic is hard. Just an example, just something that is still that you think people still work on or their self when they come to Christ. And
Yeah,
how is it hard to, deal with certain things once you do come to Christ? That's pretty much what we're talking about, just the challenges.
mm-hmm. Um, the challenges are still gonna be there. I think that what changes everything, I guess, is when you have a made up mind. Um, and I just keep in mind what the scripture says, like the flesh is weak, which is very true, but the spirit is always willing.
Mm-hmm.
So when I feel tempted by things, like I have to pray. And that's not to say that as sometimes I don't slip up and fall and give in to the temptation. But I'm fully aware that if I want to stay free and clean, in regards to the things pertaining to my past, like I have to choose God and I have to move on that thing quick. Like as soon as those temptations arise, I can't linger in my thoughts. Like if I'm
Right.
serious about my walk with the Lord and staying clean, like I have to desire God more than I do my flesh. I have to deny my flesh constantly, and it's
Mm-hmm.
not an easy thing, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
that's true. I
but God,
think we're
God,
more talking on the lines of what are some of the challenges, like we're naming the challenges, you know
oh, for me,
just yes, like name one thing that is a challenge for you, or just we were talking about what's challenging for us and just in general as men and women.
one of the main, well, I would say like not getting so upset sometimes when
Mm-hmm.
I feel like people may be coming against me. I realize that sometimes I can be overly emotional, so I may lash out a little, but I eventually bring things under control. I still have, I was telling my mom yesterday, like, I still get these urges where I want to smoke. Like,
Right.
when I was smoking weed, that was, I felt so free in those moments. But I have to pray, like, God, help me to not go back to the things that you delivered me from. And eventually, those desires they fade. You know,
Right.
those
Right.
are two of mine.
Do you think that it is? And hey, Lord ADS, thank you for coming up. Um,
Pleasure. Pleasure at Waters. Good talking to you. Good seeing you.
good to see you too.
Hey, yes.
What's up,
I'm
Lord
gonna
ADS?
I'm gonna come right to you, Lord ADS. So Mo, do you think that it gets easier the more you were leaning towards Christ, or do you think that everybody at any level could still have those type of temptations or challenges?
I can honestly say that it does get easier
Okay.
because as I have grown, I feed my spirit man more than I do my earthly desires. So I notice the more that I feed my spirit, it does help. I don't fall as easily as I used to. So I'm just thankful for growth, and it's still a process, but it has gotten easier. I'm also aware that as we grow, though, we will face new devils.
Right. Right. All right, Lord ADS. I'm glad you came up. We are and happy Father's Day too. I know I didn't talk to you yesterday, and that's kind of why we wanted to do this live because we are talking about challenges we face when we change and try to live right and try to live upright, and then especially challenges that men face in their lives when they're trying to do the right thing and live upright. So, do you have something you want to add?
Yes. Thank you again for having me up. Good talking
No
to you,
problem.
Queens and years. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Who knows, say belated Father's Day,
Same
right?
to you too, man. Same to you too, bro. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you, Queens. So, yeah, I mean, temptation is strong. I mean, the urges can really overwhelm you sometimes. And I've been overwhelmed in the moment, right? In a lot of cases, with,
Right.
okay, what I'm saying, what I really want to do has taken headway over my logic, even in some aspects, right?
Hmm.
You know, one thing I'm very mindful of, and just about every day, not every day, but I wake up and I pray the prayer of serenity. That God would grant me, saying the knowledge to know what I can fix and what I can't, right? What I can do and what I
Right.
should do. That helps me to level out a lot of my decision makings. And just, I start at one point in time, I was trying to be this perfect person in life, right? Where I just didn't make any mistakes or do anything wrong. Just a all out, saying this exceptionally good guy who had no fault, no fallacies, no sin, right?
Hmm.
And then when I prayed about it, the Lord granted me something funny. He told me, isn't that a form of pride that you would take that much, of your energy into excellence? Just try being a better version of yourself for a change. So nowadays, I pray just the Lord to be the best version of myself for that day, right? Because that could differ tomorrow, the next day, and the
Oh
best
yeah.
is good as you get. So that just helps me to kind of level out, right? Because I think in a lot of cases we punish ourselves too often, too much about things that are just us being human, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we punish
That is
ourselves too
true.
much. Yeah, about stuff that just comes with just being in this earthly body, right? Temptations, like I still vape, right? I don't smoke cigarettes no more. At least not like I used to. I used to smoke a pack a day. I can run 5 miles and smoke.
Really?
Yeah,
I used to smoke too, Lord ADS, so I can feel you on that.
yeah.
Hmm. It's a challenge to, try to quit, and especially if you're when you're fresh at quitting and then you're around people that still smoke or you're just craving for me, like me and Freezy talked about earlier, how I quit smoking cigarettes, but I still was drinking at one point. So when I was drinking, I wanted to smoke a cigarette. It kind of just went hand in hand, and that was a challenge to quit altogether.
Yeah, for me too. I was pretty out there on a lot of stuff, right? Including smoking and drinking. I mean, for me, it was like a every weekend ritual. We go out, we get drunk, come back home. You know what I'm saying? We spend the whole weekend out partying, right? But nowadays, I've loved, like I said, I've learned to do things in more moderation. I'd say, right? Like a
Right.
celebration every once in a while, like Father's Day weekend. You know what I'm saying? Worth it, right? Go out and have your drinks, chill with your boys, smoke a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just
Right.
chill out, savor the moment. But after that, though, it's back to business for me in my head, right? That type of stuff I got to put it down because it
Hmm.
messes with my brain cells. I need all my brain cells, right?
Yeah, I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. Well, that's good. So let me ask you. Me and Freezy kind of went over this earlier, where we were talking about how just different temptations, and like lust is a big thing that happens with men when they're trying to do the right thing and walk with God. That a lot of different women come in at them or whatever, and that might be a big challenge for men. Do you agree with that?
I struggle with that to this day. And that's like the thing I struggle with most in life, really, is lust for women, right? You know what I'm saying? And this is probably the wrong panel to have that discussion because it's going more deep.
You
But I
can
know
speak
that,
freely, but
yeah, have some cador. You know what I'm saying? Have a little saying a little something, right? A little etiquette.
right. Hey,
But
Bridget. Go ahead, Lord ADS.
that's something I struggle with mightily is the temptation of lust, right? Because to me, I like having sex a lot, and That's why I try to stay in the context of relationship, because outside that relationship, a man of my saying my caliber, my age, right, my 40s, should be balancing 2 or 3 women, especially with that type of stuff, all this stuff going on. So
Right.
I have look more into monogamy nowadays instead of dating 2 or 3 at once. Just find 1 or 2 you like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at those. But yeah, it's something that I struggle with often too. Is just your primal desires as a man. It's testosterone. Test rate,
Mm-hmm.
right? You got to have a little, so you got to have it right now. And, that could be a little reckless. That could be reckless sometimes.
Do you think men deal with that way more than women?
Oh yes, excessively. I'll say that right at the top. Women, y'all get urges, but not like men do. I mean, we get urges to the point, saying we shake when we don't get, saying what we need, right? You
Okay.
know, yeah, y'all don't get to that phase. Y'all can go 2 or 3 years without it, and not have a problem. Men
Right.
though, 2 or 3 years, saying could literally change that man's whole entire, his whole physique, his whole, saying it could. I won't go into too much detail, but it can really, really, really mess a man up going too long without something, right? For that urge.
Okay. I understand. I understand exactly. Freezy, do you want to add anything on to that?
No, I mean, he's right on point. I mean, and thank you, Lord ADS, for your transparency. I mean, I think more men need to share that. More men need to share that, because I'm pretty sure a lot of men would identify with what Lord ADS said just now, right? I mean, it's okay to admit that a man might have a lust problem. When we're men, right? Lust was not just a problem in 2025. I mean, look at David. You know what I'm saying? David and Bathsheba. David was a man after God's own heart, and
Right.
lust overtook him.
Right.
And
Lust overtook who, Freezy?
David, King
Oh,
David,
okay, yeah, that's true.
yeah, Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
So lust is a very big burning desire that a lot of men deal with, and it does take more time than probably something else that might be superficial to get rid of, because like I said, for a long time, um lust has dwelled in men for a long time. And like a big thing with lust isn't really just your desire or your feelings, it's the images that's done built up in your head over time, your images and stuff. Like everything we most of the things that we partake in, especially when it comes to media, whether it's TV or social media or whatnot,
Right.
it's sex driven.
Yeah.
A lot of these
I,
big companies, the way they sell their products, they feel like sex sells most of the time. Even on just regular commercials and stuff, when you might see, women dressed very provocatively, holding a product in their hand or
that's
something like that. Uh, so men are faced with that challenge. I don't think I don't think people appreciate men that actually turn to the faith enough and understand how much it took for a man to actually kind of cut that off. That it takes a lot for a man to cut that off, man, because not only is lust challenging, a lot of men use sex as a stress reliever, as a like
Mm-hmm.
when men have a lot on their mind. See, I don't want to go too far on your channel, but I'm just saying,
That's true.
right.
when men have a lot on their mind and they're stressed,
It's a relief.
yes, it's a relief.
Right.
Especially when they're experiencing anxiety or depression. If they can't sleep at night, a lot of men will turn to sex or masturbation just to just at least to just get some type of relief and just go to sleep.
I have a question.
I
If it's
agree.
okay, Eminem.
Yeah, hold on one second. Let me. Some more people came in. Hey,
Okay.
Bob Bryant, thank you for coming in. And hey, Big Bad Bull, thank you also
Man,
for coming in. I think
what's
I
up,
already
man?
said hey to Bridget. Thank you all for coming in. You guys can feel free to hit the link at any time if you would like to discuss this. We are just being transparent, and it's mostly about challenges that we still face when we are trying to do the right thing and when we are trying to walk with God, and
Oh,
especially because it was just Father's Day and it is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. We are talking about more of the challenges that men face. Go ahead, my love.
So is masturbation a sin?
I think we talked
Oh,
about that in
Yes, it
Discord.
is. It is a sin. It's
okay.
spilling your seed. It is sin.
Let me holler at Big Bad Bull too. Big shout out to Big Bad Bull, Von. Who else you said friend no motors in the chat? Just
Bridget was
Bridget.
in here.
Well,
Bridget's in
shout out to
here.
Bridget too. Shout out to y'all. But
Y'all
go ahead,
forgive me.
Lord idiots. Go ahead. You can answer Molo's question.
Yep, it's considered uncleanliness, right? According to the Torah. Reading through some of it, getting to understand it. Freezy knows more about it than I do. Like I said, I'm just
Reading
more of an
through the
avid
what?
reader. Yeah, I'm more of an avid reader, right? Than I am saying on the other side of that. But I believe that it's got a lot of. I believe that's the true word. This is what God actually said in those days. But
Mm-hmm.
back off of that onto this. But it's considered unclean to spill your seed. You know what I'm saying? Even in your sleep, if you spill your seed, you are unclean to that evening. You know, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from my perspective, masturbation is unclean.
Okay.
Um, so I'm gonna say this, right?
Hold on, Riaz.
So the Bible says abstain from all appearance of evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from my studying, just the mere act of masturbation, I haven't seen where it's actually a sin, but
That's
I
not
think it's more of what you're thinking about, right?
me.
Like, okay,
Right.
so
That's
so
true.
so and this is gonna be funny, but like a lot of men have to, like, some men have gone to the doctor's office, so doctors have to collect semen, right? So they give you a cup, you have to go in the bathroom and ejaculate, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a procedure, right?
Yeah.
So but I do think if you're masturbating and you're probably like you're thinking about somebody's wife,
Mm-hmm.
or if you're thinking about some type of degeneracy and that's getting you off or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Right.
that's to me that's when it's turned into a sin. But I haven't actually read where it says masturbation. I'm not even going to discount what Lord ADS said. That's what I'm saying. But it does talk about fornication, right? It
Yeah.
talks about fornication. Um, now if you think masturbating is up under that umbrella, okay, you know. But I would say this. This is why in what is that? More love or fear no mortals, or Lord ADS probably can help me out. Where
Mm-hmm.
did Paul? I think it was in Corinthians where Paul said he encouraged men to marry.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Right.
Paul understood that lust was very big with men. Paul
Yeah.
understood that, right?
I'm gonna find the scripture.
Right.
Yeah. So
I
he
think
said,
it's First Corinthians 7. That is
Okay.
okay.
correct.
So what Paul said was to avoid burning in hell, or just or just to avoid sinning, or to avoid fornication, whatever. It's better to marry,
Then to
right?
burn. Right.
Right, because the marriage bed is undefiled,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
right? So this is why I talk marriage a lot when I'm talking about relationships. not just for women, but for men also, right?
Right.
Right.
Because a lot of men feel like it's okay to just be out here willy nilly getting their rocks off. And listen, I don't try to force my godly views on nobody, but if you do claim to believe in the Most High God, you must know that if you're out here just messing with women and you're not married, that's considered fornication,
Correct.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
So that's why Paul encouraged the men to marry. You know, find your wife. If you're gonna have sex with her, basically what Paul is saying, if you don't want to marry that woman, just don't have sex. You know, marry the woman. Find you a woman that you want to have sex with that you're willing to marry, because it's better to marry than to burn, like Molo said. So yeah.
Mm. And then in 1 Corinthians 7 it says, "Now for the matters you wrote about, it is good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman, but since sexual immorality is occurring, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband."
Yeah. So that goes both ways, men and women, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
And the reason why God wanted it like that, because he knew if he left it up to us, we would be so undisciplined. We're going to be passing around diseases and
Oh my
Mhm.
you
God.
know, just
Right.
having babies, just out of
Mhm.
wedlock. It ain't gonna, you know, sex could cause a lot of broken homes and no, like just dysfunction and
That's trauma.
toxic. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people are undisciplined when it comes to sex. What marriage does, if everybody adheres to the tenements of marriage, it adds more order to neighborhoods and communities.
That
Right.
is
Agree.
true.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, and Von Bryant said, "Isn't fornication sexual activity outside of marriage?"
So, from my understanding, fornication is sex, right? It's sex. So, uh, every time the Bible speaks of every time the Bible speaks or speaks of fornication in its true context, it's talking about a man having sex with women, or same sex
Any
fornication, like
sexual
So
activity.
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah.
are you saying sex in a sinful manner, not just sex alone is fornication, right?
No. Sex
No,
alone isn't
sexual.
fornication,
Right.
but sex outside of marriage, like what Vaughn said, yeah, that's considered fornication.
Only
Right.
time, from what I know, only time it's not fornication is when you're married with your spouse. Anything
Right.
other than that is fornication.
Mhm.
Right.
Facts. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
But
yeah,
okay,
just
so
like,
so so
go ahead.
let's say I'm not encouraging nobody to masturbate. I just want to put that out there too, because
Right.
uh but I don't know. It's just like I just never. There's been a lot of debates on this as far as
This is the one I go by, Freezy, when I'm
yeah,
actually reading over this stuff.
yeah,
Genesis 38, 9 and 10. And Onan knew that the seed would not be his. And it came to pass when he went unto his brother's wife that he spilled it on the ground.
yeah,
Last he should not give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did not was evil in the sight of and he slew him.
yeah. So the sin was him. The sin was him dropping his seed on the ground um instead of actually copulating inside of the woman.
Hmm.
That was the actual sin.
So with
You
that
understand what I'm
being
saying?
said, though, when you do it actually even in the privacy of your home, you're doing the exact kind of roundabout sort of same thing. If like you said, if you're focusing on women while you're doing it, right? And this is just me. And ladies, give me a little grace on this one, just this one time. But I've always considered guys who watch guys in those movies are cucks. You know, I've never really liked it, right? I've always felt like it was dirty to me to do that type of stuff. And it still is, you know. But some people though, I can understand, saying everyone has a different interpretation on it, right? It's just mine is a little bit more stricter because I just believe at the end of the day, right, that happens to be sin, right? I mean, you can always ask for forgiveness. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just something I haven't placed a lot into, right?
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
What do you mean? Hold on, Riaz. Not to cut you off, Riaz, but I know you've never, been there before. So let us try to mind
I've
this out.
had,
Give us one
oh,
moment.
sorry, sorry.
I don't know.
I
We got
was,
mothers.
I've had the thoughts though, trust me. I've had thoughts though. I've actually been through that type of stuff, but I've never acted on it though. So basically,
What
I'm very,
I thought.
I'm strongly disciplined though. It's just that I've had the thought inside though. Like literally, I actually thought about doing it, but I never did though. Because I always, God is always there to stop me. Or I just remember God all the time though. So I've had the thoughts of doing it constantly though. I just had to find alternative ways to actually manage it though. That's why I just remain the way I am though. That's why I've never done that type of stuff anyway.
But that's good discipline, Riaz. That's very good
Yeah.
discipline. A lot of people at your age didn't have that
Thank
same
you.
discipline. So
Yeah, there is one thing I was really tempted to try. I wanted to smoke vape pens though. I was tempted to try them, but I never did though. Never acted. I thought of doing it. I literally told my family I wanted to try vaping though, but I never did. I said it, but I never did it.
that's good. That is excellent.
Yeah,
So,
never
look,
came like.
so Lord ADS. So, are you saying that you think that even when you are watching that type of thing, that is sinful? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, definitely. It's
Okay.
watching. It's to me, it's just not very beneficial watching somebody else get their rocks off, right? Versus me. If I'm not getting my rocks off, then I don't really need to be watching no movies like that.
Right. I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, well, we just went over scripture said abstain from all appearance of evil, right?
Right.
So yeah, you're not supposed to be just purposely watching porn or you know what I'm saying? But
Right. That is true.
yeah, so but that could go into reality. A lot of these reality TV shows is appearances of evil. It's when they say abstain from all appearance of evil, it that could go into a lot of stuff. And the reason why scriptures is encouraging us to do that because the Bible says your eyes is the windows. What it says, the eyes is the windows to your soul. Your
Right.
eyes, what your eyes take in, like it says, if your eye be, what does it says? Hold up. If your eye be single, your body will be full of light. But if your let me see, if your eye, and I'm getting old now, like Bolo said last night. If your eye be single.
Got it for you.
Wow.
Let me see. Okay, it says Matthew 6, 22 through 23. It says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Verse 23. But if thine eye be evil, if your eye be evil, what does that mean? If your eyes take on evil images or videos or whatnot, the whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light, if therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? So our eyes is a very, very important part to, if our bodies is going to be full of light or if our body is going to be full of darkness. We have to be mindful of what we subject our eyes to, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That makes sense.
It does.
That definitely makes sense. So I could see that. So y'all think it's more of the thoughts that people are thinking, like in the act of when we're talking about masturbation.
Yeah, because
I guess you have to think about something when I guess, you know what I mean? When you're masturbating, when you got to think about something.
Not
If you're not
necessarily.
married,
You ain't got to think about nothing.
It
You
really
ain't got to think about nothing. You know what I'm saying? When you masturbate, you don't have to. It's just like if you at a doctor's office, like I said, it's procedure for men to to get checked, because the Bible also says honor thy physician. So there's a procedure where you have to copulate in a cup so the doctor can collect your semen. Right? You don't have to think about nothing.
But
You
don't
can
they give
train.
you books or magazines or something? I don't know.
That's it. That's if you need it, right?
Okay.
If you need that, right? But
Okay.
it's optional,
Okay.
But I mean, you don't got to think about nothing. You could just, I don't want to keep going, but I was just saying. But
Okay.
Well, most people do think about something
most
though,
people do.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I
Right.
said I'm not encouraging it. Most people do. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, I haven't, throughout my studies, I haven't specifically read that masturbating is a sin. So
Yeah, it definitely doesn't say the word, because I've searched in the Bible, and I think we went over this before in one of the Bible studies, Freezy.
yeah.
But it was months ago though.
But guess what? Guess why we shouldn't do it though? Guess why it's good for us not to do it? Because it could be a gateway, right? It could be a gateway to, more extensive fornication.
Yeah, that's true too.
And then, like y'all said, realistically, most people are gonna have freaky, devilish thoughts when they masturbate. So yeah.
Yes, I agree, Freezy.
Yeah.
I definitely agree.
All I'm saying is, it's hard for men. Like a lot of men masturbate.
That is true.
In this day and age, women too, because y'all got the little roles, and women love sex parties. Women love sex
They
parties.
love what?
Like
Yeah.
sex toy parties and stuff.
I know.
But it also comes with a slew of side effects, though, that we never talk about, right? Like desensitivity, detachment, right? Most people would rather just go do what they do instead of actually being with an actual partner, because that has taken the place of that actual partner, right?
Yeah.
Right.
The degeneracy at a high level, laziness, all comes with it, right? Just stuff like that, right? It could for man, I think it makes you weaker. For women, though, I'm not exactly sure. Estrogen works different than than test does, but a lot of guys are saying going through it. Let's be honest, getting blue chews at 30 something nowadays, all because they can't stop looking at pictures on the internet.
That's
yeah,
a fact.
that is true. Let me see. Von Bryant said, the scripture says, all that is in the world is the lust of the eye, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. Adultery and fornication starts in the mind. That is true. That is definitely true. Blade says, thank you to everyone for tuning in to today's afternoon deep dive. Be sure to show support for the show by hitting the like button. Absolutely hit that like button if you'd like to support my channel. It's Parlay24 on Cash App, Parlay24 on Cash App. Freezy, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate you.
Most definitely.
And Von Bryant also said they also use cocaine in the, I don't know what he was trying to say there, but outside of that, the use is illegal. Oh, is he saying medical field? I think. Okay, yeah. He says that they also use cocaine in the medical field, but outside of that, the use is illegal. That is true. And hey, Positive Thoughts, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah, I guess a lot of challenges start in the mind, and if we're being honest, if lust is one of the bigger things on the scale, especially for men. So let me ask you, Lord ADS, how do you think most men cope with that, or try to get over those lustful feelings?
Well, I can't speak for everyone else, but if I get my gym routine every day like I'm supposed to, it usually takes away for the most part those urges, right? Where I can actually deal with those. If I go a couple of days without going to the gym, doing some type of physical activity, you know what I'm saying? That's when they get like overwhelmingly strong, right? But as long as I'm working out, doing something else, or getting that energy off another way, I'm usually good to go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
good.
With me, I just it's all about meditation and reading scriptures and praying, meditate, reading scripture, all in that order. Just because it's all about a mind thing. It's all about what you're going to keep your mind occupied with. So
Right.
I try to stay. I keep my mind on God all throughout the day. Even like um uh and then like reading. Another good thing is what I partake in is when I look at a lot of YouTube videos. A lot of my YouTube history is like Israelite videos. They do a lot of Bible study online. Uh, and a lot of teaching videos and stuff like that, always going over scriptures and just like we're doing now, just scripture. That's
Right.
why I like these meetups, because the whole time we've been live, our minds has been on God and the Most High God. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Even though we're talking about lust right now, our minds, we're not actually feeling that lust. We're talking about it in a godly sense, right? So that's
Right.
us. That's us still staying, keeping our minds on God and meditated. You know what I'm saying? Just
Right.
so that's what I just try to stay focused and mindful and stay meditated on scriptures and God. I memorize scriptures. I quote them in my head all throughout the day. Yeah, that's what I do.
That is really good, Freezy. And I just think it's important for us to talk about these challenges. I mean, of
Yeah,
course, we know that men and women face some of the same challenges, but we know we face different challenges, or some of the challenges are more higher on the list for men than they are for women, and vice versa. You know what I mean? So
that's a
it's
fact.
important to talk about this in this sense, because when you are trying to do right, and you are trying to, find a way, outlet, so that you don't have to focus on some of these things of lust or whatever it is that's bothering you or can be tempting for you. It's important for people to, talk about this and express this, and not, because everybody goes through their own set of temptations or things and challenges. It's important for us to not try to act like we are better than the next person, but just to be real about the situations. And that's what I like to do. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
everybody has their own set of challenges. hmm And Vaughn says lust is a huge obstacle for many of us, but even with the temptation, the Lord will provide a way of escape. And I think he left scripture. Yep. But God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are able, but will with the temptation also make a way to escape, that
There you
ye
go.
may be able to bear it. That's a good one, Vaughn.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that's
Okay.
really good.
And isn't
hmm
that what we've been saying? The whole, like, God will make a way for us to escape if we keep our mind stayed on Him,
Right, and that's
right?
that's the most important
That's
part. That's the
but this
most
is what we were saying. This is what we were talking about. A lot of people feel like they won't be able to escape certain things, but you will. God will give you a way to escape if we just stay focused on Him and show God that we're loyal to Him, right?
important.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's like them Debbie cakes we were talking about earlier.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
Whatever is your guilty pleasure, that is so true. It all comes with discipline. And we had touched on that earlier, how, it's really important to be disciplined. I think it was Artifacts that was mentioning that too. Just like ADS just said, having a routine, and just like you just said, Freezy, having a routine of reading the scriptures, and whatever it could be, keeping your mind occupied with the gym, with work, whatever it is that keeps your mind occupied on things versus things of the world.
But
I think.
sis,
Mhm.
even with social media, right?
Mm-hmm.
we don't have to watch a lot of these channels we watch.
That's right.
Isn't everything a personal choice that we do?
Yes.
Right.
When we cut on our computers and we going down our little homepage or YouTube homepage or whatever, it's a choice to actually indulge in certain content.
That is.
You know what I'm saying?
That
And
is
I know it's
definitely-
harder for content creators because we're networking, right? We're networking. We're trying to build our channel, so we do feel like it's good to participate on certain channels that even with people that might not agree with our faith. I get that. I understand that.
Right.
What I've grown to understand is it ain't gonna help you in the long run. It's not worth it because a lot of these people, they don't believe the way you believe, and they're going to try to use you wanting to connect with them and network with them. They're gonna try to use that as leverage, like you need them or something like that.
That's right.
The devil and his craftiness. The best. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little hyped up, but I'm just saying,
Okay.
like the best route to take is to find your tribe and go
Right.
hard with them.
Yes, your tribe. It hit different.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do because a lot of people feel
love
like people feel like we need that outside validation in order to build our channels and everything. No, there's no better resource than the Most High God, and depending on Him, and He's going to work everything out. You just got to stay faithful. You just got to do the work hard, and I'm gonna tell you right now, God is going to open doors.
That is so true, Freezy. And I know that I see that on my own when I first prayed about my channel. You know, I was like, oh, Lord, I'm not even going to continue on with this. But, you know, I just think that the Lord gave me a different view. You know what I mean? A different vision, a way to go. And I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a try. And then, you know, I've just been trying ever since. You know what I mean? Because you just never know what, you know, the Lord wants you to do. And sometimes you just have to step out on faith and go for it.
But see, social media, when it comes to YouTube was new to all of us in the beginning. So we was trying to see our way through and mind our way through, thinking that this is how this is what's socially accepted. This is what we're supposed to be doing. Now I'm gonna go back to what Travis Allen comment said earlier. Not that now when he said experience was the best teacher, that applies to my social media experience. Yeah. Go ahead, Mo Love. My bad. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, and I'm so proud of you, F&M, for following what God said. You know, like you said, you had to walk in faith despite maybe the doubt or lack of clarity, and just look at how God is moving. Like your channel is really growing, and so many people are blessed by the content that you create. So just keep going, and God will.
I appreciate that. You too.
I love you. God will see you. He will connect you with the right people. You know, like when you look to Him, He will absolutely send people who are spiritually aligned with you, you know?
Yep, that is so true. And same thing for you because your channel is growing and, you know, it's important to give different perspectives, a different outlet to about the Lord, you know. So I definitely agree with you on that. And we just got to keep on going. Keep on moving. Let me see. A few people came in. Hey, Bill, how are you? Thank you for coming in.
Dub, what's up, Dub?
Hey, lady, how are you? Thank you for coming in.
Hey,
lady, what's up, Lady Navoa? Lady Navoa. I make sure I get that right.
Thank y'all for stopping by. Y'all can feel free to hit the link if you would like to. It should be pinned at the top. You said I did it right, Freezy?
Listen, you have arrived.
I have arrived. All right now. But yeah, so I think that this is good. You know, it is. She says, Hey, my OG big brother, bro, for real. Love you though.
Oh, can I say something else?
Go ahead.
Another thing that I do is I listen to music. I listen to like spiritual music too. That's another good way to keep your mind like on your just when you're just not doing this. It's good to listen, have music playing in your home or your background or whatnot.
That is
That's
fun.
another good thing too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do that too, Freezy. I do.
Yeah.
And that does help. That helps a lot, especially like I can just be cleaning or
Yeah.
whatever, you know what I mean, and just put the music on and just listen, gets me in the spirit. Next thing you know, you're getting things done. You might be in here, hallelujah, and
Yeah.
Jesus and getting things while you're sweeping up
Yeah.
and stuff. So it helps, and it helps to get your mind right if you're feeling down or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah.
hmm
Mhm.
It's funny how like different types of music affect you.
hmm
Like
Mm-hmm.
because I know when I used to go to clubs, I didn't realize that music that I was listening to, it really does have an effect on you. Like
That's so
it's like
true.
it's enchanting. You know what I'm
That is
saying?
true.
So we
Yeah.
do have to be careful what kind of music we listen to too. I can imagine like we talk about the crime in inner cities
hmm
and a lot of that drill music and gangster music. Imagine what people don't realize music will compel you to have a certain behavior. Music takes
Yeah.
music will grab hold of your soul.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. That is
That is
so
so
true.
true. I remember Bolo saying music is the only thing that doesn't need permission to
Hmm.
penetrate the soul. Basically,
Hmm.
what you just said. That's true.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is definitely true. Yeah, music is so good because I mean, we just think about it like
Girl, it
different
is.
music affect us differently. Like you could be
Mhm.
listening to some hip hop, shoot 'em up, bang bang, and then you next thing you know, you be
Yeah.
ready to slap the crap
Mhm.
out of somebody. So,
I'm ready
you
for
know, you got
whatever.
Not me though. Not
Okay.
me.
like you
Not
was
me
back in
though.
the club.
Wallah, I promise you though, not me though. When I listen to stuff, I don't act on it though. I'm very well disciplined, strong, and basically I just talk what is real, what is not real. I've not actually managed to do that though. I've never acted on it though.
Hold on, let me ask you something, Riaz. Have you ever been in the club where it's dark
Right.
and the
See,
bass
I've
going?
never been clubbing though. I've been
Okay,
to a
then you
party.
know then.
I've
You
been
you
to a
don't
party. I've
you
partied
don't
before,
understand
but I've
what we
never
talking about
clubbed
then.
before.
You don't understand
Right.
what we talking
Because a
about,
lot of
Riaz.
people do get influenced, and then don't let it be drinks and all of that involved. A big
Heck yeah.
crowd is
hmm
completely different
Yeah,
reaction.
that is
It gonna
so
hit you,
true.
it gonna hit
That is
way
so
different.
Okay,
yeah.
but what about the way I dress though? Don't you think I'm basic? You know which type of music I'm influenced by? Look at the way I dress though.
What do you mean?
No, like I'm influenced by hip hop culture and I actually enjoy street fashion. So that's what I'm influenced by. I like to dress like that all the time now.
Okay, like you like urban fashions.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. Thank you so much, Vaughn. He said, "Yes, F and M, you are a blessing to the space. I pray that the Lord continues to use you for His purpose, peace, and many blessings." Thank you, Vaughn. I really appreciate that. Many blessings to you.
It's so sweet.
I really appreciate it. Um, but yeah, so that is true. You have to be mindful. I find myself trying not to listen to music like that, like I used to. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Mm-hmm.
I'll be in the
It's still
truck
a
putting on some
system.
UDK. I'll be on a different level.
Listen. Did
I
you
gotta
say
try.
UGK?
Yes, girl.
Girl,
I have to try
okay.
to. I
I
used to
can't.
have a 1500 Suburban, and I would not. People used to get so mad at me, y'all, because I wouldn't pull off until I was playing Diamonds of Wood by UGK. Like
Oh,
that was
hell
my
yeah.
song. I I would
Mm.
before I moved out the parking lot, they would have to sit there and wait for me to get the song on and turn it
Mm-hmm.
all the way up before I pulled off. If you was riding with me, like that was a different time. But yeah,
Listen,
Okay.
girl, I love me some UGK. I ain't gonna even lie.
Mm.
hmm I try to limit it and just what, guys. While we've been talking about lust and stuff, also that type of music can influence your thoughts of lust too. If you're listening to sexually
Listen.
explicit lyrics
Mhm.
and everything, you know what I mean? If you're feeling a certain way, you know, you don't want to put on no 12 play or something, you know.
At night.
Like you got to really think about that, you know, if you're trying to
Mhm.
keep your mind somewhere else and keep it set on better things in the Lord. You can't just you got to really be mindful because those thoughts will be coming. What's he talking about? You know.
I'm telling
So
you.
I think
Yeah, you
I
gotta
have
catch
to. And
yourself.
I think about when I put on my gospel music, how it just really blesses my spirit. Sometimes I could be in the worst mood and I could hear the right song at the right time and it just completely changes my outlook on that day, you
right.
know? It's just so important to be mindful of what we listen to.
Yep, it sure is. It definitely is. What were you saying, Lord ADS?
Now, me personally, now you know, what I'm saying you gotta, you know, what I'm saying you gotta be me. I got to be careful of that type of stuff because you know you start playing that front, back, side to side. You know, what I'm saying all of a sudden that takes
Right,
a
that's
whole different mind space. Yeah.
right. I'm telling you,
Everything,
Lord, yes, it was a problem. I'm like, I gotta stop because those was all the stuff I would listen to when I was drinking and stuff. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I just, you know, I have to be mindful of that because I don't want to have my mind going back to that. You know what I mean? Be like, well,
Because when
forget
you
this. Let
hear,
me go get a drink.
when you hear Pimp C, the way he come in so crunk, and then imagine when you drinking, it just don't help the situation. So I'm just like, God
Right.
gave me
mm,
for deliverance because
Now, we're gonna get off this is because this ain't going the right way. This is not because this reminiscing it's taking me down roads. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
Old roads. You know what I'm saying? So, but
Wait,
let
can
me tell you
I
what.
ask you this? Wait, let me ask this question. What you think though, if I told you this though? I like dark and grimy music though. Literally. I literally dark and grimy music when it comes to that though.
it's not a good
Thank
thing.
you, Riz.
I mean,
Wait, but
like,
is that hypocritical for me to actually me being a believer listening to that stuff? I don't get affected actually.
Let me tell you what I listen to whenever I want to get back on track.
I like
Some good old fashioned whinings.
Oh
Secret
yeah,
Way.
yeah.
Yeah,
you
get you
listen to
back on
what?
track. Some
I
good old
agree.
whinings.
The
You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
whining.
I
Uphold
love
me with
them.
thy free spirit.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, Lord, don't take your joy from me. Yeah,
Yes. I
yeah, that
agree.
get you back on track.
Yeah, it
Hmm.
definitely will, Lord ADS. That they are good. They are good. I love it, and I love BB and CC together too.
I love
Like,
them too. Yeah,
hmm
it's
I
something
always think,
about Marvin Winans though.
yeah,
His voice. Oh
good
my
too. Yeah,
gosh,
definitely.
I love to hear Marvin Winans.
Hmm
okay.
Yeah, I even take it back. I've been listening to Ranch Allen. I love me some Ranch Allen, honey. I
Oh,
listen to a lot of
and
old
that
school stuff.
singing.
Because I
Yeah,
remember
I'm
back in the
oh
day in church where the old school church ladies, the old ones we had this lady. Her name was Mrs. Hughes, and like nobody could sing better than Mrs. Hughes. She'd get up there and blow the house down, you know. It'd be that old school stuff.
girl, yes,
I'd be
sometimes you just need
reminiscing.
to blow it all out. You know, you need something to touch your soul, right? Because you
right.
know,
Hmm
some group it ain't gonna be good enough. It's deep down the inside today, Lord. And I need you to touch it. Some Marvin Sapp, you know what I'm saying? Some good old
Yeah,
Marvin Sapp,
Marvin
you
Sapp
know,
too.
I would like to see.
little Kirk Franklin every once in a while, you know what I'm saying? Silver and gold, stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah,
old
yeah.
Kirk Franklin. You
Or
know what
the
I'm saying?
storm
The
is
good
over
stuff.
now. That's my song.
I love
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that too. Yolanda Adams. It's a whole bunch of stuff. It's so good.
Yeah, it
I always
is.
love this song by Trinity 357 by God's Grace. That is my song.
Oh, I remember them.
I love that.
Hmm.
I listen to it. I be crying and everything.
Yeah, that song is so powerful. I like Mary Mary too.
I like Mary Mary too. They got some good ones.
Hmm.
Definitely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hmm And just
You
it's a
know,
good variety, you know. And a lot of gospel artists aren't well known like that. So, you know,
That's
sometimes
true.
I just put on a playlist and stuff pops up and I'll be like, I never heard this before or don't know who sings it. So yeah.
And you
Hmm
know what's crazy? You know how when people say, "Oh, who's the best singer?" they never look to gospel artists. There are so many gospel artists that can
Oh
be
yeah, blow it down.
Just
R&B.
natural singers.
Yeah, I'm like,
The
y'all
two
just
that come to mind, just outright natural singers, right? One
mhm.
being gospel, Shirley Franklin. I think she is the just all out talent, right?
Yeah.
Aretha was also a very talented singer back in our heyday.
Oh
Kelly
yeah,
Price. People forget about Kelly Price when it came to just the
Kelly Price can
natural.
sing. Yes. And
Yeah.
Kimberly Johnson just said Tremaine Hawkins. She can definitely sing.
oh she,
Yes.
mhm.
Good.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's so true.
Yes. So these are all some really good ones. And Vaughn said one of my favorite gospel artists was Daryl Coley. Awesome when Sunday comes. I don't know if I
Oh
know
yeah,
that one. I might
I've
have
heard it.
I might have to look that one up to see if I remember. A lot of the songs I don't know the names or the name of the artist. I've heard it. Those are all really good. And gospel is just a real good outlet to just bring you back to peace. I mean, sometimes you need to put on that gospel tune if you want to cry. Sometimes you put it on if you want to feel, peace in the spirit, feel an upliftment. Some are upbeat.
Yeah,
It can just reflect. There's a song to reflect on anything that you're going through when you're
that's so
trying to
true.
live right in Christ. There's a upbeat. There's ones that really touch the soul. Whatever,
You
whatever.
know what? I remember this was a few months ago. My sister was playing gospel music, and Freezy was in the chat. She was like, "Freezy, what gospel song do you want to hear?" And he said, "Do It For Me" by Zacardi Cortez.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good
That
one too.
song is so powerful.
Yeah, that's a real
And
good one.
majority of what he's saying is just Lord do it for me. But the
Hmm.
anointing,
Yeah,
along
I like
with
that
the way that he's singing it, that song is just so beautiful, you know?
Yeah, it really is. That really touches down deep too. I like that one. That's a tearjerker too if you're feeling,
Girl,
off
it
balance. So
is.
it really is. And narratives, Kwafi Nino said, "Be Grateful" by Tremaine Hawkins. That's a good song too,
Oh, I
Kwafi.
love that song.
Hmm.
I met that at church a few years ago.
Yeah, that's a good one. And Blaze says, I'm currently listening to the neighborhood gospel album, The Chronic. Blaze, really? Get out of here.
Okay. I
That is,
mean, look, I do.
you say what,
I,
Ria?
I said I do support alternative or Islamic hip hop, so like Muslim rapping and stuff like that. Since it's my faith, I do support faith based artists too, though. Listen to this one guy though, who's a faith based artist. He's talented though, actually. He's like versatile and stuff like that, and he does faith based
Mhm.
things though. So
Well,
I
that's good.
support faith based.
It's good
I
to,
support. I balance it. I just like dark and grimy music because I'm just younger right now, and that's just what I just like. I know it's sad though to hear that type of stuff, but I like the dark vibes though, man. And there's nothing wrong with that. I
So
don't
yeah.
you
let it.
as you honestly don't believe, like, because some things happen slowly, you don't think that could influence you
No,
at
not really. No, I haven't changed though. You would have noticed if I've changed. Have I changed though?
I don't know you on like a very personal level, but you seem okay.
Yeah, I've never changed though. My parents made sure though that basically though, know what is the difference between what is real and what is not real. And also I'm very disciplined when it comes to that type of stuff. So I always just remember God always though. So
Mm-hmm.
I
Hmm.
get it. Like the dark and grimy vibe, but that's kind of depressing. It's kind of sad though, but I just kind of enjoy that type of stuff right now. I'm only 23, so I'm
Understand?
kind of,
All I can tell you is this, Riaz. Of course, you're young. You're going to listen to what you listen to, but don't let the music consume you. Always try to, find an outlet to also incorporate faith based music as well. And Von
mm,
Bryant said, I love Leandra
Leandria.
Johnson. I know she's having her struggles and I'm praying for her, but that sister can blow.
Yes, she
All right.
can.
And Kwafi said, I like the song Jesus Will Work It Out.
Oh, I
Mm,
love that song too.
I got you, Lady Navoa. Let me see. Coffee said, I sound like a school teacher. Oh, that's good, Riaz. What? I be trying to get everybody in coffee. Yep. But yeah, that is definitely those are some good selections right there. So let me ask you guys so we can kind of get back on track. Um, do you guys think that it is very hard to be transparent enough to talk about these challenges with other people? And what are some of the reasons why? Like the challenges that we face, and the temptations that we face trying to do the right things. Do you think that it's hard to express that to other people?
Um, I
Like if you need an outlet or somebody to talk
mhm,
to, or even on these panels, like we saw it the other day, was that
mhm,
on Saturday or Sunday morning on Freezy's, where I forgot the guy's name. I think was Antone, but he was,
Yeah.
transparent and opening up. But sometimes in the chat, people don't want to hear that, and people are saying, especially as men, and they're like, that's soft and this, and that, different comments. There's trolls
yeah,
that'll make people not
Mhm.
feel like they
mhm,
should be able to express themselves or talk about some of their challenges and struggles.
yeah. I even saw it when I did the men's mental health
Hmm.
topic. Um, yes, it can be a challenge. I think it depends on who you share things with, because some
Yeah.
people are looking to poke fun and tear down. So
Yeah.
we have to use wisdom, I guess, when we're sharing things. If you want people to be receptive and respond in a genuine way that would help you, you know. But it can be a challenge because most people don't really care and they
That's
view it as weak if you admit your struggles, So, yeah.
mhm. What do you think?
Mm.
Yes. Do you think that it's hard to be transparent and talk about the challenges, or is it, transparent or just be real about the challenges that, you know, you
I'm
face,
open about it.
the right thing, and versus, some of the temptations like we've talked about and stuff. Do you think that's hard to express to people?
No, not really. I'm very open about it. I was encouraged to basically do that though, actually. Like yesterday, I shared so much though, actually. Literally. It was not just, I remember the guy you're talking about, but I was the one also sharing stuff to you though. And I was straight up real honest about what I went through and stuff like that. And the temptation, yeah. I know that, look, my soul's kind of clean and it's kind of pure in a way, but trust me, I got temptations too, though. It's just I'm just very good at basically controlling it in a way.
Right. What about you, Lord ADS?
I mean, I think people need to be I think cognizant, right, is the word I want to use here, of
Okay.
oversharing in these spaces, right? Remember, these people aren't trained psychiatrists; these are just everyday folks. So, giving out too much of your information to the wrong people can be a very detrimental thing, right? So, I think that's
Right.
something that a lot of people need to be, careful of when it comes to that. Secondly, I mean, even with the sharing session, right? Shoot, I thought I had it kind of tough. Saying just having to go there, do saying because I felt like it's just nonstop for me, right? But some
Okay.
people here, I've listened to them, and man, they've got challenges, right? I mean, real stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not just kind of light, saying first world issue. I mean, real challenges, and I think they need a safe place to share those things amongst others who are who are understanding of that stuff, right? And some people who have been through that and who are willing to talk about it, right? But
Hmm.
on an open panel, that's too much of everyone to be sharing too much stuff, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I
Hmm.
Mm,
think we need to be aware of that.
Yeah. And
mm,
Coffee
I
says
don't
yes, because people will shame you whether you tell them or not. They will say, wow,
know.
transparent, but didn't he tell me? Question mark. Just to talk bad about you. Keep your business to yourself, Coffee says.
Okay.
So
No
what
idea
about
what it is.
this, Lord AD? Hold on, Riaz. I'm gonna come to everybody. Um, let me ask you this, Lord ADS. When, let's say, besides these YouTube panels, right? Do you think men, in your experience, face challenges just talking to people in general? Like, if you're going through something, you're struggling with this, and it doesn't have to be nothing major. It can be something as small as you want to take a drink, or or lust, you want to have sex, or whatever it is. Do you think men have a hard time expressing that or finding someone trustworthy to just talk about their challenges in general?
I think so, yeah, because and I think a lot of cases they're going to the wrong people, right, to get advice, for those things
Yeah.
too. I think that, like I said, some stuff is okay to ask, saying people that you know about, saying local folks, saying just to bring it up, saying in conversation, right? Other
Mhm.
stuff is more deep seated and rooted. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, if you do have like an alcohol problem, right? Alcohol Anonymous, that's what that's intended for, or just different groups associated with, right? Some people
Mhm.
have deep seated problems with women. You know what I'm saying? Others who
Right.
Mhm.
you gotta understand that a lot of people who watch this, saying might claim to be perfect people, but in real life they're just as human as everyone else is. They're
Nobody's
just
perfect.
yeah,
Right.
they're just slow to admit it, right?
Mhm.
So but I think that due to, I mean, especially amongst men, I think we share with the wrong people too often, and saying hopes for something, I guess, out of it, right? Which, saying you're going to have people who are going to, especially if it's something, saying, to be honest, y'all the drivers for a lot of this stuff. Y'all women are, because saying guys will go on their white horse and shame a guy because he's lustful, right? He's full of lust. Instead of trying
Okay.
to give them any real direction on, like, hey, you need to find an outlet for your lustful desires, right? Like
Right.
meditation or going to the gym, something you can do for yourself to work off that energy in a positive way. Or,
I agree.
saying, for instance, guys who have struggles, right, with women for whatever reason. Saying? And a lot of times they go to these panels and, like you said, they all out blame the women with not taking accountability for their part that they played in this too. Most guys have played a part in the current climate. They just won't admit it. So
I agree. I
it's,
agree.
it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But that works both ways too. Women are doing the same thing. Everybody's kind of doing the same stuff. So you have
Mhm.
this huge collective of, especially people in the black community, who are unwed and just single going through life, right? And
Mhm.
you got to wonder to yourself, where does that get you long term though? Short term, saying, yeah, you can experience the highs. You ain't got to share any of your stuff. Saying you can do this, that, and the other. But long term, though, becomes more about companionship and having someone in your life, right, that you can talk to and depend on versus the money. So I
Yes.
think they need more teaching about long term projections, right, for men instead of saying so short term. Sometimes that's one thing I do agree with.
Yeah, that is true. I can totally agree with you. And shout out to Dragonfly Jones' cousin in the building. He says, "Oh, me and you two about to have a rumble in the jungle. Not they didn't just let me know the F&M went live 3 hours ago, or maybe just maybe F&M was holding out on me." Well, Dragon, it's not anyone's fault you're late. Other people got the notification, but thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate seeing you.
Hey, Dragonfly.
And Narrative said, you don't need approval from anyone else but your higher being. People try to talk to you like they are God, and will say to you, God told me to tell you, shut up. You know what? And a lot of times it depends on how spiritually inclined you are, because God can move you to talk to somebody or to give message. Like, so, I agree with you in a way, but I disagree in a way too, because God does give certain people move and push certain people through the Holy Spirit to tell other people things.
That's so true. I've had people speak a word to me, and it was at the right moment, and they spoke directly towards what I was going through at the time. I have also had people come to me and say, God said this, and I looked at them upside their head like, God ain't told you to tell me that, sis. That's all
Right.
you. So, like you
Right.
said, like being able to rightfully discern the spirits, that's
Yeah.
huge.
That is so true. That is correct. And make sure y'all hit the like button. If you haven't already, I appreciate it. And feel free to cash app at Parlay24, cash app at Parlay24. But yeah, that is true. So you definitely have to be mindful. You definitely, I know sometimes I feel like God has used me to tell somebody something that I didn't even particularly want to do. You know what I mean? Just to be
Okay,
honest
so
with you,
now, when
I
I was
particularly didn't want to do it, like,
I was
at all. But, that is just, I guess, a part of having conviction.
in obedience, you were being obedient.
Discipline, because, I feel like sometimes God, I think me and Freezy talked about this on another live we had, that sometimes God pushes you or moves you to say something or do something that you might particularly don't want to do, or something where you're like, really, God, but that
It's
conviction in your
uncomfortable.
spirit will be on you so bad, you have to move with obedience. You have to do certain things. So yeah.
Yes. There's like
Mhm.
a void or an uneasy feeling when
Yep,
you are not
exactly.
obedient. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens all the time. So I'd be like, sometimes I'm just like, oh, okay, Lord.
Okay, I was in
I'm
church.
going now. I'm gonna do it.
I
But
was in
that,
church 3 weeks ago, girl. This lady, okay, I got my eyes closed. They were singing a song that really blessed me. I got my eyes closed. I'm just thanking the Lord.
mm-hmm.
Boom! Somebody just come up and push me. Sis, the Lord told me to tell you to walk around the church with me 3 times. Who
Really?
I'm a very I did not feel that, and I don't know if that was my spirit maybe kind of refusing. And then she was like, just say yes, Lord. Just walk around the church with me and just say yes, Lord. I did it, right? But
Mm-hmm.
it was a struggle for me.
Right.
I did not
Right.
want to, because I'm like, okay, is this and then I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna be genuine in what I say to the Lord. So I'm gonna say yes, Lord. But sometimes I think people just do things, you know? I'm
I
like,
think I think so too, because I mean we've all seen, but in the word it tells us there's going to be people with fake messages, fake preachers, fake prophets, everything else. So we know that the enemy will also use people to manipulate the word, you know what I mean, and
yeah,
try to say, in the word it tells us those are the worst ones, the people that say that they're coming in the Lord's name, you know what I mean, and telling people to do things or whatever. So we know that it's in the word. So I think that it's really important that we have to also be using our discernment, because if we're not, we get tricked all the time.
okay, so that's so true what you said. So Kwapi said
Where
that
is
was a
it?
controlling spirit, my love, just to see if you will do it. So part of me believes that. Another part of me believes she was sincere, because when she came to me, she was crying. And she said, baby, just listen to the spirit. God said, walk around the church with me 3 times. And I'm like, yo, that's just not me. Maybe I was too caught up in me, but I'm really like mellow. I'm cool sitting down. I'm not like, God has not moved me to run around and if people do that, because that's what I see a lot in my church, but I have my own way of yielding to the Lord, even if it doesn't look familiar to you, you know? But
Mm-hmm.
again, I was like, okay, I did it, but I didn't feel it.
Well, I would just say this, that sometimes we just, like we just said, sometimes God moves people to tell us something or to move us in the right direction, and sometimes it's not of God. It's coming from them. So when that situation comes across, you know what I mean, you have to pray about it. Sometimes I'd have to pray about something right there on the spot sometimes, and just see if I feel it from
Mhm.
Lord. And I feel like in that situation, it's not like something that was going to hurt you to walk around the church. It could have
Right?
been just your ego. You're probably like, I don't want to be up walking around this church. You know what I mean? I usually
Hi,
stay
girl.
by my seat.
Hi.
You know what I mean?
And I'm so shy. I was like, what?
Right. Like,
Walk
man,
around 3 times.
I'm not one of those. I don't be getting up, walking around, and doing all
Yeah.
that so I can get you. You know what I mean? But we also have to know that sometimes God requires us to step out on faith. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Or
he
to
will
just
call
to
you
do
to the.
things out of the normal.
I thought
So,
about that
I
too.
don't know the lady, so I can't, I wasn't there. I can't tell you if she was sincere coming or if she wasn't. But sometimes, I was continue, even though it was 2 weeks ago, if you still need clarity, I continue to pray about, was that lady really sincere? You know what I mean, Lord?
But
Right.
I do feel the sentiment comes from Molo because I feel that way too. When people ask me to do certain stuff, my first
Mm-hmm.
question is on what authority? You know what I'm saying? Do you ask me to do
Right.
this, right?
I
Mm-hmm.
agree. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. But I also feel, and not just in that particular situation, because that was something fairly simple, but just think if it was something real big. You know what I mean? What if somebody told you, well, God is pushing me to tell you, or I'm feeling something where God, the Lord might be telling you need to get up and talk to the whole congregation or something. What do we do then? You know what I mean?
Girl, one
It's
time
like,
me and my mom, we went to this visiting church, right? The pastor was like, everybody come up here. My mama just picked a random church. I was like, girl, why did you do this? So the preacher was up there saying, let me anoint everybody. Then everybody walk around 7 times. He going down every row. My mom was like, he better not come over here. I didn't go to the altar. She said, I did not go to the altar. I have been praying in my seat, because you could tell, like, on cue, if he said, like, no, run. God said run. The Holy Ghost about to move. And they run. And when the music stops, they
oh
stop.
yeah,
It's kind of like a traditional type of thing.
I've been
Um,
to churches like that. Yeah.
yeah, and then my mom was like, he better not come over here. Like, everybody that he'll touch with the oil, they pass out. And I'm not
Mm.
saying that those things are not real. I have witnessed demons being cast out of people, right? But that day,
Mhm.
I was like, this is a show. So he came over there
Mhm.
by my mama. She was like, I know he not coming over here with this oil. He kept hitting my mama in the head because he wanted her to fall. That woman did not
Girl,
fall, and that man got mad. Me and my
I was
mama,
just about to say the same exact thing happened to my sister, and her telling the story.
girl,
It is so hilarious how she told the story. She said that it was the exact same situation. The pastor came over, the church she was visiting came over with the oil and was hitting her in the head with the oil. And she said she just looked at him like she was crazy. She said she did not feel nothing while everybody else was passing out and stuff like it was normal. You know what I mean? She said she
yeah.
just looked at him. She said he got mad too.
Right. And I always say, like, if God wants to speak to me through somebody, I am absolutely receptive to that. Lord, my spirit is open.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes God will just show you, like, this is not me. This
Mm-hmm.
is human. This is not the spirit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That happens. That
And then he
happens.
said, I see what I'm dealing with. Some of y'all demons are very stubborn. Why? Because my mama won't pass out for you? I'm confused.
Yeah, we know that there's a lot of churches that just put on a show. I've been to a church one time where like everybody in the congregation was just falling out, and they had these the white sheets that they were just going and placing on people like it was a Sunday routine, and I'm just sitting there looking like, oh boy, what did I get myself into? You know what I mean? It's just it'd be like some churches do it as a routine, and you're just sitting there looking like, all
And
right.
then in one church, it was a holiness church, and that's some of my background too. So
Mm-hmm.
everybody around shouting, screaming. I'm enjoying everything. I'm clapping. This lady come by me and say, the Lord said he wants you to give him a real praise today. First of all, you done pissed me off, because
Mm.
who are you to judge my praise? Yo,
Yeah.
run around and my hand being lifted with tears in my eyes, God could receive both of those the same. Or how do you know that mine may not be more sincere?
You
Then she
know,
started jumping up by me, trying to get me to run around with her. No, ma'am, you do you, and I'm gonna do me. It's personal.
Well, yeah, I mean, when the spirit hits somebody, you can't control it. So it's
Exactly.
not like an act. It's not a thing of, you know, it's a routine or it's a practice. When the spirit hits you, there's nothing you can do about it. So it's not like something you're gonna think twice about it. The spirit just moves you. You're gonna be moved.
Exactly.
What
Yeah.
was you gonna say, Lord ADS?
I said we used to get spankings for not praising hard enough in church as a kid. I remember those. You don't
Really?
praise hard enough, yeah, you get whooping. You know what I'm saying? If somebody out praise you, you gonna get whooping.
What?
Oh wow. Mm-mm. See, I came from a strict background in the church too. I don't think it was ever that serious. We might get in trouble if we was falling asleep or something. Like when I was real young,
Yeah.
better stay awake during the service. But yeah,
My mama give me a look from the choir stand. I'll be like, dang, as soon as we get home, we getting a whipping, sis. My sister be like, he be like, dang, mama gonna whoop us.
mm-hmm.
She already knew.
I was in my pre-adolescent years in the 80s, right? And I remember you used to get them air whoopers in church for, you know what I'm saying, goofing off. You know, Sunday school, man, Sunday school teacher come down telling you your ass was grass. You know, and praising in church. You know what I'm saying? You bet that was saying, I see them jumping up, dancing, running around. You need to jump up, dance, run around with them.
Oh, my little brother, I think he was maybe 5. My mom was like, sit down. And my sister was trying to tell him to sit down. Sit down. Mama said, sit down. She said, boy, you better sit down now. Like she was at choir rehearsal. Why did he do the shooting hands? He said, no, mama, I'm gonna shoot you. Boom, boom. When I tell
Oh
you, I've
no!
never seen my brother get beat like that. My mama took that so personal.
Oh
I was like,
wow!
my gosh, mama,
You
he
was
don't
playing with the wrong one that day.
Girl,
And
we used to
lady
get
said,
whoopers.
we don't
We,
force people. We encourage them to join. How you supposed to do exactly?
Mhm.
Exactly. You can't browbeat anybody into doing anything. And if
Right.
if somebody gets mad about that, then that's not coming from a genuine place.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Not the
Hmm.
preacher hitting my mom in the head consistently saying, I see some of y'all demons are stubborn. I was
That
like,
is
this thing is
crazy.
out of order.
That is very crazy. Kwafi said, I told you about that girl who was at my family church. Every time the drums and shout music start, she would start shouting. Then when they break, she stops. Lord.
See what I'm saying?
Hey, Two Glock. Thank you for coming in. He said, very stubborn demons. Wow, shaking my head.
Right.
Right.
Thank you, God.
and girl, I got tore up one time on Easter. You know, my mom bought me this Easter suit, right? You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Shoes, all that good stuff. Make sure I was, you know, saying G'd up, sharp.
Uh,
And I remember I was like I said, man, I was just kind of a big kid, you know, right? You know what I'm saying? Round and such. And I was eating a candy bar on, you know what I'm saying, outside the Easter service because they was giving away candy. So I was eating a candy bar and I got it on my hands. And I had
Mm-hmm.
to fix my tie, right? I didn't know it was
mhm.
on my hands. So I fixed my tie, went up there. And the way my mama looked at me, boy, I mean, her eyes
I
was
know
just
you,
like
man.
gleaming with madness, like just angry as a nanny goat in the pepper
Oh,
jack.
man.
Her face, bro, it was just like, it was like, Mama, what is you looking at like that though? And then I remember I got whooping right after that shit too. I mean, she took me right after we got off the stage from that Easter thing. She took
Mm-hmm.
me right down, right back there, and I got angry for that because I got stuff on
Oh,
my shoulder.
no. You done got tore
Yeah,
up. Oh, man.
yeah. But that's a big reason why I never forced my son to go to church.
Mm-hmm.
Huge reason why. You know,
Mm.
I hated that as a kid. I hate being forced to go to church every Sunday, not missing the Sunday. Somebody gonna talk about in the church.
I love church
Oh
growing up.
no, not me. I try to stay up out of as much as I could. Those vacation Bible, I skipped those too.
You
That
said
was so
vacation.
fun. And we were in the
Really?
choir. we were a part of a drill team. We would travel with our drill team because they were so good. We just had fun back in the day. Back in the day, it's different now.
I have mixed experience. Like church was, I loved church when I was younger, and then because we did Awanas where the kids got together once a week and everything like that. But then once I got a little bit older teen, smelling myself, then it was just like, man, I don't feel like sitting in church all the time.
Yeah, I
But
get
Vaughn said, you can always tell those fakers. The scripture says, these people worship me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. That is true. Very
that
true.
is
That's one of
true.
my favorite ones. I'm behind on the comments, I think. I'm almost caught up. Freezy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back. I just had to get something to eat.
Oh my God. What are you eating?
I had to grab something quick. My nephew here, so we still eating on that pizza we had.
Oh, did you try the one you said you was gonna try?
The pretzel crust with the stuff.
Uh,
Yeah.
did you like it?
Well, I'm happy that you warned us.
Okay.
Because if you don't ask to get it, like you can get it, you can ask them to just sprinkle the sea salt instead of them actually dipping the crust. I think that's the way
Okay, so
you
it
had
was
it.
better.
Yeah, it was better. It was less like salty and stuff.
Okay, good. Because I'm telling you, when I tasted that stuff, I was about to throw it. I was like, oh, there's no way I can eat this. The salty
I'm glad you
pretzel
warned
crust.
us too.
I'm glad I did too, because y'all probably would have been like, what in the world? Yeah,
I
it was
wouldn't
a
hate
bit. If you don't, now I know, because now when you said that you could tell them to not dip it, then that might be a different story.
Yeah.
And Vaughn said, what about those people who fall out in the spirit? I once seen a lady look back at the floor before she fell. Just
Listen,
as
I get so tired of them.
bill. Yes.
I get so tired of the people that look around at everybody before they bust out running and shouting and screaming. It's giving. I want to team.
It's a lot of showboats. I'm telling you, it's a lot of showboats. It's that's why I think a lot of people, you really got to be mindful what church you go to.
Absolutely.
You really do, because I know certain stuff don't sit right with me. So if I visit a church and I see what I feel like is a whole bunch of shenanigans, like everybody's in routine, like it's something that they do every week, because you know what, you can be moved. Let's say we're in church, I feel like you can be moved by the spirit, moved by some songs that might touch your spirit or the message or whatever. But if you're just falling out, jumping, screaming, and hollering every single Sunday, I don't know. I don't feel like that, is really accurate to me.
Yeah, I agree.
I just really don't. What do you think about that, Freezy?
About what? The church stuff y'all talking about?
Like people that fall out every Sunday, put on a show, or the pastors that try to come with the oil and touch your forehead and you're supposed to fall out and you're just like, I don't feel it,
Yeah, there's a scripture that say, it talks about praying. Pretty sure y'all done ran across it, where it says, we're not supposed to like pray out in the open for everybody to see us and like in the street and stuff.
Oh, I know what you
put on a show. Yeah,
but it's better to pray in private at your home, in the room, whatever, in the room, because what it is and I'm not against praising God, I'm not against that,
right.
But you could tell when somebody is actually performing, for like it always goes back to attention, right? Attention, and so I think that you could tell. To me, when I was going to church, you could tell when somebody was sincere. Like let's just say if somebody is came to the church and they're dealing with some type of issue in their life, and
Yeah.
they can, you know what I'm saying, and then they just talk about it, and they just break down crying because they really, let's just say you might know this person in your neighborhood that really is dealing with this certain issue, and then they just lay it all out on the table. Because some people just come up and just cry out for help, and you can tell that these
Right.
people are sincere, you know, because they really dealing with some serious stuff. But
Right.
then you got Sister Mary at approximately 12:36 every Sunday.
Every
12:36,
Sunday.
you know, she gonna get, as soon as the organist hit that note, she gonna get up, and you know it's her cue. We already know what she gonna do. You know, so,
You already know.
you know what I'm saying. So yeah, I seen a lot of that. It's a lot of, you know, but it's with her. But I'm be honest with y'all, the way I feel about it, the scripture says God, I forgot what it said. I always keep forgetting that scripture. God is
Was
not
it
in the,
crazy?
huh?
How's it go? Do you remember some of it? I'll try to find it.
It's something about God is not dwell in places made with hands or something like that.
These something not made by man's hands. I know what you're talking about.
Acts 17:24. Because for some reason I always forget how that scripture go, but it say what is that? Let me find it. Okay, King James. It says for 20 Acts 17:23-25 say, for as I passed by and beheld your devotions, I found an altar with this inscription: to the unknown God, whom therefore ye ignorantly worship, him declare I unto you, God that made the world and all things therein, seeing that he is Lord of heaven and earth, dwelling not in temples made with hands.
Yeah.
So that's my mentality now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the people that actually need help is out here in the world. You know what I'm saying? So we're called to be fishers of men. I don't think we're called to just wait on somebody to come to this building so we can help them. You know what I'm
I'll
saying?
be right back, guys. Right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the souls need to be saved in the world.
Hey, PJ.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I mean, that's my mentality. Now, I think that it's very easy to see when you have like a controlled environment and it's a building and everybody meet up at this spot once a week, every week. And then you have a performance, you got the organist, you got a paid organist, you got a paid preacher, you got a paid, choir director, and it essentially turns into a production every Sunday, right?
It does.
So a lot of people ain't with that type of environment. Some, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of people that need to be reached, they're out in the world.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So that's my mentality, man. That's my mentality, man. So
I believe that too. That's the whole point. And then sometimes when people do come to the church and they don't look the part, they're judged. You know,
they gonna look at you crazy in church.
But the church is supposed to be a hospital. Like why are people attending if they're already healthy? Okay. You know, so it's messed up. And like you said, a lot of it is based on show. People don't really care about the saving of people's souls. It's just sad.
I found out a lot of the inner workings of the church because one of my best friends who I grew up with, who I was in the singing group with since we was kids, since we was like adolescent. He started playing drums at an early age in church, and he was getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you, behind the scenes, it's very political and
Mm-hmm.
like 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 these people expect for you to show up and be on cue and do good, do well, and help attract new members. You know, because ultimately church is a business.
Mm-hmm.
They need, you know what I'm saying? They'll tell you quick, you know, the lights ain't gonna stay on just by you catching the Holy Ghost. They'll tell you that, you know, we need some money, you know.
Right.
So in order for them to keep the lights on, and in order for them to make sure they pay everybody that need to be paid, like the preacher or the organist, the pianist, the drummer, you know what I'm saying? We need money coming in, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they need so in order to have more money coming in, especially that's why those mega churches are more successful than the smaller churches, because the mega churches understand production. They understand putting together like a real production, a show. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because the experience at those mega churches is way different from a small church in the neighborhood.
But I also think those churches are flourishing just for a moment. A lot of them are also falling because they are not standing based on God's principles. It's like you said, just a business, a way of financial gain.
Yeah, a lot of them are profit based. Let me read this comment real quick. Dragonfly said, I remember seeing a lady fall out in the spirit so hard. After they put a blanket over her, she started snoring loud in the spirit. They had to get her up.
Dragonfly.
Oh my gosh.
Dragon.
So can I share something with y'all? This is why I became more. This is why I transitioned into becoming more like just strictly Bible based, like scripture, studying the Bible. Because like I was an avid churchgoer. I don't think y'all understand. I used to be a choir director. I used to be on the usher board when I was younger.
Oh, me too.
You know what I'm saying? Like I used to pay tithes, all of that. You know what I'm saying? I was churchy. I was real churchy, but I wasn't getting what I needed to change my life. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't getting that spiritual strength for my faith, and I wasn't getting that to actually change my life. Because when I was going to church, I was still in the street. I was still going to the clubs and stuff. I would meet a lot of my church members at the club. I would see them at the club. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, okay, if they here, I'm here. It must be all good. It's good. We seeing each other. We buying each other drinks at the club. Then we'll see each other in church the next day. You know what I'm saying? I thought it just became a norm. So it wasn't really helping my growth. And then I started really wanting to be rewarded the kingdom of God more serious. Like I didn't want to miss out on the kingdom of God. So I started questioning a lot of things. And once I started getting with more Bible-based study people or whatever, it started really hitting home that, hey, this thing is serious. You can't be playing around. You really do reap what you sow. This is why a lot of things that I wanted to materialize in my life was not materializing, right? And also what I was dealing with was I was taking care of my mom. And so I used to pray, and I would, for my mom to get better and for her to be healed, I was, just like Emperor Kojak 313, the greatest, going through right now, and also Blaze. Shout out to those brothers. It's very much a mental challenge dealing with something like that and dealing with your family member like that. And so I really wanted God to answer my prayers. So I really started questioning, will God take me sincere if I'm, okay, I'm going to church, but I'm still, if I was to just tell myself the truth, I'm still
The same things.
you know what I'm saying? Like, so I really wanted my mom. I didn't see how we live our lives. It doesn't just affect us. It affects people around us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So do I care about the people around me? Do I really care about? Yeah, I do. I care about my mom. I care about my friends. I care about my brothers. I really wanted my mom to, I wanted her quality of life to improve. That's why I started reading the Bible a lot and really trying to figure out what God really, instead of taking the preacher word for it, because I just got tired, just like what y'all was just talking about, just putting on the show. It just seemed like I really wanted results in my life, And so I started reading the Bible. And what's wrong with reading the Bible? It's the same Bible that the preacher be preaching out of. So why can't I just open the Bible and study it extensively for myself? The biggest challenge is discipline. Reading the Bible for yourself takes discipline. So
yes, it does.
It's easy. The reason why a lot of people just would rather go to church, it's easier to just, because a lot of people look at it as going to church to get the word. Like that's their medicine every Sunday. They go get the word. They go hear the preachers give them the word, and they feel like that was the word.
And that was it for the week.
That's it for the week, right? Some people are a little more proactive. Some people are a little more proactive. They might go to, on the Wednesday night for Bible study, whatever, But with me, I needed more than that because it just wasn't doing it for me. I'm still seeing church members in the club. I'm seeing them at the liquor store. I'm seeing them at the dope spot sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like
you know what?
Yeah.
When I was 27, I went to the liquor store, right? In church doing, singing, still partying, doing whatever. Why did I said, oh my gosh, that's Reverend Wilson. When I saw Reverend Wilson, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Lord, what does this mean? Guess what he said? That's all you gonna buy?
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Guess what? If Reverend Wilson told me that.
Gosh, I was like, Lord, I know I'm still trying to overcome this drinking thing. Now I done ran into Reverend Wilson. Reverend Wilson said, hey sis, that's how you gonna buy?
You got drunk that night, didn't you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Turned all the way up.
I know you did, because Reverend Wilson said so.
Reverend Wilson, he probably got more lit than you that night.
But I was like, what? Like, I didn't even know how to respond to that. I was like, I'm thinking this man, it was just weird. Like, you just never know. Some people are, like you said, just going to church. And of course, it's not enough, right? Because as you grow in your relationship with the Lord, we learn that He requires more. It's way deeper than just hearing somebody else deliver the word to you. You have to nurture that relationship personally.
Right. I have to read and study, because if I don't, then I'll be off track. So I have to make it a routine to read scriptures, study the word, and whatever. Because if I don't, then I'll be off track and I won't feel right. Like I feel like I'm disappointing God. You know what I mean?
Oh, girl, yeah.
That's how I be feeling. Narrative said, but if you do not become on their payroll and let the pastor tell you doing it for the Lord, you will be homeless like Eddie Long took all those people's paychecks.
Oh,
Right. And that's a good point, because from what you just said, Mo Love, seeing Reverend Wilson in the liquor store getting his bottle, and you was in there, these people that are in, a lot of people that are in the church, just because they're in the church, which is our whole point, doesn't mean that they're doing right behind closed doors. Speaking of Eddie Long, we see how that happened.
Yes.
He had a big church. He had plenty. And even when stuff came out about him, even his congregation that followed him so much was still supporting him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was there on church for a minute.
Did they ever mention like how he passed, or I know he got sick?
It was supposed to be cancer. Wasn't it cancer that took him?
That's what they said. I think he
had that's what I'm saying, Breezy. Yep.
I think he had that ninja.
I do too.
To me, I went to Creflo Church. I went to A Long Church, and I still, it was more for me for show, right? You know what I'm saying? You put on your Sunday's best. You know what I'm saying? It's I mean, let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? You looking to meet single women, you know what I'm saying? Church, if you go say in church, you're going to talk to a couple single women there. They just talk to you. But on the flip hand side is that I got kind of bored with it all. I really did. I just said, this is so routine. Just like me going to the club, going out. It was such a weekend thing for me that I just started getting like really bored with doing all that for a while, right? Like, I already know what's kind of going to occur. I'm going to talk to her. You know what I'm saying? My boy did hit up a couple weeks ago. She's still up in here. Right? So, it became so routine to me that I just like kind of disengaged with it. And the more I read the Bible, I read the King James first, right? The more I thought to myself, there's so, it just reads like there's so many parts missing to this, right? It just reads like there's something else to be said here that just isn't being said in the King James. So I read my Catholic Bible, and there's about 5 or 6 more books, but still lacking just some of the content, right? I'm looking for on behalf of God. I'm looking to get to know my maker. You know what I'm saying? So then I read like I said, I went through, and this ain't too much of a big up because I ain't trying to convert, but I read the Torah, and it just like filled in all that blanks for me. It just like, it made perfect sense, right? From that perspective, this is what God really said versus what I read in the King James or in the Catholic Bible. So I've been reading it since, and it is far more fulfilling reading the Torah, reading through the books of the Tanakh than it was reading through the King James. I suggest that for anybody who's trying to read the Bible. Go to the Hebrew Bible. It's got, it's a lot more detail and context to it. But I've always believed that's what church was intended for. The church, you can learn a thing or two from church, right? But you're supposed to know this stuff yourself. It's most supposed to be a question and answer than it is a sermon. But what you hear in most cases is a sermon, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to study yourself, know yourself approved. And I will say, from what you just said, that's a whole nother conversation, because there's debates on whether you should be reading stuff outside the Bible or not. And that's a lot of stuff I've been researching lately, but that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother show.
Yeah, and then I want to note that the Torah is basically the first 5 books of the Bible. Genesis, Exodus, all of that is basically the first 5 books. So it's, even if you're reading the Bible, it's just about studying it properly. You know what I'm saying? And so, just to end what I was saying earlier, I needed more discipline, right? I needed more discipline in my life to get better results, so I wanted to please God more. I really wanted God to hear me. I just felt like God was sparing me, but he really wasn't like granting me what I really was asking him to do. But I had to actually take a close look at my life. I was still trying to do what I wanted to do. I wanted God to bless me, but still me be able to do what I wanted to do too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
they call it being lukewarm, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I just had to come to a realization that God don't work like that.
Yeah, that is true, Freezy. That is true, and I've been there too. You know what I mean? It was like I'm still praying and everything like that, but like you said, it's still wanting to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah. So when we talk about stop, like trying to alleviate sin in your life, like that's what I was saying before. I've said in the past that we all have a past. Nobody's actual life is perfect. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's life is perfect.
Right.
But you can make a decision moving forward to make a sincere effort to stop, like whatever you used to do, to stop it. Like I said, some things are going to be harder to quit than others, but God knows when you're making a sincere effort. You know what I'm saying? When I was going to church, I just seen a lot of people that really wasn't. You could tell they wasn't really trying to make a sincere effort. It was more so about how they were perceived. They just cared about how they were perceived, and hey, that's sister such and such, and and that's brother such and such, and deacon such, and they just cared about just the, I don't know, I don't know. They just cared about the appearance.
Yeah, the optics, the appearance, how they present themselves to other people.
Yeah, Pastor Wilson, Mo Love said, Pastor, to be honest with you,
Wilson,
from a man's point of view, I think the reason why he said that's all you're gonna get, I think he was trying to kind of give you a hint, like, hey, I'm with it too now.
Oh, he was. He had a bottle in his hand.
I'm talking about on some other stuff
He's
too.
Talking about on another level.
Oh, what you mean? Like trying to
just in case he,
in case you want to get up and have a few drinks, sweetie.
With him too,
Man.
I do it too. I'll get drunk with you. That's all you gonna get.
That man was probably 71 or 72.
Hey, that don't mean
that don't mean a difference. The next bottle's on him.
That's right. They got Viagra.
Yeah. What?
Well, if that is the case, Mo Love, he got good taste in women. I give him that. He got good taste. Mo Love is a good woman.
See, I'm thinking that man, like when I walked in, I said, oh my gosh, like maybe I need, well, I'm already in here now. That man said, that's how you gonna get?
Yeah.
Like, wow. I just heard you preach a sermon on Sunday.
See, you was trying to duck and dodge, and he was with it.
Okay.
Hey, V, thank you for coming in. V said good evening. F&M panel.
Hey.
And Brother Vaughn made a good comment in here somewhere. I got to scroll back. He said, I once saw a lady who went down to the altar to receive the Holy Ghost with tongues. They worked with her, and finally she spoke, kitty, 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 kitty. He said, what type of tongues was that?
Okay. See what I'm saying?
Funny. And narrative say, get self right first, spiritual soul, then physical, the mind, etc. Even what we eat and put in our bodies is a sin, yet we try to cast sin out of others. The soul ain't right yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. Yeah, that was a funny one. She said, kitty, kitty. What in the world? What do y'all think about that? Do y'all think some people be putting on a show when they be speaking in tongues?
Okay, so what
now, Ms. Ladies, I'm gonna drop down and get me something to eat, but I don't want to get involved in that conversation with certain aspects of the Bible. But thank y'all for having me up.
All right. Thank you for the ADS.
Okay, so I was speaking to Bolo like 2 weeks ago, right? In regards to speaking in tongues. I ain't never heard nobody say that it's demonic. He said a lot of that is made up and it did not come from God. When God mentioned speaking in tongues, that was like the day of Pentecost, when people from different nationalities and different cultures were given the ability to speak in tongues through the Holy Spirit. And he said speaking in tongues is basically when God gave them the ability to interpret and understand what other cultures and nationalities were saying.
Yeah, language.
I heard it like that. I was like, So all this speaking in tongues, but people, I don't know. God is still dealing with me with that because when I was a little girl, like I used to think, I would be like, "Oh Lord, would you give me that gift?" Like I wanted that, but I don't know how to feel about it. What do y'all think?
Um, well, yeah. So Bolo, I agree with Bolo. From
Wow.
just from me studying, um, tongue, even in the English language, when somebody says, "Oh, they got a Spanish tongue" or they got a French tongue, tongue basically means language, like what language you speak.
Yeah.
So, um, people worship God in different languages. Like everybody that comes
Right.
together doesn't speak the same, might not speak the same language,
Correct.
you know?
Yeah.
So that's how I interpret speaking in tongues. That's that stuff that they was doing, that be doing in churches, sama lama 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 lama.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't
Mm-hmm.
even know what that is. I never understood it. I never heard nobody break it down into a full English sentence. I never heard nobody interpret it. Uh, I don't know what that is. And then here's another thing. If that is a something that they saying that could be interpreted, it seemed like everybody kind of start off the same way. It seemed like everybody say the same. Like it sound the same. Like I don't know, but I just like I
I
don't
agree,
even.
crazy. It does. A lot of it does sound the same, and it doesn't kind of matter where you hear it at.
Yeah.
So I kind of agree with you in that aspect. Now, I don't know. I think people do have the gift of tongue that I'm pretty sure is some people have that spiritual gift and talent. Um, but I do think that some of it is for show because, like a lot of people say the same thing. I mean, I've seen people just every time there's a prayer or every time it's a praise, they do the same thing. It sounds the same thing.
So, okay, so you're saying you do think that some of it is real. That's what I've always thought, right? And I thought that God gives you that gift. Like that's a different one of the gifts of the Holy Spirit, right? But
Hmm.
I guess as I'm growing, it's like I said, God is still dealing with me with that because um I don't know. You
So
can
it's a
tell when it's fake. You can tell. I done heard a whole bunch of fake tongues.
so
Well, yeah.
think about it in language terms. Like it is a gift to know different languages. Like that's
Hmm.
how I look at it. It's a gift to be able to speak in different tongues, different languages. Like people that's bilingual or trilingual, or I think that's a gift. You know what I'm saying? So when you're dealing with people in your you're in the spirit with people, and you're talking about scriptures and God, and people are coming to you crying out for help, for you to be able to interpret different languages, I look at that as a gift. Now the other thing, I don't know about that, but I look at it like, because there are other people there are other nationalities of people that speak in different languages that have the same issues of life that we have over here in America,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
And so
definitely true.
for somebody to be gifted in knowing these languages
Mm-hmm.
and to be able to reach these people, I think that's a gift,
Yes, it is.
you know?
Right.
So that's how I
Um,
interpret those scriptures. So,
Mm-hmm.
Vaughn says, you have other tongues, which is an actual language, and then you have unknown tongues. I believe God still moved by his spirit. Now I can believe that.
So,
I don't think everybody that's doing it, I think some of it is show, but I do believe that God can, put
so,
something in your spirit and have you speak in different unknown tongues. I believe people do have that gift, but I believe some people that do it are it's for a show.
Right. So Vaughn said what he said, and I think Vaughn said he grew up. I don't know if it was the holiness type of background, because I've somewhat got like come across those type of ministries too, right? The holiness ones, and they live by speaking in tongues. So that's why I needed to insight and understanding. And from what we went over through scripture, like, I don't know, to hear that it's demonic, it just blew my mind. But
But even in the unknown tongues that
oh,
Vaughn is speaking
Pentecostal
of,
church. Okay, yes.
but even in the unknown tongues that Vaughn is speaking of, nobody can interpret that. The scripture says no man can understand that.
So that's
Right?
what I was confused about. It's just,
Yeah, no, that unknown tongue that Vaughn is speaking of, nobody can interpret that. Nobody can.
But I guess
Speaking to God.
was the question more of, do you think people can do it even if they don't know what they're saying? The spirit is moving them. They can do it. They might not even know what it says. It's just I don't know.
No, I'm saying I thought we was talking about having the gift to interpret tongues. You know what I'm saying? But
Okay.
that unknown tongue that Vaughn is speaking of, that specific scripture says they're not speaking to man, they're speaking to God, and no man can understand it. No
they
man
said,
can.
and you're not supposed to do it outwardly unless someone is there to interpret.
Right. I've never, like Frieza said, I don't think I've ever heard anybody stop and interpret it. And
Well, you ain't gonna
They
hear
do it in
it.
my church though. Like when and it's not that I hear it a lot, but there's a like one lady, and then the guy was like, hold on, like everybody be quiet, nobody say nothing. And she spoke in tongues maybe for like 2 or 3 minutes. And then after she got through, he kept his eyes closed maybe for like 5 minutes, and then he basically um could understand it. And she agreed that what she was thinking, what God was speaking through her, he spoke. That was my first time ever seeing that done. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So they told you what was said? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is 1 Corinthians 14, and we're just gonna read the second verse. It says, "For he that speaketh in an unknown tongue speaketh not unto men, but unto God, for no man understandeth him. No man understandeth him. Howbeit in the spirit he speaketh mysteries." So that unknown tongue that Ron is talking about, no man understandeth that tongue. No man.
So that's okay, but keep reading.
Yeah, but it said, "But he that prophesieth speaketh unto men in edification and exhortation and comfort. He that speaketh in an unknown tongue edifieth himself, but he that prophesieth edifieth the church."
Mm-hmm.
I would that ye all speak with tongues, but rather I would that ye all speak with tongues, but rather that ye prophesied. So right here, that verse is saying, instead of speaking in tongues, I would rather that you prophesy, which is what? Giving the scripture, like putting forth scripture and
Right.
giving the word of God. For greater is he that prophesieth than he that speaketh with tongues, except he interpret that the church may receive edifying.
That's
So
the
it's
part I was talking about.
right, but it's saying that interpret scriptures, right? Prophesying, right? Because when it say speaking in unknown tongues in verse 2, no man understand him. No man, right? So right here is Paul is saying he would rather, instead of focusing on speaking in tongues, he would rather the saints focus on prophesying. We prophets focus on the scriptures, right? The edification of the scriptures, right? Not these mysterious tongues.
Right,
Okay.
but I thought that the scripture is also specifically saying, but if a person is publicly speaking in tongues, you shouldn't do it unless someone is there to interpret what's being said.
Mm,
Right?
we're heathen speak-
We're saying, only thing I'm talking about, I'm raising the issue what Von said. He specifically said unknown tongue. That's what he said,
Mhm.
right? But but as far as the gift of tongues, right? The way I understand it is language, like tongues. You know what I'm saying? The gift of tongues is language. I'm not talking about. I wasn't talking about the mysterious, unknown. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about like different people coming from all walks of life.
Oh
And
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So when I was talking to Bolo, he was explaining that that's the only type of tongues that there are. Only like being able to interpret what people are saying from different cultures and nationalities. He said all those other tongues that people are doing is false. It's not from God. So
right.
I had a hard time accepting that.
So okay.
Well-
So right here. Go ahead. Fear no more. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead, sis.
No, I'm just saying, I'm gonna let you go ahead, but it says that for he that speaketh in an unknown tongue speaketh not unto men, but unto God. So
Facts.
isn't that the fact of people who, if God gives you the gift of tongue, it's not for man to know what you're saying because you're talking to God.
That's what
Right.
I
That's
thought.
I'm getting out of it.
Okay. So do y'all remember a scripture that says we can be so desperate, right? Where we utter like I forgot that scripture where it says the Spirit makes intercession with us,
Correct.
Yeah,
and we utter things that can't even be understood.
Yeah,
Like
but only God
sometimes we
understood.
can be so desperate and our cry for help, we just utter things that man can't understand, like the groanings and stuff. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. God knows
So-
what your heart and what you mean,
Yeah,
though. But yeah, you might not even have the right words to say.
Yes, we don't even know
I
what
get it.
like so the Spirit have to make intercession with us, right?
Mhm.
But as far as those other tongues is like different tongues and stuff, I agree with Bolo. I just think that you know that's referring to like people from different parts of the world or different areas that might speak different languages. Because that is a terminology for language in the English. It's called a tongue, speaking in a
Right.
different tongue.
I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
Hey, Bolo, how are you doing?
hey.
What's going on,
Bolo,
guys?
what's up, Bolo?
What's going on, baby? What's going on, everybody?
Chilling.
Hey. So you were talking about Romans 8:26, for we do not know what we should pray for as we ought, but the Spirit Himself makes intercession for us with groanings which cannot be uttered.
Right. Yeah, that type of thing, you know. Cause I probably done did that, man. I done cried, I done been on my knees and
So when Vaughn said there is a tongue where God gives again like people the insight, the spiritual insight to understand what they're saying from different nationalities, he said, but there is also an unknown tongue, right? I'm
that's
confused.
the unknown tongue. Said the unknown tongue we were just talking about in Corinthians, no man can understand it.
Okay, so there's two different ones, is what it sounds like.
Well, that unknown tongue is supposed to be a mystery, right? That might be above my pay grade. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know about it. But But as far as like the day of Pentecost and people just coming from different, you know what I'm saying, places, whatever. Yeah, I understand that as people speaking in different languages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where F and M go?
Oh no, she might have to go do the number 2 or something. I don't know.
Yes, but I understood it when I went over it with Bolo, but there is still a part of me believes, okay, some people are being genuine, like God didn't give them that tongue that nobody else understands but him.
Let me ask you a question. Were the 12 disciples blessed with the Holy Spirit?
Mm-hmm.
Did any of them talk to God that nobody can understand in tongues?
No, but what about what it
Hold
says
on,
in
hold on,
1 Corinthians?
hold on. Let's walk it through.
Mm-hmm.
Was Isaiah blessed with the Holy Spirit?
Mm-hmm.
Did he speak in tongues that no one understood?
As far as I know, no.
Did anybody in the Old Testament or New Testament that was blessed with the Holy Spirit speak in tongues that no man could understand or interpret?
No, but why does it say that in scripture?
Hold on. We're going to go to the scripture. But first, let's use what we know in scripture. Is anyone blessed with tongues that no man could understand?
No.
Right? Okay, so let's read this. You're reading 1 Corinthians chapter 14. It says, pursue love and desire spiritual gifts, but especially that you may prophesy. But he who speaks in tongues does not speak to men but to God. What is he saying when he says that? But he who speaks in tongues, for he who speaks in a tongue does not speak to men but to God. What does he say? That's a question.
Read it again.
For he who speaks in a tongue does not speak to men but to God.
What? That's saying only God can give that gift.
What tongue can you talk in that God is the only one that can understand?
I don't know.
That's
I'm
a good point.
confused on this.
There is no tongue that you can speak that God don't understand.
That's what I'm saying. So are people given the gift of tongues?
Oh, that's a demon, ma. There ain't no tongue. When they're talking gibberish, that's garbage. That's
you
not
don't think any of it is real?
No. It says it here. Speak in tongues does not speak to men but to God. For no one understands him. Semicolon. However, comma, in the spirit he speaks. What that is referring to is the scripture that you guys refer to where the spirit moans and groans in a language that only he can speak. Because there's two prayers that go on when you pray. You pray and then your spirit prays for what you need. I forget the scripture. I think you guys quoted it. Where the moans and groans of what you need in the spirit. Okay? When you go and what these churches use is they use the day of Pentecost. They go to Acts chapter 2 and they speak, but they don't read the whole scripture. They don't read the whole scripture. And when the day of Pentecost was fully come, now you have to understand the Israelites were scattered. They all spoke different languages, right? But they knew enough that when the day of Pentecost came, that they would all come from different places and congregate in this one place to celebrate the day of Pentecost, okay? But they all spoke different languages. Now, they knew the 12 disciples were from Galilee. They didn't speak their languages, so this is where we're catching up. They were all with one accord in one place. And suddenly there came a sound from heaven as of a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as fire, and it sat upon each of them. And they were all filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance. And they stopped there. We need to read on. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. Now, when this was noised abroad, now it's flying around that the 12 disciples are talking in tongues. It's spreading like wildfire. The multitude came together and were confounded. They were perplexed. They were confused. Why? Because that every man heard them speak in his own language. So from wherever those Jews were, under the nation, from all different nations, they spoke their language and they were confused. Why? Verse 7. And they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, behold, are they not all these which speak Galileans? And how hear we every man in our own tongue wherein we were born? Parthians, Medes, Elamites, and dwellers of Mesopotamia and Judea and Cappadocia, in Pontus and Asia, Phrygia, Pamphylia and Egypt, and in parts of Libya and Cyrene, and strangers of Rome, Jews, and that word gets me. Right? And it goes on, Cretes, Arabians. We do hear them speak in our tongues the wonderful works of God. And they were all amazed and were in doubt, saying to one another, what meaneth this? What's going on here? We know these dudes don't speak all of these languages. So they spoke a tongue so that the Holy Spirit can give them edification in their language. Not in a language in the middle of you speaking. In the middle of me giving you a sermon, I'm going to utter some gibberish and then go right back into the sermon. When did Jesus do that?
So that's the part that confuses me. I understand the part where they were able to understand other people's languages. My struggle is believing that, I guess it's a different dynamic. Like, I honestly believe that God can give people that gift of an unknown tongue that only He understands.
Well, what purpose? God is not an author of confusion, right? Is he an author of confusion?
I thought that was supposed to be one of the evidence of the Holy Spirit, not the only evidence, but
the Lord just told you in 1 Corinthians 14 that that's not so. I didn't say it. Let's read it again. Pursue love and desire spiritual gifts, but especially that you may prophesy. But he who speaks in a tongue does not speak to men, but to God. So if you speak a language that only you understand and God understands, what language is that? What language is it that you're going to speak that only He and you understand, that you need to edify God? What do you need to edify God on? Because the reason why that Spirit, the Holy Spirit, fell on the 12 was to edify those people. You follow what I'm saying?
I'm just...
Okay, no. Let's mine it out. So how does when a spirit falls on you and you speak a tongue that only you and God understands, what edification is that?
I don't know. I guess it's just between you and God, right?
So why? So, and God tells you, why would I do that? Why would I give you something that only you and I understand? That's what He's saying.
Why does it say, as you read down, but if you do speak in tongues?
Let's read it. Let's read it out.
Let's read it. Be there to interpret what's being said.
Let's read it.
There's a lot of scriptures on this.
It says, but he who prophesies speak edification, exhortation, and comfort to men. He who speaks in a tongue edifies himself. In other words, what he's saying is all you're doing is edifying yourself. In other words, only you know what you're talking about if you're talking about anything, period. So when those dudes are on the church speaking and they're doing their whatever they're doing, who are they edifying? All they're doing is edifying themselves and holding themselves at a higher level to say, the Holy Spirit is on me so that I can talk tongues. Hold me at this high esteem because you don't have it.
Bolo, you got that scripture pulled up, Bolo?
Yes. We're going to go through
why would it say, why would it even acknowledge unless somebody is there to interpret what's being said?
Let's finish reading. Let's finish reading. But he who prophesies speak edification, exhortation, and comfort to men. He who speaks in tongues or tongue edifies himself, but he who prophesies edifies the church.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What does the Lord want us to do? Edify the church or edify themselves?
Church.
Okay, let's read on verse 5. I wish you all spoke with tongues. Okay, but even more that you prophesied. Do you think when he's saying here, I wish you all spoke with tongues, do you think he's talking about the tongues that only you and God understand?
I don't know.
No, he's not talking about that. He's not speaking on that. What he's talking about is the different languages in the different, because remember the Roman Greco Empire, the Grecian Empire is like America. You see how you have 50 different nationalities, 100 different nationalities, and they stick that little American at the back of it? So you could be Chinese American, Haitian American, Black American, Indian American. You see how they do that? That's what they did in Rome. They did the same thing. In fact, that's where America gets it from. They get it from Rome. So what they would do is whatever nation you came from, they would slap Roman on the back. This is why when you read Acts, when all of them came from different nations, and they all spoke different languages, but they were all Jews. They were all Jews. And now the Holy Spirit falls on these men and they speak all of their languages. Why? To edify. So now these guys are looking at them like it's a game, but let's continue reading. I wish you all spoke in tongues, but even more that you prophesied. So he's saying, even more, I wish that you prophesied. But he who prophesies is greater than he who speaks with tongues. Why did he say that? Because there's edification in it. He's going to say it right here. Unless indeed he interprets that the church may receive edification. Do they give you edification?
No.
Because here's the thing. When that dude or that chick is speaking in that language, how do I know what that dude is saying is true? How do I know?
I thought it was just unto God when it comes to that.
But how do I verify it? How do I verify? The Lord tells you I'm not a man of an author of confusion. I'm the same yesterday, same today, same forever. He doesn't change, right? We know that for a fact, correct? So how do I verify? Because the Lord has made it so that we can verify things, right? This is where we go with the studying and opening up the different books and going through science and different that, just to verify that what the Lord says is correct and that it's not wrong. How do we verify that when that dude said, and the Lord said, come, and I'm going to come down and say this, how do we know that what he said was what that interpreter said he said?
Okay, so
go ahead.
I'm about to put something on the screen.
So with what Bridget said, the reason you were speaking is so only you and God knows what you're saying, is what I thought. I thought that was, yeah. Isn't it supposed to be between you and God? It's really up to the people to understand.
Okay, so here's my question. Because again, show me anybody in the word that did that.
I can't.
So then why are we talking about it? So I'm trying to understand.
I just needed clarity.
No, but what I'm saying to you is, if we say this person did this, I'll go into the scripture and say, well, hold on. This is where Christ did it. Hold on, this is where Moses did it. Hold on, this is where Sarah did it. Hold on, this is where Rebecca did it. Hold on, this is where such and such. If you come to me and say, did women prophesy? I'll go and say, yeah, hold on. Here's the prophetess. Let me show you this. Were there any judges? Yeah, hold on. Let me go to Deborah. He was a judge. But let me give you the context of why she was a judge. But the point of the matter is we go to the word, correct? Show me where someone talked in tongues the way these preachers do today.
I cannot.
Okay, so if you cannot, wouldn't that be safe enough to say?
1 Corinthians.
Let me ask you a question. Paying tithes. Are you supposed to pay tithes? You know, according to the scriptures, no, you're not.
10%. Well, I get what you're. I thought you were
supposed to pay tithes at all
to the church, but
when Christ came, hold on. Let's not go in freestyle.
I'm not.
According to the scriptures, you do not pay tithes. That's done.
I thought you were talking in correlation to the church because we were.
No, I'm saying the tithes are with church, right, Mo?
Tithing can be in other forms, like you can tithe.
Absolutely, 100%. It doesn't say 10% neither.
Yeah.
So where do they get 10%? They got ATMs in the damn churches. They got lists of people. You got Creflo Dollar who said, I wish when we built the Georgia Dome, this is what he said. I wish when they built the Georgia Dome, when I had this dome built, that I could put turnstiles in here. That if no one paid, I would hand out Uzis to the usher and then say 3, 2, 1 in the name of the Lord and kill everybody.
Yeah, that's sick. So when I speak of tithing, it's more than from a financial standpoint.
Okay, forget what you're thinking. Let's go with
well, that is tithing though, right? Time, serving.
Let's go with the mainstream and talk about bread. This is the point of us matching up what tradition of men are and what the tradition of God is. Right? I would follow the tradition of God rather than the tradition of men. Would you agree?
Yes, that's why I say that tithing is not based on money.
Okay, but I'm not asking you what you feel. What I'm saying is, does the church feel that way?
No.
All right. So is the church wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So when we're speaking, we're speaking in general. We're not talking about what your personal feelings are. Yes, tithing could be anything. Tithing can be your time. It can. But
I was basing that off of biblical principle. What I said.
But the biblical principle, the principle but the point that I was making, the example that I was proposing was, when you see these guys in church, it's the same thing that they do with the tithing. Can you find it in scripture? No. And don't come to me with Old Testament because Christ did away with it. Who should I listen to? Should I listen to my last order or should I listen to the previous, the now order? What should I listen to?
I think all of it matters, but
so if I told you, don't cross the street, I told you that. And then I come back to you and say, hey, Mo, you can cross the street. Which order are you listening to? The one that I gave you previous or the one that I just gave you?
Probably the one that you just gave. But when you're speaking about the Bible, can I say this? I believe that all of it matters.
That's not what I'm saying. You're getting caught up. Follow what I'm saying to you. We understand all of it matters. We understand all of it matters when it's in context. Christ said Moses gave you law of tithes, right? 10%, whatever. Christ came back and said that's dead. Am I listening to Moses or am I listening to Christ? Who am I listening to?
Christ.
Okay. So anything Moses said pertaining to tithes is null and void.
Mm-hmm.
It means nothing now. You know why? Because my Messiah, my Lord and Savior said that tithes thing is dead. That's why he said, you see this woman that gave me these pennies? She gave me more than you. Right. Do these churches push that?
No.
T.D. Jakes said, listen, the Lord don't want to own me. So when I give him $1,000, he don't want to own me. He triples and doubles what I give. Is that scripture?
No, he said that he said something about
being in debt to me. The Lord don't want to be in debt. All right. You have another pastor that says, you know why Jesus hasn't came? Because y'all haven't given enough. And foolishly, people who don't read the word say, yeah, I need to give.
They use that don't rob God scripture too. Don't forget that with that.
That's in Malachi, yeah.
These dudes will tell you, listen, even when the churches were closed in during the pandemic, they tell you, I don't care if the churches are closed. Drive by and put your tithes in the mail.
What the hell?
Let me ask you a question. If the plane is for the church, can I fly in it? If it's the congregation's plane, why can't I fly in it? You think they're going to let me fly in their G4? They'll put their foot in my ass. No, you
I want to read this real quick. Okay, so Von Bryant said, question, if we don't agree on the topic of tongues, does that mean we can't worship together and walk together? I believe in the Holy Spirit with the evidence of speaking in tongues.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that.
Bolo,
absolutely not.
That is a very good question too.
And it's a simple answer. No, that's not going to change us from walking the same road. Because at the end of the day, the biggest root that we need to fall on is Christ as our Lord and Savior. Anything other than that, we can work it out on the way. So
Bolo,
no, yes, sir.
You still got that scripture pulled up?
Which one? 1 Corinthians chapter
14.
Yes. You need it?
Could you read 14, verse 14?
That's what I was about to pull up too.
For if I pray in a tongue, my spirit prays, but my understanding is unfruitful. What is the conclusion then? I will pray with the spirit, and I will also pray with the understanding. I will sing with the spirit, and I will also sing with the understanding. So what is he saying there, Mo? Therefore, let him who speaks in a tongue pray that he may interpret. So him that pray, and then it goes on in verse 14, for if I pray in a tongue, my spirit prays, but my understanding is unfruitful. So if I'm praying in a tongue, how is my understanding unfruitful? See, we make Christ too complicated. Christ is simple. He's very simple. He's not complicated at all. The scriptures don't say anybody spoke in a tongue that no one understands. And everybody from the beginning of Genesis to Revelation was filled with the Holy Spirit, right? All those prophets, all those men, all of them women, they were all filled with the Holy Spirit. Did any of them do what you see these preachers doing today? Did any of them do that? No. So I'm going to lean on the side of saying, nah, man, I'm good. I'm good. When they start doing that, that's some made up. You need to show me that in scripture. The same way anything else, show me in scripture. And I'll meditate on it. I'll pray on it. Maybe I don't have a clear understanding on it. Maybe I don't. The Lord will give it to me. But when you use...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In 1 Corinthians, what are we in, 14, at verse 18, it goes on to say, I thank my God I speak with tongues more than ye all. Yet in the church I had rather speak 5 words with my understanding, that by my voice I might teach others also, than 10,000 words in an unknown tongue. Brethren, be not children in understanding, howbeit in knowledge.
On there, hold that. In verse 19, yet in the church I would rather speak 5 words with my understanding than I may teach others than 10,000 words in a tongue. Do you think that that tongue he's speaking about is the tongue where people speak different languages? Mo?
I don't know.
No, it's not.
But I don't think we can skip over 18, where he is still saying that he can speak in tongues.
I thank my God if I speak with tongues more than you all. It's talking about a different language. Look at the difference in the way we use the context. Yet in church, I would rather speak 5 words with my understanding. So he said, in church, I'd rather say 5 words than I may teach others than 10,000 words in a tongue. If I'm speaking a language that someone else is going to understand that's in my church, does it matter what tongue I'm speaking? If someone is going to understand it? Because that's what he did with the 12, right? He put
Bolo. Not only that, Bolo. If we read the whole chapter is basically saying unknown tongues is unprofitable.
That's what he's saying.
That's basically what it's saying. It's saying it's unfruitful and it's unprofitable. And how we should deal with saints, how we should deal with the people, it should be profitable and fruitful, right? That's why it was saying it's better to prophesy. It's better to prophesy than to speak in unknown tongue.
Right.
Because the whole point is to be profitable with the people and to be fruitful. That's the whole. This whole chapter is saying that unknown tongues is not profitable. With
read on like FNN wanted, brethren, do not be children in understanding. However, in malice be babes, but in understanding be mature. In the law it is written, with the man of other tongues and other lips, I will speak to these people, and yet for all that they will not hear me. So what he's saying is, even though I speak to them and give them wisdom, they're still not going to hear me. Not meaning that they don't physically hear, but they're not going to follow, says the Lord.
Right.
Therefore, tongues are for a sign, not to those who believe, but to unbelievers. But prophesying is not for unbelievers. So right here is the linchpin. Therefore, tongues are for a sign, not for those who believe, but to unbelievers. See, those people that are in churches, when that dude does that and they get caught up in it, he's saying that's for them, unbelievers. But look at what he says for believers. But prophesying, which we read above, is for edification, is not for unbelievers, but for those who believe. Did you understand that, Mo?
The secrets of their hearts are laid bare.
Yeah, some of it.
So let me read it again for you, right? Therefore, tongues are for a sign, not to those who believe, but to unbelievers. So what he's saying is the tongues that you're talking about are not a sign for believers. Are you a believer?
Mm-hmm.
So what he's saying is, so those tongues that they speak, is that a sign for you?
No.
That's a sign for the unbelievers, right? But remember, he said above that I would rather you edify and prophesy. That's more profitable, right? But prophesying is not for unbelievers, but for those who believe. Is that for you? Is that part right there for you? That would be yes. But prophesying is not for unbelievers. You're a believer. It's not for unbelievers, but for those who believe. Therefore, if the whole church comes together in one place and all speak with tongues, and there come in those who are uninformed or unbelievers, will they not say they are out of your mind? See, what we're getting caught up in is the theatrics of what church is. Church is performance.
Not because I've
Well, go ahead, Mo, and then I have something to say.
Because I know I've seen it a few times where even though I can't interpret or certain people can't, I cannot just dismiss the tongues that I'm referencing. And I have heard it come out of people's mouths who I know have a true, deep rooted connection with the Lord. So I don't know. I'm just having a hard time. I don't think that it's coming from a demonic space when I reference it. I know a lot of people do fake it, but I don't think that everybody is.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, right? Again, I don't have the right to judge anyone's heart. I can only judge your actions and move and see how you move. That's all I can do, right? I can't judge your heart. And even though you may go wrong, that still doesn't change that you still may have a heart for Christ, right? That doesn't change the fact. What I'm saying to you is what we have to do as believers, and this is what we have a lot of hard times doing. All of us do, right? We have a hard time putting our personal feelings to the side.
But it's not my feelings, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so then my question stands. How do you know that that person is speaking a language that only him and God knows? And how do you know that the interpreter is interpreting what they're saying? Oh.
I've seen one of the ladies is like 94, and she prayed over somebody that was dealing with like battling drugs, and she had been a prostitute. I've seen her pray over one girl that was gay. She would come in sagging every Sunday with different girlfriends. This girl is now married.
That's not my question. My question is,
but my point is,
right?
Her speaking in tongues and praying over them, like consistently over time, they started to transform.
So my question to you is, how do you know? My question to you is, how do you know the portion of tongues that they're talking is from God? That's what I'm asking you.
Because I see the evidence through the transformation.
So in other words, you're saying, so if I bring somebody in, because I've seen transformation on television where dudes are coming in a wheelchair and they walk out walking.
See, I'm not talking about that.
But hold on. But what I'm saying to you is, I'm not saying that that's what happened in your church. What I'm saying to you is, you're going off personal feeling. Because I'm not talking about the portion of her praying over somebody and the transformation happening in that person. I'm not going into the part of her praying. I'm compartmentalizing the tongue portion.
Okay.
That's what I'm compartmentalizing. Everything else I don't want to deal with. So let's take that off the table.
That's not fair, because I'm trying to get. I am trying to explain to you why there can be a different gift of unknown tongues, because
Anything.
I see the transformation. The evidence is there. I have seen it, is what I'm saying. So everybody is not playing. The majority may be so. And even though you may not understand it, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not aligned with God.
I didn't
It,
say that they weren't aligned with God. What I'm asking you is, if a woman believes she's pregnant, will she exude signs of her being pregnant?
she could.
So because she believes it, does it mean it's true?
No.
Okay. So what I'm
Let me
asking,
Horrible
go ahead,
comparison.
Solo, and then I need to read these comments because people got questions.
right? So what I'm saying is, I get what you're saying. You're saying that I've seen this woman. She's a consistent prayer warrior. She's spoken it. She has spoken in tongues, and she has spoken over people. And I've seen the evidence of those people change through her prayer. That's your testimony. I'm not questioning that. That's not what I'm questioning. What I am questioning is, okay, let me put it to you this way. Let me ask you this. Was Bernie Madoff a total liar? You know who Bernie Madoff was? The Ponzi scheme guy?
I'm not too familiar.
Okay. Do anybody else know who Bernie Madoff was?
Yeah.
Okay, was Bernie Madoff a total liar?
I won't say he's a total liar, but yeah, he was a scammer.
He was a scammer, but he wasn't a total liar. Wasn't a total liar. And the way Bernie Madoff would get people, he would come to you, Mo Love, and say, listen, if you give me $1,000 in 3 months, I'll make you $500,000. Okay, I'll give you $1,000. $500,000 in 3 months. You give me that $500,000 in 2 years, I'll make you $4 million. As far as you're concerned, he told you the truth. But what he was doing was he was moving people's money around. That's what he did. He moved people's money around. So if I did that same scam to Mo Love, to Freezy, and to FNM, when it was time to pay Freezy, I would use Mo Love's money. When it was time to pay FNM, I would use Freezy's money. But what happens is when the housing market crumbled, everybody wanted their money at the same time, and he couldn't do it because he was shuffling money around. So at the end of the day, he didn't totally lie, but the bigger grand scheme of it, it was. So I'm not saying that woman, and I just wanted to give you an example. What I'm saying to you is, how can we prove the validity of the portion of the tongue part? I'm not talking about a prayer. The tongue part, how do we prove that is what she said or what we assume it is to be? How do we do that?
I think that is the proof. The evidence is the proof. The evidence of the transformation is proof that it works. Everybody is not
Okay.
just blah, blah, blah.
Listen, like I said, again, this is not going to change the fact that we all walk in Christ and we accept Christ as our Lord and Savior. This is small.
Right. I agree.
It's not something that's going to, it's not something that's going to say, oh, snap. Nah, it's not that big. What we are going to do is say, okay, let's search it out in Scripture. Let's see the evidence of it in Scripture. Because all of these men and women had the Holy Spirit on them. All of them. And none of them did it. All of them had the Holy Spirit. There wasn't one of them that's
But God said when it comes to the gifts of the Holy Spirit, he gives different gifts of the Holy Spirit to different
100%.
people. When he says some will have the gift of tongues, specifically some, meaning all won't. Maybe that was not this particular gift.
Absolutely.
Okay, guys, can I stop you right there and read some of these comments? Because I don't want to make the whole show about you two going back and forth about tongue. But people in the comments do have something to say also. So, Plaffy says, Paul discusses the gift of tongues extensively in 1 Corinthians 12 through 14, emphasizing that it is a spiritual gift meant for edification and that it should be practiced with interpretation when in public. Now, Vaughn says, I just don't want people to misunderstand that God still moves however he sees fit. He's the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. Because you have those who are doing out of order does not mean that God is not moved by the Spirit. V says, I've seen pastors speak in tongues. It comes over them. Lady N said, when learning the subject, it can be confusing. Bridget says she speaks in tongues. Let me see. Vaughn says, though I speak with tongues of men and of angels, I have not charity. I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. I'm not for sure what scripture that is.
Yeah, he's talking about if you don't have love or charity. I think that's in Corinthians.
And lady says she's breaking down how she see her spirit moves to let her feel she's real on speaking it. Hold on one second. Go down. I saw something else I wanted to highlight. Bond said, I thank God for the gift of tongues. I will never doubt God's spirit. I have experienced it and no one can take that away from me. And I think, and then somebody else said, I think those are the ones I wanted to highlight. So, I mean, I see in this thing that people have a difference of opinion, obviously. Some people, believe that speaking in tongues is a gift from God, that people can do it. I guess some people feel like you can only do what is able to be interpreted. I don't know if we're going to come to a resolution right now today. I think it requires a lot more reading and examining the subject.
Sis,
Freezy put something on the screen. Freezy, you want me to pull this up?
I just want to read one thing. That's all.
Okay, hold on.
So right here, 10 and 11, right? Real quick. It says, this is the same chapter 14 in Corinthians. It says, there are, it may be, so many kinds of voices in the world, right? So we know voices, and it's talking about languages right there, right? There's so many kinds of voices in the world, none of them without signification. Therefore, if I know not the meaning of the voice, right, I shall be unto him that speaketh a barbarian. He that speaketh shall be a barbarian unto me. So that goes back to what Bolo was saying. This is the Roman Greco era. Do y'all know what they called people that didn't speak Roman at the time? If they spoke outside of Roman language, they called them barbarians. They said they spoke a barbarous language, or barbarian language. Barbarian means basically means you don't speak the native tongue, like in Rome or Greece, right? So if you speak something else, they labeled you a barbarian. So right here we know it's talking about language, voices, different voices. Because barbarian, it's basically barbarian. The word barbarian is a signification of language. That's what I was trying to point out.
Yeah, and in regards to this particular topic, I'm gonna have to continue to pray and study. And my intentions were not to make it a debate between me and Bolo, and change what I guess making a show about speaking in tongues. I was genuinely just trying to gain clarity.
And I don't even think it was a debate between Mo and I. I just think it was two people trying to mine it out from two different perspectives. And again, the thing of these conversations is to walk away still loving each other, right?
Right.
This is not about trying to say I gotcha.
Me and Bolo don't never go, like, we may show passion, but it's never coming from like a
right. It's never that.
Right.
Even when you talk with the brothers or you talk with anybody, it's never a gotcha moment. It's a point of trying to mine out understanding. Now again, Bolo could be wrong, bro. I don't know everything. That's the purpose of forsaking not the assembly of one another, right? So that we all can dwell with together and we all learn from one another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
y'all
and
can speak for yourself. Y'all can speak for yourself. I'm trying to get a gotcha moment. I don't even care. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just playing.
I'm not. I am trying to be on the same good vibe.
Shout out to Venus in the building too. What's going on, Venus?
Hey,
So I
Venus.
missed it. Okay, there it is. Hey, Venus. Thanks for coming in. V said, great live and great conversation. Thank you, sis. I appreciate it. I think that's all I needed to read.
Can you highlight Vaughn's last comment?
I am looking. Okay. I actually appreciate the conversation. I accept the fact that some believe and some don't. Me too. So that's good. That's a good comment.
Can I read Vaughn's comment?
Go ahead.
I can't do it now because Bolo made me laugh. Go ahead. Bolo knew what I was going to do.
My bad.
I thought you said read it.
No, I was going to imitate Vaughn. Bolo knew what I was
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm mute.
Okay.
Get up and mute. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. I can't do it now. I can't do it.
My bad. I'm sorry.
And Vaughn said that is not the way he sounds. I got your back, Vaughn.
Oh, man.
Because Vaughn be coming through in the comments. He be knowing scriptures. He be having it looked up already.
Vaughn got the best voice on YouTube.
Yeah. His voice is crazy. Vaughn's voice is crazy. Like if you was walking down the street and you heard Vaughn's voice, you'd be like, God?
For real.
You know what I'm saying? Vaughn's voice sound crazy. Like all you have to do is like just have Vaughn say, don't go. You ain't going in. I don't care where you going. You ain't going in.
Vaughn said, often imitate it, but never duplicate it.
I can duplicate you, Vaughn. I don't care.
I appreciate Vaughn. He be going in. But yeah, so Bolo, since you came up here, and I didn't ask you earlier, the initial topic was challenges of men living upright and the temptations that men might still face as they're trying to be closer to God and do the right thing. In your experience and in your life and what you see around you, what do you think is like some of the greatest temptations that could affect a man while he's trying to do right?
The example of what a man is. Having the example, having the living embodiment of what a man of Christ is. They're far in between. Mining out coping skills, emotional maturity, spiritual maturity. I think the most important of those, I would say, loving themselves. Okay. You know, a lot of men grow up thinking that they have to be the self-sacrifice, opposed to loving themselves first. Now, what we do as duty as husbands and fathers is different, but they don't have that loving of themselves to go to the doctor to get checked up, to stay healthy, to do all these things, to know what they need. You know, as men, when you learn who you are and what your trajectory is, then you will know what you need to be in your vicinity, in your immediate vicinity, what you need. These are the things that I need to go on this trip. You have your list. If I'm on this road, these are the things that I need. I need a good woman that's going to multiply, a woman that's going to be a praying woman, a woman that's going to be this, that, and the third, and you mine it out, right? If anything, because this is what's going to help me. A woman can't make me happy. I make myself happy. She adds to it, okay? I can't make no one happy. If you're an unhappy person, Bolo can't make you happy. I promise you can't. This is something that you have to mine out. This is something that you have to have a connection with God. And that's where it comes from, the peace and the joy that we were talking about 2 days ago. That's something that you got to mine out with God. He brings you that tranquility. No man or no woman can. They can just add to it, right? And facilitate and help. So once you know what your trajectory is, once you know what your relationship is with God, you ever see a ladder, right? You guys picture a ladder, like picture a ladder, right? And you have a man on the right and a woman on the left. God is at the top. If both of them climb up to the top and get closer to God, what happens to them too? What physically happens to them if they're climbing the ladder, the same ladder? What happens?
They're both moving at the same pace.
They're moving at the same pace, and what's physically happening to them? They're getting what? They're getting closer.
Yeah, they're changing.
They're getting closer, right?
Okay.
So the closer in marriage you get to God, the closer as a man and a woman, the closer you get to God, the closer you two get. Because marriage is not about myself or you. It's about God. The further you are away from God, the further you two are away from each other. So just marinate on that. And I'll mute up after that. And it's world's class fault.
Hey, world class, how are you? Thanks for coming up.
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know. My internet acting crazy. I just reset and everything. I was listening and when y'all was having the tongues conversation. And,
You have something to add, but we're not.
Y'all my people. Huh?
Hey, world class.
No.
Okay,
but I go from where y'all was at. Where y'all at? No. I go from where y'all at right now.
No. I want you to go ahead and make your statement, though. Go ahead and make your statement. I just don't want it to turn back into a long drag out.
No, I ain't about to argue with more love, no way, maybe not. But I was thinking when y'all was talking, and people say that the tongue is a gift, and my thought process is, what gift did God give you that it come and go? Like most of the gifts that God give you stay with you day in, day out. You know what I mean? So when I've seen it in my real life and as a child, it always bothered me and rubbed me the wrong way. I never really liked it. And it's weird to me that the people that struggle with language the most would have this gift of tongues, but you don't know it no other time. You can't teach it to nobody. It's always weird, but I always approach the Bible from a scholarly standpoint because I think the Bible and religious books is a way for us to really learn about how we've learned and how we've been miseducated. And interpreting the Bible the right way definitely can allow people to be free. And then Bolo said it earlier. Y'all heard me say it plenty of times. When it comes to these things, when it comes to religion, the Bible, you have to take those feelings out because 0% of that book was written with feelings. These are people that are world-class scholars 2,000 years ago, like at an extremely high level. And I was telling somebody, because a YouTuber in the space was about to come back, and she was like, she wanted to go after the Bible, but I'm just like, there's no aspect of religion where any religion ever in history where that's not an initiation process. Don't confuse initiation with rituals. Those are distinct things. Right? They're not the same. Being initiated is taught when you're taught and you're giving certain degrees. A ritual is just a way to celebrate that initiation. So there's an initiation that comes with it for you to understand. So like simple stuff, like I won't go into it, y'all know my spill, but learning what the letters mean in the alphabet. Each one of the letters means something. So every word is a paragraph. Every single word we have is a paragraph. Each word means something. And then in each letter, in each meaning of each word means something. Most people don't know that. The number of verses in each book, like I was talking to Smitty on, we was on the Freezy channel, and I was telling Smitty, they said something about the Quran, and I was like, well, Smitty, what surah and ayat is it? And he went on to tell people, which I've been telling people, that a surah in the Quran is like a chapter and the ayat is like a verse. But most people don't know that the surah means step. So a chapter actually means step, and a verse, which is hurse,
It's how you say verse in Latin, because there's no V in Latin. It's verse. Like vice versa is really vice versa. So the verse means to spring. The word verse means to spring. So each verse springs you to the next chapter, which means step. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole, and this is just grammar. This is not even metaphorical or allegorical. This is literally what the words mean. And I always like tell people, like, when you look in a book, whether it's Ezekiel, whether it's John, look up what the word means. The name means. Each one of these names means something. Exodus, Genesis, John. I always use John as an example. Comes from Johannes. Johannes means name favored by God. So I always have my name up. Y'all got the circle thing. But my name is Miguel, which comes from Mikael. Mikael means one who is like God.
Okay.
So you got to know what the word means. You know what I'm saying? One who resembles God or one who is like God. So that's what the word Michael means. So Michael, Mikael, Miguel, that all means the same thing. So if you approach it from a scholarly standpoint and just use your craft, it gives you more methods to understand it than when we have, quote, debates, unquote. We're really debating scholarship tactics and not personal viewpoint, because we are, all of us here, ones that are initiated and not, we are what, since the last 2,000 years, what are we, like the 20 billionth 20 billion people that ever came across this book? You know what I'm saying? So we have to meet at a foundation to have these conversations, like the United Nations. They don't speak the same language, they don't have the same trade agreements, but we have to find a bottom line when we having these discussions with each other in the same religion, and when we have multiple people from multiple religions, whether it's a Hebrew Israelite, whether it's a Catholic, whether it's a Jew, whether it's a Muslim, etc. There has to be a baseline. But I know y'all was more getting into, because y'all have more of a personal relationship, closer relationship, I should say, in terms of understanding the Bible. But that's the thing I was thinking about. I never seen a situation where God give you a gift and it don't stay.
But
that would cause me. Yeah.
Your point is real 100%, because you look at the names that these men and women had, they all meant something.
Yes.
Right. When Jake
they were attributes and titles.
Absolutely. They weren't just, names that they just give them, right? They meant something. And again, we said this the other day, World Class. I think we was on Freezy's channel or Mo Love's channel, one or the other, that we have to understand that these words that we have now, back then they didn't have 8 different words that described one word. They only had one word. So that picture or whatever they had on the papyrus, we have to understand the context, how it was meant in that time. A lot of the times we try to understand it from a Westerner context, opposed to understanding it from how they lived. And that's where, we get askew. And that comes from studying. How deep do you want to get to understand what you're reading? So you're 100% correct on that.
But that's always the case, Bolo. That's always the case. Is does that individual person, how far did that person want to go? And then how far has God prescribed them to go, And you can lead a horse to water type thing. You know what I'm saying? That maybe they don't need to know that much. You got so many examples of that in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So many examples of men don't need to know what Jesus know to make the impact on his people. Whether it was Solomon, whether it was Abraham, whether it was Job, they don't need to know everything. Everybody don't got to be Jesus to serve, to do what God got you to do. You know what I'm saying? But like the name of my channel has always been World Class, because I'm putting out that it's a standard that we got to meet. It's a standard of excellence that we got to have as a people. And those of us that have faith in a God, there's a standard that we have to keep. We go by, like me, when it comes to Islam or Islamism, I don't do hadiths. I don't do what men wrote. I just do what God say. I'm not fooling with it. That's not my deal. I don't deal with doctrine. I don't deal with doctrine. I just deal with whatever God say. That's what I'm gonna do. Whether it's in the Bible, Torah, Tanakh, Talmud, Quran, I don't care. What did God say do? That's what I'm gonna do. So with the Bible, my first 2 pages is Genesis 1, Genesis 2. I've been good ever since. Once I broke that down, I was good. I'll hop into other books, but I got everything I need in there. I eat like Genesis 1 verse 29. My plate look just like God say eat. So I'm good. You know what I mean? I don't really need to go that far. But if people need my help, I'm there for it. But everybody's not for that. But to your point, it has to be a standard. It got to be a standard of understanding for a culture and for a people and for a generation. And people have to get past their limitation of understanding and meet the standard, because we all had to do that at school for information and knowledge less than what God provided for us in the Bible and the Quran. Does that make sense? So that's how I look at it.
Absolutely. Guys, I'm going to drop, man. Thank you for having me, FNN.
All right, Bolo. Thanks for coming up.
All right, Bolo.
FNN. It's always your fault, world class, and you know that.
That's a fact. Everybody blame me for everything.
Hey, world class.
Blame me for every damn thing.
How you
said, what does freezy mean? I'll see you in the chat.
Really?
Hey, world class. How you be getting like Hebrew? I seen on your channel you was utilizing I don't know what kind of translation tool you was using on your channel, but you was like getting meanings like Latin meanings, or I want to know how to get Hebrew meanings from that translation tool. Maybe it was Google Translate.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, you can use Google. I use everything I can, bro. I ain't gonna sit there hold you. You can use Google Translate. All that's gonna do is translate. It's not gonna give you the meaning of words, but it's just translating what that word is in that language. So it's a good guide. So like when I translate Latin, I have a Latin dictionary, like in my folder. I can pull it right now. So I'll just go into Latin dictionary and just look up what the words mean. So you get your Aramaic, what's the name? You want to use Etymon? It's at etymonline.com. Use that, and then get you a I should hit up one of the bros because they be knowing all the websites. Then you can get an Aramaic and or Hebrew, and just take your time. And the thing that's important is syntax, is sentence structure. And then, it's because, and I stress it not because I just think it's my thing. It's so much information in a single verse. It doesn't make any sense. It's so much stuff. I swear I'm not even joking. Genesis 1 verse 1. I could teach that for 10 to 12 hours. It's so much stuff in a verse. I have no idea what's in each one of these verses. Every verse is a year. It's a spring. That's what verse means. It means spring, not just the verb, the noun. It's telling you so much stuff in a short period of time. It don't make no sense. It's nothing to rush. Take your time and really process it. Every comma, every couple of words in comma means something. The amount of words in a verse means something. The amount of verses in a book means something. Everything has meaning. It's done with such high level. I'm not that. I could never do that. I know I'm not. I ain't be able to, whoever they were that wrote the Bible. And I'm even including the people not even the people that changed it, but whoever wrote the original Septuagint in Torah, Tanakh, Bible, them people was on a ridiculously high level, because they even finding out in different places on how what's in the Bible is stuff that's curing diseases. It's stuff that quantum physics is just catching up with. There's so much high level information in it. It doesn't make any sense. It's remarkable. 10, 12 hours. I could teach on Genesis 1 verse 1.
Do you think in these modern times, the way a lot of people receive the Bible with, like, in certain religions or whatever, you think a lot of people are shortchanged from the power that it actually has and gives?
Yeah, and it's intentional. It's on purpose. Yeah, it's done with a lot of dismissiveness. It's like the Satanists wanted to throw the book out to be able to say, "Well, I gave it to these people." Well, it's not even like, I know that's what they do. They literally say that, and I think that's the other part of it. That's why
Say that again. Say what you just said again.
It's the Satanists roll the book out, throw the book to people, knowing that people don't know how to use it, to be able to say that, I gave it to them people, to kind of put it on us, because they say Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Okay,
You see what I'm saying? And I think, and I know for a fact, like I've always, even when I was little, I stopped, you know, these debates about Christianity and religion been going on for a long time, but I stopped caring about the church and all that. I just know when they said Jesus said something, it was true. I'm like, even if he didn't exist, the stuff that he's saying, if the stuff that y'all said that he say, I see out here, it makes sense. So I didn't ever care. I didn't care what nobody else said. I just did. I thought what Jesus said was correct, and I knew what God said was correct, and that's all I dealt with. You know what I'm saying? So I've always had that in my heart. So when I left, like the church, and I went on my own study, and I eventually started to learn how Satanists think. See, I did all of that's the conscious community stuff. I went through all of that, but what I learned was how Satanists actually operate. How do they think? I learned how atheists think. I learned how Satanists think and their processes and what they do, and it's just oh my God, it'll free you. And I think that's what's missing from religion. People don't understand. One, as a people, us, particularly us, we at war and we don't realize that. We think it's something else. We're at war. So they're running a war against us and us alone. Everybody running around pretending to be us. All of them. From the Buddhists to the low hats. All of that stuff is our stuff. And the biggest thing, that's what I be telling people. Y'all be thinking, not just y'all on the panel, but people be thinking, this etymology thing is just my thing. It's not. I'd rather talk about technology. I'd rather talk about free energy. That's what I'd rather talk about. That's what's exciting to me. That's what I like. I don't care about stuff like this. I'm just telling you, words and their true meanings is so important that you can look in your Bible and look at one of the first things that God had Adam to do, and that's what? Name everything. Names are extremely important, and calling things in its proper name. God didn't let Adam misname nothing. Not a single solitary thing.
Right.
And it's so clear. That's one of the things that God said. I think Jesus, I forgot what verse. Let me, you can help me out if I'm wrong, Freezy. I think it was Yeshua that said, my sheep know my voice. Was it Jesus that said that? Yeah. I think it's so important to understand and this is this like people on my channel. I've been teaching about this movie called Revolver, and what the movie teaches you is how to distinguish your voice from the enemy, and how it operates and tries to convince you and teaches. One of the things it says is, it asks the question, where's the best place to hide? Where's the best place an opponent should hide? And the answer is in the very last place you would ever look. And the enemy, Satan, the enemy will always hide in a place that you're defending. It only and always hides in something that you like and love. It never hides in a place. And hide meaning have some inaccurate, fake information, pretending to be God, pretending to be you, claiming all. Like when I talk against feelings and emotions, people fight it because I got good feelings and emotions and I got good experiences and I'm not letting it go. Where you're hiding, what you're defending, where you refuse to go, that's exactly where it's at. The enemy is there and only there. Why else do you think people are still overweight and sick? Because they like the things that cause them to be sick. They love it and they'll defend it because they think it's their best friend.
No, I can agree with that. I think, it's always some trickery and something that we are most attached to, or something that we're interested in or like doing, or something like that. I kind of get where you're going with that. So yeah, I agree with that part. Definitely. So World Class, let me ask you.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think? Because the topic of the show is challenges that men face, basically, when it comes to trying to live the right way and trying to be closer to God. What do you think, or have you seen with other men or in your life, that are some of the biggest challenges, like something that you deal with that you might be tempted that you were doing or saying or conducting yourself in a way when you were not in tune with God? You know what I mean? Like some of the biggest temptations when you're trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, I appreciate this question because it gives me a chance to say
Wait,
something.
one second.
I
One
have to
second,
tell
world
them.
class. I'm sorry.
No, you got it.
1 second.
You got it.
Breezy, I just want to say that Vaughn is on your top in the comments.
I see Vaughn. I'm gonna get Vaughn. Don't worry, I got you, Vaughn.
Trying not to bust out laughing. Okay, I'm sorry, world class. Go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it. Now, so for men, I take the gloves off because y'all the leaders, right? And I expect y'all to be warriors, regardless of your rank. You gotta, especially when it comes to spiritual, because you're the only ones that can. That's your job, not their job. It's not women and children and elders and the dead and the innocent and the unborn. It's not their job. Y'all got to be warriors. So all of our problems, 100% of us, is the same exact problem. Our job is to as men is to defeat the enemy of man. And because I'm your brother, and because I started watching TV a long time ago, I've been studying for a long time, and I found out what the real enemy is, and it's not Satan. See, I'm gonna tell you two things. I'm gonna tell you the real name of the enemy, and I'm gonna tell you the name of the enemy because this is the enemy that you got to deal with. All men deal with the same thing, and it's gonna make sense to your question as soon as I'm done. You have to understand. I had sent Mo Love my video, my live that I did on the anti-marriage, and one of the main things I wanted to explain in that is that since 2,000 years ago, evil has adapted. It's made some adjustments, right?
Right.
In Russia, the spies, they always have something called a patsy, a fall guy. And it's literally in the language in the Bible on who the fall guy was. Now, again, like I said, I studied the Satanists, and I seen exactly how Satanists draw people in. It be real people that you think are regular people, and they full-blooded Satanists, like full-blown, I should say, Satanists. One of the things they do in their religion is they have empathy for him, right? Because he was the patsy. Now, I don't have any empathy for him, but I know he was the patsy. See, one of the things, it's probably going to be difficult, but they have, and I think King James is 66 books, but I know it to be 80 books in the Bible. And one of the people they talk about, people in book they talk about is the book of Enoch. In the book of Enoch, the Watchers came down and they taught man stuff they wasn't supposed to teach. One person in particular, one angel in particular, taught the most evilest thing in existence. And he taught man warfare. Well, if he taught man warfare, did he teach man warfare to go to war with the angels? No. He taught man warfare to go against warfare against himself. There's an old African proverb that says, an organism at war with itself is dead. So what that angel name is Azazel. And it said in the book of Enoch, to Azazel we ascribe all sins. Azazel, not Lucifer.
Correct.
He's the true enemy and the true devil. And his name actually means scapegoat. And what an enemy and a devil does, he loves to put on you what he is. One of the evilest things they do, they play the name game. I don't be talking to etymology for no reason. They literally want to call you what they are. The switch positions to where you can see it and not recognize it. Now directly to your question. The number one issue men have is the most vicious, evilest thing in existence. And 99% of men, 99.99% of men don't notice the name of the most evilest thing in existence that destroys any and everybody. Makes Lucifer and Azazel and Shaitan look like kindergartners. And that word and that name is comfort. Men's issue for self-development and growth is comfort. You think it's your friend. Comfort has nothing to do with rest. Comfort has nothing to do with recovery. At all. It is your absolute infinite enemy. We know this because when God made Adam, the garden was perfect because God made it. And what did God have Adam do? Go and chill? God told Adam to go to the perfect garden and work. Everything is already perfect. But the one thing he told Adam to do is work. When comfort entered the garden, all hell broke loose. As a man, every day you got to go to war with comfort. Again, comfort has nothing to do with rest and recovery or reward. It don't have anything to do with that. It never did and it never will. When you look up the word comfort, it's not a bad meaning.
Correct.
But as a man, it has nothing to do with you at all. The sky is beautiful. You don't belong up there. If you did, God would have gave you wings personally. And if you do go up there, it better be for a short period of time. Do you understand? So when men understand that it is not my job to get comfort, and I love the, it's a hood, I know hood, I got it from hood niggas, but and old men, but I love the statement. The principle they gave me: work now, rest when you're dead. You're gonna be able to rest for eternity. Go to work now. I think I like to quote Miles Monroe. He said, he told this story. Peace be upon him. He said one of the things, like I just said, that God told Adam to do was work. He said the Hebrew or Aramaic word is argan. He said the word argan means to become. It also says in the Bible, if a man don't work, he don't deserve to eat. Why? Because comfort is unbecoming, the precise opposite of what you're supposed to do. You got to work to stay healthy. That's why most of them people that worked all their life, they retire, they get comfortable, and they start dying. You've been healthy your whole life, and you start to disappear and wither away because you need that momentum. You need that motion. So when men go to war with comfort, stop allowing it. Comfort is why the gazelle loses his young. Comfort is why all hell broke loose in a garden. Comfort is the enemy at all time. And what we do about the gender war, right? The gender war that we have now is that men have made things too comfortable for women. Entirely too comfortable. Comfortable, period, but entirely too comfortable. Now all hell has broken loose.
What do you mean?
Everywhere comfort goes, death follows.
Gender war today, bro. World class. Hold it, buddy.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
Exactly. I'm like,
No,
was it made it comfortable or made it worse?
No.
But go ahead and explain.
He's actually saying making women comfortable was making it worse. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, because it definitely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ended up being worse.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Any and every place you put comfort. When you comfortable as a parent, that's where your children do crazy shit. Oh, crazy stuff. My bad.
I got a question for you, world class.
That's where they start.
Especially for the audience.
Mm-hmm.
Could you clarify what is the difference between comfort and rest? Because some people might feel like it's the same thing.
That's a good one.
That's a good point. Rest already implies work. Rest implies a job done somewhere, whether you was good at it or not. Comfort doesn't.
Now that was good.
But doesn't rest,
like comfort is?
Doesn't rest bring a sense of comfort though?
See, that's again, this is the danger of the concept of comfort, because it always seems like it's your friend.
Mm-hmm.
Like comfort isn't confidence. Comfort isn't your home. Like confidence, that word, right? Confide with FIDE means faith. So do I have a sense of comfort, or do I have faith? I got faith. Because once I know I'm healthy, I've built this person up to 20 years, 30 years. That's why words are so important. Because like we all got phone numbers. If I enunciate a word, it's a frequency. It's no different from the phone number. If somebody dial my 10 digits, they're gonna get me. If you say, regardless of what people think, but like if somebody in Alaska right now dial your phone number, Mo, they're gonna get you.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter if they was trying to call a system. It don't matter if they was trying to call the Department of Agriculture. They got your number. So that's how words work. So comfort is not a bad meaning. This is the thing that we have to learn. This is the one lesson I had to learn. I had to learn how to pick between two good things. I'm from the hood. I can distinguish bad stuff from good stuff. But when I see two good things, the thing that matters for me is the thing that I'm fit for, and the thing that belongs to me, and the thing that I long for. Man, as good as comfort may be, it has nothing to do with human. We cannot be comfortable. And again, it has nothing to do with rest, recovery, or reward. None. Because all of those things imply work and that you earned it. All of them. Comfort is the only one that is something for nothing. And the one thing this planet, this universe that God made, it doesn't do something for nothing. If you sit back and you think about, go ahead.
I was going to say, what you said about rest, it does imply work, right? Because let's go back to Genesis, first chapter, right? For 6 days, God worked, and on the 7th day, He rested, right? So,
Amen.
We are
facts.
We are commanded to work 6 days throughout the week, and on the 7th day, we're commanded to rest. Why are we commanded to rest? So we can recuperate for work again.
Right.
And Vaughn said the verse in the scripture says, "Love not sleep, lest thou come to poverty. Open thine eyes, and thou shalt be satisfied with bread."
Indeed.
So that is definitely a good one.
Yeah.
Artifact said, "Matter versus antimatter."
Yeah. And that's like, men have to understand that is your job to combat this. Be at the gates and fight all comfort. The thing it does is pretend to be something that it's not. That's the number one thing that our people have to understand about evil. Satan, Azazel, anything that is not of God, is it always pretends to be something it's not.
Yeah,
when men can see that.
You know why what you're saying is helping me right now? Because when my mother passed away, I shut myself in. I had shut myself in. I didn't want to go nowhere. So I had got comfortable at home, and it kind of shut me out from outside, from the rest of the world, because I didn't want to deal with nobody. I just didn't want to, operate outside, too far from my house, because I just felt like I just needed to stay still and you know what I'm saying, and just be comfortable. I just needed comfort at my home.
Yeah.
But when I did it too long, class, it started paralyzing me. You feel what I'm saying? It started paralyzing me, dog. So that's why I said this man is cooking, because when you said comfort is an enemy, it really did serve as an enemy for me. And even my therapist told me that.
Yeah.
If you have to understand, it's your number one enemy. It is the most elite evil thing in existence. There's nothing in its class. It has beaten everybody. 100% of the time comfort has came in your life, it has stole from you and gave you nothing. Every time. It has nothing to do with pleasure. It's like, you can have two good things. It's just the way we're made up, the way our spirit exists. Even science teaches it. Energy, everything vibrates. Nothing is at rest. Everything vibrates. You have to continue. You can only get away with it, but for so long. You can only, we can drink. Our body made of 70% alcohol. 70% water. We can drink alcohol a little bit. We can get away with it with a little bit, but you can think you playing with the leader of all time if you want to. It's not new. Comfort ain't just start this today. It's really good at it. It's a living creature. It's really good at tricking you to think it's okay. That's just one more sandwich. Now just lay down another 5 minutes. You do another 5 minutes of laying down over the span of 20 years. How much time you done stole? How many times you seen, if I was a second forward or a second back, I could have gotten in a car accident. Comfort is always stealing it all. It gives you nothing. Be prompt, be diligent. That's why I'm big on health, and I wanted to get better at health so I could shorten my time sleeping the correct way. Like, I don't want to sleep longer because I needed to sleep longer to recover. I wanted to eat as healthy as possible so I wouldn't have to be asleep as long as possible. You know what I'm saying? So I can go to work. I want the job done.
You said,
Go
I
ahead.
forgot what you said a few months ago to me. You said sleep is something or rest is something. I don't remember.
Oh, sleep is prayer.
I love that.
Yeah, sleep is prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Sleep is prayer all day. That's
Yeah.
what if you think about it. If you are who you say you are, your subconscious mind is at work. Your conscious mind is resting. Conscious mind is working. So if you pray like you say you are, and the dreams you have, you going to work. You praying. You breathing. The word spirit means breath. The only thing you're doing is breathing. It's prayer. It's gratitude. Everything about sleep is gratitude. Everything about it is gratitude. You have enough respect for yourself to give yourself a breath. You have enough faith in the people around you, in the world that you built, in the God that you made. I mean, the God that you pray to close your eyes. It's all sleep is prayer and faith. That's all it ever is. That's why you wake up so fresh. That's why the first thing you do is libation. When you wake up, you got big. Sleep is divine.
Right. Let me read this.
Oh, good.
Go ahead, finish your thought, then I'll go after you.
For God to make Eve from Adam, what did Adam do? He put him into a deep sleep. Life comes from sleep.
That is a good point. Narrative said, when it comes to relationships, the book of Songs of Solomon speaks for rest in the form that the concept of rest appears metaphorically through imagery of safety, comfort, and the contentment found in love. For example, the beloved presence provides a sense of peace and security, symbolizing spiritual and emotional rest. Some passages describe restful sleep or quiet moments of joy, emphasizing the tranquility that love brings. And Von Bryant said, the world class, you are walking heavy, sir. Words of wisdom. Fire.
Why does comfort feel good though?
Appreciate you.
It's comfort.
Cause it feel good. It feel good to just not
most
do
of the things that
sit down and don't go nowhere.
Yeah.
Because there's no other way that you would do it. You wouldn't, if it didn't feel good, you wouldn't do it. There's no reason people would use cocaine and dope if it didn't feel good. It's drugs.
Yeah, they're just addicted and
endorphins. Endorphins in the brain are 200 times more powerful than morphine. And that's what get released when you so-called comfort. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, like, when I don't know if y'all, I'm in Maryland, so we get crazy snow. Like it get dumb cold. So one of the things we taught when you come in a house, don't run no water on you. Like don't get run no warm water on you. Don't comfort yourself. Like let your body naturally warm up because you can see your body in the shop.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because like little things like that, at the extreme cases, the extreme situations really start to tell you what's important, when what's valuable and what's fundamental to life. Because if I can't do it in extreme cases, then why am I doing it in regular cases? Watch this. If I'm sick and I eat in a certain way to get me back healthy, why don't I just eat like that all the time? Why don't we do that? We know it makes sense. You know why we don't? Comfort is why. You know it makes the same thing we tell our children. You know what you're supposed to be doing. Why don't you just do it? So I don't have to yell.
We need that comfort. We need that comfort food.
Right.
Comfort. That's it. That's it. I'm telling you, it's everywhere. It's starting to be.
Coffee.
Once you realize that thing,
go ahead. Class.
You got it. My bad. No, you got it.
Okay, I'm just. This was funny. He said to keep. Go ahead, bro. Class. Go ahead. Make your point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, to keep from us getting a whooping, we knew when mom smoked a cigarette, she was in her comfort, but she still never forgot to whip us. But she was a young woman and stopped smoking in her 20s.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. Like people do stop and smoke a cigarette, people that smoke to they say it relieves their mind, takes some stress off for a minute, clear their nerves.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but like he said, she still never forgot, but that was her moment of comfort, smoking that cigarette.
After she got done smoking that cigarette, she went to work. She went to work on that ass.
Did y'all used to ever hear growing up, you on my whipping list?
Yeah, I was on everybody's whipping list. That's how bad I was.
Don't threaten me. Just whip me. Get it over with.
Oh man, I used to hate when they dragged it. You knew you was gonna get it, but you didn't get it right away.
Oh my
God! I'd rather get it right away than anticipation. You're thinking, well, maybe they forgot. Nope.
Me too. I hated that. And then my dad, like, he talked a lot before. Like, I don't need to hear that. Let's get it over with.
I used to think one time I thought my mama forgot to whoop me. Man, I went to sleep and everything. It was a school night.
Yeah.
And man, the way my mama whooped me, the way my mama woke me up was with a belt. She woke me up and she whooped me out of bed. And that was my alarm clock.
Did y'all ever get the shower whooping?
I got
I got
all that. It ain't
all that.
It ain't a thing I ain't get. Hands, extension cords, shower, tub. Yeah, hitting the sleep covers, all that. I got everything.
They would say go outside.
Sticks, all that. Broomsticks.
Yeah, then they'll say tie them together. They tie like 3 together. I'm like, this is abuse, ma'am.
Listen, they say it ain't they say it ain't no real whipping unless you got whips on you.
Man.
Yeah, really.
Yes, whip.
You got to have that whip.
Yeah. It looks like we all got a little bit of that growing up.
Girl, a lot.
Vaughn said I would hate when my mother would wake me up from my sleep and say, when you get up, I'm going to whip you. I try to stay in bed all day.
Oh, yeah, stay asleep.
That don't work.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm telling
Stick some toys in the bed and just play with them.
Mm-hmm. Did y'all ever try to double up on y'all clothes when y'all knew it was coming?
Girl, yes, ma'am.
You know what? I heard my friends say they did that, but I never thought to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
It helps.
I try to double up a little bit.
After a while, I ain't even care. It just stopped working for me. I was like, if I whatever beating I get, I'm just beat somebody up at school.
It hurts so bad. I hate it.
I done got so many whippings. It was like, you gonna get it over with.
That's like every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to that, it's just like I'd rather get it over with so I can go on about my business.
Yeah, I need to go outside and play marbles and play basketball.
I can do that. Sometimes she will whip us and then put us on punishment. I'm like, girl.
Yeah, I used to get both too, Mo.
Yeah, both.
Mm-hmm. Sure did. Looks like, what if I got the whooping?
Oh, yeah, that's
why do I still got to be on punishment?
Right.
Yo, where they do that at?
Right, that sucked, but hey. My worst thing, especially when I started getting a little older, like preteen, is them taking away the dang phone. Like, what?
Yeah,
I can three-way with my homegirls?
Man, it was a mess. We grew up so strict. Like,
when you let
17, and my dad ended up buying a phone as we got older, to where whatever room he went in, it would light up. The phones would light up, so when we would try to sneak on the phone, he would know.
And me and my sister used to wait till they would sleep and crawl, because they would take all the cordless around the house. We would go and crawl in their room when they would sleep. Like, when it's your turn, we'll be crawling while they would sleep and grabbing the phone and hurry up and crawl back out of there, and then we have to go and put it back. It was a mess.
Girl,
I swear.
Well, dang.
Every little creak we'll be listening.
And my dad hurt
I used to hate
everything.
when like
Girl, we couldn't get away with nothing.
I used to hate when like my little girlfriend to call and you hear your mother answer the phone. Now he can't have no phone calls. He punished. Like, God, come on, bro. Like, what you? Come on.
Do you know how embarrassed I was at 18 years old, a senior?
That is like.
My mom would be like, Mo is not.
He was 18. I was like 14.
You talking about embarrassed going back to school. I'm like,
no, I'm laughing because my mama did that so
then
many
this
times.
But Mo,
she'll pick up the phone and say, don't call him no more. He is not talking, he is not accepting no phone call.
And click.
Yeah. I'm like, why you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, my mother would be in the grocery store and tell strangers I'm punished. Like, I don't know why she was so proud of it, but she would tell everybody. Yeah, he punished. She don't need that. Like, what's she? Why? I don't even know. Like, what you doing? Why you? What's going on? Then I like she'll say it to my girlfriend, right? And I go to school, and she be like, she'll tease me. You punished? And she, I mean, you told everybody I'm punished. Like, what you? Why y'all on this? What's going on? Like, I don't need everybody to know my business.
Right.
They know they can mess with me. I gotta go straight home. You know what I'm saying? Like, people want to talk crap. I know I gotta go. Everybody know I gotta go home. I can't hang out.
Right. That is crazy.
Hey, Mom,
my friend that was in the comments earlier, Kay, one of my best friends, her mom was atrocious when it came down to it. Because there's like 4 or 5 of us that were close friends. So we would always get on 3-way. And so we'll be on 3-way, 2 or 3 of us on. We'll call her house. Her mom be like, Kay can't have no phone calls. Click.
Like, oh my God.
Her mom did not play. She wouldn't even give us a chance to answer. It'd be like, click.
It was crazy. Like, all my friends, they would say, oh, we having a sleepover. Oh, we going to this event. It got to the point to where they knew not to ask me. They'll be like, we already know.
Me too.
I'm like, damn, we can't go nowhere.
Mom said clothes. What clothes? My mother didn't play that.
Yeah.
And you got it in your undies, your tidy whities, Mom?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I got all that. Hey Mo, you know what be make you mad? Like when you get all punishment and everybody talking and they talk about stuff they did when you was punished.
Yeah.
So upset.
Yes, that's the word.
Like what? Why y'all ain't call me? Nobody can't call you because you get out of here. And then you just keep talking like you not there. I'm like, yo, come on, bro. Like I'm gonna be involved with stuff.
Right. Kimberly said exactly. Underwear only, maybe PJs. Man.
Oh.
Yeah, y'all got it good.
You're getting tore
with everything.
I'm telling you. Yeah. Parents was, it was different. Back then it wasn't considered child abuse.
Man, that was abuse. Now that I'm grown, I'm like, it did not take all of that.
That was first degree assault. I got first degree assault. That's what I got.
Yay.
Kimberly said, I thought my father was the only one who hung up the phone on my friends.
Oh,
girl.
what?
No.
My dad was nice. He was nosy. Like, he'll be like, hey, son, how you doing? What grade you in? Oh, you got classes with Mo? Oh, okay. So how often you talk to her? Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm like, Daddy, you're not going to let me talk to him. Just hang up. My mama was quick. Mo is not accepting phone calls. Do not call this house ever again. Then I got to go to school, 18 years old, senior in high school, embarrassed. Mm-hmm. I'm like, do y'all understand? I'm grown, and my dad barely wanted to let me go to my prom. I'm like, sir, you have to get over it. I'm going.
I'm not hearing the problem.
That's crazy.
Oh,
that is so crazy.
I don't think it's healthy for parents to. Well, I don't think it's healthy for parents to whoop their kids like my mom whooped me, my mom and my grandma. Because
no,
thank you.
Right.
Well, let me tell you what it caused in me. It caused aggression because, like, when dealing with my peers at school or just in the neighborhood, like I had to take my mom's butt whipping or my grandma or whatever. I had to take that because I was a child. Mm-hmm. If anybody else came at me wrong, I felt like the only thing. Yes, I said the same thing every time. What you think you is, my parent? Man,
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
ready to fight. I'm ready to fight because this is my opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, to get it out.
I
Yeah,
made it. I made it.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
made it a conscious effort. I used to say, bro, yeah, the next person, bro, you go. That's the last woman I got. you gonna pay for all that, I get. Yeah, everything. You getting all this? I can't hit her back either. Yeah,
Because you're carrying all that anger from your parents. You know what I mean? You're mad at them. So yeah.
And I always say, I think there should have been more communication and less beatings. What it did to me, it didn't necessarily make me angry, but it made me kind of seek out advice from other sources. It made me shut down. So, whereas I should probably be communicating with you, now I'm just going to hide it because I know that you're not going to beat me. I know that you're going to beat me for it. And I always say, everything you beat me for, a lot of times I still make a mistake. So, there should have been more conversations had, in my opinion.
you know what? I've talked about this a lot. I think Scam like you've been through here today. Shout out to Scam. We talked about this a lot, even Sharon. About how to, not. I've never hit my son. I don't beat my son. But the thing that stood out the most, I study neuroscience. I know it really doesn't work, but one thing that really struck me and started to get me to speak is like when I talk to women, well, young women, because I was like in my 20s, between like 20 and 24, and you get to know somebody, you talk, and I'll be like, yeah, my mom used to F me up all the time, and I'll tell my side, and then they'll feel comfortable to talk, and then I maybe it was 2 women that didn't cry. Like, I'm saying cry. I mean like bawl, holler, and scream about how their mom is, for some reason, women don't talk about how they're affected by how their mom physically abused them. And I've had so many women yell in my chest, screaming and hollering.
Wow.
Like about how they was treated. And to freeze you, your point, Mo, and freeze your point, it just and I said it to say everybody, because my mom is me, and my 2 little brothers, and all 3 of us have responded to her treatment completely different. I was around my dad and my cousins. I was around a lot of guys. They didn't have that opportunity because my mother married a Nigerian and moved across town. So my response is going to be different because I already knew I was already tough. I was fighting every day. Fight my cousins every day, learn how to fight. They didn't get that. You know what I'm saying? So I responded different, but that's why I talk about the stuff that I talk about when it comes to these children and being kept from their dad and stuff like that, because these women be beating the crap out of these girls, and it hurt them way more than it hurt us. Like, that stuff ain't bothering me. I just knew I was going to go to somebody, I was going to beat somebody's child up. Women internalize that, and I swear, man, Allah be my witness. So many women have, I mean, when I tell you hollering and screaming about how hurt they was about what their mom did, and just being that shoulder for them to, like, I'm like, yeah, because I've done it for my own cousins on how my aunts treat them and my grandmother treat them. And that's why I be telling, I ain't gonna say this, I don't want to poke them too much, but JP and these different guys, like, you cannot talk to little girls like that. You can't talk to them like that. You can't hit them like that. They internalize that thing because they trust you, because they're vulnerable. They trust you. And these women do not understand how much damage you're doing to your daughters by physically abusing them. The concept, and I'm done because I'm ranting, right? The concept of the person if we understand it when it comes to relationship, I don't understand why we don't understand it without it being intentional to not understand it when it comes to children. The person who's sitting the F in front of you, telling you I love you, but you keep hitting me in my face or my eyes. Like, it doesn't make any sense. In the brain as a child, toddler, infant, hopefully not infant, toddler, preteen, teen, they can't process that information correctly.
I think that hits different, like getting a belt.
It does.
A belt to the butt versus like being slapped and punched and hit in the face. Now, I never experienced that, but I do still feel like there was a level of abuse, saying go get switches and tying them together, and we got all these bruises when you could have had the conversation, or and that's true as far as daughters and mothers. I think I was 28 when I finally had the conversation with my mom, and I broke down. You know, like I told her, I was like, we used to wonder, did you love us? You
Yeah,
know,
I smoke.
perspective is everything. Like she was like, and she cried too. She said, I had no idea y'all felt this way. God knows. I wanted to steer y'all in the right direction. I loved y'all. My mom showed us a lot of love, right? But when she beat us, she beat us. And Just Jay said something some months ago, and it stuck with me. She said, you can beat a kid so much that you beat the self-esteem out of them.
That's
And
true. That's very
Absolutely.
true.
yeah. So I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, like I understand tough love, but sometimes when all you see is tough, it hit kind of different, you know?
You the thing you said is how I've heard that so many times. These women think they mother hate them, and I'm just like, and I used to ask them, I'm just like, why don't you say something to them? They just, I don't know. I get around my mother's house and I just whatever, and I just, they fall into line. They fall in, the regular stuff. Again, comfort. Again,
Yes.
comfort. You just fall into the regular. Mommy this, mommy that. Oh, you need me to go to the store. Like they fall into that, and
Right.
yeah,
And when
it's
we
just that.
talk, like me and my mom are so close now. Had I
Mhm.
never told her like how that affected me, there would have been some type of void there. But once we had the conversation, we like my mom is my best friend, and I understand it from her point of view too. She was like, I just wanted y'all to be different. I wanted y'all to grow up to be good women. It wasn't out of hate. I thought I was doing the right thing. I realized that sometimes it may have been excessive. You know?
Right.
I've think I forgot what channel I explained this on, right? I think this is our generation's breakthrough because I watched it with my mom generation. See, my mother generation, obviously they're the ones doing the whipping and shit. But my grandmother's generation, their parents, my grandmother on my mother's side, she used to punch my mother and her sisters and my aunts in the face with rings on.
Wow.
Right? It was worse. Like she used to punch them in the face. And that's a high level of what we talking about, right? But in addition to that, she wasn't super loving and hugging and all of that. In my lifetime, I watched my aunts and my mother change that in our generation. Hugs and kisses and hugs and I love you before you leave the house stuff. They changed that themselves. They did that.
Yeah.
That super loving stuff. These 60s babies, early 70s, late 50s, that generation, that lovey-dovey, you would be surprised. And I'm saying it like, isn't my family is it happens one of my family is not anecdotal. It is. A lot of people in their generation, daddy and mommy wasn't loving and kissing and they wasn't doing it. And a bunch of I love yous. My dad told me he loved me, I think, once or twice. And he was born in 1950, literally 1950.
Right, because they didn't receive it either. So, the way our parents raised us, I think, we're probably all within 10 years of the same age group here. But they didn't, I don't think they really, a lot of the times they really knew how to express that love. You know what I mean? They just thought, keep them in line so they won't go out here and do this and do that and whatever. So this is how we were taught, and as we see more and more as the times go by, kids wasn't calling the police on parents way back then. You know what I mean? It was what it was, like they can now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. These kids are so spoiled.
It's a totally different ball game now. Like, if your mom slaps you now, you could call the police, and you would see. I mean, it's mostly happens like that with the other, races probably, but we just didn't see that. You could go to school and be like, man, I got it last night. I got beat last night, for something you and your friend might have been did. Everybody got beat by their parents or whatever. It was a normal thing, and especially in the Black community. I don't know too much. I'm pretty sure other races did too to a certain extent, but I mean, I don't think I know one person that didn't get it when they was young at some point. You know what I mean? Not in my age group.
Right.
Yeah. And it doesn't promote.
It affects it.
I was just gonna say
You gotta
it
preach.
just it doesn't promote growth.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all I
I
was
agree.
gonna say.
And you know what? Like getting
How do y'all think?
I it caused me to not whip my kids at all because we got beat so bad. I
Yeah.
was like, you know what? That's one thing I'm not gonna do.
I've heard people say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my kids are well behaved for the most part. They'll try me, of course, like any other kids, but I'm like, I don't know. I just don't. I don't agree with it.
My goddaughter and my niece taught me that you don't have to hit them. I never hit them a day in my life. And I just when they know you love them and you like, I don't, for some reason I just learned talking soft to children, you gonna get way more out of them than anything in life. When you yell, like when they're in trouble and you get close to their little face, you make eye contact, hold their little face and talk to them. For some reason it worked. And when you really be their hero, and I probably should say this way more because I used to say it before when they was young. When you make it your business to be their hero and you say stuff to them, they listen. Like people gotta, as parents, we have to stop invalidating our voices. I be tell mothers all the time, stop giving them 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, 6, all these different chances to do what you say. One warning, full-fledged consequence, because you're devaluing your voice. That's half of it. The other half is hollering and screaming. When you hollering and screaming, you doing all of the listening for them. They don't gotta listen because you gonna do all the work. Stop yelling.
That's a good point. Kimberly said,
you destroy
my
your
mother hit me on the head and in the face. Sometimes I will also have scratches. Never thought about it until now. I'm sorry to hear that, Kimberly, but this is a good conversation, guys, because it's stuff that you don't think about a lot of the times until you realize how it's really affected people that grew up like that.
Yeah,
it is. Shout out to my guy True Freeman. He'll tell you that when I first started hopping on the internet and start talking to people, it was like more so on a hotline call called Blog Talk. But I'm like, bro, we have mommy and daddy issues. All of us.
Right.
We all do. And it's not limited to just your parents, grandparents, great grandparents. You know what I'm saying? And you kind of assume other people's family issues, other people's mommy and daddy issues. Because our parents be having mommy and daddy issues. You know what I'm saying? I seen my grandfather, my father's father, one time in my life.
Wow.
Once. I'm thankful for that because some people that haven't. You know what I'm saying? And the changes you make, like the dramatic shift in yourself whether you are a person that didn't have their parents in their life or parents passed away. My dad passed away. My mom's still alive. My mom and her mom is the only ones that's alive. Everybody else passed away. But I was thinking about it earlier today. I got to see my great grandmother. I got to see both my grandfathers. I got to see both my grandmothers, my mother and my father. I know exactly where my face come from. You know what I'm saying? It's a dope thing. And I think as a people, we don't know our parents. Like we don't know who we come from. We don't know what them faces is because of whether you think you came here on a boat or whatever. And I think that's identity is a big issue. And how I don't think we've been the best of parents. And I think we need to prioritize that over getting to the bag. Because when we get to the bag, we still gonna have that set. Say it again.
What your ancestors look like.
Say it again.
Y'all think that's really important to know what your ancestors look like?
Yeah. I like my homeboy, right? My best friend, he knows the same thing. And when I see people, I would love to do a study on it. When I see people that have they family in their life, they know where they come from, they be more confident. Way more confident. I just noticed that. Like mama, they live in they're better fathers. The men that I know about, I think it's really important to know who and what you come from. Because like I said earlier, can't nothing else pretend to be you.
Right.
When you know who you are. And they'll always try to sell you that it's a violation to steal somebody else's stuff. When somebody's pretending to be your grandparents, you take that personal. You know what I'm saying? And Me knowing who my dad is helped me process my own anger. Cause I was thinking like, am I crazy? Like, nah, your dad was, your dad was, when I found out who he was, I was like, oh, that makes sense. Okay, now I'm good. I'm tripping. I ain't. Say it again.
No, I'm saying that's so good. Like knowing your roots.
Yeah, it's settling. It helps you answer questions about yourself while you finding yourself out. Because when we hit, man, I'm telling you, when I hit 11 and a half to like 14 years old, I felt like Superman. Like you just get this rush of strength and speed and energy, and you just want to know, like you really want, as a male, you really want to find out who you are. You really just testing stuff. That's why the boys be having them bad behaviors, because you don't know where to put it. But I did know who my dad was. I knew who my brother was, and I had an idea as to where it came from. You know what I'm saying? And it helped me realize I wasn't, a lot of the violence that I was going through, man, I got it through epigenetics. I got it through my dad. My dad had got shot 7-8 times 2 years before I was born. He like climbed a flat line, but they resuscitated him, and then I was the next child born. So, but those 2 years, he was just, he built his reputation of, pulling that trigger. And I'm like, it makes sense now. And I'm like, I'm detached like I am, because he was on his little spree. You know what I'm saying? And my grandmothers live right next door to each other. So that's how my parents met. And I'm one of them baby next door type things, type children.
My grandmother's
and my grandmother had told, they fought.
Yeah. Long story. Grandma.
Hey, I know about it, because my grandmother and both my grandmothers used to be Atlantic City partners going to the casino. That's what they say. You know how they say casino. Yeah, man. They used to gamble. They used to go to Delaware and Atlantic City. I've been in Atlantic City so many times, it make no sense. Walking on that boardwalk with that dirty, ugly water.
I've never been there,
but it was
I
fun.
always wanted to go though. But I've been to Vegas, so.
That's the East Coast Vegas. They go there to gamble. It was a roller coaster inside the hotel.
That's how it is at Circus in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, so they definitely fought. But my grandmother had told my mother, "Don't you go over, man, mess with him. He's street digging it." And my mother took her ass right over there, and right over to the street nigga with the drugs. Yeah, that's how I got here. So, but it helped me understand who I am, and then even looking in history, like looking at history, you can go look back anywhere in history, and our people still wore chains. I hate chains. I don't even like them. So I'm not the one. They wore chains. Our people wore chains, jewelry. We always was flexing. Always, always fly. Always. Everybody on the Americas and Africa and Europe, we always been flexing. There's nothing new. You know what I'm saying? And it helps kind of like settle you, like when you really know who you was and how smart our people really are. It's dope. But I think just individually as a family, like as a people, when you know where your faces come from, and I like to talk to young men about, hey man, you represent a lot of people, bro. I used to tell my brothers every day, every time you crack that threshold, you representing me. You represent every man you come from, representing us. All them people, your 2 parents, your 4 grandparents, your 8 great grandparents, your 16 great great grandparents. You represent so many people that was in all these different places at all these different times. And for you to not be confident and walk like you come from greatness, you think that's an accident? So it's 2 parents, 4 grandparents, that's 6, another generation, that's 14, another generation, that's 30 people you come from, that your face come from. You think you was here by accident?
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
Every face
look back and see, like it could be like a great 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 grandmother, and the kid might be a spitting image of and you know what I mean?
Right. That is so true.
Never know.
Yep. It's I look mainly like my dad's mom and my mom's dad. I look mainly like them too.
Okay.
And it's just dope to know where you got your face from. It's just, that's if I put pictures up, my grandpa Hank and my grandma Gina, I look like them the most. And my son looked like my dad.
Yeah.
And my little brother looked more like my dad. So it's beautiful how it works. It's dope, man. It's a dope process.
I noticed with me, my sister, and my brother, we all have 2 boys apiece. They all look like my dad. All of our kids.
Wow. Strong genes.
Mm-hmm.
That's something. It's really good. A lot of kids come out looking like their grandparents or the great grandparents and stuff. You just never know. Just like there's like let's say with like height or something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It could be a height gap. It was like, well, I might not have got it, but one of my kids might get it. You know what I mean? Or something like that.
Weird. So Matthew, that's my youngest baby. He's taller than my oldest son. My oldest son's dad. My oldest son's dad is 6'5", and Isaiah is not. He not gonna be tall. I'm surprised.
Wow.
That happens a lot though. The second child he's taller. Yeah. It happens a lot actually. The baby, like LeBron's younger son, he taller than his big brother.
Yep, that's true. Right. Like I think my youngest son is gonna be the tallest. I can't tell now, but he's taller than the other kids in his age group, you know. And he might, because my dad's 6'5.5", you know.
That's tall.
And so you just never know. Like for me, I'm the shortest person, like between my parents and siblings. They're all taller than I am because my mom is tall too. My mom's like 6 foot. So
wow.
Yep, my dad's 6'5.5". My mom's like, I'll say 5'11.5", 6 foot. And then, but out of the siblings, I'm the shortest, you know. But I'm just like average height. I'm like 5'6", but I'm like shorter than everybody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Both of my parents are short, girl. My dad.
Really?
Girl, I think my dad is 5'9". My mom is 5'2". I'm 5'2". Here for the T is 4'11". Girl, everybody's short.
Shout out to Tizzle. Shout out to Tizzle.
Super short.
Yeah, man. You just never know.
Yeah, I think my dad 5'10".
Grandparents short too? Your grandparents were short too?
I only met one. I knew my grandmother. My grandfathers and my other grandmother passed before I was born. I would assume, but I don't know.
Right. Yeah, so it just all plays a part. It really does. Freezy, you sleep?
Or eat.
Yeah, he regentrifying his mind right now. Hey, Freezy, you regentrifying your mind?
Yeah, I've been doing that.
Big Bad Bull said, "Great show. Appreciate the words of world class."
Appreciate it.
A world class stole the show.
They be sleeping on Clad though. Clad be
he be having a lot. I've listened to him before. I was like, okay. He
be chilling, man.
My channel a few times. I think the last time he hit the link, he stressed me out pretty bad, but I understood.
What I do to you?
I know what you're talking about too.
Yeah.
And Vaughn said, hold on one second. Vaughn said, I really enjoyed the show today. Peace and blessings, everyone. I look forward to the next stream. Good night. Thank you so much, Vaughn. I'm telling you, Vaughn is the chat warrior.
What's up, Vaughn?
He holds it down in the chat. He be coming up with some good scriptures. Vaughn be on it. So thank you so much.
Vaughn been in space for a minute.
Yeah, shout out to Vaughn, man.
He's been in space for a minute. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I've been chilling, man.
Vaughn over in Freezy sometimes, but I never, knew that he knew so much or talked to. I visited Bolo's channel, and then I was like, okay, I finally heard Vaughn speak.
Yeah, he knows a lot.
Vaughn ain't gonna speak on everybody's channel now.
He not.
Oh no.
Everybody's channel.
I think I met Vaughn on BMU.
Yeah,
They don't be on
Oh,
like
I
this.
went to Black. What is it? Black Men Unfiltered.
Black man unfiltered.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
black man unfiltered.
Baby, I went over there because I saw a few faces I knew on the panel. I said, okay, world class in the chat. OGJ, pretty cool with him. Once I said, I gotta get out of here fast. I got to run out of here.
Why was it gender war?
Girl, yes.
I thought
okay.
I thought that was your favorite topic, Mo.
No, let me tell you something.
Oh, go ahead, tell me something.
Love Freezy. That's my brother. Sometimes if the topic comes up on his channel, I'll entertain it. That's it.
Oh.
Then I find myself like if Ruthless Truth hit the link, I find myself going back and forth with him.
You know what the funny part is about Ruthless? I done got used to Ruthless because you just know when he comes up, you already know what you're expecting. you already know. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, oh, it's Ruthless again.
Okay. Ooh, Freezy, I wanted to tell you this. So remember when Bolo corrected him on my channel last week?
Yeah.
And we kind of gave our take on how, we felt like it was out of order. He did better on your channel.
Ruthless.
This weekend, could you tell?
Yeah, he gonna do better on my channel because I get rid of that.
Period. But he wasn't really over talking people like that. I was like, okay.
You think? I think Ruthless was the same old Ruthless.
Really?
I think
Ruthless, I feel like I did agree with Ruthless on a point. I think we was talking about parenting, but I think this is when you was sleep freezing and we was talking about parenting. And I actually agreed with Ruthless. I said I actually agree with Ruthless on this, and I usually don't. And people were laughing, but it was the truth. I agreed with him on one thing he said about parenting, but man, I just think Ruthless, just he's just the same old Ruthless to me every time I see him. It depends on the topic.
Ruthless. Once you get to know Ruthless, when he go to talking, you just shake your head. Like
That's where I'm at with it, Freezy.
Yeah, it's Ruthless, man.
When he said we need to do away with marriage and we need to promote or practice healthy co-parenting.
Yeah,
I said,
that's what I'm saying. That's the extreme stuff that Ruthless will say. That's what I'm saying.
I said that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Ruthless is ruthless. It's like with some people, you don't expect anything more, or anything different. So that's where I'm kind of at with a lot of people. It's like, oh, okay, well, okay.
Well, I'm saying, like, Ruthless, they think I just be joking, but I be dead ass serious. When I be like, a lot of it can sound like doom and gloom, and I be trying to tell. I be trying to tell like people like Ruthless. I think Hood Servitor, he ended up coming on the panel, and I be saying that the statistics. Okay, I understand the statistics. The statistics are fine. I get the statistics. I don't mind the statistics. The statistics, right? But I think I made a statement on my channel. I was like, the way I grew up, the area I grew up in Central Florida, statistics was against me. Sometimes the statistics are against you, but that doesn't mean that you can't succeed under those conditions, right? I think as men, it's cool to give the statistics, but I don't think it's good to give the statistics as if you just need to fold to the statistics. Like, it's good to be aware.
As a got you moment, Freezy.
Huh?
They use them as a got you moment most of the time. Like, hey, look, it's y'all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, cause I know the statistics was against me the way I grew up.
Them commercials used to make me so mad, bro. When you don't have a dad in your life, you're gonna be. I swear, I ain't even joking. Like you said, you say you're gonna be deleted by 21. I really was growing up because my older brother, Yeah. In Baltimore,
Dead.
they say it's a higher chance for you to be in jail by 18 and 16, and you be gone by 21. Like the commercials they used to put. Yeah. So, and my older brother had got killed when he was 21. I was 8. So I grew up thinking I would be dead at 21, and they used to make me mad. You know what I'm saying? So I would just, try to beat the statistics, but I ain't know how. I didn't know what I needed to know. But like Freezy said, I know what in my favor. But the point of them bringing up the statistics is fighting narratives that people that the women just say against them. You know what I'm saying? To put the stats up, but you just that's not the foundation of anything. Like that's just like a study or it's not the foundation of anything. You don't. That's not. I've never used statistics like that.
Yeah, me.
What's his name? Who conservative? Jesus.
Yeah, and
that's not your favorite.
Services seems to have gotten better. I mean, he was worse than how he's been over at Freezy's.
You were worse than that. Damn.
Oh, I've never seen it before until I get to your channel. I don't know.
The first time I saw him on Freezy.
Yeah.
But the people, these ones you naming, they ain't even worse. They like these ruthless, conservative. Oh, shush. They ain't in the top 15. That's like way worse than that. It's laughing. He have no idea. Like, bro, like y'all need to relax. I think I said it on your channel. I think he was there. Yeah. These, I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know why I don't just let the guys that's qualified to just speak, but I don't know. What the hell do I know? They should do that because there's too many dudes that make it seem like it's like get back. It don't need to be get back. It's just establish order, keep it pushing.
And but that's the thing,
too much information to process.
We're never gonna get anywhere like that. Like, oh well, here's this. Got you again. Like, I don't think people really want, what I'm saying, to improve and come together for some solutions. People just want to put down on the other person and have a got you moment. Like, let me make you look stupid today.
Yeah, but so to that, you're correct. But to that, it's like it's no different from a store. Like I wouldn't go into a regular store because that's not what I'm looking for.
Hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt. F&M, how long you gonna be live? I gotta go to the store really quick. You'll still be live?
Huh?
You'll still be live in like 20 minutes?
If you're coming back, I'll stay on.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
All right,
Mom, be safe. Yeah, it's like if you like what she doing. She going to the store. Those are not the places where they do that at. And they they'll come on the channel and see if they can do that there. Once you establish that that's not the place, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because they really want to get their stuff off. They not there for like these. They're not coming here for solutions. They're coming here to let you know what they think. You know what I mean? They coming here to fight.
But do y'all think that? So do y'all think that is just the main premise? Because we've seen the argument that everything was solution based and stuff, and I just have not seen that since I've been around at all. I know I wasn't here back 4 or 5 years ago or whatever, but it's like I don't see it.
You said solution based. I think old boy used to say they were solution based, but
right. I'm like, I don't see it, child. No. Hey, Kwafi.
I mean, there's no real establishment.
Hello, folks. What's going on?
Oh,
Kwafi.
So which?
How y'all doing?
It's
pretty good.
The thing though, right? The thing though, right? You gotta. Here's the problem with it. You can state a problem, right? And then you can state a solution. But the issue with this space is there's no definitive goal, no goddamn way. Is the goal to be married? Is the goal to expose this? Everybody else, every other sector has a goal, but this tiny little sector. It's no goal. It's no issue. This is not a vegan sector. This is not a workout sector. This is not a URL sector. It's not sports. It's nothing. People keep saying it's entertainment. It's not. It's just social. It's not business. You know, I really don't want to make money, right? You just doing social church. We donating because people are saying the new religion of gender war, or whatever. Social culture
is to make money, like the people that are always
no.
Okay.
Hell no. Absolutely not. That goal is not to make the. Absolutely not.
I agree with that.
No. No. The hell? They don't want to make no damn money. They can have more interest in making sure you don't get more money than they do. Than them wanting to make money.
That's the goal.
No, they don't want to make no money.
But world class. I was finna say that's the goal.
Yeah.
Y'all think so though? For real?
That's it. If it's anything, it's that.
Because I don't know, guys. I just look at it like the same creators that do the same topics all the time because they know they're going to get a big audience and people are going to, keep it going because they're not going to agree. So they're going to constantly go at it, the gender wars, whatever, right?
Yeah,
they do that so they can get the bag. Like they got to keep it going so more people will come to donate, to keep the clicks and views going. Y'all don't
They'll make more money if they'll make more money if they open a church. They need to go do real estate class or something like this. They don't want to make what you said in the beginning before you got to the money part is the point. They just know more people gonna come. This is the first time. This is what y'all gotta understand. This is the first time more than most of these niggas have ever been. Somebody has ever listened to these niggas. Most people have never listened to these niggas ever in life.
Fact.
Yeah.
There's no qualification for hopping up on. There's no qualification for hopping on StreamYard. It's not a subscriber count. It ain't a clout count. It's not an income count. It's not if you smart count. It's people that's autistic on these channels.
Yeah, that's true.
In real life. There's no requirement. So I could just come up, argue, yell, no, don't cut me off, let me talk. And just now I'm listening to you. Whereas nobody in your goddamn zip code will listen to your ass.
World class. You ever been over on the Roger Report?
No. I vaguely know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The channel, I think I've seen it before. Somebody sent me. Yeah, I think I've seen it before.
Now those dudes,
sound familiar.
They are always behind the avatars. I know we've seen everybody up here, but and there's a reason for some people being behind avatars, and then some people don't really have a good reason. But I noticed that when they had some camera slips before their channels went down. Because they found it like Wizard of Oz, once you pull the person back and you see who the person is, it's like, man, really?
Yeah.
That's the way, but
that's it.
I'm glad you said that because that's the way I be feeling sometimes. Because sometimes, and people be going hard and they be just talking cash money crap, right? And then, and then you see the person and you're like, really? You know what I mean? Like it's just sometimes unbelievable.
Well, see, it's different. It's different when you're not here to cause problems.
It's some niggas that came up. I'm like, you a bold nigga, you. I don't know. I can't believe you put that shit on camera. This nigga's tough.
You should have stayed calm down, bro.
You should stay calm down, bro. Just get an avatar. Put Denzel or Eldris up there. Don't put that shit back on screen. Oh, my bad. Don't put that back on screen no more. You brave.
Yeah, but like I said, what's his name? He had gotten better. David had gotten not. Oh, did I say that?
Oops.
I don't even know who you're talking about. So
Hood Service. He's gotten better.
Cooley. Oh, okay. Hood Service. I never seen him before Freezy channel, but there's so many cats, bro. If my brain remembered these dudes, it's probably over 100. And I don't got Hood Conservative or night. I keep calling. I don't know how the fuck I keep calling Ruthless Nighters. I'm Ruthless. I don't got them in the top 75.
I know, but let me tell you the whole crew. See, y'all just don't notice it. And this is what I have been trying to tell a couple of content creators. Hold on. Shut that door. Hold on, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell them.
They breaking up too.
They come in droves.
It's way worse than him out here. FNM.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we do now.
Yeah, they come in droves. I mean,
you breaking up a little bit. You'll be here. You good now?
Hold on. Yeah, they come in droves, man. Like, and they're in a group. It's what's the dude's name?
Some niggas.
What's his name? With the bald head, look like Tweety Bird. Was up on crazy kind of trolling me.
What you talking about?
Damn, what's that dude's name, man? Clue.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Like Tweety Bird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Look, Clue, Hood, Conservatives, and Free Zone.
Well, Coffee, you
can you hear me?
You know they be in the group chat.
I don't care.
Yeah, but yeah, I can hear you. They be in a group chat. That's why they come like that.
Yeah, they all. I'm telling you, all three of them, they hide behind avatars, and I found out who they were. Free Zone Lou.
Oh shit.
Hood Conservative.
Oh wow.
And Clue. All three of them. They all come in. They hang out with Angry Snowman, the white dude. I probably say, oh yeah.
I know
you Coffee. You know what he said.
What did he say?
Yeah, I gotta get it. I gotta go look. The Angry Snowman. He said some wild stuff.
Oh yeah.
He thought, Angel was racist. Yeah, he didn't say some super racist stuff. Like,
I got clips.
I gotta find a clip
so they can go to people.
Oh, you got it too.
Hold on, tell me what he said, because he be trying to act like he down for the, like he down and stuff.
Yeah,
he ain't not. I can't.
I send you the clips. He angry Snowman.
Yeah, send him.
Couple others, they try to go over to Freezy channel and be friendly. See all these channels that they never been to. They go over there and then they use your content in a private sector with a private link, so they say, "Look at these niggas."
Okay.
So they all working together. You got to be careful with them.
Angry Snowman ain't showed up on my channel in a long time though.
Oh yeah, he one of them though.
Yeah.
I had to kick him off of Instagram several times, but I said I ain't gonna keep on paying to kick him off. You know what he doing.
But now that you mention it, a couple of people do sound the same. Like they say the same spiel, they talk the same. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And these are the same ones.
This is
that have that talking point.
This is the social.
Go ahead.
It's the social media sector of YouTube.
Yeah.
This is the we do this social media. It's more of that going on than making money. You know what I'm saying? I know Freezer, you came from, the Anton shit, and they got the meetups and everything. Y'all I guess the intention was more, but what it's devolved into, it's just gossip, and it's really weird, and it sucks to say it, but it's just the males gossiping.
I ain't never participated.
It's the males starting stuff. No, I know you didn't. I didn't know. I wasn't saying you was in the meet, but I know like Anton and them, they was doing the meetups and all this stuff and different stuff. I know they was intending it to be more, Lapeef shit and all that. I know they was trying to do more than that, but it's just it's gossip girl weird stuff, bro. They team up and go, we gonna flood this channel. They be reporting channels and then whine when they channel get reported. They doing it's a lot of effeminate male stuff. It's the males. Women are going gossip and do stuff, but it's these male content creators in group chats.
Yeah.
They're weird. You can tell.
I don't doubt it. I you can definitely see the ones that have been around each other. I mean, they be having word for word the same spiel, word for word.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be like, whoa. It's to follow the leader, like we're robots for me. It's like, don't you have your own mind, your own thoughts? I don't know. It's strange.
Oh. There's no definitive goal other than I watch one content creator get all these super chats and I want to get the super chats too, like you're a 6-year-old or something like that. Like, it's okay, then what? You get a bunch of super chats. Now what? What's gonna be the ROI on it? Have you heard any of these content creators talk about the rate of return on any of these super chats? Are they gonna do anything? Any one of them doing a giveaway for the people that super chat? They're not doing any making money thing under any circumstances. Any one of them starting a website? No. Any of them talking about sponsors? No. They don't want to make no money. They just want to pull attention away from the people that they jealous of. It's irritating.
So do y'all think that that's a lot of what's going on? Like people are just jealous. They don't want to see nobody else with the shine.
I think in the beginning,
Yes.
that's what happens when, you know, you become a content creator coming up, you know, like Crazy coming up. You probably would have people to say, "Damn, you know, let me go over and, you know, just stir up some shit, you know, so that we can strike them." So people will do that. And that's why when I go on channels that I really care about and I like, I try to tell people in the beginning, but if they don't listen, I just let it be. Because I've been around a while and I just got, I don't gain nothing by doing that, you know, so I see it all the time. I do have a history. People tell you, "Damn, man, you want to know something?" He'll tell you. But and that ain't to be messy, but just you know, be like, you know, how I was able to manage in the upload community. I just wasn't in a whole bunch of shit. You know, I just recently took down a video of a content creator. I won't mention the name, but I'm ending the panda bear shit. I'm ending all of that because I don't want to mention no more content creators unless I'm really collaborating with them or doing some really good work.
Well, that's positive.
You know, like I made a whole story out of one of Freezy's channel, one of Freezy's thing with Tawana them on it, but this was before. This was the very first one they had done, and it's based on who's to blame for the black family, something like that. What they were talking about, but it's going to be really good, and I'm going to credit Freezy in it because I'm using part of the sounds of, you know, the people that's in it.
Okay, that's a good idea, Coffee.
Yeah, so when I do stuff, I try to, you know, credit folks who it belong to. You know, a lot of people are using like his long streams to for their own content, which is not right because that's hard work.
Right. But only the outburst moments, you know, like when we're really discussing and having good conversations, they don't want to use that part.
That's a fact. They'll never
Like
get
that
anything.
bull said, I don't think most expect for YouTube to be a long-term money play. Most treat it like a fast money play.
Well, it depends, because if you got people that come up on your panel that don't respect your channel, that say, "Oh, this is just YouTube." You know, they don't understand what it takes to go through a door and film that same scene 30 times before it becomes correct. You know what I'm saying? Some of us really do this.
Yep. They don't know post-production.
Yeah.
They don't know nothing about pre-production, production, and post-production. They don't know nothing about none of that. They don't know how to edit.
And it's more than just going on camera.
They don't know how to hire nobody to edit. They don't know the structure.
But I do when you got good content creators, when we all work,
this is frustrating.
It could become a good group economics. I don't think anyone is jealous of each other. It's none of that. I just think that we have some very strong opinions.
You don't think nobody jealous of each other?
No, not really.
Oh shit.
Look at it though. You look at it this way. Like, say for instance,
What sector you talking about, Quavi?
You up,
right.
Like he up and coming. And he ain't got nobody to really compete with. The people that do come over, they ain't nowhere near what he's doing. So if they are jealous, they probably jealous of the people he kicked off. You know. So my thing is, if they are jealous,
What you talking about?
Should I name?
You talking about the people that got blocked?
Yeah. And I'm gonna be honest. That was the last time I was over. I'll be honest. That was my.
World Cup was up there. He was up there.
Yeah, Coffee. I haven't seen you in Freezy. Now that I think about it.
Well, me personally, and let's just address elephant in the room. I try not to go places where I don't want nobody to think that I'm trying to change the narrative of things or the show. It had nothing to do with Freezy at all. Nothing. I just don't want to be on panels with people that I know I'm going to be arguing with. You see what I'm saying? That's just it.
Yeah. I understand that.
I respect that.
Mm-hmm. So it never. I mean, he's a good.
Yeah,
My homies, they still watch. You know that I referred. Trust me. Yeah.
Freezy always got somebody on his channel, on his panel. I don't like. I'm gonna argue with him. That motherfucker.
You do good though.
Let this little nigga slide right now. What'd you say?
I said you do good because you had mentioned that before, that there's always somebody comes up, but you try not to do nothing, you know, or say something out the way on somebody else's panel. So that's good.
I'd even like earlier, like when we was talking, I'm from the hood, so you don't come in nobody else's house and make it about you. I think it's disrespectful to come in somebody else's show, literally a show, and make it about you and try to be the star. What I'll do is I'll do the best I can to make the host or the channel owner the star. You know what I'm saying? And set them up. That's why a lot of times when we going around the room, I make sure Freezy get his point in, or Next Level get their point in. You know what I'm saying? It's just principles you live by. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't care when Freezy got his channel, even now, right? It's people that is from my channel. It's people that like that I'm there, but they know that I don't make no channel about me. I don't do that.
Right.
I'm not there. Nobody comes to Freezy channel or Fear No Mortis channel to hear the world class. You're not. I don't even assume to think that. You're not here to see me. Ain't nobody here to see you, Otis. So.
But when you do,
you know what I'm saying,
man, you do present yourself well. You, Bolo, Vaughn, when he did come up, because I haven't seen Vaughn go on nobody channel, and I've been around Vaughn, you know, on other channels a while, so that was a plus. So I do think that the conversation do bring the best out of people to make people come up. Big Bad Bull is another one. Emperor Kojak, you know, all these people who don't deal in foolishness. They ain't trying to be up panel with people that they argue with.
This is what I want to get across.
Yeah.
Like I've been on, like when I used to go on other people's panels and stuff. I've been on panels that with people I wasn't fond of. You know, when you and World Class know this, I'm pretty sure Fear No Mortals know this. Kwafa, you ever did live streams on your channel? It's mostly edited.
No, I've done a lot of uploads, but at the same time, they ain't just uploads; they're bonus exclusives, many documentaries. But I have done a few lives, and the lives that I do, they're like just just a quick rant. That's it.
But what I was gonna say, like what y'all had kind of commented on, y'all, you know, you've been on like my show, and there's been people that you don't like. Bro, imagine being a host of the show and having to deal with people that you're not fond of.
Right.
Think about that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like, I'm saying, y'all saying that like y'all the only one that feel like that. Like, bro,
for me,
I feel like that too. But you know,
look, for me, it's just a respect because I know that I don't want to argue. When I get out of my bag, I get very bad, and I've done it on Israel Mills' show. And I had to stay away for about 2 months because I done got into argument with 2 niggas over there. You know, and for me to go out of pocket the way I have, it had to been somebody to come up to agitate the situation. And this is what they do. They would come on your show to get at somebody they don't like. And I try to avoid that.
And Freezy, I don't know how you do it. If I don't like a nigga come to my chat. Let him on my panel. I ain't gonna see that nigga in another chat. I block you. Like, but you crazy. I lost my mind. Nah, man. You better. I can't do it. I don't got the patience. Everybody don't need a voice. Everybody don't need a voice. That's why I'm at.
Don't get me wrong. I don't block people now. Don't get me wrong now. But
no, I don't know. I don't say you fuss out Vic. After you fuss Vic out, I would have never let the nigga back up. I was so mad at JP. On my live, I said, JP, I hope you don't forgive me and let your ass back up there. I ain't mad at him now, but you know what I'm saying? It's just certain shit like.
You know, if you know why I let Vic up, Claire, cause I had let Vic back up because once I really kind of took a step back and looked at it from a macro type point of view, I said Vic was defending. He was just defending JP to a fault. Like he was just like I don't even think Vic know what the hell he was doing. Like he was just
like he really didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I just looked at it like, yeah, he got blocked, but Vic was not the one that was saying that egregious as SHIT what old boy was saying, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of evaluated Vic's situation. And then when Vic called me, did y'all see when Vic called me from Instagram and when I was live? He really wanted to be a part of the show. He called me. And so I had already was thinking about, you know, kind of unblocking Vic, but I unblocked Vic. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. World Class know me. Like I'm not this hard dude to get along with. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not
at all.
You know what I'm saying? I don't wanna do this with people. I really don't.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I think I've seen Freezy yell more this year than all the years combined times 10. Like you don't be yelling. I ain't gonna say I'm not even gassing, bro. I've never the one dude, I ain't gonna miss his name, and then Anton and a couple of these little weirdos the last couple of 4 or 5 months. I'm sorry, 4 or 5 weeks. And since you've been doing the StreamYard thing. So yeah, when I see Freezy arguing or yelling, somebody's out of pocket. That's why old dude, I'm like, bro, cut that out, man. Like you tripping. Cause you talking about Freezy, my nigga. Like what you ain't making sense right now. Like kill that. You're not gonna tell like I don't know him. I think, and I was gonna ask you earlier, I think the first time we was on panels or where I met you, it was either on BMU or it was on podcast thing.
Yeah, probably was
podcast. Private podcast. I don't know if you came to BMU. I know I've met Tommy and them over there.
That's a good
BMU.
question. You got me thinking whether
I know, you know what I'm saying?
Now. I think it might be in BMU. I don't know.
Hey, but do y'all remember
I think you might have been on the panel.
Do y'all remember Sir Hill? Sir Hill?
Oh, that's my guy. Yeah.
Sir Hill changed his name now.
He took a break.
He separated himself from everybody.
You know he changed his name to his channel.
Oh no.
It's Ernest Hell now. He put his whole name. It's Ernest Hell.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did see that.
Hiatus,
That's what it is on Facebook. Yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah, he took a big break one time. Like he stopped. He just kind of like regrouped, took a big break, and guess what? It was World Class. It was right after old boy was trying to start beefing with Sir Hill. Chicago.
With him, that's a fact.
Whoa.
Right after that.
Yeah. You right. It was.
How you beef with Sir Hell though? That's what I want to know.
Sir Hell. That's like beefing with Bolo.
Probably small.
It don't make sense. It don't make sense.
Small disagreements though, fellas. I mean, that's what it is. You know,
It's weird.
All got our strong points about us that we try to prove. But see, for me, you know, I got so many other things to do. I don't want to argue with nobody. I don't want to fight with nobody. You know, and sometimes I will disassociate myself and clean my algorithm. You know, you have to do that sometimes.
Yeah, it makes sense though. I think I've seen a few people take a break.
I also had to look at, you know, myself. Say for instance, if I rock with Freezy, I don't think I should be rocking with the ops. That's the way I feel too. I had to look at all that.
This is a good. I'm glad you said that because I want to get y'all's opinion on it.
I did too.
What do y'all think about that? Do y'all think that people should have? Yeah, like what? I guess kind of like what Vic did. He just had blind loyalty for JP in that instant. But okay, so do y'all think that what Coffee just said? You should stop going to other people's channels or stop rocking with somebody because there was a fallout.
I see at times, like me, I'm a neutral person, and Freezy, you know what I'm talking about. I liked both of them, and that was just it. You know, we handled it like men behind the scenes. Nobody talked nobody's business out, but at the same time, I had to look at that too because if I'm around a group that's progressing, why would I go and hang out somewhere else? And that did come back to bite me in the ass. No Diddy and pause. And I don't want to say that. You know, because some people, they would play with you like your
It
content
was kind of crazy.
yeah, they ain't trying to go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, I'm like, what the hell am I doing, man? You know, here I am. I could be other places, real talk, because I know a lot of people on YouTube, but I like to hang out at some of the very smaller channels and subscribership. And when I tell people that I want to work with them, it's not because I need the content or because I can gain anything from it. It's because I believe in who you are. And some of my people over because the people I deal with are from universities and other places, and they don't be on the gender war, the fighting, and all of that. You know, and I can't refer my people to places where people are fighting and arguing all day long. That ain't what YouTube is about, and they're about to take channels down from people who participate in that stuff.
Yeah.
What in gender wars?
Yeah, so I'm
they already doing it.
It's not really the gender wars. It's the extra crap that they doing, the doxing and all of that. They're really about to turn down.
Yeah.
You know, the preferred language. But as a person that has done the most YouTube beef, probably in this space, let alone this panel, probably a perfect person to talk about this with, because I've had so many like moderators and people that support me that the person I'm going at is the channel they came from or the channel they learned me from, you know what I'm saying? Learn about me from. And I've never asked nobody to pick a side. No pun intended, actually. I've never, because like a lot of the people I want at the most, my favorite people come from them. Natasha, Brittany B, you know what I'm saying? Like people that really rock with me. And those people I kind of went at, like they turn out to be dope, and I'll ever want to put them in those situations. But I think I do understand Kwafi's point. It's just, you could be over there, you can even be on panels, but if you over there and they get to talking crazy, you know what I'm saying, you don't have to say something, and then not saying something can make you look crazy. You know what I mean? It's just, it puts you in a bad situation when you're doing certain things, you know what I'm saying, when certain things is happening. But I would never, you gotta either, because like I said, this sector is more social media, YouTube, than anything. And if it's like people you rock with, you really care about, yeah, I do trust them enough to not, you know, not be disrespectful. And I think that even to that little point that you said earlier about taking a break, if you really not trying to get to 100,000 or 1 million, you have to take a break. And subscribers and stuff, like really trying to grow your channel, you have to take a break, because it's going to put a toll on you, because it's too social not to. It's entirely too social. It's entirely too much beef going on, and other stuff going on. It's people hooking up and we don't even know. You know what I mean? It's a lot of stuff going on. We don't have no clue what's going on. These people beating up and fake arguing on the panel, but they really, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of stuff going on. So,
oh man.
At the end of the day, it's like when you have your supporters, you can't control what they do. You gotta just have respect. And I get, because I get what you're saying, because like Vic, as an example, I don't want no followers. I want leaders. I'm here to help people become better leaders. I don't need no followers. I don't need nobody to be devoted like that. So I don't need people blindly following me. I'm probably gonna push you away, but that's me. You got guys and young women that is gonna ride for they content creator, man. Them Kevin Samuels, them Sierra Sevens, them Cynthia G's, man. They gonna ride. The Beyonce, the Beehive, they gonna ride for they superstar. So, as a person that's been in the beef stuff, I ain't, as long as you ain't being disrespectful, I'm Gucci.
What do you think, my love?
As far as like getting away from content create, like, can you repeat it? Because I was distracted.
What World Class just was talking about, like, let's say two people that you rock with on YouTube and they fall out or whatever. How do you feel about, you know, should you continue going to both their channels? How about if one is talking about the other?
So So my loyalty will always lie with who I'm closest with. And normally behind the scenes, I'll ask, like, are you okay with, I know you may be at odds with this person, but does it bother you that I'm over here? It depends on the connection, how deep my connection is with that person. You get what I'm saying? But I guess
Yeah.
to some people it doesn't really matter. They be like, don't try to police where I go. Hey, this YouTube. But if I'm really close to that person, then I am going to take into consideration how they feel.
But you know what, too? When you also have, men, we don't get into a whole bunch of stuff unless we just really sticking our chest out at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
You can also, if some of us can't see it, but you can also see controversial women that will come on the panel and cause problems between men who get along. That happens too. And it also causes other men who really rock with the person to stay away from the chick. You get what I'm saying? Because me, I'm not about to sit around and argue. No, I just can't. I'm not gonna do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I think with me, well, first off, I don't consider myself having ops. I don't got no ops on YouTube, so I'ma just start there. I don't got no ops. You know what I'm saying? But the people that I have blocked, I want to say that I would not like hold it against anybody that rock with me if they was over onto somebody else's channel that I blocked, right? The way I look at it, we're dealing with grown people. Everybody grown, and here's another thing. I feel like if I block somebody, it was for extreme reasons. So it's more effective if you go over there yourself and experience for yourself why I blocked them. It's gonna hit different. Like if I just tell you, man, I don't want you to go over there, you ain't gonna know why. You just gonna be like, why Freezy's? Why you? I'm just saying, Freezy, he ain't did nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? But when you experience it for yourself, I ain't got to say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I ain't got to say nothing because now, guess what? Now you actually see what I see. You seen what I see. You feel what I'm saying? So to me, I let grown people be grown people. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do. And then it's like, but I like to lead with. I ain't got no ops. I don't think I can't have no ops on YouTube. YouTube is, I would just feel funny saying I got ops on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like I would care too much. I can't really care like that. But I will block you. I will block you if you if I feel like you just don't care about my space and you don't care, you just totally disrespectful to me, I'm gonna get rid of you. Not because I hate you, not because you my art, because it's best for me. It's best for me and the platform.
Right. And your peace.
And my peace. Yeah, exactly. So so I don't but to make a long story short, I wouldn't tell nobody not to go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I ever told nobody not to go nowhere. It's just,
no.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't look at it as ops.
So Mo,
I wouldn't look at it as ops. I would look at it as, where your loyalty lies. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, the problem that we have right now and why channels go down, the quality of them go down. Well, she ain't never done to me. That's the problem right there.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I won't even say it doesn't necessarily have to be like it's a beef or somebody got blocked or somebody actually fell out, like, like fell out really bad or something. Maybe let's say if it was just two people that maybe you were cool with, but they didn't like each other. You know what I mean?
Or just got a small disagreement, and they not talking anymore. It is
Yeah.
probably back around,
But let's say they never had a disagreement, Coffee, and they just never liked each other. They just didn't like each other's energy, didn't like the things each other said. They just did not rock, and they just really don't like each other. But then you have, and this could apply to YouTube and in person, actually. You know what I mean? But you have somebody that's in the middle that is cool with both people, right?
Yeah.
Would you guys feel any type of way, or would you feel like, okay, well, if that person's cool with that person, then they know I don't rock with them, who knows if they're going back telling my business to that person? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of women think like that, because y'all have that.
If you
But a lot of men gossip more than women. So,
but what I'm saying is, if y'all, like, say for instance, if you and Mo Love are best friends and y'all have a mutual best friend, but I mean, no, y'all have somebody that y'all are best friends with, but separately, that too could be a problem. I've seen women go through that. My sister them go through that shit. Excuse my speech. But men, we don't really do that. But I do know what the guys are coming from on the panel about when it comes to the jealousy situation, and because the actions show when they do something that's totally out of order and disrespectful. Now, the shit that JP did over there at Freeze's channel, I don't rock with him because of that.
Right.
Being honest. And I may not even be, over on Freeze's channel. But guess what? I just don't believe that you should go over there and do something like that. That's just totally disrespectful to that man's time.
It's the principle of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That was crazy.
Yeah, I get that too, Coffee, in a way, because I look at some things like that too. It's like, well, sometimes you have to look at it. Well, if they'll do that to that person, you know what I mean? Like, and or even it was just totally out of pocket and out of line, and it just makes you look at someone's character. You know what I mean? In different situations.
I want to kind of
I think if you
go ahead, Claire. Go ahead. You go.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this real quick. I think if you're in a situation where if you think to that specific point you said F and them that you think they talking about you behind your back, you gotta. I mean, if you have that level of distrust with whoever's supposed to be mutual, it's y'all ain't close as you think you are.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's no reason to think that if that's somebody, like, if you get to the point where you doubting that, you got, I don't know whether it's internal guilt, whether you did something to them and you expecting it back, or you don't know, like, let me go holler at them, make sure this ain't the third, when you start thinking they inspiring, that's not your homie, no way, let them have them. I'll give you up in a heartbeat. Y'all got it. If it's me or them, it's them. You have them. I'm good. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's what I'm ever done. You got it, Freezer.
Oh, what I was gonna say was like when this how I was in the street. When I was in the street, I ain't really like to tell people what to do. I'm talking about if me and you supposed to be cool. Like I like to see how you handle stuff.
Yeah.
I like to see how what your judgment is like. You know what I'm saying? Because like, what was I was gonna say? Like, if you in a okay, I know the reasons why I don't rock with somebody.
Right.
I know the reason why I block somebody, I don't communicate with somebody. I know what this person made of. I know who this person is. They can lie to everybody else, but I know. Anybody know Freezy? I'm not the type of person I'm not the type of person that get envious of somebody or jealous of somebody. So that's why I don't rock with you. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of love in me. So if I ain't messing with you, it's not because we on some catty stuff.
Right.
I don't care about that. You did some stuff that I just can't have you around no more. I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So I'm not finna put this on nobody else. Like, because I'm gonna tell you why. Because I know eventually if you keep going over there, it's gonna happen to you too. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen.
Straight up happened. You're right.
It's gonna happen. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. It ain't a matter of how, it's a matter of when. You feel what I'm saying?
That's the point.
So
crazy.
And I also want to give pushback, a little pushback to Kwafi. I don't know about that, Kwafi, because these dudes get together and talk.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's just not females.
These dudes worse than females on YouTube. I'm telling you, these dudes is treacherous. I'm telling you, so they bad on YouTube, dog. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I had somebody offline talking to me today about what they were saying about me on some Dis Live. I'm like, bro, it's definitely jealousy. It's starting to get to past jealousy to me. It's weird because it was even a conversation about the space, right? About the red pill itself, and I said, this is like offline, but what I said was, even the issue with the gender war, the dudes is talking about the women a lot because they really targeting the dudes that get the women that they want. Because when they start talking 304s, they only are talking about the attractive ones. It's ugly 304s. They don't be talking about them.
Why is that?
Let you be, because it's because of jealousy, because they don't want the men that's been getting the women that they want to continue to get them. They want them. It's really about us. I just say it, I don't care. It's really about us that can get the women that they want. They want to make us pay. And I'm from the hood, bro. You're not about to do no indirect, covert male stuff. I said this on Freezy channel the other day. The number one, the most dangerous thing in the world is a covert male. A covert male is the most dangerous thing you could ever think of in life because they have no weaknesses in terms of an enemy. They got male abilities and they think like females. They operate like females.
That is a fact.
And it's a bunch of these dudes out here like coverts.
That's a good
coverts
one.
pretending that you against the women, but you really against the men. You want to take them away from. It's just like,
I just did a live stream about this the other day.
Yeah.
Listen, when I did the what's the transsexual I covered on that was on
P.S. Madison on Nene Leak show.
Yeah, when I had my suspenseful music going on. I'm telling you, man, listen, I'm telling you, these guys be acting all macho and like they team man. No, I see right through that.
They're not.
Hey, Prime. Thanks for coming in.
Hey,
Prime.
Salute, Prime.
What's up,
Yeah.
Prime?
Prime said, fell asleep with this stream on my phone and killed my battery. Woke up late for work. I'm just going to call out. Oh, no. Well, thanks for coming over, Prime. And Bridget said, hold on. She said, this is a great live and conversational topic. I was able to finish all my work listening to you all. Thanks, y'all. Thank you so much for listening, Bridget. And she says, I just can't believe my name's still great. F&M. Just kidding. Oh,
this seems like a Sunday. I got my days off.
It actually did. I had to remind myself I gotta get up in a little bit. I ain't down yet. But
I had cut you off, world class. My bad, because you just struck a nerve when you said that. What you just said.
Oh, sorry, y'all. I wanted to shout out Prime for coming in.
No, I was the one interrupted. Work. He just kind of made me catch the Holy Ghost just did because I just said that.
Yeah, that'd be the game plan. Man, it's weird, bro. When you in extreme cases, it start to exposure happens in extreme cases. I just make it simple like that. Because when they get to the point where they want to do their diss lives about males, they tell on themselves. I'll tell you, I'll keep it a stack because it's public. I just won't say who the person was.
Right.
They said that, hey, world class, they talking about you saying your wife left you, even though this is a
See,
complete
that
lie.
kind of stuff, that's
When
too
she
much
got,
business, man.
you
That's
know
too
what I'm
much.
saying?
Yeah.
Your baby mama or whatever left you after you got her healthy. I'm like, they was like, so that was a negative that you help women, but they be the main ones complaining about women's health, and they be the main ones complaining about women not on men's program. So they said they fault the women for leaving the men, and then now you gonna fault the man for the woman leaving too. That's literally what they said earlier. I'm just like, when you think it don't make sense, they don't have any point other than I don't want you to get more attention to me. My rebuttal to the dumb thing is, did my son mother leave me before or after? So if she got skinny and left me, did she leave me before or after she had my son? Which is a rhetorical question, because if she got smaller and had my child, that means she went back up. So when she went back up, that means she wasn't small when she left. So I don't know what the logic or where that came from, but I don't know. That's what niggas just be saying anything.
How did it get that deep into your business where they know that part?
Because they don't. That's
Hold on one
because
second, guys. One second.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you, Kim, for the Cash App. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Shout out to Kim, man.
Kim's so sweet.
Appreciate you.
Kim is from Temecula, California. I just want y'all to know that.
Okay.
All right,
I
all
never heard that
right.
before.
The rich part.
Oh, that's what's up. Hey, Kwafi, when it comes to that, when a guy can't compete on level playing field, they gotta find something else. It's like a dude getting dunked on and go, well, your mama fat. Like, bro, just play the game, bro. Just play the game.
Things they don't want the women to do to them, they do it to each other, and that's what
They do
I've
that. There you
noticed in the whole, even in the manosphere. You know, they want to even blame Pookie for them not getting, you know, a woman. I don't want to be too graphic. For them,
you realize how bad you proving my point in terms of it? Most of the red pill, especially the ones in the space, they are after the men. The Pookies and Ray Rays they talk about. They talk about the simps. They say all married men are simps, all of them, which would include some of them red pill niggas, which is dumb. They're target, they're real target, but these are the beta males that they be talking about.
Right.
This is who they are. Like, because you're too much of a coward to just be direct. And this is the same thing we said, and I've said this plenty of times. All the women, like the sister hoodlums, the sisterhood, the feminists, the stuff that these women be saying to these men, that they gay, they this, that, the third, the fourth, all these women do is say stuff to you that niggas like me say to you. I've been telling these niggas is gay like 3 years ago. Y'all gay. I watched a dude call another dude a simp because he spoke to a girl in the chat. Oh, you simping? What?
oh man, that's crazy.
What? Bro, you really simping, man. We gonna talk later. What? What you mean? Are you serious?
If you come from the manosphere and you
I got a screenshot
and you
I
talk
ain't even
about,
playing. I can show you.
if you come from the
Go ahead,
manosphere, you come from the manosphere and you tell a dude that, you know, you paid your baby mama child support and bought your son some shoes, trust me,
Yeah,
they're gonna come at you about it.
they're gonna drag you.
No, they called me a simp last week because I sang.
Wait a minute, who did that?
Sang, dog.
Who did that?
Yeah.
Hood Servitors. He said he called me a simp because I sang.
Oh,
Because I was singing.
That's why we was like, Coffee's gotten better. Like,
No,
okay.
no, he just that type person that he wants you to get to the point, but you can't tell nobody what to do on somebody else's show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and sometimes niggas be jealous if they can't sing.
Well, Coffee, hold on. What about? But here's the thing. They will let me know a lot of these dudes, they just don't get it. Like in my days, a dude that could sing. That the dude that was getting he was getting the girls.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And half the time, like, he could have been mad, or some people are mad because they cannot sing. He probably could be singing out of control if he could.
Out of control is crazy.
But I'm just saying, where have we come to when you shame a dude for singing?
Exactly.
That's crazy to me. Like, dudes can't sing.
Right, because
Anything-
my youngest baby can sing Matthew, right? And his other brother can't sing. So he'd be like, man, that's lame as hell, bro. Like, why you singing? I was like, don't let that stop you from singing. Let them hate.
Wow.
Oh yeah, let me tell you something. Even dudes who are in R&B and who sing like Jacquees, he called himself the king of R&B, and we know that's a lie.
I don't know why
Right.
exactly.
I don't know why he be saying that. I don't know what's wrong with him.
I was like, wait a
That
minute.
boy, wow.
R. Kelly ain't been gone that long, man. Dang.
Exactly.
R. Kelly.
This how twisted these dudes
It's
is.
a disrespect. It's a disrespect to the people that were there before you.
This how twisted these dudes is. They'll call Freezy a simp for singing on a live stream. But as soon as they get in their car, going to the grocery store, they singing right along with Chris Brown, and you feel what I'm saying? Like,
What's up? What he got out? What song he got out right now? Singing what is it? Yeah, he lit right now. Chris Brown killing it. But hey, Freezy, but this the crazy part. It's niggas in this space that call me a simp, of all people. I'm the only nigga on the internet saying, yeah. I'm the only nigga on the internet saying these chicks got cemetery wombs and calling them sister hoodlums. I'm a simp?
That's crazy,
Really?
man.
Okay. Niggas can say anything. When you, I know. Well, I wasn't saying it in like.
They did break down a list of songs in the manosphere from back in the day that were simp songs, but I think they still be singing to them.
But why does it have to be simp? Why are you labeled a simp? Because you respect.
They be begging like.
Or you not team manosphere, or you hold me.
But you know what? I don't think that was it. I think that was just an excuse he made in the chat. What I think it is, why they're calling you simp Freezy, is because you hold them accountable. They try to say you acquiesce to the females, but no, they just don't like the fact that you hold them accountable. You hold men accountable just as well, and that's when you get started getting called a simp.
It's a fantasy that if all the men stop supporting the females, or anything that they say, that something changed, something will happen, and it's retarded. It doesn't make sense.
But let me tell you though, it is a such thing as them doing a whole list of the songs. Man, they said, man, we've been begging for over 2,000 years. And y'all sit up here and listen to all these simp songs.
So what's a simp song? A love song?
Let me think of one that would be a simp song.
You remind me of my G.
Oh, that's cool. That's a cool song.
Benny Williams.
Yeah.
No. I got one. Coffee.
What's that? Use me up. What's the use me up song?
Maybe I deserve you.
Tyrese. They hate Tyrese.
Oh, the main one, y'all, is Babyface.
They hate Tyrese.
Like Home. That's the one that struck it with the manosphere.
Which one?
Babyface. Soon as I get home.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And I'll buy your clothes. That's the number they talk about.
Okay, hold on.
Keep on using me.
I know they don't like
What's that
Jodeci.
song? What's that guy?
Here's the thing. Would those same songs be a simp song if they were singing to their wife?
Yes, Freezy, because having a wife is simping. You forgot
No,
that?
I think when you sing it to a wife song would be
I'll be giving up.
A Luther Vandross song.
My daddy sing to my mom all the time.
Man.
Yeah, he's simping.
So
That's what they're gonna say.
Hey y'all, this ain't got
That's
nothing
what they say.
I'm telling you what they do because I've been,
That's what they be saying.
They do. Yeah, it's a. I'm gonna Freezy. I'm gonna email you the list. Thanks a lot.
I just say it don't mean nothing no more. I've been saying it for like 2 years. Simp don't mean nothing no more. It's just niggas saying anything.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm Bridget. She said, "Man, there's some hits, child. Please." I know.
No, I'm just saying
Okay.
because they saying R. Kelly or Babyface is simp. Not Prime. I know he just come in the chat, but because they saying that, well, I'm just supposed to stop listening to him. Or I'm saying 'cause
Right.
I'm going
Right.
against the man and feel cold or something.
But what they do, they would make an example. They say, you see this guy up here on this panel, he's singing and everything.
Bill Withers.
To the women, he's singing to the wrong ones.
Mm.
Oh, they're wife material. That's what they're.
Yes, the one that they like, that like you back is the wrong one. That's what it is. I don't like them niggas, bro. These niggas make me so bad.
That's a mess.
Hit the like Big Bad Bull said. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. Dub Will said, y'all still live? Yeah, we're still live.
Nah, we it's live over.
But here's the thing. Here's the whole kick and caboodle. When you realize when you realize who is setting the standard behind these avatars, like when you realize who you supposed to be listening to,
right?
Like these manosphere dudes, you be like, man, you get the hell up out of here. I want to be listening to you.
That's the thing that trips me out. Like, really?
Crazy. This the takeaway, right? This the crazy takeaway. They want to hold women accountable, right?
Yeah.
They saying that they doing it because the women won't hold the women accountable. If I just post in the chat 10 channels where it's women that's holding women accountable. I've been on Facebook more than I've ever been in the last 3-4 years. There's so many different women holding women accountable on Facebook that's content creators. It don't make no sense. You will never see any of these niggas that you name or think of in any of their chats, any of their comment sections. They never do no videos on none of these girls ever. Never.
It depends on because they are considered the pick-me's. Those girls like Danica Marie.
All of them can't be. But watch this. Why would them being pick-me's wouldn't matter to a red pill guy? The red pill guy's supposed to want the pick-me's.
No. What I'm saying, you don't get nothing out of them. They like them, like Crimson and Cure. What's the other one? Danica Marie.
It's married ones. Is ones that's not married.
And it seems like even if they're not married, it don't matter as long as they catering.
But class, you know why they looked over them women? Because they ain't gonna tell the truth. The reason why they looked over them and championed pearly things is because the reason why they looked over all those black women you talking about, Claire, is because they're not going to admit it. But the truth is, they feel like if you are a black woman, whether you a pick me or not, sooner or later, you're just not to be trusted, period. Yeah, you talking good now, but black women just are not to be trusted. That is the sentiment, right? That's the sentiment, bro.
That's crazy.
That's the vibe that they come up with. Like, they talking good now, but sooner or later we ain't gonna be able to trust them either, right? We can't put this black woman at the forefront because sooner or later she gonna turn on us too. She gonna go with the sisterhood. You know, that's how they do it.
Yeah, you're 100% correct.
Pull up what Dub Will said. He put the whole list up of the women.
It's way more than that.
Yeah, it is.
But these are channels you won't ever see it. I could start naming the niggas right now. You will never see them niggas in their chat. You will never see them niggas in their comment section, right? And it's to Freezy's point, River TV. That's one of the main ones, right? You will never see these niggas there. But y'all was these women on the whole women accountable. Well, you got a lot of them. A lot.
I think Crimson kind of. I think she kind of caping. I ain't gonna lie. Crimson is the type that, as long as she getting some money, and I'll be covering that too. As long as she getting some money, she'll tell the men what they want to hear. Now, Dee is a different one. I like Dee.
Yeah, I like Dee. It's a lot of them.
Ain't Crimson?
That's a lot of ones people don't even know.
Ain't she in Islam?
She the Muslim.
Yeah.
She the Muslim sister.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them, bro.
She helped start the Manosphere.
Tay Bebe, Marshawn Denise. It's a lot. It's a lot of them.
Well, let me correct that. She helped start the Angry Man sector of the Manosphere.
Oh, okay.
Who?
I just don't see how a lot of these dudes give into the intimidation tactic from these niggas. I don't understand it. Like,
I don't get it.
Let me tell you guys, it's Crimson and Cure, the Angry Man, and Sheep Stay Sleep. They all were called the Missing Mercenaries. And that's
like
how.
Yeah, my God, see.
That's like I told old boy
This one.
this weekend. I said, bro, if you don't like what I say or how I do my thing, why you over here?
Bye.
I don't be getting it.
I just said, bro, this is an easy. You do realize this is an easy fix, right? You do know that, right?
Simple.
The only reason why they come over there, if they see a woman on the panel and she look beautiful, they need to go over there so they can say a few things to her to upset her. And that's usually when a woman on the panel, they have to drill them. You know, that's why if you're a woman, you can't take some of the things they say over even the manosphere. Don't even go, but they tried it on your channel. I get what you're saying.
I'm just saying it's an easy fix. That's all. They be making it so complicated, bro. You don't got to be over here. You know,
Freezy,
you know what, Freezy?
Main character syndrome.
You say it all the time, sis. You say it all the time.
I'm telling you.
But it's hard, Freezy. It really is hard when you think about it. When you nosy and you want to be in other people's business, it's really difficult to leave that person alone because you're gonna see what they're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
And I didn't get a chance to say this. I didn't get a chance to apologize. The last time I was over at your stream, Freezy, Sir Ism was over there, but I was in the chat. I've been knowing Sir Ism for about six something.
Lord.
And I laughed because he's funny, but I wasn't laughing because he came over and was doing all that crazy shit on your show. You know, and I didn't like when he was going at Mo Love, and I didn't like that he was going at other women. But he's not usually like that. He normally just one of those guys that go after other guys. Yeah, he don't like. He belongs to the player sector of YouTube, which used to be a part of the manosphere. He broke off and went into the macosphere.
Oh wow, I've never heard of that a day. I've never in my life heard of that ever. Never. I don't even know what the hell that is.
The macosphere.
Macosphere.
Oh yeah, that's. I don't want no parts.
The macosphere.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it in my day of my life.
He grown ass nigga.
Two of the macosphere guys was on your channel one time.
I'm just saying, why these grown ass niggas keep making these feels and these pills and shit? I'm sorry.
Oh no, Freezy, listen, it's another sector called the Golden Sphere. It's just like
I'm done.
And me and Pastor $40 and the Man Media Network, we all used to be in the buildosphere because we broke off from the manosphere to do a building prep channel to, where men buy property together and yeah.
Yeah, I had named this
sphere. Listen, when y'all come to my channel, y'all let the freezes fear. I can do that, can't you?
Yeah, you can. Is crazy.
I'm saying it ain't no rule of registration for the sphere, is it? I gotta sign some paperwork or something.
My sector is called the World Class.
No, you the World Class sphere.
I ain't putting no sphere on my shit. I'm good. I'm just.
I was around the manosphere for about 3-4 years.
Oh no, Freezy! I had the ghetto sphere for a little bit, and I shut it down.
Okay. I like that one, done now.
Well, they do have the woman sphere too. They got the woman sphere, and they
it's the woman sugar bum and them was telling me the Black Woman Empowerment BWE.
They cannot stand men. They cannot stand men. I'm telling you, they film sales.
Register.
Who can stand men?
The woman sphere.
There's a woman's sphere?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Me neither.
Yeah, you're right,
The
Bridget.
double sphere is crazy.
You right, Bridget. We know cap. We know cap over there. That's what it is. Yeah, you right, Bridget.
Yeah, Freezy, you gotta branch out and go to the Golden Sphere. It's just light skinned people. It's light skinned people I swear
you just playing.
I swear when I tell you I am not joking at all. It's a real. You remember Anna?
Yeah, I remember Anna.
Yeah, I remember Anna.
Yeah, she in that sector. Yeah, it's like half breeds and light skinned people, and it's a whole sector about being half breed, being mulatto, and being light skinned. I swear, I shit you not. It literally is that. It's content creators with.
He's right.
She probably is.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Trey, I don't know how
What's
long
up,
you
Trey?
was down there because I didn't even see you till just now.
Oh,
I hope
hey,
you wasn't
Trey.
down there for long.
No, I wasn't down here.
Okay.
I
I was
just
like,
came up here
yeah.
to tell you. I just came up here,
Okay.
so
How are
everybody.
you?
Man, I'm tired as hell.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, thanks for
I
coming
just came
on.
up. No, I just came up here to tell everybody what it is. Good night and check your cash app. You feel me?
Shout out to
Yeah.
Trey Trey.
Salute, Trey.
Hey, Trey, you sound like you re-gentrified your mind, man.
Man, I'm re-gentrified, man. I'm ready for another 15.
Thank you, Trey
man.
for the cash app. I appreciate it.
Man, I'm ready for another 15 tomorrow, man. You feel me? That's it.
Look,
I'm
15 hours?
I'm trying to go to
That's
sleep.
what's
I'm trying to re-gentrify my mind so I can go to sleep.
You got to.
That's
the only way, man.
Shout out to Vic.
Shout out to Vic, man. Vic coined that one there now. I ain't gonna lie.
No, for real.
Y'all be like Trey and hit the cash app at Parlay24 on cash app. Thank you. Okay.
And you know, most of those people in the Golden Sphere, they really like Drake. They like really into the, they're against darker skins.
They are against them?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. Yeah, I was like, oh, this y'all out of control, man. It's not even a fight. It's no point even going there and fight.
Sphere?
Yeah, it's a real thing. I was surprised.
Oh wow.
I learned about a year and a half ago. I was like, what?
And there's one dude, he's biracial. He started it, and he do nothing but whine about dark-skinned black people and that it should be only one color of race on the planet.
I think the checkmate mulatto guys from that sector, Breezy. They got to be like checkmate.
Yeah,
I think he from that sector, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
I ain't even.
Really?
You would. It's so weird. You would think I'm joking. I got to convince myself it's real, and I seen it. It don't make no sense. It's crazy.
No.
And even some of them dudes that are Latino, they of darker skins. I'm not gonna mention names. They are also anti-blacks. That's why I don't come on panels.
I know exactly who you're talking about, Kwafi.
Yeah,
this not my channel. If we was on my channel, I'd have said his name just now. But
and they come up on the panel and they go into, oh, this is just YouTube. No, brother, we are talking about life problems with black folks. You can't get mad because you don't know. You don't know about black people problems. In business, really, you don't give a damn. I done got into it with the
thing. Gotta be a joke.
But I don't even deal with them.
Dang.
All skin folks ain't kin folks.
That's a fact. They appear to be like us without their blood of their white man.
It's so crazy how we're 30s, 40s plus.
Yes, ma'am.
It's like a virtual high school.
It is.
On a lot of panels. It's crazy.
I've been saying that. I was like,
hey, Phil No Waters, I put something in the back for you to review on your own time.
Okay.
That's the Roger report, and you could probably do your own reaction to it.
Okay.
He don't mind if you play it here, especially if I'm on the panel. He not like that because he want people to come over. But I think the guys on his panel is the ones that make his show worse. His channel's been taken down 10 times, and he would never grow. Roger should be up to at least 30,000 subscribers, but he keep going back down to 700 for the love of the gender war.
Wow.
What does he talk about? Because I don't review stuff. I'm a faith-based. If it's faith-based content,
Oh no! Look at the title in the back that I gave you.
Okay, let me look.
Just look at it on your own.
Okay, I will.
Because I don't want to, taint the stream or anything. I don't think they that bad the way.
I see it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
wild.
Yeah, that is.
Is it about that title or is
it is
being facetious?
Yeah, that is the title, and I think that even Freezy should cover it.
What you want, Coffee? What you talking about?
The one in the back.
The back chat.
You should cover it.
The second to the last one.
Let me see. Hold on. It's the one right under where I said like this title about baby mamas.
Oh, talking about the link?
Yeah.
Oh, let me click on.
But do you see what he said? What it's about? What he wrote underneath?
Why
That's
black
what's-
children don't deserve.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's a crazy title.
Double,
Who put
double
that?
additional fault.
What does it say? Let me see.
Why black children don't deserve deserve fathers.
That's so crazy.
Why would you do
That's
that?
what sector is he in?
This is manosphere.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
That's
All right.
Brad Report Live.
Oh
That's
wow.
that.
These guys is they mentally ill.
They are. They
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm good. I'm set. I ain't. Oh, y'all got it. I ain't. I
Joseph
quit.
said New
I get
Mexico re-gentrified every day and night. Laugh out loud. CJ said, I love all shades of black. And Dub Will said, I don't have anything to do with that. Me neither.
That's
Right.
There are several guys
double.
that I do recognize that have left from the manosphere to go over to the Fight Club sector / Love Connection sector / different panels that we all frequent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've been knowing each other a long time,
How long?
about 6 years. I guess that's a long time.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
Fantastic is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never now. Let me tell you, because I know these guys don't mean I agree with them. I don't. Now, some of the things they do say make sense. Not everything.
Oh no, that's not. You know how it work on YouTube, Coffee. When you on a panel with somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like with a woman, you go with her. First of all, let's just start right there. If you on a panel with somebody that they don't agree with, then y'all beefing. That's how it work.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
But I just say to the women, Tierney made a good point because somebody said with a clip from Freezy that the women shouldn't even argue with some of these dudes that go into the statistics. Now, some of the things they say are correct. I'm not gonna lie, but research it for yourself. But it ain't gonna do nothing but make you upset if they go deeper, because it goes into a debate.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what she was saying, but she also stated that it takes away from your femininity. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it's okay to speak up when you don't agree with something. Maybe it's the way that you say it, like delivery also plays an important factor. But I don't think women should quiet down. That's just my opinion.
I think that it all depends. You know, some things are worth speaking up, and then some things it's just like, oh man, go ahead with this mess. Like I have kind of learned how to. I really don't care because my thing is, with me personally, I have confidence. I don't care. I don't gotta explain nothing to y'all. You know what I mean? I don't have to try to prove myself to y'all. You either like me or you don't. I really don't care at the end of the day. I don't care what anyone really thinks about me at the end of the day. So when I look at it and they come with all this and they're trying to punch down on women or trying to get a rouse out of women or whatever, I can completely shut off. Like, y'all have it. Sometimes I be on panels. I be multitasking, making content and everything else in the background because I don't care what you say. Because in my opinion, the only person that can place value on me is God. So other than that, I don't care.
And I think real quick.
I was gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
On my panels, I always stipulate because it's always more men than women on my panel. Well, usually it's always
Right.
So what I say is, like, let's just say if Fear No Motors wants to say something or Mo Love want to say something, I always say, hey, listen, we're gonna give the men room to speak. I want to give the women room to speak because it's, for one, they're outnumbered, and so you know, I try to. It's panel etiquette. It's like a good flowing panel. You know what I'm saying? So I think women. This is my opinion. I don't think women should go anywhere if the panel is not properly moderated.
That is a good point.
Well, let me say this though, Freezy.
Because now what you're doing, you're setting yourself up to like kind of enforce your will. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's almost like creating an image that you're just this unruly woman. You know what I'm saying? But it's better for a woman when the panel is properly moderated. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's a man or a woman moderating the panel, moderating the show. You know what I'm saying? I just think that is better.
Let me say this real quick. My thing is, I don't think it's the women on your panel. I think it's the women that's in the chat. They be arguing back and forth, and they be like, "I'm gonna tell Freezy," you know, and that be the issue. You know, trying to do your show, and then they're calling you on the phone about something they did that you didn't see, and that be the problem.
Be telling on me all the time.
Who is it? Mo Love?
Yeah, she be telling on me all the time.
I talk about you.
Yeah, you telling on me all the time.
Because you got a pretty. these are the no cap women right here on the panel right here. You don't have a whole bunch all the time on there.
But you know, this is a easy pinpoint right here in terms of like how the panels was run. It's the moderating of the channels, whether it's the host or it's the channel owner. It's on us.
Yeah, that's true.
So if we want women or whoever, or if we want a different race to be able to come to the channel, we got to host better.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah,
you just got to we got to be better at our craft.
And not only that, I mean, I guess some channels just aren't made a safe place for women to be on, period. So, you know, even if there is a good moderator, well, he might be a good moderator that hates women, that you know, he wants to get you up there just so everybody can punch down, and like, I don't even
and it's also it's not safe for some men too, because you know, you got some men that don't speak like some other men on there. You know, you may have the real hood dude, then you may have the educated dude. You know, this is what
and try to punch down. Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah. But that's why they try to accuse me of protecting women, because they want me to give them full
authority to punch down.
Carte blanche.
Full blanche to just have their way with y'all on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Because you know why? Because that's what they're used to. They're used to that. So they're like, hold on, this don't supposed to go like this, Freezer. You supposed to let us beat these women up. No, this ain't.
But see, Freezy, I don't mean to be a broken record, but when you brought up early things, right? Like that was what you talking about now, and that has everything to do with each other, because we were in that space. Most of the channels, whether it was Shiki channel or whatever channel was popping at that time, we was in that space where we was having good conversations where it wasn't combative like that with women. They was more and more love seeing all of them was coming up and have conversations on a consistent basis. On a consistent basis, right? And we would having conversations about almost everything, and it wasn't contentious like that. You know what I'm saying? And then when they did what they did and pissed the whip it off, throwing them under the bus, you know what I'm saying? It kind of messed up. It messed up everything, and then it kind of went to gender war 3.0.
Because think about it, like I don't be wanting to watch panels with just straight hard legs all the time, just talking. I don't be wanting to watch no niggas just. I don't be wanting to watch niggas just sit around complaining about women all damn day.
Right.
That's so weird. I don't want to watch that.
Right.
Do you also married complain about women too? Because there are some men in the space that are married, and I'm like, man, you should be telling people how to keep a wife. That's what
I be wondering. That's good, Coffee, because it's like, how are y'all? Some of these people that are married and they're sitting here giving the worst advice and everything. I'd be wondering what some people's wife be thinking. Like, do they talk this way to the wife?
It's the grip on the very, very, very weak-minded men.
Yes, you know
what?
I appreciate how Freezy stood up for married men and his wife on his stream Saturday. despite how men try to paint women in such a negative light. I love that.
Mhm.
And I think that's when hood conservatives start coming up there getting offended.
Oh, he ain't like that. He ain't like that right
No,
now.
he didn't. Look, Prime said that's how I feel about Red Pill Ranger. Bro, you're married, so you're not red pill, you're purple pill.
That's crazy.
I get
I
confused with Red
understand
Pill
what you're
Ranger
saying.
too.
Huh?
I get confused with Red Pill Ranger too.
Or he could be black pill. I think Red Pill Ranger is black pill.
He can't be
What
black
does
pill
that
because he can't
even
be married.
mean? What do these terms even mean? I get the red pill, but what is the red?
Man, I don't
Black
know.
pill is super extreme.
No, I don't.
It's extreme. It's like it's pure doom and gloom with them. They different.
So black
It's-
pill, they hate women worse than red pill.
They love their wife, but they don't like the women in that's just out.
But they hate
got
every
wives?
other woman.
They hate their wife. I mean, they love their wife. Yeah.
Coffee. Let me know if I'm wrong. They were the main ones talking about getting a vasectomy, right?
They was telling the newer generation. Yeah.
Yeah, they the worst. They like the emos of red pill.
Oh, okay.
I ain't gonna lie. A while ago, I had read that black pill is like they just accept that.
And MGTOW is more blue, black pill.
Yeah, they just accept that. Women like it ain't gonna work out. Like the women, like they just don't. Women don't like them, and they don't. It just don't like it ain't gonna work out.
That's for the younger ones, but the older ones, they still sit in their marriage and they got their wives and stuff, but they still come online and complain about women, especially older women, and then they'll go deeper into the younger women. But the red pill dudes go mainly on the younger women.
Okay, wait a minute. They break it down in the chat. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Prime said red pill is when you don't do relationships because you don't trust women nature. Blue is when it's simping and clueless to women's nature. Purple is accepting women's nature as a red pill man. And Dub said black pill is the red pill minus morality.
They all right. Yeah, purple
So it's
pill
a red pill, a blue pill, a pink pill, a purple pill, and a black pill.
Yeah, when you mix them, when they become purple, that means you're a mixture of many different things. With the purple.
So you Mace Windu from Star Wars. Then got it.
Okay, so what's a pink pill then?
The pink pill is when you just straight up just
you gay.
No, not now. It's more like more like you just straight up just you do everything like a woman, but you got a wife.
So what do you mean? You're a pushover or you're like metrosexual?
No, the pink pill was supposed to be for the pygmies. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I don't think it's for the dudes.
Magenta, but the pink is for the woman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pink pill is female.
I'm confused. Like,
You want to take it down?
Okay, so pink pill is the female version of red pill. I thought that's what's fine.
Listen, I love me some pink pill.
A femcell.
Yeah, they got a channel, Pink Pill Podcast.
So are y'all
I don't know if it came
the opposite? Like they're like women, and against men, or it's just they have the same ideology as red pill.
It would technically, according to the sisterhoods, be pick me's. It's women that support red pill.
Okay, gotcha.
Because you got a lady named Pink. Well, her channel name is Pink. What is it? Pink Book Lessons?
Yeah, I know.
Something like that.
I know her.
Yeah. So she be going in. Yeah, her too. You don't see them niggas over there either. Oh, massive. Goddamn, I forgot about her too. She got a real big channel too.
Go off on the pick me's, and I'm talking about. They usually like pick me when they go off on them. Then the real feminists come out of those women, because trust me, they think that because they telling them what they want to hear, that these women are on their side. Guess what? Pearly Things was one of them. She flipped them.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the manosphere? The manosphere is just male improvement.
Manosphere was supposed to be for the betterment of black men and black boys, but you did have the guys that came in that was upset about child support and being taken for their money from women. And it's usually the very, very, very nerd type guys or the dudes that have been locked up behind women, and they come in. The first step to coming into the manosphere is to rage and to red pill rage and trauma bond. But it wasn't meant for you to stay there in that,
and that doesn't solve anything.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm confused again. Okay, so Deb Will said red pill is not supposed to be about relationships. It's supposed to be an entire worldview. It's defined as awareness of the reality of the world for what it is, not what you would like it to be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But
see, real red pill. Real red pill, and it was weirded out when I got to this space. So red pill is an analogy of the Matrix, red pill or blue pill. I have to insert that it was created by a young lady named Sophia Stewart, which is a black woman. Mm-hmm. And I told these niggas immediately when I got here, I said, y'all probably want to change y'all name from that, because y'all gonna look dumb when these girls figure it out. And they've been dragging them niggas about that. But real red pill is learning how banking system works. It's learning how the food works. It's learning how government works. It's learning real history. The only real red pill nigga in the space is me. I'm the only person to talk about it. To talk about the little hats, how the Bible work, the like real. I'm gonna give y'all a key of real show of what real red pill is supposed to be. How niggas say they don't like astrology. I don't like astrology. That's these girls, they do the astrology. Hey nigga, if you don't like astrology, stop using Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, because that's where the hell it come from. Stop using hour, because that's where it comes from. That's what red pill is, and these niggas don't know that. It's to know how the world actually works, know how kingdoms and government work. That's what real red pill is. Learning how U.S. patent number 5676977 tetrasilver tetroxide silver for oxygen for, which is one half of the solution for the cure for AIDS.
Yeah,
that
part.
That's red pill. The meaning, basically.
Yeah, it was supposed to be for that, but the thing is,
that's what it is. What these niggas don't.
You're right, but these were mainly supposed to be high valued men who felt like, they got effed over, so they come in and they trauma bond and argue about what has happened to them, and then if the dude that does come in that lets the woman do everything, say for instance, if you're married and you got a woman that just run the whole house, you letting her do whatever she want to do. You come home, you bring her the paycheck, she's spending the money. That's blue pill. You can't see that she's running the house, and that's what most of them they upset about that.
So like the old school guys, they used to just come home, give the wife the paycheck. So
that's a problem for them.
Take the little money they wanted and went out for the weekend or something.
Baby, that's new to me.
Okay,
wait a minute. Prime said he raged only 1 month.
Yeah,
that's pretty good, because some dudes do it for years and they don't come out of it.
Yep, he said I raged for like 1 month and then started the self-improvement.
That's right. That's supposed to be. See, because believe it or not, some dudes are red pill on the street and they never even heard of the other manosphere, because really was supposed to be designed again, like I said, for men who had child support issues. Mr. Palmer is one of them. You know Mr. Palmer, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's my guy.
Yeah.
Well, y'all learned me something today, because I do not know.
Oh yeah, they be going off over there on Mr. Palmer, and he be showing men how to itemize every item on child support. Make sure she ain't going to buy no wigs, no nothing, and make sure the child get everything that he needs.
What'd you say, Coffee? Make sure she ain't buy no wigs.
I don't know. I don't know why.
It's an itemized list they got.
I don't know why Prime be challenging me. Like, I don't know what's wrong with him. He's want me to like karate chop his neck. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? Some young light-skinned guys. They be stressful. But yeah, you're right, man. I don't know. I don't know, dude. This space, man. I just
like they're breaking it down to a science, so nobody buys no wigs.
Well, let me. Hey, I want you to go to the Man's Media Network. He got a whole list about problematic black women. He got a list from 1 all the way down to 24. You know, about if she wear tattoos, she wear wigs, and he broke it down now because of the poisoning of a system wearing all the unnatural things.
Oh my gosh, there are so many other things that can poison your system.
Prime said, I realized how much of a pookie I was and a victim to my own choices.
Damn.
Well, you know, the first step is accountability. So I get that.
Right.
Prime.
And that's what I don't see a lot of. And I guess that could go for both sides, but I'm not trying to bash the men, but it does seem like a lot of times when I hit the panels,
I think it would help if
out the women's issues where the women are wrong, and they never shed light on where they have failed.
I think Freezy need to do a show strictly because since he's so inviting, he should invite some of the manosphere heads over where they're not gonna argue or nothing, but to come over and talk about what they really stand for, and then have the women of the women's sphere to come over on a day where no women are on the panel, you know, and then a day when nothing but women on the panel.
I'm gonna have to not show up because I'm arguing.
As soon as y'all go at them, you know that's what's gonna happen. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, to get even somebody like BGS on your panel, Sharon was able to get him over there after trying to get their attention for 2 whole years, and he got him over there and didn't ask the right questions.
My first question gonna be why are you gay?
No, we're gonna bring men over that would be, you know, like
who would I invite though?
I think you should invite the Roger Report, and my name is good for. He'll tell you, yeah, man, Kwafi, that's my dude. You know, he cool. He would come over and have a conversation. Now he's not gonna get on camera. He would never do that. DJ Kuda. Who else? Art Nustall. Black men being brutally honest. Mr. Palmer, another one. Few of
Angry Man.
Of course, Angry Man. You know, but you don't have him on your show already, so you know you already know what he about.
Prime, not Prime, but World Class. Do you want to read your comment? Because Prime has an objection. Looks like
He don't have no objection. He had to pull some sources. He always want to keep trying to go back. I'm trying to play with it. You see it up there, trying to tell me it's the difference. This is the difference. I'll give you. I can't put the link in the chat. Just be saying. Tell me. That's the etymology. You gonna bring up something you Google? Out of here.
okay.
What I'm saying?
The very first.
Oh my God.
World Class stopped using the dictionary for dummies.
That's funny. Hey y'all, but the very first pander channel of a man was named The Honest Truth. The Honest Truth channel. And he got up there, man. He got all those women money and everything, and turned around and let a rapist on his show. He lost his whole channel.
Yeah, they're doing. It's getting. No, I don't even remember him. But I like I said, I've been on Facebook the last couple weeks, like really months, and there's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of dudes starting up channels and pandering, which I call pandering. Just telling chicks whatever they. I call it gas. Old fashioned gassing. Just telling chicks whatever they want to hear.
I got into a damn argument with a nigga over there.
Weird.
And the women like, oh, he's a dangerous guy. He's one of those manosphere guys.
I hopped on the panel.
One chick just started crying, man. I left because I'm like, I didn't say anything to her. She went on my
coffee. Go
ahead.
One day I forgot what panel it was. It was on. I was cammed up. And this lady gonna holler. She going, oh, he's manosphere. He has some manosphere lights. Because I had like the lights and shit. I said, what? Man, Like,
Oh
And they don't
wow.
be knowing who's manosphere just because you tell a woman, hey, look, don't disrespect me or talk to me any kind of way. I won't do it to you. I'm not going to do that. They're going after the wrong ones.
When
And
I-
when you tell them that, then you're going to always find a dude that's going to jump in for them. And they don't even understand the difference in between somebody who's a red pill raging type dude or somebody disrespectful to women versus somebody who's just saying, hey, listen, you can't come up and talk to me any kind of way.
Right.
But see, they the women have been dissecting this feminist mess, because even this morning, the girl, I'm about to drop off too, I'm about to take my old self to sleep. I can't hang like y'all. Her name, what was her name? Oh, River TV. She was breaking down how it's white country or pop singer. She's a pop singer. Girl got like 35 or 47 million Instagram followers, and on her cover art, she on her knees with a man pulling her hair. And so the feminists is in uproar. They act like she betrayed them and all this different stuff. And you got a lot of women calling them out about, y'all act like the feminism stuff is about, women empowerment, but you have women that are attracted to men, that want their own, sexuality, and y'all not supporting it. Y'all trying to cancel a girl that you could just support. And so that's why I think a part of what the issues people have with the red pill is like, let them girls handle them girls, bro. And if it's certain things that they don't bring up, okay, bring it up, but let them handle it, because it's falling apart on its face, because you got them there. Same thing with red pill. That is no different. Y'all attacking the own people. That's what got me holding them accountable. It's like, bro, I can name the women I don't want to. These women are on panels with us. They super chatting us. They sharing our stuff. They in the comments every day. And y'all attacking them. You letting a little lame hop up on the panel and practice his Kevin Samuels talking points on her for no reason, asking her a bunch of questions.
Who did
it's
that?
goofy. She done already, huh?
Who did that?
Come on, I don't throw no names. This ain't my channel. I'll make it a point not to throw shots on other people's channel. But if this girl done answered this question with the last nigga 4 hours ago on the stream, like, this is not you got to protect it. Like, y'all don't understand how being a leader work. You can't let people attack your team, bro.
Well, I say this,
team. They on squad.
Fear No Models and Mo Love, they not like that. But you do got some women that will come up and take over the whole conversation. And when they do come up, they totally, they look to fight. They're looking to fight,
Yeah.
And and that also brings a whole lot of, negativity to the channel.
Do y'all think there are a lot of those
women like that?
Mm-hmm.
In the space, or just in general?
In the space.
And like YouTube's, it's more than enough. I wouldn't say a lot. It's enough. It's not a lot. That's gonna hop up on the panel and be disruptive now. It's usually the same couple of ones, just like the guys.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Freezy?
I haven't seen a lot. I know from what I'm used to, the main one, Raw B used to be. She kind of calmed down a little bit. Raw B used to be one. I can't really think. I know Tyranny used to kind of look at Tyranny like that.
I like both of them.
I'm just saying, I can't really think.
She the female JP to me.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I can't really think of women that just purposely, not purposely. I don't even think Raw B and Tyranny purposely come up to. I think Raw B and Tyranny actually come up to sincerely. Their intention is to have a conversation, but I think that what ends up happening is their triggers are so, they have hair triggers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, they get women together. That's what I like about
it. I don't think these women purposely come up to disrupt, or just to throw monkey wrenches in the conversation. I think they really want to have a conversation, but I think because of, I don't know, their tolerance level, there's something a dude might say, which something is gonna be said to rub them the wrong way. They have triggers and stuff, so it just ends up being very, very contentious. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Kind of just Jay. Just Jay's kind of like that too. Like she actually tries to come up to have a intellectual conversation,
Right.
but it just got them hair triggers, man. You know, them hair triggers is just, you know what I'm saying? But to answer your question, I haven't really seen a woman that purposely come up to just hate, and I don't know. I haven't seen women that just purposely come up and hate. just to troll on the panel. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I mean, I've seen it.
But the first one that do that on my show, I'm giving Emperor Kojak and Big Back Bull and a couple of other mods to zap them out for good. So we ain't gonna have no gender wars. And you can, and my place is not a safe space for you to run up on and you start some shit with a dude and he get your ass. I ain't gonna do nothing about it.
Okay, so what about the dudes if they come at women disrespectfully? Like,
oh no, we ain't gonna have the men doing it either. They better not come over there with that. I got some good topics that's coming up.
okay, that's cool.
We ain't doing none of that. No fighting, no gender wars. If they want to know about religion, I'm gonna send them over here. If you want to know about,
thank you.
If you want to talk about gay shit, they can talk about it one day a week. I'll let them come 1 day a week. That's it.
Gay?
Talk about no gay shit.
No, I'm good. No, that you can do that one day in Pride Month.
Yeah, I ain't doing it all day.
On somebody else's channel.
Verbal assassin. I ain't never had no conversation with her. Verbal assassin.
Oh yeah. He right. Yeah, she.
He said she is hell on the mic.
She hell. Absolute hell. She's
really?
That's a fact. Absolutely.
Won't get on camera.
On the head right there.
Won't get on camera.
Mouth run that mouth. That mouth run.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
these men this and these men. Girl, shut up and sit your goofy self down. I told her, I know you ugly. No, let me stop.
She look like a drunk.
Class.
I'm sorry.
I don't even know what that is, but I don't go to a lot of channels.
She drinks too much.
What is she? Is she like sisterhood? What is she?
She's sister hoodlum. Yes, she's a narcissist hoodlum. You know, and those people like who was
the lady that was on Sharon channel? She was his sidekick.
PhD Diva.
That's another problem.
I don't know if Sharon doing this.
You open your chat too under different avatars, and I'll give you who their names are in the back.
Who is under different avatars?
Yeah.
Look at the back.
Do you think she's a troll world class?
It's up. Who?
PhD. I'm saying, do you think she like comes on panels to like purposely disrupt stuff, or? I ain't never had no conversation with her. I ain't never been on the panel at the same time with her before.
Troll? Because she specifically go where she can get her shit off. She don't go to interrupt. She can go where people will allow her to be disrespectful. I wouldn't say a troll. No, I think she really believed the retarded stuff she said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
She believed the retarded shit she said. Yes, it's a woman that has a delete order on her own womb for black boys.
Oh, like Cynthia G type thing?
Oh, yeah. She definitely Cynthia G. Yeah.
Cynthia G be going in.
You know what? I would like to have her on my panel.
Who? That would be interesting, Freezy.
Oh, no,
have you heard her talk? You heard her talk?
I just want to talk to her.
Girl, have her voice. I'm telling you, she has the most annoying. I swear, if I was her boyfriend, I'd cheat on her. Her voice is so annoying. It don't make any sense.
Oh my god!
Definitely.
Oh my god! Yes.
Baby daddy first. Interview him, and then interview her.
She definitely get cheated on. I would get with that.
Absolutely. She's so. Oh my god, she's annoying. She just sounds like somebody is squeezing her nostrils from the inside.
Hey Marcus, thank you for coming over.
What's up, baby daddy? Is her baby daddy online, Quaffy?
I don't know. He said he in the conscious community.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to him too. Yeah.
What's his name?
His name is Rob. Just look up Cynthia G's baby daddy.
Let me look. Because I've never in my life looked that up. Not even
I
once.
never in my life looked it up either.
I haven't either. Thank you for coming in and speaking. He said hey to everybody.
So I'm probably gonna cuss him out. I'm like, yo, why did you get that pregnant? Or whatever the hell you did with it.
What's going on, Marcus?
Oh.
Wow.
Yo,
Yeah, I heard people talking about she had a baby dad, but I never saw him either.
He looked like the guy Remy Ma cheated with.
But he had a lot of followers though.
Y'all just looked it up?
Just that fast. YouTube. Team.
What y'all
Team
looking at? The
Rob.
O'Shea Boo Jackson video?
Yep, that's the one I say. I'm scrolling down though.
What is it?
Just look up Cynthia G baby daddy and scroll.
Okay.
Then I think she went to a white man after that, and that didn't work out.
Okay.
She JP was on her show too.
JP about her show like 4 or 5 times.
I would kind of like to see one of those episodes.
Oh yeah,
It's stressful. It's stressful. It's stressful.
It was.
I reviewed the last time he was on there. It's stressful.
And Fighter Complex.
He told her. JP told her she not even a real black person.
Yeah. And that made her mad.
She light skinned.
Yeah.
She was pissed.
Oh my gosh! Where can is it still up on her channels? I gotta see that. I would die. I'm sorry. That'd be funny to see.
Fighter Complex was over there too, and he told her, he cursed her out. Mm-hmm.
She didn't drop him.
No.
She was going back and forth.
That girl, listen, she one of them chicks that like that. She liked it. You look at her, the nigga she made a child with. She liked it.
Lord.
Not mine. Yeah, it's time for me to go sleep. I appreciate you for having me up, FNM. Y'all be safe. Catch y'all.
All right.
You know,
all right, Claire.
Somebody live stream.
All right, bro. Chris, thank you for your good insight.
All right,
always. We up. Y'all be safe.
You too.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good live stream. Just interviewing Cynthia G.
Yeah, if she'll do it, but she probably try to make you come on her show because she think that she's gonna get attacked. She want control.
Have she ever guest appeared on somebody else's show?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, she was on some like panel shows or something. Yeah.
Them big shows like Foxhole. Yeah.
Yeah, but not like on somebody just having a regular conversation on a panel. I don't think I've never seen it.
She the one made up the bandit word, right? She say bandits.
Yeah, she used to say that all the time. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And that's where most of the gender war chicks come from, over into either the love connection sector, with the DMP conversations, and from the Black manosphere.
Now, wait a minute. What is the love connection sector?
Would be something like the Hamp Show, Lapeef.
Oh, okay.
You know, not so much a Fight Club, but people were messing around with each other in Fight Club too.
So they're really making love connections.
Yeah, you know how people be dating behind the scene, you don't know nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
More like that.
Okay. Dub Will said JP showed out on Lapeef this Sunday. Said every black 16-year-old boy needs to get shot and go to jail at least once to get tougher. What?
Oh, nah, that's stupid. And he was just over at Witch Doctor too the other day, and he was telling Chocolate that he wanted her to put her ass on his face.
Yeah. Oh, great.
That he's in love with her.
Okay.
Bless his heart.
They put it. Look, if you go over there, look at Witch Doctor. He put them in the box together She was upset about that.
You mean the well, you haven't been over at Freezy's, the one that be on Freezy's?
I don't know if Chocolate do be over there, but Chocolate, the one I know, I've been knowing her a while.
That's what we talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was on Freezy Channel like 2 weeks ago.
She was here this weekend.
Oh,
Yeah.
I missed it. Okay.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, she sure was. Wow. he'll say anything.
But we know Jay. He just wanna. He trying to go viral.
Oh, he done been in courthouses and everything. I mean, on TV, he been everywhere.
He trying to do everything to go viral.
Right.
You know, he getting married to go viral. He doing all kind of stuff.
He done had the chance, and he gotten in places where a lot of people don't go, but he don't have the intellect to maintain. He could be pretty big because even the people that don't like him still go to his show. I don't go there. I'm not over there. I just see him in different sectors. The only way I seen him was when he came over to Freezy. He tried to come to Israel Mills, and those are the only 2 people that I really went to. And I go to DJ Woodstock. That's it.
Oh, okay.
He hate me, but he
But he love you at the same time.
Yeah, he love you. And the thing is, you got to be careful with dudes like that because they could be so in love with you online and stalk you and go find you.
No,
Wait.
Catch a hot one.
Y'all, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
I've had an online stalker before. It wasn't on here though. It was on Facebook. Long story.
I've had a real life stalker.
Me too, but I'm just talking about online.
Right, but I'm saying I had one in real life. I had to change my address. I had to change my number. Like, it got real. Folks,
Girl.
for real.
Yeah. I had to move out of town on my last one.
I had a white girl who dad was an attorney in Charlotte that was stalking me.
Really?
Oh hell yeah! I mean, she went through my phone. She changed the codes. She got into my social security number, my credit cards.
Dang.
All the women that she knew that were women in my phone. What bitch? Why you calling my husband? You know, and all this, and I'm like, it was just crazy. You know.
Wow.
We were just cool. I walked around and fell asleep. Excuse me. I messed around and fell asleep on the couch. Left her in my house with me. Yeah. And I woke up. All the codes were changed. I went to work the next day because I worked at Charlotte Mecklenburg Sheriff's Department, and they came and pulled me into Office of Professional Standards. And they said, "Well, you know, there's a woman that said that you you beat her up." Oh yeah. I never told this. This is the first time you heard this. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and
That's crazy.
it took a while to get that off of me because she was just crazy. That the next time I had heard of her, she was doing 10 years in prison for some serious fraud.
Oh wow. That's crazy. Yeah. People got to be careful. I'm telling you. Got to be careful. You don't know where these people's mental state is.
She lived in a big house in South Park, a mansion. You know what South Park is? You know what that is?
Yeah, I do.
And I lived off Scaly Bark.
Oh yeah. I know Scaly Bark. Wow, Quappy. That's crazy.
So that's why I have a hard time trusting folks, you know, online. And, you know, I don't let people in on my business, but I also don't go at other people because I don't know what their experiences have been.
Right.
Why people are doing all the things that they're doing online and how they act out.
Right. That is true because you never know what I don't know. Like I said, you don't know people's mental state, what they've been through, or anything. That is true.
You can't. You just look at the 2 content creators beefing, and this dude went to Vegas.
Oh yeah.
That's some serious stuff. And
That's
the thing is, yeah, but he was a jealous. Now that's what you call jealousy.
And on live too, like, I mean, I don't know. It's just you want to risk it all like that. That's crazy. Like, you just, here I am. I'm going to do this right here on live. Like, I don't know. That was crazy.
The crazy part is he said, oh, that no content creator from out of state better come there to that state without checking in with him, because they shouldn't be making all the money filming around there. You know, I'm like, damn, it could have been me, because I was about to go to Vegas and film and, you know, look around and, you know, and I've been to Vegas plenty of times, and I was going to interview a couple of other content creators that are down there. You know,
Right.
that I've grown closer to.
Mhm. And I still don't know. I mean, I know they started talking mess about each other back and forth online, but from what I understand, they used to be cool at one point. So that's crazy.
Let me tell you, when somebody tell you that they're paid to get you to pay you for a plane ticket to whoop your ass, you better take that serious now.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had that twice since I've been online.
Prime said I got a death threat in the mail some years back. Good times. Lord have mercy.
that ain't funny, but damn, Prime, you ain't tell me that. Boy, I'm about to call you and talk about that.
Yeah, what? Why, Prime? That's crazy.
It's just that thing between men, though, when they really get into it, you know, like even the Hamp situation, that friendly boxing could have turned really wow if they didn't have an organized event. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like the people that really have smoke for each other end up to be the one fighting. Someone always doesn't show up.
Or people holding up the wall. You know, and be afraid to talk to women. Oh, you get a lot of this, that, and the other. Dude, trust me. You know, people ain't what they say they are. They are not what they are on. How am I saying it? You know, people are not who they really are online.
Who they claim to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Prime said it was either a roommate I kicked out or a woman I kicked out. Lord.
Oh, yeah. It's always somebody closest to you. This is why if you got my phone number, that means that I'm really, really, really cool with you, or I trusted you.
Right. You can't give it to everybody.
That is true. That is definitely true.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. It's only 3 people online that got my phone number. That's Crazy, that's Prime, and JD 1975. That's it. And I've given it to, I think I gave it to you, Fear, you know, because I was trying to see if we could do some stuff.
In the email, you never got back to me about that either, I don't think. But I don't know. I don't check that email a lot.
You belong to the No Cap Crew girls. So I have to be careful with that.
What do you mean? Freezy's not like that.
Is, you know, y'all working together. If y'all got something already going on, I just wanted to be respectful.
No, I just said earlier, I'm not on that. I'm not on that type of time.
Right, because I told you I needed to ask you some questions too about how you framed some of your work too. Like, I got some questions, Coffee.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I think it's all about branding. Like, if you go to my channel now, you'll see that I've rebranded it. I changed everything over.
So how many subscribers do you have, Coffee?
Oh God, don't get me started. I don't even be looking, but I'm at 76,000.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, you got a lot.
Yeah, but that came from the upload community. It's totally different from what people do in lives. See, I don't know how well I would do in live, but I have done some short lives, and I had a pretty decent crowd. For the ones that I have done live, just quick chop ups on my phone. I got a few, 1,000 people, to view it, But I think I do pretty well with the shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prime said I was ready to put some hands on Truth Nexus last year, though. I don't know who that is.
I think I know who he's talking about.
And Marcus says, I've been subscribed to Frisian narrative for quite some time.
Definitely Marcus School people.
Shout out to Marcus, man.
Yeah, Marcus from the military. And the only Latino I seen on Fight Club.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well,
Yep.
that's what's up then. How long have you had your channel, Coffee?
Oh, I got about 4 or 5 of them, but this
Yeah,
particular
you said that too, but do you have like only really use one main one and then just do certain little stuff on the others, or?
well, the ones that are for professional use, I don't talk about as much, but I'm working on 3 channels that are very important to me right now. That's the narratives and dialogues channel, the midday coffee, where we go online, we talk, and we cook brunch or lunch.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And I know I probably won't have but females on there because a lot of dudes, they don't know how to cook.
Right.
And I also got Let's Address It. Let's Address It gonna be the wild one, where you can come and state your intentions, to state, your gripes, your griefs, and to say that you got to come truthful. We ain't gonna dance around those subjects. See, these dudes, they want to talk about all this stuff. We're gonna bring it all out.
Right.
And I damn you tell me what to do on my channel.
Okay. Hey, Riaz.
And I'll have a day strictly for women because I don't want no men to come up and start arguing with women.
Yeah. Do y'all think that a lot of channels run women off purposely? Or should I say it like this? Do you think that people will come to your channel to run the women off to try to start a lot of mess? Do you guys think that?
They know I ain't gonna go for that. So my thing is, if she come up there with this shit, I'm gonna get on her, and if he come up there with this shit, I'm gonna get on him too. Cause we ain't doing no gender wars, and we ain't coming up doing no. I'm just not into that. I don't like it.
Right.
Is she out of order? I'm gonna tell her about it. And look, it messes up the show. A good channel, when you get people, they don't even do this on their own channel. So why are they gonna come on yours and do it? And I'm talking to men and women. We sit up here, we worried about gender wars so much. Look at all the stuff that's going on that we could talk about.
Prime said yes, all that people come with money to run your channel. You think so too, Freezy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they definitely come to try to throw monkey wrenches in your channel, whatever's going on your channel, especially if they feel like you got women over there and you got a little motion going on. Dudes don't like that. They don't like that SHIT.
Right.
They don't like that. You know what I'm saying? So this is what
Be right back.
Okay, this is what I don't like. They mask it as if they're on some respectable cause. They mask it as if they're representing the manosphere. But really what it is, it just be hate. That's all it really be.
Or do some men come up with that? Because I've heard people say that's some dude's way of flirting and they don't know how. They trying to get attention from the women.
But how is 4 or 5 men? How 5 is 10, 8? How many people be on the panel over there? Oh, it's your show. Crazy. Like 10.
Yeah, get up to 10.
But you got 2 women out of the 10. How all these men gonna try to get with 2 women? You know what I'm saying? They all want to go at but that'll be crazy. Some dudes, they do flirt, and I'm quite sure a lot of back chat stuff do go on. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them act like they don't like you, but they really like you.
Yeah.
But and also, I do think a lot of it is men that are genuinely mad at women and have a lot of issues with them. But I think they come up there and take it out on the wrong ones. I'm like, I don't get it.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. A lot of it is projection.
It is.
of how of the results of their own individual life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because things went south in their own life, and because they've had very bad experiences in relationships with the opposite sex, they feel like that's how the whole world is, right? Because think about it, that's their world. Their world is not good experiences with women, you know what I'm saying? So that's what their world consists of, right? So they will bring their world to you. Just so
It
happened
is
that
so true.
Or they
Yeah.
would think they can leave with their pocket, you know, and I'm not trying to be funny, but Ruthless is one of those guys.
Well, here it is. He can leave with his pocket, but here's the thing: like, leave with your pockets on my channel too. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about that, you know. But it's not going to change. It's not going to change. Like, you're not going to. Your money is not going to make me compromise what I stand for or my, you know, how I view things and all that kind of stuff. That's not going to do that. So, but it just so happened. This is my theory, Mo Love and Kwafi.
Mm-hmm.
The way Red Pill and the Manosphere came about, all of these guys with these worlds where they've had a lot of negative experiences with the opposite sex, a lot of these worlds ended up coming together on social media. They ended up coming together. One dude went to talking about his experience with women and what he done learned and what and then another man done looked at another dude done looked at this dude talking, and he done got inspired because he felt like he was did the same way by women. So now they form a clan, and then it's like a domino effect.
Mm-hmm.
Before you know it, you got a bunch of like-minded men who agree and identify on the same issues when it come to women, right? So this is the biggest misunderstanding. All men don't live in that world.
That's
right?
true.
All men don't live in that world. So this is the point I've been trying to make. Like, I've experienced disrespectful women. You know what I'm saying? It's the same things that these guys say they experience. I've experienced the same thing, but I'm wise enough to know that that's not going to determine my future when it comes to knowing how to cultivate a healthy relationship or a healthy marriage. Right? All of these guys' story and their experience is not going to dictate how my life ends up. Or, cause this is what I disagree with. The stories they got and the statistics, it's almost like they try to make you believe. They try to use those things to make you believe how your future is going to end when it comes to relationships or marriages.
Good point.
Yeah, but they say that you safe because you got a wife. You know, and
but some of them say they feel sorry for me and it's only a matter of time. Ruthless said that. Ruthless said it's only a matter of time. What's the other dude name? Rush Enterprise Star.
Oh,
Rush,
the bird guy.
Rush said that marriage is for suckers.
What?
That's what he said.
That's so dumb.
He said he's sucker free.
I just
That was funny when Bolo called him a bird catcher.
Yeah.
That was. I went back and
so guess what?
Rush done been through some really tough stuff.
Really?
Seriously,
He is so negative though. Just very negative.
I'm just saying, even if you are married, they will still say you made the wrong decision. You're gonna learn. You're gonna eventually learn, and the way they kind of draw it up is, Freezy, you will eventually start feeling like us. It's just a matter of time, right?
But they're wishing bad. Like, that's crazy.
Let me say this though.
They
When
ain't
I
gonna never feel like them. That's what I'm
when I
trying to
told them
say.
that I had got divorced, I didn't hear nothing out of them. But I noticed when I did tell the women I got divorced, I had a whole lot of problems out of them. Not the dudes. But if I say that I'm about to get married, then I probably have a problem. So I get where you're coming from, Freeze.
You felt like the woman was trying to rub it in your face. Is that what you're saying? Like, look at you, got divorced.
Yeah, and because she was Latina, and that's a problem.
Oh, okay.
But I feel like on these panels, you can't win for no matter what, because the first argument is, oh, are you married? Oh, well, you don't even qualify to have the conversation. Oh, you divorced? Oh, well, that didn't work. You don't qualify. Oh, you married? Oh, well, that ain't gonna work. It's like everything is a problem, so it's pointless.
Everything a problem.
If you're a stepfather, that's a no-no in the manosphere. Stepfather,
Oh,
you
yeah.
really would say you blue pill and yourself because you're taking care of somebody else's children.
I just think it's so
that's
deep.
where the F them kids
Following
thing came in.
Minded, piggyback, monkey see, monkey do type of perspective going on.
That's true.
And it's so annoying. Like a bunch of men following a lot of other men who are not walking in sound doctrine. So it's a bunch of confusion and bitterness and rage. And it's very circular. It is no resolve to it. So I don't know. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's not meant for you to understand. So I look at it like me versus guys like that is like a believer versus an atheist. Right?
Yeah.
It's like you're not gonna get through to them. It's just they have a certain mindset and they're sticking to it. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
They really do.
Yeah. So it's just like a believer and an atheist. We have a certain mindset, atheists have a certain mindset, and they just a lot of times they just gonna stick to it. And atheists feel like we just delusional. So a lot of these guys feel like the way Freezy talk, I'm just delusional, you know, I'm just, even though I'm married, and they feel like it's just a delusion and it's just a matter of time before my marriage end up like most of these marriages and, you know, blah, blah, blah. So
wrong. That's crazy.
Yeah. So what it is once you really take a step back, you got to look at the messengers.
Right.
Right? Who is actually spreading these messages?
Bitter folks.
Have y'all found anything in common with a lot of these dudes?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
So here's the thing, like a lot of these dudes, instead of listening to men that are doing it successfully, this is what it boils down to. They're not going to listen to men that's doing it successfully. You know why? Because they're haters. They don't want to be able to say a man that's doing it successfully is teaching them something.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Instead, they'll take the other route and just say you don't know what you're talking about. We got the answers. So what it is an ego thing. Because there are men out here that's doing it successfully. Why don't we just seek them out? Why don't we just do that?
You know what? Though? Let's go a little bit deeper inside the home. Like if you're a dude that's married, and you may be a stepfather or whatever, and she already have kids. They say, "Oh man, he just there because he's living off her. Don't let her bring you a plate while you're on live." That's another issue. I've seen it. I'm telling you. I know the talking points. I know everything. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, man, just find what works for you. Stay out of other people's business.
But none of this is real. That's what I'm saying. Ain't none of this real. Like what it is a lot of these guys, they're projecting the results that they've gotten in their own lives. They're just projecting. And instead of listening to men that have done it correctly and are doing it successfully, they got too much pride to do that. So instead, they'll just rather come together and form a like-minded clique because they all agree. Instead of listening to dudes that's doing it successfully, they find more comfort. That's goes back to that comfort word that world class was talking about, right?
Mhm.
Instead of
What does
doing
that
the
mean?
work,
What does that mean, though?
instead of doing the work,
Oh, okay.
right?
Yeah.
Instead of doing the work, they are comfortable staying in that little sphere, right? Because that's what the sphere is. Just like it's almost like an enclosure.
Mhm.
Why would you want to stay stuck in a sphere?
Mm-hmm.
Because they waiting on a woman that's 25.
That don't want them unless they have some bread.
Yeah, and that's what it
And
is.
it ain't.
Then they get mad after that done ran out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they done tried. They don't want to cross seas. They done tried everything. And then again, we got to be honest with ourselves. See, this is what I would be talking about. Honest with ourselves. You cannot alpha your way to a woman that do not want you. And I mean,
That's a good point, Coffee.
yeah, and all the way down to you wanting all these bad chicks. You know, they call them bad bitch. You know, like that. You know, and my thing is, you know, she's going around sending all your pictures out talking about you got a micro penis. So, yeah, that's the thing now. So stop making yourself look bad, man, and find what works for you. And a lot of guys are angry about that.
Guess what? Guess where they got manosphere from? They got it from atmosphere. So what they essentially did was create their own atmosphere. Right? It's just an atmosphere full of negativity and doom and gloom. Who wants to be in a doom and gloom sphere?
Right.
I don't want to be in no damn doom and gloom sphere.
And then Kwafi said, "Oh, they want the younger ones, and they go overseas to look, and they still don't have any luck, and they do this and that." So wouldn't that be a clear indication that they need to look in the mirror, and they could possibly be the issue?
Yeah, but let me say this, Mo. I have a friend. He's Mexican. He retired too early. Glenn ain't number 35 years old. He turned around and went all the way to all these different countries to meet these women. And the last stop was Israel. And when he got there, she said, "Oh no, I don't want you."
Wow.
Spent up his whole life savings and came back upset. And then guess what? When he came back, maybe a few years later, he had found he found a wife.
Here in America, you mean?
America, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
But you know, he had to grow up because it seemed like she was kept him more on his toes. You know what I'm saying? He was no longer like listening to any of the manosphere stuff. My nephews, I don't even listen to hardcore manosphere, and my two nephews really shocked me. It really bothered me. I said, "Listen, I don't want y'all listening to these guys." You know what I'm saying? Because they had gotten to the point to where they started to, you know, they mixed it in with the politics, Trump and all that, you know, and I'm not against Trump. You know what I'm saying? It's some things he's doing right, some things I don't like. But the problem I have with my nephew, them listening to Fresh and Fit, and they was in high school and they did it. They graduated from high school, and you know, kids, they change up. Like,
right.
You know, 1 minute they in a certain phase, next minute they're not. You know, but they got this thing to where they boys and want to stay inside the room and play the video games and F the H's and you know go F off on a good girl that, you know, because they think she ain't no good, but he gonna go have sex with her. You see, all that stuff. It's just it's too much to deal with.
Right.
Man, I'm gonna just be honest with you. A lot of them guys just need therapy.
They really do.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm not making a joke. I know I be joking and stuff. I'm being serious. Like,
seriously.
You know, when you try to break, what'd you say, Kwabi?
I said they just need to stop tricking, meaning, you know, you can't blame nobody else, but when you get your paycheck and you go and buy a prostitute. Excuse me, but that's what they do.
But I think it's also deeper than just negative relationships, they do need therapy because a lot of the anger stemmed from childhood. A lot of these men
Yeah.
really don't have a good relationship with their moms, and they have
Oh, wait a minute, Mo Love, don't say that.
no, it's the truth. They have a negative um everything is negative when it comes to women because their first example of what a woman should be, I guess, did not sit well with them. So it's just easier to place blame on all the relationships when the trauma really started before then.
But what about the men who grew up with a really good family? You know what I'm saying? A good mother and a good father. I think that,
Well, those, yeah,
yeah,
then
but
that could
and they
be just
still
bad
turn out that way because
relationships.
it's a lot of them that turn out that way. Elliot Rogers, if you look him up, you know
Mhm.
more. Elliot Rogers, he was they consider him as a incel god, and he went down um, to Santa Barbara College at UC Santa Barbara and unalived a pretty woman that he had no ability to really speak up and say. He just automatically thought, hey, well, she not gonna like me anyway, so I should just go ahead and offer and all her pretty friends. And he did that to her and did it to two other guys he thought that were like, Brad and Chad is the Pookie and Ray Ray, the white Pookie and Ray Ray.
Mhm.
And this is what you have. A lot of these guys are,
Sorry, the white Pookie and Ray Ray is
yeah,
funny.
yeah.
He called them Brad and Chad.
Yeah, they call them Brads and Chads and Tyrones. Yeah,
That's funny.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
But look
But
up
that's
Elliot.
sad though. That story is sad.
You,
It is.
you see it? Elliot Rogers.
Hold on, I'm looking up now.
And and a lot of dudes who in MGTOW is using him as a god. They got a statue of him.
Really?
Oh yeah, the incel man of Manosphere. Yeah.
Wow.
Because he felt
That's
that.
bad.
But my thing is, how are you going to blame somebody for your inability to vet women? You just automatically think, she's going to dump you, or not talk to you or not like you. And nothing was wrong with Elliot. Elliot ain't a bad looking dude.
Said, was he a British and American mass murderer?
Yes. He
Okay.
came from Manosphere, the white Manosphere, though.
Oh, yeah, I see this happened in 2014.
And that's how long I've been around in these spaces. Really, 2010.
Oh, incel hero.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. I'll have to read further into it. Wow, that's
It'll
great.
give you an understanding of what you're dealing with, where it has bled over into the black manosphere, because the manosphere was all white, but they invite the black men in, but they kicked them out because they were dating the white women, and they didn't.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of white men are very docile, not trying to be funny, but
Mhm.
they too was having problems with their women, and that was one thing they both had issues with family court and child support.
Because it started with white men, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the black men jumped aboard on it, because of the child support situation and women taking them for their money and taking their house, taking everything.
Okay.
Even when Dr. Dre wife did some stuff, that was a big thing too. They feel
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
it's all those, But they do have a good point on K. Michelle though.
I wasn't able to watch the whole thing because I had fell asleep, and when I came back, they had already played that part on your show, Freezy. You guys had already played that clip, and y'all was just
Was
talking
that?
about something else. I didn't see exactly what Kate Michelle said, that interview.
Girl,
I had
Because I was-
a best rendition of it because
it came off as fake to me.
Really?
yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
she trying to get in where she fit in. My thing is Beyonce has a black husband and she's successful and in country. What is your issue? Now she wanted to go into black men this, black men that.
So what was she like
She
talk.
said a lot. Like
Exactly.
she was talking about country music. She said, yeah, in our society we have city girls. We have people all they promote is degeneracy and
She was into all that too.
real ghetto, right? And then she said, but the white people, they promote family, they promote this. And then she started talk when she was talking to Cam Newton, right?
She want to
Mhm.
watch now.
You have an opportunity to promote a family in a good light, basically talking about all the kids in broken homes that he has. And then she was like, I just hate that black men don't protect black women. And she gave like the most fake cry I ever seen. I was like, girl, please. I'm sorry.
Really?
And I'm fair, right? But it just came off as so fake. And I feel like because K Michelle is still trying to stay relevant, the entertainment industry is very competitive, right? So that was the moment to shine.
You
She
know, I
covered several things, like when she was talking about the country thing and how black people promote degeneracy. Me personally, I think she was trying to win favor
yeah.
when it comes to white people. Like, let me
Oh,
get
because for her country music.
exactly.
Yeah.
I saw straight through that. Okay, because you was the main one. What's that song?
Hey, I'm not like them niggas over there.
She like to F them all or something.
Yeah.
I something to that effect, but it's just
I
giving
think I know what you're talking about.
hypocrisy.
Yeah, because she ain't had no hit in a long, long time.
And then my thing is, I also feel like when you too have been one of the ones who were not married when you had your child, let's keep it real. If she would have came off as, I know I've made mistakes also, but I have grown. Now Cam Newton, it just came off as judgmental, like you got it all together, like you were not also a once upon a time.
But the thing is, she should not even been talking about him. He gave her a platform. She should have been talking about what she's trying to do in country music. Michaela
Right.
has had plenty of opportunities with men. She messed over all of them, except one. She said it beat her, and I understand that.
You know what? I was done with K Michelle. I'm sorry, y'all. When I heard that she fumbled Idris Elba. Girl, what is wrong with you? You know that I was just
I heard
like,
that too.
girl, are you kidding me? I love Idris Elba. I'm sorry. I had
But
to
she
say
want a hood dude. K. Michelle personality is too strong. Plus, she was more like the more aggressive type chick, even when she was dating chicks.
Mm-hmm.
So
She was dating women too. I didn't know that.
yeah. Oh yeah, she been in Lady Pond.
Prime said everybody knows about her. She's a walking red flag.
Definitely.
I mean, I heard that too. Like normally when I hear about K Michelle, it's from a negative standpoint.
Oh, I know who else she used to go with. Y'all know what's Lil Wayne's baby mom? Is it Toya?
Toya? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think she's married. Is she married to an athlete or ex-athlete? Whoever the man is she's married to, K Michelle used to go with him before her.
What?
So I know that that's one man because there were some words exchanged, and I think y'all know Rashida because it was all on Love and Hip Hop. She was friends with Toya, so I guess she kind of had a problem with some of the stuff that K Michelle was saying or whatever. But I remember that, so I don't know if the man is an athlete or ex-athlete or something. That
Are you talking about her current husband or the guy she was married to before?
I don't know. I didn't know she was married before.
Her husband.
Girl.
She done been married 3 times. Yeah.
The current
Besides Wayne. Oh, so there was another guy in the middle of the marriage she has now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know that. Well, either this husband or the one before that.
Well, my thing is, she says she don't deal in ratchetry, but I saw her throw that candle at Rashida. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
A hot candle.
Right.
Okay. I remember her
Rashida
flipping the table or something, shaking the tables or something.
Yeah, I remember.
And she talked about how black women is ratchet. Look at her. She's
That's
saying
when she still had her original face.
A lot of people talked about her dress. You have a dress where everything is out and you can see like every imprint in your boobs. So it was
Cam Newton.
I think it was for attention. Yeah. It was all for attention.
But it didn't the doctor did the same thing. She went on cam dressed one way, and when you seen her on everything else, she was dressed more conservative.
Listen,
I don't even think
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't think her dress was bad. Yeah, it was fitted, but she was fully covered. You get what I'm saying? Maybe it was tight, but K Michelle, when you see that interview and her dress and the way you will understand what I'm saying. It's completely different.
Let me ask y'all something. So why do you find most of all the women that go on Cam Newton's show, they make it about them and him, about his baby mama and baby mamas and children and all that, when it should be about them?
Yeah, he's interviewing them.
Mm-hmm.
Keke Palmer was on Shay Shay.
Yeah, she was Shay Shay.
Yeah, but most of them women that go on there, they go there so they can get that man attention, I think.
I think so. Why did I feel like that with K Michelle? I said, girl, you dressed like this because you were trying to distract this man. Okay.
Right. But you know what? Because I'm in Charlotte, so I try to represent the home team or whatever. Back when Cam was really killing it on the Panthers or whatever, Cam was really looking good. That was before he got all dressing crazy, and you know what I'm saying? He was a good looking man. Not to say he's a bad looking man now, but I remember that before he started kind of dressing weird and whatever. Yeah, he was looking good back then when he was keep pounding with the Panthers when he first started, So I could see what the women see, you know what I'm saying?
But you know what though? What Russell Westbrook started that style.
I remember.
For men to start looking like that. And I think that, but then again, I think Cam is proving a point. I don't know why. I mean, I would never walk around with no tight pants on. That's not me. But he's too big to do that. He's a big dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot
who was interviewing, and he had those little tight shorts on and had his legs crossed like that. I think
it was Jamal Bryant.
Who?
Was it Jamal Bryant and Jamal Bryant?
Yeah.
Pretty legs, Cam.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy. That's awful.
And Kimberly said someone in Freezy's chat said he was really trying to hear what she was saying, but he was distracted.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about the way she was dressed?
Girl, yes.
That man was looking at her like
704.
He was looking at her like he was daydreaming.
And really?
Girl, you got to see the dress.
Okay, I'll go back and look at it.
And I know you gonna say that was fake. Those tears.
I'm gonna go look at it.
But look though, this is another thing, y'all. When y'all get a chance, go and view the stream that Hamp did today on K Michelle. It was a really good stream, and I know y'all don't really care for Fantastic, but he made some good points too.
Was he giving the stats?
Yeah, oh yeah, they were giving the stats. But Hamp pulled up a 10-year-old video on K Michelle talking about how she wanted to be. She was done with black men and how she wanted to be with white men and how she wanted to get into country music. So this woman been trying to get in that way for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. That's why she led with, what does our music promote? We have people like the City Girls. We don't promote anything positive. Country music promotes family. Like, she's trying to win them over, ma'am.
Yeah. It's strategy. It sounds like strategy to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really strategy. I've had women to do that. I mean, I was in Vegas. I had a ring on. The woman told me, she said, and I was by the Louis Vuitton shop. She said, "What you gonna buy me?" I said, "I'm married, ma'am." She said, "I don't care." She came over to rubbing on my chest and my.
A lot of women don't care.
And we would just laugh. We were like, "Man, there, these must be some P-toots out here."
Mm-hmm.
We were just all.
Thank you for coming in.
Hey, Freezy.
Hey, Freezy, you still here? Or you asleep?
Oh, I heard. Yeah, what going on?
Did you see in the back where I put that last thing that you probably could review yourself to, since you do like music? They made this dude named what is that boy name? Oh, Ramil Amir. He was really big in the manosphere, and he did a song called Pump and Dump.
Yeah, I think I seen it. I seen it before.
Yeah, but that's on Mr. Palmer's channel.
Yeah, I seen it.
Not child
What's
support.
going on, Freezer? Going on?
So I'm glad you mentioned that, Coffee, about the woman coming on to you and stuff. And because I realized that I didn't ask you the main questions what we was talking about in the beginning of the show about the challenges men face when they're trying to do the right thing. And I think you might have answered in the chat earlier, but I don't know.
Yeah,
But
about when women know that you about to divorce, they'll stick and wait around on you.
yeah, you was talking about that in the chat, and also just in general, because I know that Freezy brought up this point, and I think somebody else did. It might have been Lord ADS about how when they know you're a good man, and when you are trying to walk the right way with God, you're doing the right thing, a good man. How women will try to flock to you, even if you are married. So I know that you were saying, what do you feel about that? Because I know you were saying stuff in the chat earlier.
My thing is, you got to know woman nature. I know that if I was a man that was hounding a woman, I am a man, but if I was hounding a woman, you know, and just all over her, that would be uncomfortable for her. But for me, it wasn't. And if for some dudes, that would have been like a whole notch up under the belt to have several women all over them when he's getting ready to divorce. Purpose for me to move on to somebody new is to be happy, not to get in those situations where I'm dealing with a trick,
Mm-hmm.
and you looking at me for money and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And usually 9 times out of 10, she had to wake up early in the morning to get over on me like that.
Right.
But yeah, you do find that. And walking, I'll just put it this way. I don't want to say walking in your faith and walking in trying to do the right thing before getting remarried.
Mm-hmm.
I would say you have to really control yourself. Sometimes you can't, but there's for some men that just really can't. If your man is 25 to 30 years old, you're gonna be probably knocking down everything that comes past you. That's just man nature. But for me, I never done any of that. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I can honestly say that. But when I was not married, did I have friends? Yes. I'm just gonna put it that way.
Right.
But it wasn't like I'm have 2-3 girls in the room.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Do you think women still trying to come on to you and looking like, oh look, he's a good man, he's doing the right thing, like when you were married?
Oh yeah, on the job
Do
all
you
the
think
time.
a lot of women try to look at like married men that are doing the right thing like that and still like try to wish for maybe a downfall in their marriage or still try to talk to the man? Do you think that's like a high rate of women?
I ain't gonna say a whole bunch, but if a woman is vulnerable, you're a nice guy. I don't hate to see a nice guy, a good guy. They don't like that term either. If you're a pretty decent guy, you come from good stock. She's a well-to-do woman, pretty, got herself together, and y'all having really good conversation. Y'all falling asleep on the phone, even as just friends. She gonna catch some kind of feelings, and that has happened. I'm not gonna lie, and that's just even. I've had a good conversation just on business with a woman while married, and she just kept on talking. I'm like, ma'am, I gotta go. I'm married,
Right.
And it be like that. But yes, on the job, I've had women to fall into me, put their hand on my shoulder, and they see the ring on my finger.
Right.
All that. They bend over and pick up something and look back. I've seen all this. You just got to know woman nature, and sometimes she know what she's doing, and you know what she's doing, but y'all gotta not fall into the temptation of that.
Right. Yeah, because Freaky was saying earlier, that's a lot of women just, kind of flock to men that are doing the right thing, that they see are in their faith and walking upright, you know, even if they are married, because they're looking at him like, well, he's a good man. So, you know, that's the kind of quality of man that I would want.
Let me tell you something, and I'm up not to tell my business, but I do have one hit me up late at night, you know, and just talk and be like, things like, how was your day? Okay, ma'am, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. What you want?
Right.
Straight up, what you want?
Right. Mm-hmm. That's true. I can
And
see
it be
that.
that way, you know. I mean, I can go get what I want anytime, you know,
Right.
but I don't want a whole bunch of problems and issues.
Right.
I just don't.
Mhm. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think the biggest problem with a lot of those conversations, the red pill manosphere this is the biggest problem I have with those conversations that we've been hearing for years. They don't care about the children. They don't factor in the children in a lot of these conversations.
Right.
The children just get left out, you know.
That's sad.
And
But that's true.
It's all about what they ain't getting and what's not, you know, it's like a back and forth. I don't know, but it just tends to be more of what they're not getting instead of, I just feel like real men care about the community. They care about the children. They care about, you know, like
the bigger picture.
Yeah, the bigger. Thank you.
Yeah. They should have been saying it anyway about F the kids. But my thing is, but why are you going to shame a man who is a stepfather? That's where that comes from. My thing is, if he found a woman that works for him and she treats him nice, and God put it in that plan for him to be that, and to be, how you know the man just can't have children, and he decides to take on, you know, the other children to be his children and love the mother too, which is his wife. A lot of dudes they shame men for that. They say, oh, he's taking care of somebody else's seed. You know, so I get where you're coming from. I don't believe that. I don't like that. I don't participate.
But at the same time, a lot of these dudes that be talking got kids too.
That's what be weird.
That is true.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. They got kids, and they will go off and expect a woman that don't have any.
Yeah, that is really weird to me. Now I could see two people who both don't have kids, and I can see someone wanting somebody equally that does not have children.
Right.
But it's just like, if you already have kids yourself, it's like, you know, that is real hypocritical.
That's the point. It's not about the kids. They don't care. Like, they don't care about the kids. They care about what they're not getting. They're trying to talk their way into getting their way. Ooh, let me write that down. They trying to talk their way into getting their way. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Marcus said, I remember when I was 20 to 21, I was messing with a woman I thought I was going to end up marrying. She was 29 or 30 years old, had already been through a divorce, daddy issues, abandonment issues, and a kid. Well, a lot of people, you know, go through stuff. So I get what you're saying. She was a psych major and had diagnosed clinical depression, anxiety, ADHD, and bipolar, having to take meds prescribed, but boy, did I learn a valuable lesson. Smart man learns from his mistakes. So you was going to marry her. What happened? You didn't know she had all these things going on at first? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. I remember him talking about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, it happens. I mean, I don't know. I just think at this point in my life, it's a process. I'm asked 10 million questions. We're gonna have to spend some time. If you're already attached, get out of my face. Like,
Why don't both of y'all be grown? You know, grown folks, y'all know what it is. Grown
Be
people,
honest, yeah.
grown things. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't gonna be nothing, and it's just us link going
right,
in and out.
But here's the biggest red flag. None of these men put God first in these
That's
conversations.
right. Mm-hmm.
It's true too.
Right. That is true, Freezy.
It's just about what they want and what they ain't getting, and the man knows fear.
They make it sound like they really have it all together.
But you know
Right.
what, Freezy, you may be the plug to men. You know, because a lot of women that are faith based and are into the Lord or into church, their husbands don't go to church.
That is true. That is true.
I just never bought into it. Well, I was never gonna buy into it. But I'm just saying, like I just never bought none of that stuff. For one, the biggest red flag was they never put God first. They never lead with God. You know?
But you can be faith based and not go to church. That's a thing too.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
And some dudes, they may know their Lord. You know that they may be faith based, but they probably in a situation where they've been burned a few times and they're being careful.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't really know if they're not putting God first. Maybe these guys that we see on the internet doing a whole bunch of stupid stuff, yeah, those. But as far as just dudes that really they got, I believe a lot of dudes do. They are Bible based and faith based.
Right. Some are. I mean, I'll say some are. Some. I mean, I guess it's one thing if you're sitting here and you're like, okay, I'm faith based. I believe in God. This, and that. But every day you're online and you're talking negative about everything in life. I don't know about that.
That usually happen after they spent the whole damn paycheck up and waiting until 2 more weeks they'll be happy again.
What? That is
I'm telling you, I got friends like dudes I know, and they ain't really friends. After they be happy, man, when the 1st and the 15th come, they be happy. No, the 1st and the 5th and the 19th. And when they get their military checks, their actual paychecks, they be cool. And after they done tricked off with the chick, done went out of town, hung out with her. They come back, then they gonna come back online. I know a few that do that right here on,
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Stop leading with your pocket.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the biggest problems. It's just like, how men be telling women, well, you should have chose better. Well, if you're leading with your pocket, I think that is the root. Quafi, I'm kind of starting to agree with you of how, people are tricking off, maybe a lot more than we even think, because why are you so bitter? You're saying you only deal with this type of woman. Okay, well, the only way for a lot of people to get that type of woman is to lead with their wallet. So if they're leading with their wallet and then they get burnt, and now you're mad and now you're bitter against all women.
I say if they speak up and say what it is from the beginning, say for instance, even if Mo Love have such a sweet little soft voice, she can get a lot of money out of men, and just start telling them what they want to hear. And after he found out he's not getting anything, that's when he gets upset.
Right.
Dinner, gave her money, paid maybe a bill or two, bought her a Birkin bag, and hey, but here she is. Didn't I tell you we're just friends? I don't want to move that fast. They don't want that. Some dudes think that after one meal that they're supposed to go and get in the bed with the woman.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. And do y'all think that is sad? Because it's like the whole real dating scene has kind of dwindled. Like people don't even try to date a lot of the time for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because they meeting up in the middle of the night. They catching Lyft or taking a taxi or sneaking out late at night, meeting up with each other for a link after swiping
Right.
to right on the app. So that's
And
what,
then getting caught up in their feelings, then they end up on panels screaming.
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, that's true.
So we don't know what people, what issues they're going through. We don't know if it's a dude that may be in a marriage and he is not going well and they're divorcing. You know, it could be anything, y'all, for real.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the easiest thing to go to is, you know, we could say, oh, he's mentally ill or he gay, you know, and that's not always the case. It could just,
Right.
hey man, get your shit fixed. And then, you know, don't even worry about a woman until you get you fixed.
Yeah, that's true.
Mentally and emotionally.
But why do people have such a hard time being alone? Like, why can't people
They
just,
shame that.
love themselves and just, figure out their own issues and problems and just, deal with themselves, find their own inner peace and happiness? Why does it always have to be, I have to be entertaining something, or I have to be jump to the next person, the next person, the next person?
Or you have to find out what it is that you
Such a
really.
good question. Because
Sometimes you could be. Some of these dudes are sexually frustrated. Once they get that nut, that's it. You know, they would act like they really want a wife or girlfriend or whatever. It's just sexually frustrated, man. Both men and women are sexually frustrated online.
but why is that though? Like if you say I'm single or I'm okay right now, if love comes along, great. Why do people like shame you sometimes or make it look like something is wrong with you?
There ain't nothing wrong with you because I've had plenty.
Right, I know that, but it's people that do that on YouTube. Like it's
I
a
know, but let me tell you something. I've had women to say to me, "Hey, but what is like they giving me a damn interview?" And I'm like, "Dude, this is not interview." Well, what is it that you're looking for? I always say, I never look, but if there's anything good for me, I won't run from it. You know,
right.
to be
It's
that.
the whole oh well that you probably don't have nobody because of this. Well, some of y'all that have people are still like traumatized and messed up. So
Right. That is true
confused.
too.
Well,
Yeah.
the best thing to do is to not talk about your ex or your baby daddy,
Mhm.
because I think that's what bothered a man the most. The fact that he probably think that you may go get back with the your children's father.
So insecurity.
Yeah, that's and they feel like, oh, that's a problem right there. I mean, same thing women have it. They be like, well, damn, he got a baby mama.
Hmm.
And they don't want to do it. So that's why you got the dynamic of let's not date women who have children. Or you find some of the women that are well to do, got everything together. They say, I won't date no man that got a kid. I'm a single woman and I got things going for me. I'm not messing my life up for him.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why I say I don't blame people who, if you don't have kids and you don't want somebody to have kids, I agree with that sentiment. I'm not mad about that at all. I
It makes
totally
sense.
agree. Me as a woman who does have kids, I'm not looking for a man that doesn't have kids because, you know, I, I would prefer somebody that already has kids and already knows how to deal with that type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in
I'm
that,
not looking for a man that doesn't have kids, and I wouldn't expect a person who doesn't to be, looking for someone who does have kids necessarily. So I totally get that sentiment.
but let me tell you this though, Phil no more. The problem is with that is you will find women that say, "Oh, I don't mind him having kids, but they need to be at a certain age."
Okay.
Yeah.
Like say for instance, if the man has all daughters and you
Mhm.
decide to take him on and y'all end up getting married and the daughters don't like you, he have to learn how to love his daughters and love you too. Not saying separate from both of you, but separate you to the two of you. But you know that's part of his happiness. He need to learn how to understand the difference from the daughter's love than the wife. The wife come first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying. Hey,
Yeah.
hold on one second. Hey, Stan, how are you? Thanks for coming.
Hey, Stan.
And Stan said,
Salute.
hard
Stan.
times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Do you want to elaborate on that, Stan?
That's a bar.
Mm-hmm.
And Prime said, once you hit 30s, be open to being a step parent. I agree.
Whoa.
I
Well,
agree with
when
that.
they come to a certain age, have kids.
Wait a minute, Prime. Don't say that in all men's faces.
This is not a red pill channel, everyone.
They would have been all over him for that, but I ain't gonna lie. He know it.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, Stan, you want to explain that statement? It was good though. But yeah, I get that. I get what he's saying though, because once you get a certain age, you know, most people have kids after a certain age.
Let me tell you something. People that's 50 looking for love, they forget all this extra stuff and just find it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people that are sincerely looking for their person, you know what I mean? Sincerely want to be happy with somebody. Because do y'all believe that if you have so many, should I say, expectations or preferences or standards, you could miss out on your person? Do y'all think that's a thing or no?
Yes, if it's superficial.
Yes.
Because my thing is, if you cannot match everything on your long list of things, maybe even superficial things, yourself, if you can't match everything that you want on that list that you think that you're worthy of, then it's safe to say, okay, you're looking for perfect. And you may not find perfect. I think that what we need to find is the fundamentals. I think religion and faith-based really does work.
Right.
I really do believe that being in tune with each other and on the same page without, because some people, they go on dating and hanging out, but the man never said he wanted to marry her or he wanted to be, or that he was in love with her. And she's taking it as because he's coming over, he's cuddling with her, he's having, y'all.
That's easy.
And,
Mm-hmm.
and they take it as, oh, well, I thought, well, he said, well, I didn't say that, we were in a relationship now. I've been in a situation like that too.
That's why communication is so important. And like if the guy communicates, okay, this is what it is. Like I like you, but we're just having fun, and you choose to continue to pursue him, and you're not honest enough with yourself to say,
yeah,
okay,
and that's on
I
you.
can't really do this. I know I'm gonna get in my feelings, and you just play along because a lot of times women will accept pieces of a man. You get what I'm saying? Just to
That's deep.
validate it.
Say that again. Pieces of a man.
To feel validated. And
Yeah.
so at some point we have to look in the mirror and vice versa.
Yep.
Sometimes men know that the women don't really want them. A lot of times people are trying to convince themselves. So it's like, okay, well, I gotta look in the mirror. Well, the guy gotta look in the mirror because the person was honest.
Yeah, that is true.
Now I'm a good male friend to some females, and I can be a friend to a woman without having, saying relations with her. I have a friend that had been waiting on the man to tell her that he's gonna give her a ring for 5 whole years, and she said that that's too much time out of her life, and she feel like she wasted her life. But she was forcing him to give her a ring. So my thing is, once the ring is forced, that's a problem because
yes,
yeah,
he didn't want to marry. But then again, I didn't think that it was that way with him. He's my frat, but at the same time, he was just trying to get his money up and make sure that they were secure, financially secure, and to make sure that he could get her the right ring. But she ruined it before he could even give it to her.
So she broke up with him.
Yeah, she broke up with him.
Oh, okay.
5 years is a long time. I'm sorry.
I knew you gonna say that, Mo Love. I knew you gonna say that.
It is a long time though. Especially, were they young, Coffee?
35, 40.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I think especially when you get older. I mean, I don't recommend anybody jump right in, you know what I mean? But
Right.
I think after about 2 years, you know what I mean? For me, I
Yeah.
would think, look,
She met him when he was 34. She's a PA, and he's a elementary, high school basketball coach and school teacher.
mhm.
But the thing is, I think he was worried about his money and worried about the fact that she made a whole bunch. And I don't think she was really worried about that. But then again, she is the type chick that be like, well, I need him to be able to take me to Roof Chris, and he may want to take her just to Longhorn. He probably don't have it like that. So that's money could be an issue too between couples. You may love each other, but the pressure of she want the best bag, she want the best this, the best that.
Right.
When the only thing he want to do is love her and possibly provide a decent living for the home.
And Big Bad Bull said, I can only be friends with women that are willing to keep it all the way 100. I'm not interested in any type of go along to get along type situationships with women. That's how I feel about men too. So I can completely understand that, Big Bad Bull. No, thank you.
You're talking about that lead you on, that lead you on type chick, you know.
Mhm.
You're not clear. Oh, let's just go with the flow.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, she just leading him on, but yet he paying a light bill and a cell phone bill and things like that.
Mhm.
All right. And I look at situations like that also for me is, well, what goes around comes around. You reap what you sow. So if you're just using somebody in any type of way, it's
Right.
going to come back on you.
It is.
It definitely is. So that's why I try my best not to even use somebody. But I'm the type of person like, you know what? I don't have time to be dealing with somebody just because I want something out of them. It's a headache. I'm not trying to do that. I don't care about you can give me this, you can give me that, because that is not going to secure my peace and joy. If anything, it'll be a headache in my book. And I don't know, I'm just past that. I just, I know that there are a lot of women out there that, well, this man got a coin, this man got a coin, I got to get with him, he got a coin. I'm just so far removed from that because you're not going to give me a headache because you got a coin.
I have met some men where I actually end up liking them and they just happen to have a coin. But I will eventually leave you alone behind getting on my nerves and say bump the coin. As you say, peace means more to me than anything. Now sometimes I ain't gonna lie, it may take me a second or two to wake up, but once I do, it's a wrap.
No, I'm not talking about someone you actually like that got a coin. I'm talking about women who just use men that have a coin.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
But y'all know what that happens. It happens both ways because I have friends that, and these same dudes that say, "Oh well, man, I'm gonna date a white woman." Ain't nothing wrong with that, but it's usually the fat white woman too. I mean, and he ain't no bad looking dude himself. He in shape, and he really didn't want her, but he used her for the income tax. Used her.
Oh yeah, we see that. Yeah,
stuff, the money. White girl had her name on that car. She got that car towed while he was at work.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't coming back around.
Yeah. Because when we have these conversations, Coffee, it's definitely not just women using. Now, men are out here using too. Men are out here trying to get with women to get a coin too now.
Okay.
They're out here, call it macking, trying to get them a coin now.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you something, the fat girl, no shape, no fat shaming, but usually the full-figured girl, he'll use her for things, and she'll buy him things, and she'll come back and take all that shit, all of it.
Mhm.
When she get mad, she take it all.
Yeah, that could happen. Could
Play,
happen.
PlayStation, tires on the car, all
Yeah,
that.
it could happen. But I wouldn't say, and I know that's true. Some people, try to say, oh, well, they think that I guess a bigger woman is going to be desperate. But, I, I know a few big women that are fly be getting all kinds of coin from these men. Fly, they run in circles around a lot of skinny women. I'm telling you that now. I know some in real life. I'd be like, dang, girl, where'd you get that from?
See, but a lot of them don't understand the difference in between a full-figured, shapely woman versus somebody who is just
big.
Yeah,
That's
out of
true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, they'll call a woman in a 12 to 14 fat. Or
Shapely makes a huge difference.
yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Stan said F&M and Mo Love, they don't allow you to put anything on layaway that long. He was talking about the ring, I think.
Yeah, 5 years.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing was he wanted for an engagement ring. He had given his mom's ring, who had passed, to her, and she was ungrateful. She didn't want that. But so he had to work extra hard to get an engagement ring, and then yeah.
I wouldn't want that if I'm honest. I don't know. That's just me.
What did you say, Kwafi? Because I didn't hear you.
I guess you explain it, Mo?
What did he say, Mo?
The guy had used the engagement ring that he gave her the engagement ring. It was his mother's ring, and she had passed. I just stated that I would want my own ring. Nothing against the mom,
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. People used to do that a lot more so probably back in the day, like pass it down as like tradition.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of people doing that.
Men have done a lot of things. They've given a football jacket to the girl in school.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, are you crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I heard of that. I don't think it's maybe not as common now, but I know, I've heard of it probably more in cases of back in the day where they would pass down the rings or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't heard of like passing down no cheap rings like it. And like cheap that's worth plenty of money type deal.
There was no ring that ring was worth $27,000.
Okay.
But she wanted a wedding ring that was more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is true. Big Bad Bull said, yeah, we never talk about the men that use women for money. That is a very prevalent issue in the current dating market from what I have heard in real life. That's true. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. It's not just the men getting used now. Men are out here doing something. And it's more common these days.
It is.
The women out here get used for money out here more than the men get used out in places like in the South. See, the women are good, pretty decent women, but at the same time, it's a lot of independent Black women in the South. They to the point where they don't really need men financially because of their careers and everything. But the ones that I know in Atlanta and probably Charlotte, Texas, that really got a lot of money, they're mainly into men that got just as much as they have.
Right.
Or either they will use the man that has a whole bunch of money and keep theirs in their pocket. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happens in the South. But out West and in California, these women out here taking care of the men.
So do y'all think it depends on the demographic, like where you are? Do you think so?
No, it's just in their nature. They used to the hood niggas. You know what I'm saying? and these dudes they doing any and everything for them. These women out here, they work real good jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these
Mhm.
people,
In Cali?
they got felonies in. You know,
You're
Yeah.
in California?
yeah,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I'm in California. I'm
I
near the.
don't know, Coffee. I think it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's true. But the one thing about it, it's bad chicks, though, boy. But when you play with them, they gonna cut you up.
Mm-hmm.
These chicks out here, they ain't no joke in California.
Mm-hmm. Not bad.
They be fighting
Mm-hmm.
and to get their brothers, their uncles, and everybody to beat you up,
Man.
which is a dangerous situation.
Yeah,
Very
definitely can
dangerous.
be. Definitely can be. That's why I don't have time to be playing with nobody. I don't have time for no drama.
I
I
seen
don't.
some ghetto folks in Oakland tear a whole damn Walmart up. Couple
Oh
fight.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a fight at Walmart.
It is. It is. Walmart turned so ghetto over the years. Like,
Yes.
I remember when Walmart was cool, like way back in the day. I remember when the Walmarts was first opening up way back in the day when I was young. Like,
Right.
these
Y'all
Walmarts
remember
are
Kmart?
ghetto.
Target too. Kimberly, between Sacramento, Oakland, Vallejo, and all the Bay Area, you'll see that. But I'm in San Francisco and Diamond Heights.
Okay. What's the weather like out there, Quappy?
Beautiful. You don't want to. You wouldn't want no other weather.
Not bad.
But I will tell you, Sacramento is really hot. Stockton is really hot. It feels like sometimes. Not like Arizona or Vegas, but it gets hot, but at night you can catch the breeze from the Tahoe Mountains and Lake Tahoe and all that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of the Tahoe Mountains. Uh-huh. Okay, wow. Do y'all get much of a winter?
A very bad winter sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, and a lot of truck drivers. You ask Trucker Yell if y'all know who he is.
Uh-huh.
Trucker Yell up this way sometime, the Sierra Mountains. You got to really be skilled to drive down through there. I mean, the mountains and the hills are very high here.
Okay, okay. I didn't know that California, parts of California like get bad winters. I never knew that.
Yeah, Northern California, yes.
How cold does it get?
Really, real like 10 and below.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, like a blizzard.
Man, I wouldn't know what to do if I seen a dang blizzard.
But out here, you can wear a nice coat. If you're a woman, nice coat, some leather boots or whatever, you can wear that. You can dress up all year round out here.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So if you see some of us on streaming, we got jackets on. It's cool.
Mm-hmm. I see some of your jackets, Coffee. You be sharp.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm. Now, Coffee be dressing now. I can say that.
Well, what a name Scam Likely tried to come at me for my Louis Vuitton jacket one time on Freezy Pound. And that was the time when what's that dude name? The one who be saying, go subscribe to my boy, No Captivity, man. That's my boy there.
Flacco.
Yeah, Flacco. Yeah. We was all on that panel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because I think the first time I ever met you on a panel, Coffee, you was talking about different fabrics and different, material of clothing and different stuff like that.
Yeah, we was on another channel, but we won't name them.
Yeah, exactly.
We know Cap Crew over here.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was like, okay. I knew you knew what you was talking about.
Yeah,
We were talking about furniture and everything.
I mean, I'm glad it's well put together. I mean, you know, a woman wouldn't have to do much. I would give her the insight to do things, but you know, I would have it together. You know, but a lot of men, they think. My thing is, what is a man's profession and what is a woman's profession? You know,
Good question.
I can do many things and still be the man that I am, a man, a masculine man. You know, but
Right.
they would look at you if you're a man that could do hair, you could do you can sew, you can fabricate. Those are not supposed to be male professions.
Right.
You know,
I'm trying to figure out I just had that conversation with somebody, and I don't even know where I was about. It had to have been on Freely panel where they were talking about men that can do hair or whatever.
the women that do construction, we see that
Right.
out here. And they be some pretty
I've seen
good.
that. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
what else?
myself, I'm not an outside working person. I'll probably fall out, but you know,
Yeah,
I have.
and men appreciate women like y'all. Believe it or not, y'all might not think. Y'all don't
Other
mind.
people pretend like I can do it all.
Thank you. They would love to hear that because they say that the men build the roads. Are you
Right.
going to get out there and do that? Are you going to be in the hot sun? You know, let me tell you, the hardest working men that you see in those kind of professions, working in farm and any kind of landscape, are Latino men. They got their own businesses.
Right.
You know, and now black men are getting back into construction. It's after ICE, which is sad, you know, but they're getting those jobs back. But then again, a lot of jobs that we did not want, like such as restaurant jobs. Guess what? All the Mexicans own McDonald's out here.
Really?
Oh yeah, they Calvined it up. Well, they Ricardo'd it up.
Yeah, that's a better term. I remember those old commercials.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that too. I'm gonna talk about Calvin.
Right. Calvin had his first job at McDonald's. Everybody in the hood was happy for him.
And then when he went to college, he came back out and said, "Oh, I own 5 McDonald's."
Right. Yeah, I remember that. That commercial was huge back in the day.
Yeah, the other commercials about a mind is a terrible thing to waste. This is your brain.
On drugs, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't they frying the eggs or something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They had the shoplifting commercials where the girls were shoplifting and said, "Hey, it's okay to tell."
I don't remember I don't remember them ones, Coffee.
Yeah. Remember the dog right out of crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all.
Right?
No, Asians don't own McDonald's out here in San Francisco. Chinatown is too big. It's too big of an enterprise. It's their own. They got their own country in San Francisco. Believe it or not. And this is what I be saying. While we sit around arguing and talking about gender wars, these people are coming here and telling us what we can do in our own country.
You're right about that.
And black people can't even get it together because we arguing too much and worried about the wrong thing and worried about other people's lifestyles and stuff. We need to worry about what we can worry about for the nuclear family and group economics. The men need to start working together.
That is
I
true.
agree.
That is definitely true.
Because trust me, anytime I can go somewhere and pick up, you know, because I do the little lift thing part-time, you know, just to find out spots that I want to film and just to talk to people. Anytime I can pick up a dude that's Asian or white and they 20 years old and they say they make $300,000 a year, that was crazy to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You be asking them questions, Coffee?
Oh yeah. One of them was straight up with me. He said, "Man, I'm not giving San Francisco my money. I live in a tent." He said, "That's how I'm able to keep my money in my pocket." And they wasn't on drugs or anything like that, but they just chose not to live in an apartment or a house.
Really?
Yeah, and make over $250,000 a year. They camp out. They call those people like that living off the grid
Yeah. Uh-huh.
and RV. Yeah.
Right. Right.
And guess what? The richest white boys ain't wanting to running around with what I rock, Louis and all that. They wear the
Oh, I
same.
know that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what I've been spending my time, y'all, doing, trying to figure out how to make this thing work.
Mm-hmm.
What work?
Just what I'm working with. My talent, my
Oh
business,
yeah.
my regular life. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with if you don't see me around, it ain't that I'm staying away from you.
Really?
Yeah. At the end of
Yes.
at each sentence, she drags it out.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I talk slow and sometimes I whine when I
I
talk.
like
It's not intentional. But
No,
I've
that's it.
gotten better over the years though. When I was in my early 20s, it was worse.
My niece is like that. My sister said, "Girl, you got an attitude."
That is
Oh,
hilarious.
wait, Kimberly, you said you're in Cali now, right?
Yeah, I'm in Cali. I'm originally from San Francisco, but I was raised most of my life in New York and in Atlanta.
Kimberly, and she said she was in California too, right?
Oh yeah,
She
she
said small world. I was born in Concord.
yeah,
You
that's
left shortly
Canapoli.
after. Okay.
That's by Concord Mall. That mall up there, that real big mall.
Yeah, Freedom Mall used to be. Yeah, they shut that down years ago.
Oh yeah, I love Freedom Mall. You can
Freedom Mall. Mhm.
get all the ghetto shit.
Hey, True Bleed, how are you? Thanks for coming
Hey.
in. Prime said, "How you get kicked off your own show?" I know, right? My thing went off. I was like, "What in the
Hey,
world?"
Logic was down there too. He was saying he was trying to come up, but you didn't see him.
I
Down.
wasn't in there.
Yeah, keep it funky is Logic.
I don't see anybody. Mm.
That's when you
It's
you hop
pinned at
off.
the top, Logic, the stream yard.
F&M, the ops. I might be Logic.
You call everybody the ops. You're the ops, Logic.
Yeah, I think that's all I missed. But yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
there he
Kimberly
is.
went to school in Northern Cali. Did you go to Berkeley? I
Oh,
got my
Kimberly. Let me
Mhm.
see. I'm behind. How are these comments? I was only gone for like a few minutes. Okay, she went to school in West. Oh, okay, I see Logic now.
Yeah, I have my second master's over from San Francisco State.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, Logic, how are you?
What's going on? I'm coming here representing the Black House.
Oh, not over here on this channel. You're not. Absolutely not, sir. Might as well drop you now.
What? I can't represent who I want to represent.
No, sir. You definitely not.
I'm still supporting you though.
What? Don't start it, Logic. Don't bring those type of energies over here now.
Hey, Jay Prince. Yeah, this Mr. Logic. Hey, come over to Feel No More the channel. I'm gonna send you the
Whatever,
link.
Logic. Y'all trying to start some mess.
Nah,
How
man,
you
what's
been,
going on?
Logic?
Stand away from the internet.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Me.
I do not blame you. Prime says, "See, Black House is the Pookie house." What?
It is.
Do this internet think I'm a pookie?
I mean, I don't think so.
Oh my goodness.
Come up here and say represent for the Black House.
I don't know. I mean, you know how the internet can make narratives, though. I ain't think I was a pookie.
Why the internet
No.
making narratives?
Somebody just called me a pookie in the chat.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think I was a pookie. I ain't never saw a pookie who preferred to eat with chopsticks. I mean,
Prime said just a Pookie with money. A fool.
Yeah.
Prime's on your top.
Okay, yeah. Prime be on his period. Every time I see him, he's trying to get at somebody neck. Last time I was on the internet, he was on Mo Love Head.
Oh Lord.
What?
Yeah, he was on Mo Love Head.
No fighting, no fighting. So, Logic, since you're up here, let me ask you the question I asked everybody else when they came up, right? So, we were talking about challenges that men face when they're trying to do the right thing. Like if you got, I say, wiser, you're trying to do the right thing and live upright and just be different than you used to be, right? So, what are some of the challenges you think men face when they're trying to live a better life? Like the temptations that they face that might make them go backwards if they're not disciplined.
What are some of the challenges that men face?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think really the biggest temptation that a man face is just that dealing with his sinful nature.
Okay.
That I mean, I can speak for myself. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak for no nigga like Prime. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna speak for myself. I think I'm my. You know what I'm saying? I can be my greatest ally and I can be my greatest enemy.
Okay.
I can go into situations knowing that I need to do better or want to do better,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes I still fall into actually, you know what I'm saying, what I want to do regardless of what I should do.
Okay. That makes sense.
It does.
Do you think that's a constant struggle with I mean not just yourself, but just in general? Do you think a lot of men have that same struggle? Not maybe not exactly the same thing as yours, but just like trying to battle, you know what I'm saying, falling back into like old ways.
Yeah, and I think it's harder nowadays because it's a social norm to do these things. Like it's okay. Uh, you know what I'm saying? When I was coming up, regardless of what, you know what I'm saying? Like being a hoe, a man hoe,
Uh-huh.
was always somewhat frowned on by society. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Even by the woman population. You know what I'm saying? It was frowned upon. But nowadays, I think it's normal now.
Okay.
So now because you don't have that scarlet letter and it's not frowned upon, it's no true deterrence. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, I'm doing right.
Right. Right,
I
right.
didn't ever think they frowned upon men being dogs. I thought they just viewed them as like they big up them for being players.
You remember I said a female population.
Okay, I got you.
When
Yeah,
I
it's
was coming, yeah, when I was coming up, females, you know what I'm saying, they didn't necessarily like. I mean, you had like if you had a certain amount of access, I mean, it's not gonna matter anyway. All the moral standpoints go outside the door. But
just normally plus for men to have a few notches on his belt.
well, you can have a few notches under your belt, but at the end of the day, yeah, dudes bigged it up. But most of the time, your mama didn't big up you being a hoe.
Right.
Your
Right.
auntie didn't big up you being a hoe. Your sister wasn't cheering on you being a hoe.
Shit,
So
my sister
would.
tell on me.
I can stand it.
Oh my goodness.
Me and her
But
was
now look at society now.
telling on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? You got these moms out here egging on their sons to get out here and get in these streets.
Mm.
Yeah, some do. Some do.
I don't know. It depends if she like the woman that you with. She mama gonna be on her side. It depends.
Nah, don't matter. That don't exist no more.
You don't think?
No, no. I think every moral code that we had
Mm-hmm.
is gone. I don't think we have no true standards no more at all.
Let you be a dude that got two girlfriends and see which one that your sister and your mama like the most, and she gonna tell on it.
No, don't matter. They not gonna snitch. They not gonna do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And they mind is none of their business.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
mean,
I
I
think so too. I don't think for the most part that they're gonna tell it on their brother or son.
that's true. So with my brother is a year younger than me, and we have seen me and my sister have seen him, before he got married, have multiple women. I personally told him like I didn't like it. A lot of times he would try to hide it from me. We would voice how we thought it was wrong, but at the end of the day, we would also mind our business. Like, you know, I mean, it's not like
Right.
My
married.
son
Mm-hmm.
get mad at me and go tell it. My mom, she Christian, so she like more laid back. Moms ain't, but she don't like that. She never liked that.
I think you said that on another show too, Coffee, that they would tell on you.
Yeah. That's why I don't bring no woman around them.
Wow. That is crazy. Do y'all think that men face a lot of challenges with just the way that women are these days, like with lust, like when you're trying to do the right thing and not trying to deal with a whole bunch of women?
Well, you asked me that. I'm gonna hear a logic point. Did he go out?
Logic, are you there?
He out the country, so.
Oh no, what'd you say?
I said, do you think that men that are trying to do the right thing and not try to be out dealing with a lot of women, try to do the right thing, you think lust is a big thing, like with the way that women move these days? Do you think that that is a big problem for men and the temptation?
I don't know. I'm gonna say this though. I don't know if this answers your question right,
Mm-hmm.
but it's no overall encouraging. It's nothing that encourages a man to actually do good. It's nothing
Okay.
that's out there in society that encourages a man to be exclusive.
Okay.
Like I don't even think do people ever even talk about love no more in this generation?
Barely.
Yeah. Like, can we name one R&B singer right now that talks about love?
In this
Do
generation,
R&B even exist?
Rihanna and her husband.
Who?
Rihanna and her husband.
Name the song.
Oh, you said a song. No, I thought you just saying. I thought you just saying as in that believe in love.
Yeah. Now I said name. You remember when I was coming up, like half of our music. You know what I'm saying? The R&B scene was bigger than the rap scene when I was coming up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We had I had like Keith Sweat. You know what I'm saying? I had a whole bunch of music that, in some sense, was encouraging. Jagged Edge. You
Right.
had all kind of stuff.
Music soul child for me.
Drew
Well, all
Hill.
of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, especially him. He told the chick, teach me how to love.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
real.
Mm-hmm.
But they
Eric,
call that
Eric
what? Scent music. That's crazy.
and Eric Benet and what's the other one? Joe. Joe.
Oh,
Yeah,
Joe.
Joe was a good one. Yeah, Joe.
Mario too. They be
Donnell Jones. Dave Hollister. There was all kinds back then. Like, you could probably count the R&B singers that are really singing love music now on one hand.
Well, let me tell you another
It's
one
But
that we
this is
sense.
the thing. Can you even name one?
I'm
well,
trying to think.
most of the female R&B artists today is singing about love. The men ain't singing about no love at all.
Oh, the men know.
Yeah, the women are. Summer Walker. What's the other
Summer
one?
Walker.
Her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. I wouldn't say no Summer Walker, though. Really?
Maybe Coco Jones. Ain't she a R&B
What?
singer?
have a damn audience crying on one of them songs?
Well, they do a lot of. I don't know if it's necessarily love songs.
I don't know, guys. I don't listen to a lot of artists that are like new in the last couple of years. So I don't know. I listen to a lot of old school. So I
Queen,
probably can't
what's
name any.
Queen Naja,
Her
Naja,
next love songs.
and Snore.
Snuff. What is it? Allegra, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, that she can sing.
And see, this is what create an environment, right? So like if you got an environment that all you got around that environment is just math problems, right? What you'll
Mhm.
start doing is you're gonna start creating math geniuses. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be easy for people to digest that. But when you
Mhm.
don't have that in a society where, you know what I'm saying, you don't really talk about love, you really don't talk about experiences, you kind of right. I mean, you might see it from a distance.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But nobody really talk about it. Nobody really teach nobody about it. Then it's absent from society. Then you get what we got today.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's sad.
It is. It really is.
John Legend too. But see, most men today would say John Legend is simp music. Even Mario Winans, when he did "I Don't Want to Know If You Playing Me, Just Keep It on the Low."
Yeah.
I
So
remember
But
that.
that's old though.
yeah, but it's still simp. They call it simp music.
Yeah. Mhm.
Now they probably call it simp music today, but you talking about John Legend and Mario Winans, bro? You know you talking about like 11 years ago.
Yeah, that's why I said that's old.
Usher
Like
makes.
I think those Mario Winans song that he's talking about wasn't that like the 90s or
Yeah,
maybe early 2000?
yeah, that was on Bad
Yeah,
Boy.
it was. I think I was
Yeah.
in high
But
school
what
when
I
it
was trying to
came out.
explain to you is, but because of what we was talking about earlier about,
Yeah, what kind of music it is
yeah, that was a simp song. I wasn't referencing it according to
as
what
like new
I was
school.
saying. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, got you. Yeah.
Usher still makes love songs.
Who?
Usher.
Your Usher made love songs for real.
Mm-hmm.
When Usher drop anything new?
A lot.
It's been a while.
Usher playing old stuff, man. Stop.
Wait a minute. What's the
He
one
got
with
a few new
where
hits out.
he feeding the women the fruit?
That's all
Um,
old stuff, dude.
That's old.
well, he had a song
Yeah.
a couple years ago, wasn't it? We ain't good, but we still good,
Yeah,
or
that
something
was
like that.
next year, I thought.
I don't know how old it is, but I remember that's the last newest thing I heard.
I still look at him like young, because he still can come out today and rank with Chris Brown.
Right.
Yeah, but you say that because he's still touring.
Yeah, he's still relevant.
Yeah, Chris Brown still touring. Chris Brown
Yeah.
had some love songs. He was like on the edge of that community.
Mm-hmm.
He got a good one out now with what's the dude name? The name of the song they made was called Muck or No Mutt.
Oh, Leon Thomas. I
Yeah,
love this song.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Brown can do anything.
Yep, he can.
Y'all still up?
How was your nap, Freezy?
It was good.
Yeah. Like when the last time you heard of somebody really saying some RNG?
Logic.
What up, Free?
Why you ain't come on the panel this weekend, man?
What's that?
Why you ain't come on? Why you ain't come on the on the panel this weekend?
Man, I've been at work. You know what I'm saying? I've been busy. You look at the news?
Yo, you talking about the protests and stuff?
Hell no. Fuck that protest.
What you talking about?
Yeah, look at y'all know what's going on?
I ain't looked at it in
What-
about a
what is
24
that?
hours.
Oh, nigga,
Yeah,
they had
Trump
to, like,
Trump
hold on.
Trump shipped a lot of the troops out of what was that?
It's you know what I'm saying, a war about to pop up.
Okay, enlighten me.
He probably
Where
don't want
y'all
to
been
talk
at?
about the
I
specifics.
don't like getting into all of that, stressing myself out. But what's going on?
Let me Google.
Uh, no, Israel had attack Iran 4 days ago, and it's literally been a back and forth. You know what I'm saying, for the last 4 days.
Mm,
Sure has. Yep.
wow.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I mean you can't. Yeah, what you know about that rhythm and gangster pride?
Shit.
Yeah, I see Riaz said it stands for rhythm and grime.
No, rhythm and grind. What?
He said rhythm and grime.
You know that UK stuff. But no, this yeah, it's possibly on the brink of war.
Oh my
Damn.
God.
Thing, because okay, here's the problem I have with these stats, right? Some of these stats that they be quoting don't even be like an overall stat. It be from an article with where they surveyed 1,000 men or a
Mhm.
thousand women or something like that. A lot of those stats aren't even like mainstream stats. That's one thing. And number two, some of these stats be like 5, 6, 7, 10 years old.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and they base them all on black people, which is a bad thing. Black people
Mhm.
ain't gonna let you come into their neighborhoods, even the census. They'll slam the door in your face. So how you
Exactly. When's the last time you seen a census knock at your door?
they be scared. They be putting false statistics down. So
2000.
they may
Right.
end up getting beat up.
Hmm.
Jehovah Witness know not to even come to black people door anymore.
Right. But I'd see a Jehovah's Witness before I seen somebody come talking about stats and asking you how many people live in your house and their age.
Well, the thing is, when they did the census, this is how they lie to you at times. They say, "Oh, well, this is to help you get more programs for black people." No, they
Hmm.
trying to figure out the demographics and the things so they can put the wrong stuff. And then now CDC has been the most reliable with some things, but that we can't just put you just can't put your whole trust in it.
No, you cannot at all. You cannot at all. That's just like say they have the stats of how many people are straight, how many people are gay, whatever. You know what I mean? Well, are people on the down low going to claim the gay spot
Thank
or
you.
you know what I
Well,
mean?
let me say something about that because I used to think very, very, very ill will of that. I don't live the lifestyle. I'm not a part of the LGBT community or any of
Hmm.
that. You know, I have an issue with the fact that we are calling certain things certain things. You know, there's a difference in between a down low man versus somebody that's a part of the LGBT community. Everybody don't identify with the flag. You
But
know that.
even if you're down low, that still makes you gay,
But hear
right?
me out.
Or at least, if you want to be technical, the term bisexual, I guess. You know, you're at least
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
So you
but
still fall under the umbrella. You're just
well,
hiding it.
maybe the umbrella. But the thing is, I think we're focusing too much on the sex part of it because not every man or every woman consider themselves a part of the flag or of the community. You have to be of the community to be called uh, uh, part of the rainbow. A lot of people are not. And I had to learn this from my little brother simply because there's a difference in between a drag queen and a transsexual. Uh,
But that's different though, right? It's kind of like you are a part of the community. It's just hidden.
You're just hiding it. Yeah, you're
oh,
hiding it.
no,
You desire the same sex. You're gay.
yeah,
It
but
is
that's
what it
true. That's
is.
true. That's true parts that. But we're not looking at the sex part. These things are broken down in sectors. If you look at the rainbow flag community, that was made from white people to get rights. They only pull black people, especially black men, in it. Don't you know? Even the black men who are gay, they don't reach the highest score either. You know why? Because they are leaving them out. I didn't even know that there was a white gay pride and a black gay pride. I didn't know that until this.
Right. So, but my question to you is: so, are you saying that DL people don't fall under the LGBTQ?
No, not really. Mm-mm. Because
You said they
DL is
don't.
No, not really. You know why? Because DL is what it's supposed to be, undetected, where you cannot see,
But you're still gay.
I know they may be, but what I'm saying is you won't never know who. You get what I'm saying?
Right, but what I'm
That's
saying is
what I'm
to
saying.
that person knows, right? So
They may
deep down,
know
even if
about it,
they
but they may know about it more love, but who do they owe to tell that to?
I'm
That-
not saying that they have to like to each their own, it's their prerogative. What I'm speaking to is the fact that okay, you're DL, you still desire the same sex, you just keeping it on the low. It doesn't negate that you're still a part of that community. What does that community identify with?
That community identify with uh, ghetto gay sissies, loud,
But
out.
you're still, my thing is you're gay.
Mhm.
What is the definition of being gay? You desire the same sex, right? Okay,
But
some people are just not open with it, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that you are still a part of that community,
I
whether you're
agree.
no,
it
no,
or whether you're open.
no. You got to understand, it's broken down in categories. I mean, it's the DL is of the DL you'll never know nothing about.
So they're not gay, Coffee?
I can't say that they're not. What I'm saying is I'm not focused on the sex part. I'm focused on who identify as what and who's not a part of what. Do you know that DL men don't like feminine sissies? They don't like dudes that are out. They don't like dudes that are flamboyant and loud. Same thing with lipstick lesbians. They do not.
Right.
They're real pretty. They look cute. They identify as a girly girl. They don't be out, in the gay club, gay community, and all that.
They're
You
called
just
femme.
don't-
Right. They don't like the loud ones, but they still like the male anal area, right? So
I don't know that about that now.
there's still a DL person. Am I missing something? What is a DL person?
Yeah, you are,
Still
because
gay,
you got
right?
some people that
They're
are.
still gay. They're just hiding it. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
that's what I get out of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
they're
you
still
think that-
gay. They're just on the DL down low. They don't want anybody to know. It still doesn't negate the fact
My
that
thing
you're
is,
still gay.
I don't ask the people. I don't ask people what they do in their bedroom.
I don't either. I'm just speaking to, is DL still gay? Is it still a part of the community? Like, not that I even care,
Mhm.
right? I don't care. I love gay people.
No, it's not a
Um,
part of the community. Mo Love, no, it's not.
Even though they're gay?
Okay, I think we're getting it misconstrued because I think Kwafi's talking more love are more of like the technical terms, like people who are really in the community based in that LGBT lifestyle and
Yeah.
everything like that. I think me and you are just talking about pretty much the sexual behaviors.
Yeah.
And when they come up with the term DL, we are right. The DL stands for down low, obviously.
Right.
So people who are undercover with it, but they don't identify as in the community. I think that is what Kwafi is speaking to. But what we're speaking to is there are the people that are on the down low. They might not be out in the parade in the community, of course, because they do not want nobody to know their sexual identity.
And let me tell you who they are.
But they're still gay.
Hey, I know, but hold up. Yes, they are. Okay, let's establish that. You can call them gay, whatever. Yes, I get it. Okay, but what I'm saying to you is, when you look at those people, you'll know the difference. You'll know you won't even know who is what. For one, the DL community consists of men who've been married for a million years.
Yeah.
Married a million years. The wife that's married a million years. The wife that may be my wife and the wife and husband that may be swingers. They may be swap wives and husbands, or they may be two husbands that may go off and hang out, and then two wives they've been lovers for
And
years.
sometimes act like the hardest thug and be
Well, not even just so much,
Yeah,
not
they do.
they just sometimes they just regular men undetected. That's just who they are. Maybe the dude that you shoot ball with, maybe the dude that you smoke the same joint with.
Yeah, because DL doesn't mean that they act gay or they act in a manner of like they act like
talk about
free.
anything. He even
it's a disguise, right?
But the ones that you could tell about are the ones that scream the loudest about things they claim not to know about. If you find a man all the time talking about something gay or who's gay, he's gay. That's an issue right there, and that's what we miss. So DL goes in that community to that they can be in the DL community as well.
I know there are some men who really are against that lifestyle. I can't say the men who are very passionate about being against that lifestyle are gay.
When you talk graphically about it, all the way down to the dirty, nasty parts of it, how do you know about that? That's filthy. I mean, and then on top of that, they put a bad name on things that they don't know about. It's your job to educate people on what you're saying, rather than just saying something and you claim not to know something about. You get what I'm saying? I had to learn that myself.
What do you mean they put a bad name on stuff they don't know about?
A bad name as in, hygienic, like when it gets all the way graphically down to the sex part of it. I don't know nobody, man, woman, heterosexual, straight or gay, who's gonna lay down with somebody that's nasty and dirty and filthy.
I don't know about that.
And the thing is, even AIDS and HIV don't just come from those people. They come from sometimes what Fantastic said the other day, that I did see a part of the show that y'all was on.
He blamed women for having the most STDs, I remember.
Yeah, but where are the women getting it from?
Yeah, right. Because they looking at what they think a real man should be, and the real man that y'all think that's that man that y'all desire so much is that one that's getting it in with any and everything. He can
Trust
see
me, I know.
He can see a hole stuck in the damn wall, and he gonna stick his dick in it.
Listen, I know that a lot of these men out here that act straight and act like they love women are gay. I'm not fooled.
Oh yeah, that's not at all. And that's
DL. Like,
and that's your right.
Let's live your truth.
Yeah.
If you rather somebody live in their truth, promote the LGBTQ. I'm not saying I agree with the lifestyle, but I would rather somebody be straight up about
and be out of the closet,
manipulating women, getting a wife, hiding behind children, and you really desire a man. I'm sorry, I have more respect for the person that's being open and honest.
Yeah, that's true too. I have an issue with a dude that's deceiving a woman and going into a marriage and having children and having sex with her, knowing he like a certain thing. Now then again, you have some men, like even gay dudes, they don't understand. Even if they go that route, these men are not going to leave their wife for you. That's the same thing with a woman. If it was just a heterosexual sexual situation, they are not going to leave their wife.
Right.
A gay boy could be just as bad as a woman cheating with another man, another woman's husband.
Mm-hmm.
And then you end up getting outed. So that's when the DL situation come about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? See, I was trying to save this for my channel, but since y'all asking about it, I'll tell you about it. I know about it, not because I've been involved, but because of the people I've been around. And I used to think the same way. It's a cat. This shit is broken down in categories.
That people would rather live that lie. I think that it's unfortunate, especially for the women who are believing that man really loves them. She done gave him kids the whole time.
Have you ever been involved like that? Where you found out?
Never, but I know that there are a lot of DL men, and I know that because I have a lot of gay friends, and they tell me like,
you can't believe them either. They'll tell a lie.
Yeah, that dude will never. You never would have thought.
Tell a lie just to get close to your man.
I don't know. Hold on, guys. There's someone down there trying to get up, but they don't have no name on it. I don't know who that is.
Do you have I forgot what it's called. Like
okay. It's type in the chat.
Yeah, but
I see you now.
It's really crazy. I don't normally talk about it, but because I do have a mother who is a person that changed itself over. I've learned a lot, because I'm gonna tell you, it took a lot out of me and my other brothers to really accept him. for being who he is.
Mhm.
My dad wouldn't have stood it if he was still living. You better believe it.
Right, right.
You
Hey,
know.
Smitty, how are you?
What's up,
Hey,
Smith?
Smitty.
Respect to you guys.
What's up,
Respect.
I
Smitty?
didn't know who you was, Smitty. I was not about to let some troll up here.
Nah, I had to go ahead and go into silent mode.
Okay.
Yeah. It was something for my channel, and then I forgot to switch it back over and make it normal again. That's all.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, they're trying to shut me down.
Never that. Now I'm kick it and cool it with the cool kids. You know what I'm saying, for a little bit. I have a few moments, and I don't know. I mean, I can't help but saying it enough. If I respect you, I'm gonna show up.
Well, I appreciate seeing you, Smitty. I really appreciate it. Are you chiming, hearing what we're talking about in the conversation?
I just came here, so I do not know. So
We've been on since 10 hours almost, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, she's been on 10 hours.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm so eager, child, to ask this question.
Okay, go ahead, Mo. I'll be right back.
but see, that's why I like to come into a show and like not speak, and I be coming in quiet, and I just like to listen because you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, this wasn't the main topic though. I mean,
Yeah, it wasn't.
Somehow we always get here.
I wanted to ask, do you think that if you are a part of the DL community, that you still represent LGBTQ?
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Because Kwafi said because you're DL, it doesn't make you a part of the community. I said you're still desiring the same sex, you're just keeping it.
Yeah, but the community is different from the actual. You thinking about the act, the sexual act of it.
Let me help you out, Mom. All right, so watch this, okay? All right. I want you to ask me that question again one more time, just so I can make sure I hear it.
If you are DL, are you a part of the LGBTQ community? I guess I'm looking at it from the standpoint of you still desire the same sex, so you're gay. So that makes you a part of it. I understand, like he's saying, the LGBTQ community, they're proud, they're loud about their sexuality. I get that. I'm saying you're still gay, which still makes you fall under that umbrella, if that makes sense, even though it's on the low.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now okay, because I want to make sure I fully comprehended the question, beloved. I appreciate you. So it's real simple. It is really, really plain and clear. Anything that is not just man and woman is with them. There is no medium. There is no we're going to make up a term that helps you straddle the fence. No. So, I mean, I don't know if that kind of helps, but like, are you DL? Like, the fact is, you're all the way. Ain't no DL, ain't no none of that. You're all the way with them. If there's anything that goes on in your life, which we know about as the men of the community or not. All right. The only reason why we don't know is because it hasn't been brought out yet. But that person knows 9 times out of 10, as soon as it's brought out, when it comes to the aspect of how we view, not kicking that man out like him himself, but I'm talking about like that whole, are you with being straight? No, you can't, certain terms you can't call yourself anymore, is what I'm saying specifically to make that clarity. Yeah, you can't no longer call yourself anything. Nah, you're just over there, Pride Month. I digress. My mic is muted.
I agree.
Okay, now I disagree. The reason why I disagree is because yes, we already know that the act is gay. Okay, you are, but guess what? Who would know that if the person has not expressed that to you? unless you're thinking too deep into the bedroom of it. Now, my thing is, from what I see every day, they are just regular dudes who are not a part of that waving the flag, wearing it on their shoulders.
They're still getting poked in the booty, Coffee.
I don't know nothing about that.
They are DL. What's the definition of a DL man?
The DL man is
He
supposed
just doesn't want anybody to
no,
know.
look, you got to let me answer, baby. You got to let me answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. What I'm saying.
Wait a minute, 1 second. Yes, Joy, we're still on. She said good morning.
Wow.
Yeah, and because I had a hard time trying to understand this myself, because I thought that everybody belonged to the flag. The flag would be you out in the parades, you out in the streets, you doing all the things that the, other people are doing, and there are dudes every day that look straight, straight. They may not be, but you can't take away from the fact that they want to just still be a man. Same thing with a beautiful woman, and she decides that I like women, but guess what? She ain't out there popping it with a stud. You get what I'm saying?
I guess the difference is what we're saying is versus what you're saying. You're more talking about their social activities and identity, as far as whether they're out there with the Pride Month, whether they're representing. And we're saying, what we are saying is, well, of course they're not representing it because they don't want anybody to know. But they're
not even that.
They're embarrassed. Yes.
Not even that. Because I talked with a few. No, it's not even that. They just feel that it's none of your business. And
right, but like he said, we're overcomplicating it. It's simple. If you're choosing to engage with the same sex, he said you're just over there. And that's pretty much what it is, whether you keep it on the DL or not.
But that's and respectfully, that's media opinion, that's your opinion, and that's Fear No Mortar's opinion. I feel that. I used to think the same way, but it's something totally different. Totally different. I'm not looking at the bed. I care less about
Coffee.
You do agree that DL means gay, though, right? At least that.
Yeah, I do.
All right, so Coffee, look, right. Us as men, we all know, bruh, it's not about, again, what is out in the open. It is what is it if you do it openly or behind closed doors. How is it categorized? So let's say everything we're talking about is all behind closed doors. So let's just take it there. All right. So whatever happens behind closed doors, if you do anything with another man behind closed doors, you are now in the category of what, Coffee?
Of gay or same sex. I wouldn't say LGBT because that's a term that they came up with.
You got it.
Even black men don't belong to that flag. Period. That was just some shit to so they can get their rights. You still the motherfucking dude. You're a man. You're a dude. You're a nigga. Point blank. They don't give a shit about you.
Right. Kimberly says, statistically speaking, DLs screw the consensus count. Right.
Yeah. So I can't explain it more to y'all. I have to get people in that community up to speak with y'all, and I'll do it when I do a show.
Okay.
I think we get what you're saying, Coffee, and I think you get what we're saying too. We and Prime in the chat also. We are not talking about how they are grouped. We are talking about if you are a man that has sexual relations with another man, you are not heterosexual. That's the best way I can explain it.
Oh yes, I already agree with that. I agree with that.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I don't think
Prime broken down. It's just like we was talking about groups earlier about the manosphere. Not all manosphere is manosphere. It's broken down in many different categories. Like everybody said, "Oh, manosphere, all hate women." No. It's not like that.
That's different though.
Yeah, but it's still the same as in broken down in groups.
Okay, can I respond to what Dragonfly said? He said, "Dang Mo, I thought the person who was open and honest was the one that gets the respect. Now they don't. That's tough." Okay, maybe you were not here when I said I respect somebody of the LGBTQ community that walks proudly and expresses that they are gay versus a man who is hiding behind a wife and children pretending to be straight. Meanwhile, they getting poked in the booty. I think that is wrong. That is so.
They're the one doing the bending.
I
So
hope.
truth wins in my book. I would prefer the one that is proudly gay versus a one pretending to be straight and you just hiding behind a woman. So
Right,
yeah,
don't use me
Yeah,
as
but
a
what about
bridge.
the ones that are not hiding behind a woman at all and they don't want a woman and they just decide to just be, a regular dude?
you're not because you're gay. You're just quiet about it and you're hiding it.
You mean men
You're
that just are
right.
living their lives and they're not getting with women, right? That's what you're saying, right?
It's
They're
their
not
choice to
getting
not
with
say
women.
it, and you got to understand. And sometimes people will call men gay that are not that are not the woman's match, and she'll say, "Oh, he didn't see me walking. He didn't pay me any attention. Oh, he must be gay."
Well, yeah, I get
It's
that
like you have
problem.
a
Some women
choice.
would just throw that
Well,
out
that's
there.
You have a
different.
choice.
Give
Men
on
have a choice
somebody.
too to say what type of woman that he wants.
Right,
I'm
I
not.
get that
I'm
part
not.
too.
I'm not speaking towards women assuming that men are gay.
Mhm.
I'm speaking towards the men who are actually behind closed doors getting it in with men.
Yeah,
And on
but
the outside in the public, they're dating women.
oh yeah, that's fucked up. Excuse my expression. That's a
Yeah,
messed
I'm
up
talking
situation.
about the true DL men.
Yeah, see, I can't speak for that. I don't know about all that. That's just deceiving. That's the way I feel about it.
That's the definition of DL. Yep.
Yeah, that's deceiving.
Yeah.
But I
So
do believe that people have choices. I don't take people personal choices away from them. I may not like it. I may not be around them. But guess what? They have choices.
right.
Yeah. I don't think any of us are like speaking
Yeah,
like we can't stand gay people or I don't think that's the thing. We're just saying if you're DL, it is what it is. You're gay. You're just
Okay, let's
quiet
take it
about
a
it.
step to the T.S. Madison situation y'all was talking about the other day. Now,
okay.
We know T.S. Madison don't look like no damn woman in
Right.
the face. In the face now,
Right.
like a clown. I ain't trying to be
Body
funny.
either to me, when it
You
comes to
know,
a real woman's natural body, she don't look like a woman in figure wise.
yeah. But at the same time, she was giving some vital information to y'all about dudes. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like what's her name? She just kept going back to, "Ooh, you." Like if he's sleeping with
Yeah,
you, yeah. I think that was disrespectful.
I didn't need T.S. Madison. I can only speak for me. I didn't need her to give me that information in
Mhm.
regards to me, and I already knew.
Mhm. Mo, you know.
I think majority of women know what's
But
going on
I
with
will
white
say
people.
to Nini's defense, though, I think a lot of women have the same sentiment. If you're sleeping with a biological born woman and you're sleeping with a trans woman, then what was TS saying? Then that just makes them liking women. No, if that makes them at least bisexual because a trans woman is not a biological woman.
Yeah,
She
they
said
don't want. They
something
don't.
else though that Freezy
She
was
said
pointing out.
they don't like the male anatomy. They don't like the way the men look. But and it's crazy though, because I understand why would you do that when you just have a whole woman?
I don't get
Because
it. But
they like
You
what
just
you're
dress up.
to it.
Might as well just be with somebody that look like you.
Tia said something. Freezy kept playing it. That last question Nene had asked, and I was like, I can't remember it.
Nene kept asking her, well, what does that make him? Does it make him bi? Does it make him pan?
He said, but I don't sleep with some type of men. I forgot.
Well, but she's saying
She doesn't
she
sleep
said
with.
she don't
She
sleep
has
with gay
gay.
men, meaning men of the community, men that are
Right. And I
looking
think
like.
that's a false statement, because if
So
you're
basically, she sleeps with DL men. What the
right,
ones
so
we're talking about?
yes, so I think
But
that's a
he
false
wouldn't be
statement,
DL
because
if he was
even
out
though
with her because she don't like.
can I say this really
Yeah, go
quick?
ahead.
I think even if you say, I don't, what did she say? I don't sleep with gay men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Even if they don't identify as gay, the act, when you look up the definition of what gay is, sexual pleasure, like of the same sex. So they're gay, whether they open or not. You're still performing a gay act. So therefore,
What you talking about, Mola?
you sleep with gay men. When
Explain it to
T.S.
Freezy real quick.
Okay, so it's been a lot, Freezy. So with T.S. Madison, I don't sleep with gay men. I don't think that can be true, because even if you are DL, you are performing a sexual act with the same sex that's gay. Whether you choose to keep it hidden on the DL or you're open, you're still gay. Whoever that man is you sleeping with, TS, because you identify as a man too, no matter how you try to disguise whatever, y'all are gay. And we were I guess the misunderstanding between me and Kwafi, I was saying if you are DL, you're gay, you're still a part of the LGBTQ community, you're just keeping it hidden. I understand LGBTQ is people that promote being gay, they're loud and they're proud about it. I think it's becoming overcomplicated. DL is just, you desire the same thing that the people out in the open do. You just embarrassed to admit it. You still fall under that umbrella, in my opinion.
Oh T.S. Madison did. She said she don't sleep with gay men. She said she sleep with. She said her men, the men he or she sleep with like women.
But they also like getting poked in the butt, right?
What T.S. Madison said on that interview, I think that was with Nene Leakes. Was that with
Correct.
Nene Leakes? T.S. Madison said the men that she sleep that he's they sleep with,
Mm-hmm.
they be wanting T.S. Madison to tuck his private part away. Like they be telling him to put a pillow over. They don't want to see that or whatnot.
And then she said she won't deal with them because they gotta accept the whole.
They gotta accept the whole package or whatnot, right? But he said that they like, she don't consider them gay because when they look at him, they see titties and ass.
Right.
And a woman.
So what's
They see
your
a woman.
opinion? Do you think that's gay, Freezy?
As if.
Thank you. That was my
I'm just saying,
point.
but you asking me or you asking me about
I want to
TLC?
know your opinion.
You really had to ask me that. I mean, you already know about me.
But
Definitely. She T.S. Madison is gay, and the man that's DL is gay. But what she was saying was that she is not attracted to the flamboyant, guy or another trans person like her. She wants a man that looks like a man that looks just like a man.
Well, see,
a
masculine person.
Heterosexual, but he's
not even that. Because if he's out with her, they know he gay. She just
here's the thing: the LGBT community, they are very strict about terminologies. So if you're a man or a woman that likes the opposite sex and the same sex, if you like having sex with both, they say you're not gay, you're bisexual.
That's where the B comes in with the LGBT. That's where the bi part come in. Yeah.
Or pan or queer is what they say.
Right. They adhere by those terms. They're saying you should call somebody by their proper terminology. They're not gay.
Yeah, but DL is not in the in the term in the flag.
But it's still gay.
Yeah, of course. We know that.
So,
we know that.
So this is kind of what makes it so the LGBT community are for people that, I think what Kwafi is saying, the LGBT community is for people that actually are out of the closet.
Proud, yeah, I get
Yeah.
that.
And not even just out of the closet, just mainly people who go out and who are advocates, who parade around, who do all the clown stuff.
Right, but they out of the
let me tell you,
closet
if
too.
I had a son and he was that way, I wouldn't want him to be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't raise you to be not even that. But if I had a choice, you would definitely have to be a man. Don't come to me with no dress.
But all of the LGBT community don't be protesting or marching and stuff, right? They
That
don't.
ain't the LGBT community. When you're a part of it, see, the thing is that flag was made for white men, not no black.
Wait. I thought the L stand for lesbian.
The G stand for gay.
D stand for gay. The B
Hello.
stand for bisexual.
Mhm.
T stand for trans.
Mhm.
And
Q stands
the
for
Q
queer.
stand for queer. I don't know what AI stand for. IA or whatever. Intersexual.
That's why I was saying, even if you're not bold and proud like most are
You
that
still
fall
a
under that
lesbian.
community,
But let me ask you something though. Does it
but
mean
because
that?
you're gay, you're just DL. You still
But-
fall under the
But
umbrella.
does it mean that the person is ashamed of it though, Molo? Is it?
If you're DL, if you got to keep it
you're
Because
hidden,
because we're not telling you. Did you mean that?
listen, do you understand? When I'm talking about DL, I'm talking about men out here, as I stated, hiding behind having kids, marrying women. On the DL, they're sleeping with men. They
Yeah, I get
desire
that.
men. So yes, there is a part of you that says, I am not brave enough to say what I truly desire. Why are you keeping it hidden? There's a part of you that's embarrassed. You don't want people to know for a reason. You can't live in your truth. So I do think that speaks to a level of embarrassment, if we're honest.
Yeah, that's true. When you're dealing with a man like that, you're right. You sure?
I think the reason why dudes like sleeping with
Go ahead, Freezy. I just
No,
want to.
read prompt
He
chat.
says that doesn't mean that you are with the LGBTQ community. There's gays against it.
That's true.
Yes, and there are also DLs who are
That's
for it, but they're
crazy.
too ashamed to admit that they are.
And
Yeah,
and Robert says the plus is the problem because we forgot about the plus too.
Well, wait, why
What
would
is
you
the
be?
plus?
How could you be gay and be against the G on the LGBT?
No, they're against the clown shit, as in, the people that are out. Like what's even there's a transgender person that's a comedian that's against all of the clown stuff, because this is what miseducate people to think crazy stuff like, oh, he must be getting it dug up in the booty, stuff like that, or he must be, why are you thinking that deep into the sexual part of it? They gay, point blank, period.
Yeah, I don't think we're not talking about people assuming that people are gay. Like that's completely different because I've
Yeah,
seen
but you've
that.
already told me about how you feel about the man that's deceiving you, and you're giving him kids. This we understand that that's not DL. That's just straight up deceiving you.
But DL is a man who refuses to admit that he's gay. He hides being gay. There's a lot
he's
to it.
hetero.
I think he fall under the B.
DL is keeping that you're gay.
DL dudes could be.
It's simple.
DL dudes
You're
could
hiding
be.
the fact that you're gay. That's what DL is.
I know, but hear me out. DL could be that the dudes would be. They could be either into women or both.
Still DL because you're not admitting that you desire men in some capacity.
Okay, that's true. So even if he's only interested in the ones that look like you,
May I say something briefly?
Hold on, the ones that look like what? Why
I'm
would
so
look like
confused.
more
It's
love?
like we trying to change.
Okay,
the
guys, we have
definition
8
of
minutes
really.
left.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
Weird.
Man, we been up here that
We're
long?
almost to 12 hours. We're at 11:52.
Damn. We talked. Look, I ain't been on a live stream.
Wait, before we end, Coffee, what did you mean by they only like girl or people that look like Mo? What do you mean by that?
Undetectable women. We know that they're not women. You know what I'm saying? But they like ones that look
What?
like. Yeah.
I'm confused.
They
Really.
look like Mo. They like the trends that look like Mo.
that look like real women. Yeah.
Well,
okay,
I don't
okay.
look. I'm confused.
What?
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Just
This is all woman, a
You
trans.
know
Now,
what?
Look
Um,
like a mo
I
love.
thank you all for having me up. I'm gonna go ahead and leave
Have a
early.
good night, Smitty.
Yeah,
That's crazy
definitely.
All right,
word.
Smith. All
I
right,
just
Smith.
like to say before I go, there's a lot of defense in that direction, Kwafi.
Yes.
Okay.
He just dropped off.
Yes.
I'm confused with that one now.
I mean, I'll put it this way. Yes, I will be defensive. You know why?
You might
Because
as well.
I have a brother that has explained it to me. And at first I used to be like that too. I used to be like, damn, but it ain't for me to understand. I don't care because I don't live the lifestyle. That's number one.
Oh, you understand it. You
But you seem
explained
to
it.
be like, I guess there's pushback with what I'm saying in regards to
No,
men.
I don't have any pushback with what you're saying. I'm letting you say your opinion, but in my opinion, I think you're wrong on some points. But you're right. I think that
Mo Love don't understand, right, Kwafi?
yeah, she's mixing some
Okay,
things.
Yeah.
I absolutely understand what DL is.
Yeah, I feel it.
I think you may not understand, or maybe you don't want to accept what it is. I don't know.
Hey, Kwafi, Fear No Mortals don't understand either, do she?
I don't know. I think she do a little bit.
I don't think she do either. I don't think.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't care what it is. I really don't care, to tell you the truth. But what I will say is that from the people that I've interviewed and talked to, I haven't put the films out yet. They look like just regular dudes. You know what I'm saying? And they will be straight up about who they are and where they come from. And
Kwafi, I will say this to your point. I was finna make